At this moment, within the classroom, a girl dressed in a JK short skirt with a delicate appearance stood before Yun Hao, hands on her hips, gazing at him with evident dissatisfaction. Yun Hao lifted his head, staring at the girl in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, during his medical examination, he had received a dire notice from the doctor informing him that he was afflicted with terminal cancer, with a prognosis of no more than 3 months to live. His girlfriend of 5 years turned pale at the news, directly proposing a breakup on the spot. Upon returning home, his landlord, fearing he might die in his apartment, promptly evicted him. The company, having learned of his medical results, called him late at night to inform him of his termination. In a state of despair, he found himself unable to channel the fury of being a cancer patient. In a twist of fate, he had somehow ended up here. It appeared he had traversed into another realm, and according to the memories flooding his mind, this was a world of high martial arts, where humans could cultivate and monstrous beasts roamed freely. Who was this girl before him? Who are you? Yun Hao asked, astonished. The class beauty, Lin Ro, immediately darkened in expression, frowning as she retorted, at such a critical moment, are you pretending not to know me? Last night, we agreed you would take the fall as a criminal and face the Special Administrative Office's sanctions. Are you trying to back out? What on earth? You want me to become a criminal? Have I just arrived and already committed murder? Having already been diagnosed with cancer, he thought he had finally gained control of his life by traversing to another world, only to find himself in the body of a criminal. This was utterly absurd. As Yun Hao stood there in disbelief, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, and everything came rushing back. The girl before him was the beloved goddess of the original host, Lin Qingjian's younger sister. He had grown up alongside Lin Qingyun, their bond exceptionally strong. It sounded wonderful, didn't it? Having a fair-skinned, beautiful childhood sweetheart with whom he shared a deep connection. It should have been a natural progression, yet this childhood sweetheart awakened in a class talent, elevating her to a status that felt unattainable. But the original host was foolish enough to rejoice on her behalf, dreaming of double happiness. On the award stage, he boldly confessed his feelings. This confession, however, led to disastrous consequences. He was publicly rejected and had his love letter torn apart. It is said that the first sword after reaching the shore should be aimed at the beloved. The original host fell into despair, suffering a tremendous blow. Most people would likely give up after such a rejection. Yet the original host was different. This fool had such tenacity that he transformed into a love-struck puppy, fawning over Lin Qingyun. To make matters worse, he even lavished attention on her sister, obediently complying with her every request like a devoted lapdog. Last night, Lin Rao's boyfriend had acted tyrannically merely because someone had dared to glare at him. He had ruthlessly incapacitated that person. Afterward, realizing the potential consequences, Lin Rao's clever mind had thought of the original host. When the original host heard that by serving 5 years in prison, Lin Rao would help him get together with her sister, he readily agreed, filled with reckless abandon. This had left the newly traversed Yun Hao in a dire predicament. Not only was he diagnosed with cancer, but now, upon arriving in this new world, he was being sent off to prison. Damn it. Oh, so now cancer patients are easy targets, are they? Having faced death in his previous life, he saw no difference in his current predicament. If he was destined for ruin, then let the games end here. A surge of fury ignited within him as he glared at the girl before him, his eyes radiating dissatisfaction, teetering on the brink of explosion. Confronted by Yun Hao's glare, Lin Ro retorted, visibly irritated, "What are you glaring at me for? It's just 5 years you'll be out before you know it." Yun Hao's eyes nearly sparked with fire. Quickly? Then why doesn't your boyfriend go to prison? Lin Ro looked at him as if he were a fool. You must be joking. My boyfriend possesses a class talent, with limitless future prospects. You expect him to serve time. Have you lost your mind? Yun Hao laughed in anger. So I should just go in his place? Lin Ro nodded with an air of nonchalance. Give him 5 years, and his cultivation will soar. 5 years for you, and you would still be worthless. Moreover, I've promised you that once you're out, I will help you connect with my sister. What more do you want? Now hurry. If we delay, my boyfriend might really get caught. Can you bear the responsibility? Yun Hao scoffed, his anger boiling beneath the surface. In his previous life, he had faced cancer and been abandoned by everyone, losing his home. In this life, just as he had arrived, they expected him to take the fall for her boyfriend. If this is how it was going to be, then they shouldn't blame him for unleashing his fury as a cancer patient. Yunhao sneered, uttering a few decisive words. Sorry, the deal is off. I'm not going. Lin Rao's expression shifted dramatically, urgency sweeping over her. If you don't go, are you trying to get him killed? No, you must go. Yunhao shot her a disdainful glance and scoffed. Fool, do you really think you could dictate terms to me? Fool, fool. Lin Rao thought she had misheard, trembling all over. Have you lost your mind? How dare you insult me? Yunhao fixed his gaze on her, indifferent. You're just a worthless shoe. Do you truly think you're noble? Have you been pampered so much that you can't distinguish reality? Her sweet face was etched with disbelief, and Lin Rao trembled violently. What did you say? How dare you? Did you understand? Yunhao regarded her with a peculiar expression. Seems like you often indulge in self-importance. Ding. Detected that the class beauty Lin Rao's emotional state has been ravaged. Ravage points 999. Ravage point system has been activated. The host can earn ravage points by performing various acts or uttering words that humiliate others. Ravage points can be directly used to enhance cultivation, disregarding all obstacles. The strong prevail, the weak perish. Please, host, carry forth your endless resentment and strive to humiliate more enemies. A system has arrived? Yunhao was filled with elation. This was standard for a transmigrator. As long as he humiliated others, rewards would follow. He relished the thought. With the system in place, he would unleash chaos in this high martial arts world. Lin Rao shouted angrily. Yunhao, you're finished. If you dare refuse today, my boyfriend will surely kill you. He's waiting for you downstairs. Yunhao ignited with rage. Have you ever heard? The resentment of a cancer patient is heavier than that of a vengeful spirit. Spirits would avoid him. How dare you threaten him? In his past life, he had endured a lifetime of suffering. In this life, awakened by the system, anyone who crossed him would face consequences. Yunhao raised his hand and struck her hard across the face. Fool, tell your boyfriend to come up. Detected that Lin Rao has been slapped. Ravage points 999. Lin Rao. She was stunned, having received a slap so effortlessly. Previously, Yunhao had been timid, never daring to treat her this way. Before she could react, Yunhao struck her again, bellowing, What are you standing there for? Call him. Her delicate face swelled, trembling. She lost all semblance of the class Bowtie's authority, her lips quivering. You're finished. Unless you kneel down and agree to turn yourself in right now, I will never forgive you. Yunhao coolly uttered 2 words. Fool. Lin Rao's chest began to heave. She trembled violently. Never in her life had she been this furious. She was on the verge of tears. This was utterly unforgivable. At that moment, the classroom door was violently kicked open, and a booming voice echoed from outside. Yunhao, you're to turn yourself in. Are you bullying my girlfriend here? Do you know how long I've waited for you downstairs, you vile scoundrel? A fierce figure barged in. This person was none other than Lin Rao's boyfriend, Li Yunba, the class bully who wielded his overwhelming power to dominate the class, having bullied the original host numerous times. Upon witnessing this scene, the classmates began to silently mourn for Yunhao. Why did you take so long to come up? Lin Rao hurriedly dashed to Li Yunba's side, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunhao. He refuses to go and even hit me. Li Yunba shook his head with a cold laugh. Since you agreed last night, there's no reason not to go today. Dare to refuse? Then come and try. At present, his strength was at the 3rd level of the 1st stage, and he was about to join the school's law enforcement team. Those who could enter the law enforcement team were the strongest talents in the school, possessing absolute power. Hence, Li Yunba stood at the pinnacle of his abilities. He grinned menacingly at Yunhao. Kneel down and turn yourself in, or I will take your life. Remember, you are the one who harmed him. It has nothing to do with me. All right. Yunhao's anger surged. He flipped the desk over and shot Li Yunba a cold smile. Big fool, you really think you can pin this on me? You think just because I've just arrived, you can send me off to prison? Since that's the case, let's end this charade. Detected that Li Yunba has been insulted. Ravage points 999. Li Yunba was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide. Big fool. Then, in an instant, he exploded with rage. You're so arrogant? Waste, kneel before me. When a knife isn't sharp and the horse is too thin, what do you think you can use to fight me? His furious roar reverberated throughout the classroom. Like a descending tiger, a tremor erupted, causing the faces of the entire class to shift dramatically in hue. A fierce tiger. After all, does not permit provocation from others. Li Yunba possesses the strength of the first tier. Third level, once he unleashes his fury, who could possibly withstand it? With a mighty roar, he transformed his spiritual energy into an illusory blade, cleaving directly towards Yun Hao's head. With this move, he intended for Yun Hao to kneel on the ground, begging for mercy like a lifeless dog. Even Lin Ro, witnessing such a scene, could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Yun Hao was merely a sycophant. How could he possibly compare to Li Yunba, who was about to enter the enforcement team? It seemed he would soon be kneeling in apology. To provoke her meant only one fate: to be ravaged, mercilessly ravaged. However, in the face of Li Yunba's imminent attack, Yun Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. System, unleash everything, he silently urged within his mind. On the system panel, the ravage value had soared to a staggering 1998. With Yun Hao's resounding shout, the numbers on the system panel began to plummet drastically. In that moment, the ravage value surged into his body, as if boundless spiritual energy converged at that instant. Yun Hao felt an exquisite sensation as every pore opened, and his vitality surged dramatically. Ding! You have consumed 500 ravage points to refine this ordinary body, granting it the ability to cultivate. Ding! You stretched lazily, completing your awakening, automatically awakening a hidden talent of SSS grade, the Ancestral God Body. You consumed 500 ravage points, and your combat power soared to the first tier, third level. You consumed 998 ravage points, successfully breaking through to the first tier, sixth level. In an instant, he had broken through 6 minor realms consecutively. Chapter 2. You are utterly weak, a mere wastrel. The innate talent displayed was formidable. While others possessed elemental affinities, he had the bloodline of a primordial deity at his disposal. Yun Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. But in the next moment, a gleam of cold light flashed. Bang! Yun Hao's fist, akin to a mountain, struck heavily against Li Yunba, sending him hurtling backward, embedded into the wall. The disparity between their levels was stark. The first tier 6 stage completely overwhelmed Li Yunba's third stage. To Yun Hao, the sensation was one of overwhelming weakness. Who gave you the audacity to stand and bark? Yun Hao struck Li Yunba across the face, delivering a flurry of blows that left him bloodied and dazed. Grasping Li Yunba's hair, he forced him to raise his head and face the onlookers. Now, tell everyone, is your blade still sharp? And is your horse still lean? Ding! Detected Li Yunba's defeat. Domination points 999. Detected Li Yunba's will shattering. Domination points 300. Detected. A series of notifications flooded the system panel, ascending at a terrifying speed. Even before they could be fully announced, in the blink of an eye, hardly anyone could perceive Yun Hao's movements. In an instant, the once mighty class bully was reduced to a mere shadow behind the wall. Immovable, the crowd was left in shock, wide-eyed in disbelief. Almost all students gazed at Yun Hao as if they had seen a ghost. He hadn't even undergone the awakening ceremony. When had he grown so powerful? Li Yunba, the strongest in their class, had been annihilated. The only plausible explanation was that Yun Hao had been concealing his true power all along. This was utterly terrifying. Lin Ro stood frozen in place, her sweet face a mask of astonishment, while Li Yunba, held like a lifeless dog by Yun Hao, wore a bewildered expression, clearly lost in his thoughts. His vision blurred, stars danced before his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. Don't get too arrogant. Do you believe I want to call the enforcement team to have you searching for your teeth? This brat seemed to be threatening me. In my past life, I was oppressed beyond measure, harboring resentment deeper than a ghost that I finally acquired a golden finger, and this fool dares to threaten me. I can't tolerate this. Not for a moment. Call your backup right now. The more, the better. Otherwise, I will end you. Yun Hao declared menacingly. Li Yunba was taken up. If it escalates further, my sister will certainly give her a beating. However, just as everyone hoped to de-escalate the situation, Yun Hao delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Hanhai's face, asserting in a forceful tone, "You are like a dung beetle adrift in the sea, floating aimlessly, after enduring hardships for so many years. You expect me to back down? Do you have any idea how heavy the resentment of a sycophant can be? If it weren't for my formidable strength, would you all have let this slide?" As he spoke, Yun Hao cast a sweeping glance over Lin Ro, Li Yunba, and Zhao Hanhai, striking Zhao Hanhai once more, declaring, "This matter will not conclude today. I assure you, even the arrival of Jesus would be futile. His overpowering words rendered Lin Ro's already trembling countenance utterly grim. Yunhao, do not overstep your bounds if my sister truly arrives. Given your current abilities, you might not withstand her. The sweet school beauty gritted her teeth. With a resounding slap, Lin Ro's hairpin fell to the ground, leaving her hair in disarray. With another fierce retort, she warned, I'll make you regret this. Yunhao coldly chuckled. Today, all three of you are staying put. I will remain in this classroom, awaiting the arrival of the enforcement team, or else summon Lin Qingyun herself to negotiate. With that, Yunhao ignored the three, pulled a chair over, and closed his eyes to rest. Ding detected Lin Ro's mental collapse. Torment value 50. Ding detected Li Yunba's mental collapse. Torment value 50. The continuous triggering of system rewards by the three brought a smile to Yunhao's lips. These three worthless individuals had only this much capability. Gaining points was all they could manage. Brother Hao, you're incredible. At that moment, an envious voice reached his ears. Yunhao looked up to find Lao Bo, who sat in the last row beside him. Lao Bo was thin and had a furtive demeanor. Lacking confidence, their relationship wasn't particularly close, yet they shared a common plight. Being trampled by these so-called campus geniuses for far too long. These so-called geniuses always sat atop their high horses, enjoying the finest resources of the school. While people like him and Lao Bo could only look up in admiration that in such a stifling environment, they had developed a habit of inferiority. That aura of self-doubt clung to them like a second skin, seemingly embedded in their very bones. Yunhao rarely nodded at him. Lao Bo's face brimmed with envy. Brother Hao, so you've been hiding your true strength all along. Yunhao did not refuse. Nodding, you could say that. After all, I am no ordinary person. The heavens had transported him here to enjoy life. Otherwise, what was the point of bringing him here? To be a sycophant? Lao Bo was somewhat excited. You're different from the other geniuses. They are all aloof, but you remain grounded and are willing to associate with me. Yunhao was momentarily taken aback, then smirked coldly. He suddenly recalled that night 3 years ago, when Lin Qingyun, the top among the 10 campus beauties, awakened her A-grade talent on the podium. After becoming the center of attention, she swiftly distanced herself from him. Her coldness was extreme, her indifference palpable. It seemed that once one became a genius, they were bound to sever ties with the mundane. Yunhao could not stand this pretentiousness. They all came from ordinary backgrounds. So who were they flaunting their power for? Nonetheless, the original owner was at fault as well. In a world where strength reigned supreme, how could one approach a relationship as a sycophant? That was utterly misguided. Only the strong held sway in this world. One must continually cultivate and grow stronger to seize control. As for women, there was no need to bestow upon them the title of goddess, for they were unworthy of such a designation. At the very least, gods do not have stinky feet, but goddesses do as long as one possessed great strength. According to the law of attraction, one could adorn oneself with the so-called goddesses daily, using them as trophies. It seemed that society had divided geniuses and ordinary people into two realms, which explained why the original owner had failed to win Lin Qingyun's affection over 3 years. Geniuses simply looked down upon the worthless. Lao Bo, enough talk. That we both know your desire is to bring these arrogant geniuses down a peg and teach them what equality truly means. Yunhao commanded. Sitting confidently, guard the door. No one is to leave until the enforcement team arrives. Understood. Lao Bo, invigorated as if energized by a shot of adrenaline, rushed to block the entrance, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. If the enforcement team were to arrive and bring these lofty individuals down from their pedestals, it would be the most exhilarating spectacle. Even the students around them held their breath, waiting for the enforcement team's arrival. For some reason, witnessing the three great geniuses kneeling on the ground filled them with a sense of relief and exhilaration. Time ticked by slowly. During this interval, Yunhao did not remain idle. He opened the system panel. The values had reached 2,800 points. The awakened SSS-grade hidden talent lay quietly in the system bar. Ancestral God Body. SSS-grade talent, the progenitor of all gods. Once activated, it radiates golden light, resembling a deity, doubling attack power, with skills usable without limitation. Note: by simulating this talent, there is a chance to acquire certain divine abilities from ancient gods. The more simulations performed, the greater the rewards. Amazing! Just the fact that this skill can be used without limits is impressive. It's akin to having no mana bar. One can unleash as many skills as desired. while others can only cast one powerful skill before exhausting their mana. I can unleash 10 or even 100. Moreover, I can simulate to acquire divine abilities. Divine abilities aren't martial skills. Yunhao pondered. Divine abilities are the means by which deities cultivate. Only ordinary people utilize martial skills. Without hesitation, Yunhao decided. Initiate simulation immediately. Go all in. Every last bit of the hard-earned 2,800 torment value was injected into the SSS grade talent. Ding! You begin to meditate, diligently studying the SSS talent. Minus 300 torment value. After a year of fruitless endeavor, you angrily curse the heavens. Enraged, the heavens send down divine thunder, and amidst the strike, you gain insight, increasing simulation value by 50-1,300 torment value. Ding! Congratulations, you have simulated the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, -1,000 torment value. Divine ability, 3 heads and 6 arms. Legend has it that its master killed the son of the Dragon King of the East Sea. When the Dragon King sought vengeance, to protect his people, he had to take his own life. Yet he was reborn through a lotus flower, and thus the 3 heads and 6 arms came to be. Once unleashed, one can manifest 3 heads and 6 arms, engaging in combat with multiple weapons. Ding! Through diligent simulation, your realm has also soared, successfully breaking through to the first stage perfection. Yunhao was quite satisfied. Not only had he gained the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, but he had also directly broken through 4 levels, the first stage perfection. With his current strength, he was more than capable of overpowering members of the campus enforcement team. Furthermore, possessing the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, once unleashed, would likely terrify these mortals to the point of fleeing in terror. Just then, a sound of footsteps from outside the door pulled Yunhao from his meditative state. At the classroom entrance appeared a figure radiating an icy aura. She wore a blue and white floral dress, her skin as pale as snow, with long hair as dark as ink, and eyes resembling deep pools. Exuding an air of chilling aloofness, her fair skin appeared almost 3 years ago. Having his love letter torn to shreds left him utterly humiliated, unable to hold his head high for 3 long years. Could Lin Qingyan not fulfill such a small request for herself? This statement caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Lao Bo stood beside Yunhao, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Brother, how is amazing!" Lin Ro's heart screamed, "Yunhao, have you lost your mind?" However, just as she opened her mouth, she quickly shut it, fearing another painful slap across the face. That truly hurt. The law enforcement officers behind Lin Qingyan, however, were instantly enraged. "You little trash! How arrogant! You dare to strike our team member and insult our captain. You seek death. Indeed, it seems our academy has not seen your kind for quite some time. It appears we have been lax in our discipline. Troubled students should remain among their own, rather than provocation the dignity of the talented or face dire consequences." Before the words had even settled, a strikingly handsome youth appeared before them, almost within half a meter, nearly face to face. Then, as if invoking divine powers, they witnessed a terrifying spectacle unlike anything they had ever seen in their eyes. Yunhao transformed into a deity with multiple arms, his gaze shifting to slitted pupils, locking onto them with an intensity that felt as if an ancient god had truly descended. In that fleeting moment, the team members nearly lost control of their bladders. The multi-armed Yunhao scoffed, "Come on, keep shouting." Detected Lu Dingning's spirit shattered, domination value 300. Detected Bai Hao's spirit shattered, domination value 300, detected. The increase in domination value was minimal. It seemed that those who were not closely related to Yunhao had very limited contributions. Thus, mercilessly targeting Lin Qingyan would likely cause the system to crash entirely to others. Yunhao appeared entirely normal, yet to those team members, it felt as if a god was admonishing them. Was this truly a human's capability? What is divine power? That is the means of the gods. While others practiced martial arts, only Yunhao could be considered to wield divine powers. Had they ever witnessed such celestial abilities? What had just transpired? Yunhao had not even lifted a finger against them. So why were they engulfed in such fear? Yes, he had not struck them, yet they were quaking in terror. They saw something that left them paralyzed. While I merely observed the hair on that fellow's arms standing on end that moment, a law enforcement officer named Yi, who had been standing at a distance without speaking, finally stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. He exuded an air of superiority, his gaze filled with disdain. Facing the back of Yunhao, he slowly conjured a phantom sword of spiritual energy, pointing it directly at him. Though I do not know what you have done to my team member. You must cease immediately, or you will face my sword's wrath. Before he could finish, Yunhao's expression twisted into a snarl as he turned around, his multi-armed visage fixated on the challenger. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Without having done anything, the sword in Ye's hand began to tremble. He collapsed to the ground, horrified. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The multi-armed Yunhao flashed a grin, a glint of malice in his eyes. What a joke. In a past life you were merely undergarments, and now you come here to show off. He raised his foot and kicked. The divine powers surged with intensity, sending Yi hurtling backward. Crashing through the wall, his body contorted. Detected Yi Chun suffered a crushing defeat. Domination value 500. The entire scene concluded swiftly. Those who had not witnessed the divine powers remained oblivious to the events. And the team members were filled with trepidation that it was not merely Yunhao's first-level perfection that overwhelmed them. With the added boost, they were all but small fry, until Yi flew through the air. Crashing through the wall, everyone gasped in disbelief. Lao Bo shouted, "Brother Hao is amazing." His excitement nearly brought him to tears. Typically, these geniuses looked down upon everyone else. Yet now, they lay before Yunhao like defeated dogs. Unable to even bark in protest, Lin Qingyun gazed at this scene. Her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Although she had not clearly witnessed Yunhao's divine powers, she understood he possessed formidable abilities. 3 years ago, he had been someone who had yet to awaken, yet now, he could effortlessly overpower her team members, while she could achieve the same. How long had Yunhao been training? Taking a deep breath, she calmly stated, I admit, you have indeed grown stronger since 3 years ago, but if beating them brings you pleasure, then I fear you are mistaken. Goodness, having reduced her entire team to such a state. She remained so composed, truly ruthless. Yunhao snickered, locking eyes with her. What is right and wrong? Those are merely rules established by the strong to console the weak. The true rule is, if I say you are wrong, then you are indeed wrong. If I say you are right, then you are right. As Yunhao uttered these words, Lin Qingyun's heart raced uncontrollably. He was indeed different from 3 years ago in comparison to his current strength. His powerful charisma captivated her even more. He was sufficiently assertive, confident, and audacious. His sudden transformation was clearly intended to draw her attention. Should she not offer Yunhao a chance, at the very least? Allow him to glimpse a glimmer of hope, however faint it may be. Contemplating this, Lin Qingyun asked, You just mentioned that if I return the torn letter to you, all will be forgiven. Yunhao wore a peculiar expression. Yes, that love letter was likely reduced to tatters. How could one hope to find it? Yet, without seeking such an excuse, how else could he hope for redemption? I am truly clever. Chapter 5. A violent beatdown of a childhood sweetheart. The divine power terrifies the school board unexpectedly. Lin Qingyun nodded. All right, I will return and piece the love letter together for you. In Lin Qingyun's view, this statement provided Yunhao a way out. An opportunity to pursue her as long as he could comprehend her feelings. There was no need for further conflict. However, her goodwill caused Yunhao's smile to freeze on his face. Lin Qingyun believed Yunhao wished to court her. Yet in truth, he only sought retribution. Damn it, woman, I have prepared my divine form, and you offer me this. After I have bared my soul, you respond with such triviality? How utterly unfulfilling. Yunhao narrowed his eyes. A cold grin forming. Are you certain? Lin Qingyun thought this to be Yunhao's playful pride. Thus she affirmed, absolutely. Apologies, but I do not believe you. Yunhao grinned wickedly, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him as he lunged toward Lin Qingyun. At that moment, his multi-armed divine power and SSS-level talent unleashed their full might. With first-level perfection reached, he was at the peak of his strength, as Yunhao's figure loomed larger in her vision. Lin Qingyun's pupils constricted in shock. What was happening? Did he intend to strike her? He did not wish to court her. He only sought vengeance. How infuriating. Did he not understand that she was the foremost among the 10 school beauties? With considerable influence, a wave of immense disappointment surged within her. Lin Qingyun felt her allure had been insulted, igniting her rage. Even if I was at fault 3 years ago, should you not have forgiven me? We have walked together for so long. Should you not have shown a bit more patience? Her icy voice echoed, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling silence. Suddenly, Yunhao's fist was upon her. And Lin Qingyun felt a surge of fury, then kneel and repent. Her A-level ice talent erupted instantaneously, transforming her into a celestial being, casting the world around her into shadow. Countless onlookers felt a sense of inadequacy. Unable to compare with her in the next moment, their fists collided and a series of cracking sounds echoed as bones shattered, followed by Lin Qingyun, the proud school beauty, being sent flying, with Yunhao's power fully unleashed. He was terrifyingly formidable. Both were at first-level perfection, and while there seemed to be no disparity, Lin Qingyun's A-level talent could not compete with his SSS-level talent. In the sky, she soared in a parabolic arc. The goddess crashing heavily to the ground, her bones fractured in multiple places, blood staining her floral dress, her once cold face now filled with disbelief. The situation had spiraled out of control. Beep, beep, beep. Detected Qingmei's body severely injured. Domination value 1000. Detected Qingmei's spirit shattered. Domination value 3000. The system panel turned a vibrant red, the domination value skyrocketing. Yunhao grinned. Clearly, the greater the relationship, the higher the domination value. The crowd was instantly abuzz. The goddess they all admired had been effortlessly defeated by Yunhao. What power does he possess? Why do I feel a perverse thrill witnessing Lin's flight? Yet I clearly hold affection for her. Surrounding voices left Lin Qingyun in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I awakened before you. How could you possibly surpass me with your talent? Humans, at times, refuse to accept reality, especially someone as prideful as Lin Qingyun, who looked down on everyone around her. Yet, this waste in her eyes had decisively bested her. The goddess had fallen from grace. Yunhao chuckled softly, stepping forward to kneel beside Lin Qingyun, wiping the blood from her lips with his thumb. He then gazed at her with contempt. There are always those stronger than you. Remember this as your first lesson. Lin Qingyun's mind buzzed. The warmth from Yunhao's fingertips sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her feeling inexplicably cherished. Once, the emotions experienced were truly exquisite. He even had the willingness to confront himself, to wipe away his own bloodstains. Had he found a semblance of forgiveness? Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, without warning, a resounding slap struck her face. That porcelain-like visage, tender and delicate, instantly swelled grotesquely. 3 years prior, on the podium, you had struck me. Now, I return the favor. Yunhao displayed not a shred of compassion, only disdain. As for her myriad injuries, what concern were they of his? He chose to completely disregard this woman and turned to depart. He was eager to return to his cultivation, to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. With no time to indulge the two sisters in their games, Lin Qingyun watched in silence as Yunhao's figure receded, until he vanished, leaving her heart feeling half empty. All her pride had evaporated into thin air today. Sister, are you all right? Lin Ro rushed over, supporting her sister. Lin Qingyun's icy gaze fixed upon Lin Ro. What exactly did you do? Lin Ro trembled, the sweet girl now gripped by fear. I merely asked him to take the blame for my boyfriend. Slap. A fierce slap landed on Lin Ro's face as Lin Qingyun struggled to maintain her composure, her expression frosty. You think you have the right to let him take the blame? Lin Ro covered her face, a mix of resentment and fear in her eyes. Sister, I was wrong. Lin Qingyun's gaze turned to the kneeling Li Yunba, her voice cold. Report to the academy. Li Yunba incited a disturbance, and shall be expelled. Yes. The team members nodded in agreement. Li Yunba's complexion changed dramatically, his spirit wilting instantly. In the realm of martial arts, the significance of a school is self-evident. His life was effectively over. Nevertheless, no one paid him any heed as the enforcement team hurriedly assisted Lin Qingyun in leaving, while one individual remained behind to report. Today's events would be promptly communicated to the academy for their handling of Yunhao. Meanwhile, in Principal Li's office, the enforcement team swiftly conveyed this news. Upon hearing it, Principal Li found it hard to believe that Qingyun's prowess was well known. She was already at the peak of the first tier. Who could possibly defeat her so easily? Quick, pull up the surveillance footage. I want to see the entire process. As soon as Principal Li spoke, the other vice principals nodded in agreement. Soon, with the help of the school's security, the surveillance was retrieved, revealing every detail within the classroom. Principal Li's eyes fixed on the computer screen, repeatedly watching the moment Yunhao decisively defeated Lin Qingyun. From this perspective, it appeared that Yunhao and Qingyun were of equal tier. Yet how could he so effortlessly vanquish her? What was amiss? Generally speaking, Defeating someone of the same level is an arduous task, let alone executing such a commanding victory. The vice principals shared his contemplative gaze, deep in thought. Just then, Principal Li Chongqing's expression shifted, and he urgently commanded. Rewind to the moment he dealt with those enforcement team members. The school's security quickly complied, and the footage resumed. They witnessed the enforcement team directing threats at Yun Hao. In the next moment, Yun Hao suddenly appeared before them. Following that, the footage showed Yun Hao exuding an inexplicable pressure that left the enforcement team members paralyzed with fear that he was a burly figure, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of formidable authority. Upon entering the cafeteria, he surveyed the room with a piercing gaze. Who is Yun Hao? Step forward. You struck my son. And today I have come to discuss this matter with you, to educate you on proper conduct. His aggressive demeanor instantly terrified many students within the cafeteria, even in an era of advanced martial arts. Students still held a deep-seated fear of their parents, who wielded absolute authority that a parent like him, who was so intimidating, was akin to poking a hornet's nest. Faced with such arrogance, Yun Hao found his appetite vanishing. Were it not for his previous life's resilience, the original owner would have been utterly frightened by now. Principal Li could no longer stand idly by and immediately rose to intervene. However, in the next moment, he felt a gust of wind rush by him. Suddenly, Yun Hao appeared before Li Yunba's father, activating his three-headed, six-armed divine form. In an instant, he bore the weight of ancient deities, radiating an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain. Bearing down upon the opponent, their eyes locked, the three-headed, six-armed deity stared at Li Yunba's father as if an ancient god gazed upon a mere mortal. The latter, after a fleeting glance, was struck with terror. What the hell? Though this was a world of martial prowess, he had never encountered something so horrifying that he collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of fear. Meanwhile, Principal Li, standing behind Yun Hao, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing it live was far clearer than through a screen. He distinctly saw an ethereal three-headed, six-armed deity looming behind Yun Hao. The apparition had manifested once again. Principal Li trembled, having witnessed the deity's overwhelming majesty. Even he could no longer maintain his composure, his anticipation for Yun Hao's testing reaching a fever pitch. Tomorrow, thankfully, tomorrow he would have answers. Come on, keep calling. The three-headed, six-armed deity sneered at Li Yunba's father. You dare not, do you? The father trembled in fear. Then how did you dare before? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Hao's expression twisted in fury as he seized the man's neck and slammed him to the ground. Instantly, the tile shattered, and the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air, blood splattering everywhere. Gripping his father's collar, Yun Hao roared, "Come on!" As she spoke, Lin Qingyun on the screen abruptly vanished. Li Zhaoji's excitement surged. All members of Team 4. Follow me. Should he surpass C-level talent, extend an immediate invitation. The meeting for the school enforcement team faltered with the departure of two captains, leading to an inevitable halt. The gaze of nearly everyone converged upon the talent testing ground. By Xiaguang, possessing D-level drilling talent, qualified. Pan Zhengyang, with D-level talisman talent, also qualified. The announcements from the Special Operations Department echoed incessantly across the playground. At last, Yun Hao arrived, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as he positioned himself at the end of the queue. Is that Yun Hao? It seems so, esteemed principal. What are you waiting for? Invite him up. But doesn't he need to wait in line? Line? For what? Have you ever seen a genius waiting in line? From now on, Yun Hao need not queue. I will grant him priority. Understood. I shall arrange it immediately. Soon, several teachers ushered Yun Hao directly to the podium. The sight of Yun Hao receiving special treatment and cutting in line incited discontent among the crowd. What gives him the right to skip ahead? Indeed, we have been waiting all morning, and he arrives only to be tested immediately. I refuse to accept this. I must see just how exceptional his talent truly is to warrant such privilege. If his talent is subpar, then he will be the one to face humiliation. All eyes were fixed upon Yun Hao's performance. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Special Operations Department regarded him with nods. You are the one favored by Principal Li? Please proceed with the test. I am eager to see the extent of your talent that has secured you such a privilege. Principal Li gazed at Yun Hao with palpable excitement. Why have you arrived so late? What kept you? Yun Hao replied. I apologize. I was caught in traffic. No matter. Just place your hand upon it. Principal Lee encouraged warmly. Yunhao regarded the talent testing stone before him, a flicker of calm in his gaze as he extended his slender, well-defined fingers upon it. In an instant, numbers began to appear on the jade stone, ascending rapidly. F level, the level, D level. The speed of ascent surpassed everyone's wildest imagination. Lin Qingyun and her sister Lin Ro were present, their eyes fixed on the numbers on the jade, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The rate of ascent was astonishing. It had already reached D level. No, I refuse to believe Yunhao can break through C level. Sister, it's already D level, Lin Ro uttered, her legs nearly buckling beneath her. Regret washed over her. Had she only befriended Yunhao back then, or had she chosen Yunhao instead of Li Yunba, their futures could have been so bright. Alas, it was a pity. They were classmates, and she could have easily seized the opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun's focus remained fixated on the jade stone, the numbers soaring like a fevered heartbeat. B level, A level, S level. When the S level appeared, the jade radiated a brilliant light. The figures continued to fluctuate. SS level. The jade erupted in a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire playground. It seemed to writhe with energy. Even the officials from the Special Operations Department appeared unable to contain it, their expressions filled with astonishment. How is there still fluctuation? Could the value still be rising? SSS level. Suddenly, a vision emerged within the jade. In the image, an ancient deity traversed through endless darkness, surveying all that existed. His stature towered as if he could rival the heavens, his chest adorned with flowing runes, each imbued with formidable energy. In that world, chaos had yet to unfold, and the primordial essence remained unseen. Suddenly, the ancient deity seemed to sense something. Turning to gaze back, an overwhelming ancient aura burst forth from the jade, and a terrifying energy rapidly expanded outward in waves. The once clear sky darkened in an instant. The clouds torn asunder, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. That transcendent power seemed capable of rending the very planet apart. In the next moment, the jade, serving as the connecting link, could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into countless fragments before reverting to its original form. Within Yunhao's mind, an ancient voice resonated. My successor, have you finally arrived? 10,000 years, a billion years. We have awaited too long. The voice echoed in Yunhao's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned as he lifted his gaze toward the gradually clearing sky. What was that? The original owner of the ancestral god's body. As Yunhao regained his composure, he realized the surrounding area had fallen into profound silence. Those who had initially resented Yunhao for testing early now stood frozen in disbelief, rendered speechless. He was actually SSS level talent. Could it be that he was the one who prompted the early testing? Were they all basking in his glory? What right did they have to accuse him of cutting in line? To witness SSS level talent even once was sufficient to boast for a lifetime. The cacophony of voices buzzed around Lin Ro, her eyes filled with the depths of regret. In that moment, a torrent of emotion surged within her. She began to loathe herself. Why? Oh, why had she not treated Yunhao better? Faced with Yunhao, she had chosen the likes of Li Yunba, a mere wastrel. Lin Qingyun's emotions were even more tumultuous than her sister's. The once proud and composed expression faded entirely. Regret was etched upon her delicate features, for it was Yunhao who had once pursued her, even composing a love letter. Had she merely beckoned him, he would have been within arm's reach, and now, upon witnessing his radiant and striking silhouette, she could only gaze at his retreating form. However, Lin Ro, emboldened by determination, pressed forward. The sweet school belle bit her lip resolutely, her eyes gleaming with fervor, before swiftly pushing through the crowd toward the podium. Yunhao, she called out, lifting her fair, delicate face toward him, her gaze unwavering. Her shout drew the attention of many. Curiosity piqued. Wasn't he this Lin Ro? The school belle, the ethereal figure in many boys' hearts. What was she doing approaching him? Yunhao turned, casting her a glance. Speak. Lin Ro clenched her fists, defiantly raising her head, her complexion pale. I apologize for everything I've done before. I have ended things with Li Yunba. May I once again call you Yungu, as I did in our childhood? The words Yungu seemed to awaken all her childhood memories as she uttered them. Lin Ro's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, brimming with shame. Yet, such vulnerability only heightened her charm, stirring the protective instincts of many boys present. If only the sweet school belle could treat them with such warmth. Yet, standing upon the podium, under the scrutiny of the masses, Yunhao merely regarded her with indifference, replying coldly, A broken shoe is not worthy. Detected Lin Ro has suffered a 1,000-fold blow. Humiliation value 2,000. Chapter 9. Stepping on Green Plums. A heart filled with vengeance. Broken shoe. Yun Ge had the audacity to insult her as a broken shoe, and with such callousness, she had hoped to rekindle Yun Hao's affections, to sway his feelings back toward her. The overwhelming disparity crushed Lin Ro, draining the color from her face. That moment, a multitude of whispers surrounded her. How can they call Lin Ro a broken shoe? She is so beautiful, don't you know? She has been entangled with that Li Yunba. She is already a broken shoe. That worthless Li Yunba. TSK. How could the esteemed schoolbelle choose such a wretch? No wonder they call her a broken shoe. Countless disparaging glances fell upon her, some filled with disdain, others with disgust. These gazes threatened to engulf her entirely. Lin Ro stood paralyzed, overwhelmed by the weight of their scrutiny. Once so proud, she now felt the depths of her anguish. Yet, Yun Hao did not spare her another glance to him. Even a fleeting glance would be a waste of his existence. Yun Hao, must you be so cruel? A voice, laced with bitterness, emerged from the crowd. Lin Qingyun stepped forward, fists clenched, her body trembling slightly. Yun Hao raised an eyebrow. Am I cruel? We grew up together. Even if she is erred, you should not humiliate her with such words. Lin Qingyun retorted through gritted teeth. You have tarnished her reputation. How will she live on? Yun Hao grinned, nodding in agreement. So, you do understand cruelty to this. Yun Hao paused, his tone shifting. Did you ever consider my feelings when you humiliated me on the podium 3 years ago? The same time, the same place, just as 3 years prior. Nothing had changed. Only this time, the protagonist was Yun Hao, and the one facing judgment was Lin Qingyun. The events of 3 years ago were now reversed. Lin Qingyun seethed, retorting, the strong remain strong. Why should we consider the feelings of the weak? If the strong remain strong, then why should I consider your feelings? Yun Hao sneered. With that, he surged toward Lin Qingyun. His terrifying speed filling her eyes with dread. A furious shout rang out. Stop! Yun Hao, grinning maliciously, paid no heed, pressing on with relentless force. Who dared to obstruct his will? The tender plum, once vibrant, now lay ravaged. Accruing a devastation score of 2100, Lin Qingyun was struck forcefully in the abdomen, her icy demeanor reminiscent of a parabolic arc. Soaring into the heavens, an excruciating pain enveloped her, rendering her mind nearly blank. In midair, she shed tears of regret, then plummeted to the ground, rolling several times. From her luscious lips escaped faint, inaudible moans. The overwhelming agony caused her body to curl up, akin to a shrimp. The oppressive sensation compelled her to cough up blood. Yet the tears flowed unabated, cascading like tiny pearls. In that moment, all her pride dissipated. He appeared stronger than the day before, and not just marginally. He had likely transcended to the second tier, after years of arduous cultivation. Striving for a higher status, nearly sacrificing rest. Yet, how could he, who awakened later than I, surpass me? How dare he? Yun Hao's ruthless actions plunged her into utter despair, extinguishing any hope for reconciliation. A torrent of disappointment, jealousy, and regret surged within her, the pain of which paled in comparison to the turmoil within her heart. She collapsed onto the ground, defiantly gazing at Yun Hao, her eyes brimming with resentment. A strikingly handsome young figure approached her, looking down upon her from a position of superiority, then slowly lifted his foot to rest upon her exquisite visage. In that instant, the devastation score soared, escalating faster than ever before. Ding! Detection of the plum's humiliation. Devastation score 999. Ding! Detection of the plum's shattered resolve. Devastation score 999. The incessant notifications rang out, illuminating Yun Hao's expression with intrigue. Oh, this was the true unlocking mechanism of the devastation score system. What constituted true humiliation? This was it, and Yun Hao's confidence surged. He lowered his gaze. Do you wish to know how? The pressure intensified, causing Lin Qingyun considerable anguish, yet the sheer humiliation ignited a fierce rebellion within her. However, despite exerting all her might to escape, she discovered that the shoe upon her face was immovable. Despair consumed her entirely, an overwhelming sense of shame flooding her heart, as 2 streams of tears fell. As everyone looked on, the illustrious Lin Qingyun, the top among the 10 school beauties and captain of the enforcement team, found herself beneath Yunhao's foot at long last. Yunhao spoke. Allow me to enlighten you on how. Yunhao grinned, meeting her ashen gaze with unwavering resolve, uttering the most despairing words. Because we have never belonged to the same world, yet you have foolishly compared us. Detection. Scanning. As the devastation score climbed, Lin Xingyun felt a profound blow to her spirit. Yunhao, in that moment, resembled a tranquil monarch, articulating the simplest of truths. Perhaps this was the closest she would ever be to him. Thereafter, they would be like two distant realms. Forever devoid of intersection. Yunhao, even if you awaken an SSS-level talent, must you so degrade others? A teacher stepped forth from the podium. Yunhao cast a sidelong glance at him. Weren't you the one who told me to cease earlier? The teacher scoffed. Indeed, a student as unruly as you requires proper guidance from the institution. Yunhao smiled dismissively. I offer you this respect, as you are a teacher. Without that respect, what are you to dare obstruct my actions? The teacher bellowed in anger. Arrogant. Yunhao turned to Principal Li. Principal, I wish to withdraw from school. Principal Li roared, striking the teacher across the face. Begone, you are expelled. The teacher, his gathered spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Stood perplexed. Why? Principal Li snorted. Investigate thoroughly what the two sisters have done to Yunhao over the years. Uncover the truth, and then leave this institution. The teacher stood stunned, his countenance falling. Without this position, where could he seek refuge? However, Principal Li ignored him, turning to Yunhao with a smile. I understand you. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. You grasp the circumstances entirely? Principal Li nodded. Of course. A flicker of emotion crossed Yunhao's face as he nodded. Thank you, old man. Principal Li chuckled, promptly escorting Yunhao to a high-ranking official of the special administration. This is our esteemed Lord Lu from Tiannan City. Yunhao nodded at him. No need to stand. Please sit.as. Lord Lu took his seat. His expression turned one of astonishment. Chapter 10. A counter question to Lord Lu, turning the heavens upside down. Principal Li hurriedly interjected. Yunhao is merely jesting. Yunhao fixed his gaze on Lord Lu. I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully. Can you discern what my talent is? Or has there ever been a similar talent in history? Lord Lu was momentarily taken aback, then replied. It should pertain to the divine, yet such a talent has never been recorded in the Great Xia. Yunhao nodded. Good. I have no further inquiries. You may leave, Lord Lu. Clearing his throat, he remarked. Young man, you are quite spirited. I have something to discuss with you. Would you be interested in participating in the City League? It is a gathering of the finest prodigies from various universities in the city, competing against each other. Yunhao shot him a look. Having lived in Tiannan City for so many years, I am well aware of the annual City League. The city's top talents convene there. I have long been prepared for this. I understand. No need for explanation. I will participate. Yunhao replied nonchalantly. Lord Lu, slightly embarrassed, chuckled heartily. Very well. I look forward to your performance. Moreover, we must return promptly to report this matter. It is of utmost importance. Yunhao nodded, and the officials of the special administration vanished. Principal Li smiled at Yunhao. Good lad. You truly bring me pride. As he spoke, he produced a token. This token is the key to unlocking the secret realm behind the academy. Only the most exceptional talents may possess it. You may wish to train there. Good. Yunhao nodded, accepting it directly. Remember to handle the aftermath for me. Principal Li assured him. Rest assured, all medical expenses will be covered by the academy. In the realm of martial prowess, life is ruthlessly competitive. The strong defeat the weak, a spirit of rivalry the academy champions. Without such a spirit, humanity would have long been devoured by the beasts. Yunhao nodded, patting the principal's shoulder. Keep up the good work. Upon leaving the podium, Yunhao intended to return to his class. However, as he reached the foot of the teaching building, he was intercepted by a group. Observing their enforcement uniforms, his gaze narrowed slightly. What is it? Li Zhaoji, captain of the 4th Enforcement Team, stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands. Brother, you are truly formidable. We have long been displeased with Lin Xingyun's usual arrogance. Your intervention was a great relief. And, Yunhao smiled. Li Zhaoji pounded his chest. I am Li Zhaoji, captain of the 4th Enforcement Team, sincerely inviting you to join us. Please grant us an opportunity. Li Zhaoji felt somewhat embarrassed, nearly bowing to recruit Yunhao. This respectful demeanor pleased Yunhao greatly. Of course, The primary reason was that joining the enforcement team would allow him to engage with more prodigies, to triumph over them. Otherwise, from where would his devastation score arise? The immediate goal, undoubtedly, was to enhance his cultivation, his foremost priority. Very well, I accept your invitation. Yunhao smiled. Li Zhaoji was taken aback. He had expected Yunhao to be a strong-willed individual, difficult to approach, yet he had readily acquiesced. This brought Li Zhaoji joy, and he promptly stated, "Rest assured, joining our 4th enforcement team is an astute choice." Yunhao chuckled, indifferent to whether it was wise. He merely desired to engage in combat. "When can you take me to the enforcement team hall?" Yunhao inquired. Li Zhaoji beamed. "I will register your identity now. You can enter the enforcement team hall by tomorrow. However, I must interject. Yun, what do you intend to do in the enforcement team hall? It's merely a place for receiving and submitting tasks." Yunhao nodded. "Is it crowded?" Li Zhaoji affirmed. "Very much so." "Then that's satisfactory." Yunhao's smile broadened. He wondered if Li Zhaoji would regret recruiting him into the 4th team. After bidding farewell to Li Zhaoji, Yunhao returned to his class. The fallen king lay to either side of the podium, and Yunhao's seat was exactly between them, a placement arranged by the former class leader, Lin Ro. Now, it seemed this position bore ill fortune. Yunhao immediately addressed the teaching instructor. "Could I be moved to the back row?" The instructor, now displaying a tone of respect, replied, "Certainly. Feel free to change your seat." Yunhao selected a spot at the back, leaning against the wall, then slightly closed his eyes. The system panel opened directly. Master, Yunhao, Personal Realm, 2nd tier, 1st level, Talent, SSS level Ancestral God Body, Talent Ability, 3 heads and 6 arms, remaining abilities to be unlocked. As for the devastation score, the value had ascended to 8209. This bounty was indeed substantial, all owing to his triumph over the plum, leading to such a high reward. Just right for enhancing his abilities and leveling up, Yunhao declared. "All in, enhance my abilities." Ding! The enhancement of divine abilities begins. You have consumed 2,000 ruin points to plant a lotus in the pond. After a period of nurturing, it has sprouted a head and a pair of lotus arms. You have consumed 2,000 ruin points to accelerate the growth of the lotus, which has now developed 2 heads and 4 arms. You are profoundly astonished by the lotus sprouting heads and arms, prompting you to delve deeper into the matter. You discover a profound connection to the principles of the Tao, filling you with ecstatic joy. After a night of contemplation, you consume 2,000 ruin points and successfully break through to the 2nd stage. 2nd level. Continuing your contemplation, you break through to the 2nd stage, 3rd level. You have consumed 1,000 ruin points, and the lotus finally develops 3 heads. Your curiosity intensifies, leading you to fervently study it. Successfully breaking through to the 2nd stage, 4th level. Congratulations on breaking through to the 2nd stage, 5th level. After consuming 1,000 ruin points, through your diligent care, the lotus grows 3 heads and 6 arms. Mastering the divine ability of 3 heads and 6 arms across 3 major stages. As the system's notification sound fades, Yunhao can distinctly feel the transformation within his body. Waves of surging spiritual energy accumulate within him, instilling a sense of security that he has reached the 2nd stage, 5th level, having elevated 5 minor realms and perfected the divine ability of 3 heads and 6 arms. Yunhao now believes that once he manifests his divine abilities, the deterrent effect and control he wields will be even more formidable. Those 8,000 ruin points were indeed well spent. However, with their depletion, only 200 remain. He must seek out more to grind. 200? What can such a paltry sum accomplish? Remaining 200 ruin points can be used to draw from a fortune bag, with a chance to obtain SSS grade items that you wish to draw. Draw? Congratulations, you have drawn an SSS grade talisman, the Obedience Talisman. Obedience Talisman. You can issue any command to your enemy, even ordering them to eat feces, and they will comply unconditionally for 5 minutes. Excellent. This seems promising. I shall test it tomorrow. Ding ding ding. As the class dismissal bell rings, the students scatter like startled deer, quickly vanishing without a trace. Yunhao also makes his way home to rest well for the battles. Rather, the friendships, awaiting him tomorrow. The night passes swiftly, and by the following morning, Li Zhaoji arrives to escort Yunhao to the law enforcement team's hall. I processed your admission paperwork overnight. We can enter today. Li Zhaoji leads the way, displaying no airs of a captain, but rather great respect. Yun Hao smiles. Not bad. Xiaoji, you've worked hard. Li Xiaoji beams. It's nothing, really. Meanwhile, other members of the 4th Law Enforcement Team stare in astonishment at the scene. When did their captain become so obsequious before a team member? It's worth noting that Li Xiaoji is a genius amongst geniuses, a prominent figure from Tian'an No. 1 High School. Even the surrounding team members coming to receive assignments are equally bewildered. Who is this person accompanying Li Xiaoji? They heard he is merely a member of their 4th team. Why does it seem like the subordinate is the leader? TSK, who is this? A mere team member with such a presence. Do not let others hear you call him that. Just refer to him as Yun Ge. Yun Ge? Is that the Yun Hao who awakened an SSS grade talent yesterday? Indeed, in an instant, numerous gazes within the law enforcement team's hall fixate upon Yun Hao. Following this, a wave of respect arises, all voices echoing in unison. Greetings, Yun Ge. Greetings, Yun Ge. Their movements are precise, their postures uniform. As if a high-ranking official has come to inspect them. After all, an SSS-grade talent commands universal admiration. However, Yun Hao feels somewhat speechless. They are all so compliant, like obedient children, making it difficult for him to act. Yet if he doesn't act, how will he accumulate ruin points? Frustrated yet amused, Yun Hao remarks, "Am I really this popular?" Li Xiaoji chuckles. Strong individuals are welcomed everywhere. Yun Hao attempts to discern any unusual expressions among the team members. Sure enough, he spots a few. While most show goodwill, a group of about 10 wear icy expressions, glaring at Yun Hao as if wishing to end his life. As their eyes meet, the group strides directly towards Yun Hao. The leader among them is Han Shantong, the vice captain of the 2nd Law Enforcement Team. He steps forward, his voice cold. This is the domain of the law enforcement team. Get lost. Chapter 11. Words manifest law. Team members collapse. Li Xiaoji snorts coldly. Yun Hao is already a member of my 4th team. You have no right to speak. Han Shantong grits his teeth. Yun Hao, Qing Yun has been defeated by you. Her heart shattered, her realm plummeting. She is still unconscious in the hospital. You should go apologize to her. Only an apology might reignite her martial spirit. Yun Hao replies nonchalantly. Her decline has nothing to do with me. You heartless person, if you don't go today, I'll have the 2nd Law Enforcement Team carry you there. Han Shantong roars, the 10 or so team members equally frigid. Let us see who dares to move. Li Xiaoji shouts angrily. The 4th and 2nd teams at loggerheads. Li Xiaoji turns to Yun Hao, smirking coldly. Yun, with me here, no one can touch you. Yun Hao replies calmly. No need, I can handle this myself. Han Shantong bellows. Handle it yourself? I see you'll be fighting for your life today. The brothers of the 2nd team, with Captain Lin injured and unconscious, will stop at nothing to capture the culprit before them, forcing him to kneel at Lin's bedside. In that moment, their momentum surges. Any harsh words are unleashed. Yun Hao scoffs. Han Shantong channels his spiritual energy into a blade, suddenly leaping forward, aiming directly at Yun Hao's neck. He yells, "Die!" Yun Hao, smiling slightly, produces a glowing talisman from his hand, igniting it and calmly stating, "Kneel." In that instant, it seemed as if the laws of the universe shifted. All laws began to bend to the service of those words. Han Shantong's rage and spiritual energy abruptly ceased, and he plummeted from midair, crashing to the ground on both knees, unable to resist. His face is filled with disbelief as he looks up to see Yun Hao with a half-smile. How is this possible? Not only Han Shantong, but even the 10 or so team members behind him find themselves kneeling before Yun Hao, forming a line in submission. Detected that you have compelled a group of geniuses to kneel before you. Ruin points 888. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded within the law enforcement hall. What is this? A new form of begging for mercy. Incredible, first insulting him, then surrendering. Captain Han truly has a knack for this. Han Shantong's face flushed red, reaching his ears as he impotently roars. Yun Hao, what have you done? Yun Hao grins, casually remarking. Spin in place and call yourself a fool. The laws of the universe shift once more. The talisman's 5-minute effect still active. Just as Han Shantong attempts to insult him, the words escape his mouth. I am a fool. Fool. Han Shantong is utterly humiliated, desperately covering his mouth, yet unable to contain himself. Yun Hao. What exactly did I am a fool? I am a fool. I am a fool. I am. But he quickly covers his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment as he glares at Yun Hao, knowing that any slight movement of his lips will involuntarily utter those 4 words. Detected that Han Shantong has been humiliated. Ruin points 300 not bad. While the effect lasts, let us accumulate more. Did he think closing his mouth would spare him? P.S. using an SSS-grade talisman. He better give me all the points. With a thought, Yun Hao silently chants that I in the next moment, Han Shantong moves again. Filled with terror, he realizes he can't control himself, taking a step forward, crawling like an abject sycophant to Yun Hao's feet. With a fervent expression, he suddenly bows his head, his voice bashful yet resolute, reminiscent of an awkward youth. Lord Yun, please don't accept my knee. Detected that Han Shantong has suffered immense humiliation. Ruin points 500, not bad. 1 obedience talisman has netted me 1,700 ruin points. It's paid off. Meanwhile, the members of the law enforcement team are utterly dumbfounded. Incredible. How on earth did this happen? Even Li Xiaoji and the others are left speechless. Han Shantong finally senses the effect waning. He abruptly stands up yet feels utterly drained, opting instead to feign death. Yun Hao pays him no mind and turns to the remaining team members. Their faces bear expressions of fear, awaiting Yun Hao's next words. You so-called geniuses are truly pathetic. Yun Hao shakes his head. To my knowledge, the law enforcement team has a rule. If you defeat the captain, you can take their place, correct? Correct, Li Xiaoji affirms. Yun Hao smiles. Then from today onward, I shall assume the position of captain of the 2nd law enforcement team. Does anyone object? He scans the room. No one dares to voice dissent. Satisfied, Yun Hao nods. Since there are no objections, it's settled. Being a captain has its advantages. At least there are many cultivation resources available, and it signifies status. Status is quite important. Once obtained, others won't dare to provoke you easily. As for those rebellious team members, Yun Hao pondered for a moment before commanding. You rebellious rascals, daring to go against your captain. Effective immediately, you are all dismissed from the enforcement team and will no longer enjoy any of its privileges. That a captain only needs a title. The presence of subordinates is inconsequential and merely a hindrance. The members of the 2nd team stood dumbfounded. What the hell? No sense of martial ethics. You just became captain, and already you're accusing us of rebellion. If you had mentioned your captaincy earlier, we wouldn't have dared to lift a finger. And now, look at this, straight to dismissal. Most onlookers couldn't help but admire the thunderous decisiveness of his methods. Truly, a ruthless hand. Li Xiaoji, however, felt a mix of despair and helplessness, for he had just welcomed Yun Hao into the 4th team, only to witness him transform into the captain of the 2nd team. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Someone like Yun Hao was beyond his control, and now they were at least equals. Congratulations, Captain Yun, Li Xiaoji grinned. Yun Hao smiled back, gesturing. You're not upset, are you? Li Xiaoji's heart raced, his hair standing on end as he shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Yun Hao nodded, satisfied. He feared a grudge might be harbored, leading to future troubles. He shifted his gaze. Li Xiaoji's back was already drenched with sweat. He genuinely feared embarrassment. He quickly took the initiative to lead Yun Hao to the enforcement team's front desk. Brother Yun, you just need to handle the captaincy transfer here. Thank you, Yun Hao replied. Instantly, Li Xiaoji became even more enthusiastic, while the female students at the front desk dared not refuse Yun Hao's wishes. Swiftly assisting him, Senior Yun, we have already replaced Lin Xingyun's name. You are now the captain of the 2nd team. The delicate-looking female student averted her gaze from Yun Hao's striking features, for he was too handsome. After undergoing 100 rounds of skin rejuvenation, his complexion was softer than a baby's, his gallant appearance making the girls feel self-conscious. All right, thank you, Yun Hao said. The female student clenched her delicate fists, her eyes sparkling like water, as if she were on the verge of being enchanted by Yun Hao. However, just as Yun Hao was about to leave with his captain's badge, a figure rushed in from outside. It was Zhang Mingyao, the personal secretary of the enforcement team's chief, Yu Linger. Zhang Mingyao looked extremely anxious as she fixed her gaze on Yun Hao and exclaimed, "Everyone, please do not leave for the time being." Upon her words, everyone recognized her. It was the chief's secretary, Zhang Mingyao, the campus beauty. What was she doing here? Did she sense something unusual happening in the hall? But wasn't the chief in the secret realm behind the academy seeking a breakthrough? Why would she care about matters outside? As everyone pondered in curiosity, Zhang Mingyao clenched her fists and mustered her courage to look directly into Yunhao's eyes. Their gazes locked. Zhang Mingyao's innocent face flushed crimson. She had witnessed Yunhao awaken his SSS-level talent the previous day, viewing him as a celestial being, filled with admiration. This eye contact made her exceedingly bashful. However, as the chief had sent her to deliver a message, she had no choice but to speak up, summoning her courage to say, "Yunhao, the chief has a message for you." Chapter 12. Defeating Yulinga. Yunhao glanced at her and replied nonchalantly. "Speak." Even when he was just an ordinary student, Yunhao had heard of the renowned chief of the enforcement team. She was incredibly formidable, having brought numerous honors to the academy, even among all the colleges in Tiannan City. She was a top-tier figure. She was genuinely a person of great influence at the school. It was said that the entire enforcement team revered her and no one dared to oppose her will. A rebellious genius willingly submitting to another could only be due to formidable strength. So handsome. A casual remark sent a tremor through Zhang Mingyao's heart, yet she mustered her courage to shout. "The chief has decreed that your temperament is too fierce, making you unsuitable for the position of captain. The role of captain of the second team is to be returned to Lin Qingyun. She wants you to temporarily follow Captain Li." Her words abruptly halted, and Zhang Mingyao clutched her clothing nervously. Yunhao scoffed. "To do what?" Zhang Mingyao replied timidly. "To start from the grassroots level, patrolling the various districts of the school. Additionally, you are to accompany Li Zhaoji to the hospital to apologize to Captain Lin." Yunhao took a deep breath and grinned. "So, she is targeting me." Zhang Mingyao fell silent, not offering a reply. "All right, let's get to work. Where is your chief? Take me to see her," Yunhao said with a smile. How dare they make him run errands? Did they think he would meekly accept such treatment? Finally reaching this level, making him run errands must surely be a sign that the underworld was plotting against her. He could hardly tolerate it, not for a single second if they wished to show off. "Let them soar." Li Zhaoji hurriedly approached Yunhao, whispering, "I forgot to mention, Lin Qingyun and the chief are close friends. Naturally, she wouldn't be pleased with you injuring Lin Qingyun. So they are sisters." Yunhao chuckled. Li Zhaoji noticed Yunhao's smile and couldn't help but comment, "Brother Yun, since they are sisters, we must ensure they are together. How can we let Lin Qingyun be alone in the hospital?" Yunhao smiled. Li Zhaoji was taken aback. The other team members gasped in shock. How arrogant. They acknowledged that Brother Yun was strong, but the chief was even stronger, ignoring the gazes of those around him. Yunhao turned to Li Zhaoji and said, "Go find a stretcher." Moments later, Yunhao followed Zhang Mingyao to the back mountain, while Li Zhaoji led the members of the fourth team, hastily carrying the stretcher behind them. Many were left dumbfounded. Were they really bringing a stretcher for the chief? Soon, they arrived at the back mountain. Zhang Mingyao looked at the barrier before them and said, "Without a token, we cannot enter. We can only wait for the chief to come out." "Wait?" Yunhao produced a token, activated his spiritual energy, and walked straight in. Zhang Mingyao and Li Zhaoji watched in astonishment as Yunhao entered. He had a key too. Once inside the barrier, Yunhao sensed the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, as expected of the academy's secret realm. The concentration of spiritual energy was nearly tangible. Such excellent cultivation resources must be thoroughly absorbed. Yunhao immediately activated his 3 heads and 6 arms technique, with 3 heads and 6 arms frantically absorbing the energy. Every pore was inhaling vigorously. In this state, Yunhao was too lazy to search for the chief's presence. He directly activated his SSS-level talent, the Ancestral God Body. This body had an enhancement that doubled his strength, and correspondingly, his perception also doubled. To find someone. This was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. But Yunhao clearly preferred swift resolutions. He never liked to drag things out. With his perception doubled, Yunhao distinctly sensed signs of a battle ahead, along with powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Found you," he grinned wickedly. He sped forward and soon arrived near the battlefield. There, a female student was engaged in combat with the beast. She wore a white dress, her long, inky hair billowing with the tumult of battle. Her exquisite face captivating to behold. Her long legs and tranquil eyes emanated an effortless confidence, as if she had everything under control. What a pretentious gaze. This was a beauty of even higher caliber than Lin Qingyun, who looked down upon the so-called campus beauty rankings. For someone of her caliber, being on such a list was an affront. Unbeknownst to her, Yulinger was completely focused on the fight, a hint of frustration crossing her features as the previously abundant spiritual energy seemed to dwindle, hindering her ability to recover quickly in battle. She had no idea that a vacuum cleaner was sucking in the energy behind her. Although it affected her performance slightly, Yulinger remained hopeful. The beast before her was clearly on the verge of death. If she could slay it, the secret realm would reward her with an even greater influx of spiritual energy, helping her break through the bottleneck she had long been unable to surpass. This moment was what she had eagerly anticipated. The beast was a second-turn monster, equivalent to a human of the second tier, but typically, monsters of the same tier surpassed humans in strength due to their robust physiques. Moreover, true monsters possess intelligence and the ability to speak. This one, however, was likely a mere simulation created by the secret realm. As the movements of the beast slowed, a look of determination appeared on her delicate face. She began to gather her ultimate move, preparing to expend all her spiritual energy to slay it. But just as she was about to unleash her attack, a swift and fierce strike from behind her hurtled toward the injured beast. The terrifying blow made Yulinger's expression shift dramatically. In an instant, the beast let out a pained wail, unable to muster any resistance as its sturdy body was cleaved in two. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, a voice echoed within the secret realm. Congratulations to Yuanhao from Class 34 for slaying a second-tier monster. Rewards are now being distributed. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from the secret realm, violently flooding into Yuanhao's body. Originally at the second tier, 5th level, he now felt a faint indication of breaking through to the 6th level. Boom! Empowered by the spiritual energy, Yuanhao effortlessly broke through to the 6th level, his physical strength increasing further. You? Who are you? Yulinger stared incredulously at the monster she had fought so hard to subdue, now stolen away by someone else's opportunistic strike, her fury boiling over. Her previously delicate face turned as cold as ice. How could her golden opportunity for a breakthrough be snatched away and rewarded to another? In the realm of second-tier triad, she had remained in this state for a full 6 months. At long last, an opportunity for a breakthrough had presented itself, only to be snatched away by another. Her feelings at this moment were beyond words. Did you not hear the announcement from the secret realm? Yuanhao remarked with a charming smile, his expression one of indifference. No need to thank me. Assisting a fellow student is my duty. Yuanhao, you are indeed Yuanhao. Yulinger gritted her teeth, her anger approaching the brink of madness. Chapter 13. The Divine Technique of Added Skills. The Samadhi True Fire. Yuanhao nodded. It is I. Yulinger, her teeth clenched, despite her desire to strike Yuanhao down, could only maintain the composure befitting her position as the captain. Taking a deep breath, she stated, since you have slain the demon beast, consider it a reward from your captain. Not a reward? What arrogance! How proud one must be to utter such words. You are no princess to bestow rewards. However, seeing her insist on saving face piqued Yuanhao's interest. He wondered how long she could maintain the facade. Then I thank the captain, he replied nonchalantly. Yulinger, evidently oblivious to Yuanhao's unusual demeanor, felt her heart bleed, yet could only suffer in silence, forcing herself to remain calm. How did you enter? She inquired. Yuanhao produced a token. Here, Yulinger, astonished, asked, the school provided you with a token as well? She continued, very well. You are new here and unfamiliar with this secret realm. Henceforth, you shall follow me, and I will guide you to level up swiftly within this realm. Wonderful. Yuanhao chuckled to himself, finding amusement in her pretense. He wondered how long she would keep it up. However, Yulinger shifted her tone and looked at Yuanhao. There is something I wish for you to understand. Did Ming Yao convey my message to you? Yuanhao grinned. Yes, she did. That if she hadn't, would I be here? Regrettably, the proud goddess before him remained unaware of the impending events. That why Yulinger nodded slightly, her tone stern. Now that you have joined my enforcement team, regardless of your previous arrogance, you must conduct yourself with propriety within the team. Lin Xingyun is like a sister to me, yet you severely injured her yesterday, which is wholly unacceptable. The enforcement team will not permit such behavior. You are to visit the hospital immediately, apologize to Qingyun, and then return to see me. Yuanhao chuckled, his expression irreverent. Apologies, but that is not something I can do. Why? Yulinger's brows furrowed, her delicate face displaying surprise. Why not? What are you to dictate my actions? Yuanhao replied with a cold smirk. Why? Yulinger could hardly believe her ears. Impudent. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? I can give you another chance to articulate your thoughts. In the enforcement team, she was revered. Not a single member dared to defy her. Her words held the weight of authority, and all rules were expected to align with her wishes. Yet, this newcomer, having joined the team for less than half a day, dared to speak to her in such a manner, driving Yulinger to the edge of fury. Sensing the young woman before her about to erupt, Yunhao smiled faintly. "Captain, may I propose something?" "Speak." Yulinger glared, clearly displeased. "Make me fly." The command echoed in her ears, causing her countenance to shift dramatically. In the next instant, the beautiful maiden was sent soaring through the as she ascended. She grew increasingly distant from the ground, until gravity reclaimed her, and she crashed heavily onto the earth. That a sharp pain coursed through her body. Yulinger could no longer maintain her composure. The earlier facade of authority crumbled under the humiliation. The rage from having her opportunities snatched away surged forth. All her grace disintegrated. She glared at Yunhao, her fair face flushed with rage. "You will pay for this insubordination. True sun, true fire." This was her A-grade fire talent, a unique martial skill. Typically, only S-grade talents possess innate martial skills. Yet Yulinger wielded an exotic technique even at A-grade, which was her true asset in Tiannan City. Once the true sun, true fire was unleashed, her enemies would generally flee in terror. As she cultivated the flames, they blazed fiercely in her abdomen, her cheeks puffing outward, just as she was about to unleash the long simmering fire. Yunhao reacted swiftly. In an instant, he clamped a pale hand over her mouth, silencing her. "Hold it back." Yulinger widened her eyes, her face reddening from the exertion, desperately struggling. This flame was her strongest move, intended to annihilate Yunhao, yet he had thwarted her with a simple gesture. Such a lack of martial ethics. Yulinger was on the brink of madness, the terrifying heat of the flames unable to escape, causing her body to heat up further, her fair skin turning crimson, her legs trembling, her body weakening. Her bright eyes met Yunhao's with defiance. How could it be that in this day and age, one must still prepare to unleash their ultimate technique? Yunhao scoffed. "You are nothing but a waste." Beep. Detected true sun, true fire. You may use 2,000 ravage points to devour it, thereby unlocking the supporting skill of the 3 heads and 6 arms after its full mastery. The Samadhi true fire. The prospect of such an unexpected boon thrilled Yunhao. Immediately use it, he thought. In an instant, a flicker of flame appeared in his hand, voraciously consuming the true sun, true fire within Yuling. Her eyes widened in shock as she felt her inner flames being devoured by a more potent force. Yunhao, regarding her delicate face with a sense of pity, did not hesitate to raise his alabaster hand and slap her fiercely. A bright red mark blossomed on her stunning visage. "Shut up," he growled impatiently. "Is it necessary to wail, just because I borrowed a bit of your fire?" Yulinger's eyes darkened, tears spilling forth. Her authority as captain now utterly obliterated. Her eyes brimmed with swirling mist and tears. Having grown up, she had never endured such humiliation. The sensation sent shivers throughout her body. What was most terrifying was that she understood Yunhao's awakening was not a fire talent. Yet he effortlessly wielded fire techniques, easily overpowering her most prized true sun, true fire. How fearsome could he be, possessing a higher realm and the ability to transcend talent to utilize martial skills? Once her inner flames were entirely consumed, Yunhao finally relaxed. Seizing the moment, Yulinger shouted, "Yunhao, I will not rest until you pay for this." Still defiant, without a moment's hesitation, Yunhao unleashed all his powers. Seizing the slender, pale neck of the young woman and slamming her down to the ground, the earth trembled beneath them. "You demanded I apologize to Lin Qingyun. You sought to strip me of my position as captain of Team 2. Now, as the captain of Team 2, I shall judge you for your insolence. Will you allow me to patrol again? Will you?" The girl's body was manhandled as if she were a mere toy, while the 3 heads and 6 arms technique activated, delivering relentless blows akin to a torrential downpour upon her. Detected Yulinger being ruthlessly ravaged. Ravage points 999. Ravage points 999. 999. A series of system notifications rang. Every word he uttered pierced her heart like a sharp sword. Yuling, with her indomitable spirit, retorted, "But it is you who has persistently harassed Lin Qingyun. You have tormented her since childhood, and during high school, when she confronted you on the podium. What was wrong with that?" Yunhao cast a fleeting glance at her, his eyes gradually turning icy cold. If this is the extent of your insight, it would be best for you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, lest you find yourself in peril that I ask for an explanation. Apologies, but she is unworthy of my words. With that, Yunhao seized her delicate ankle and dragged her forward. The hem of her skirt was uplifted, revealing a swollen calf. What are you doing? Yunhao. Yuling gritted her teeth, mortified and furious. Yunhao looked back, his gaze laced with a palpable threat. As my trophy. You have no right to question me, so it would be wise to remain silent. His eyes bore an intense menace. Instinctively, Yuling tightened her lips, fearing to utter another word. After stating his intent, he continued onward. Yuling's fragile form was dragged along the ground, forced to exhibit the most humiliating visage of a defeated individual. As the captain of the enforcement team, she had always been the most formidable prodigy of the school, a goddess to whom all looked up, possessing beauty surpassing even Lin Qingyun. Yet, she scorned the idea of being named the school flower. For that was a title meant for the ordinary. In her family, she was the most exceptional daughter of heaven. However, the appearance of this man shattered all her pride, subduing her beneath him. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her face flushed as enchanting sounds escaped her cherry lips. Ah, Yunhao, please don't. You cannot. Yunhao, you must not. Detected extreme fear in Yuling. Humiliation value 300. Detected that you have caused Yuling great shame. Humiliation value 300. Yunhao turned his head, a wicked smile playing on his lips. What is there that cannot be done? Let everyone witness how this daughter of heaven is brought low by me. Tears surged in her bright eyes, small pearls cascading down. Yunhao, how can you treat me this way? I am the captain of the enforcement team. You are committing an offense. Ah, my skirt. Yunhao, it's torn. Yunhao glanced indifferently. Then let it be torn. I have no interest in it. Clenching her delicate fists, her face ashen, she protested. Yunhao, silence. You're too loud. Utter another word, and I shall strip you bare and hang you from a tree for the beasts to admire. Yunhao interrupted impatiently. With that, she fell silent. Despite enduring such inhumane treatment, the girl pressed her hands resolutely against her mouth, knowing full well that Yunhao was indeed capable of such actions. Outside the mountain's boundary, Li Zhaoji and Zhang Mingyao stood in silence, observing the barrier. Why is there not a single ripple within? Li Zhaoji queried in astonishment. Zhang Mingyao replied, I was fortunate enough to accompany the captain inside once. Even during a fight, it does not create significant disturbances. Li Zhaoji nodded in agreement. That I wonder if Brother Yun can prevail, or if it is the enforcement team. Their curiosity and doubt were palpable. Zhang Mingyao lifted her chin confidently. It must be the captain. She is the academy's most formidable genius. No one can surpass her. Although Yunhao possesses SSS-level talent, he has only recently been discovered. Li Zhaoji concurred, as did the members of the fourth team, all expressing their opinions. The captain's prowess was extraordinary, likely surpassing the second tier. Such a genius could not be easily defeated. It seems Brother Yun is in for a tough time. The captain is notoriously strict. I wonder what punishment she will impose on him. Despite these thoughts, Li Zhaoji felt a sense of anticipation as he gazed at the barrier. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the barrier. Someone was emerging. All eyes turned eagerly in that direction. Li Zhaoji was filled with expectation, while Zhang Mingyao felt a tinge of regret. Yet, when the scene unfolded before them, they were left in stunned silence. A strikingly handsome youth emerged, dragging along a girl. The girl being dragged, so pitiful and dignified, bore an air of lofty grace. It was the captain. The captain. The chorus of astonishment echoed. Mouths agaped. In that moment, Yuling could no longer withstand the overwhelming shame and fainted. Yunhao glanced back, smirking. Is this all it takes to bring you down? Truly, the mentality of a prodigy is lacking. Li Zhaoji, fetch a stretcher and take her to the hospital, he commanded, with a wave of his hand. He covered her exposed parts with a piece of cloth, demonstrating his unexpected benevolence. Li Zhaoji snapped back to reality, a shiver running down his spine as he shouted, Get a stretcher. Quickly, take the captain to the hospital. The fourth team members scrambled, hastily lifting Yuling onto a stretcher before departing in a rush. Li Zhaoji approached quickly, addressing Yunhao with familiarity, which surprised him. Weren't you calling me Brother Yun earlier? Yunhao inquired. Li Zhaoji grinned. Brother Yun sounds good, but calling you Brother Yun feels more fitting. Yunhao waved his hand dismissively. Call me what you will. I intend to return to the mountains for training. And you shall stand guard here, ensuring no one enters that agreeable. Of course, Li Xiaoji affirmed. Yunhao nodded, smiling. Also, if Yuling awakens, do inform me, as I wish to check on her. Li Xiaoji couldn't help but comment. Brother Yun truly has a heart of gold. Yunhao shot him a glance, exasperated. She hasn't yet relinquished her position as captain to me before fainting. Shouldn't I seek her out? The captain's role belongs to the capable, and clearly, Yuling lacks that capability. Indeed, then I shall congratulate you in advance, Captain Yun, Li Xiaoji chuckled. Yunhao shot him a knowing look that time. I shall appoint you as the grand protector of the enforcement team. Li Xiaoji perked up. Thank you. Yunhao waved his hand, striding directly into the barrier. Meanwhile, outside the principal's office, the financial officer entered. Principal, here is a medical bill that requires your signature. The principal, with a sigh, understood that the expenses were incurred due to Yunhao's altercation, and upon glancing at the amount, he couldn't help but express his exasperation. This rascal. At this rate, the school will soon be unable to afford the expenses. Should we reimburse it? The financial officer asked cautiously. Reimbursement? Of course, a promise made by this principal cannot be broken, he replied. After carefully examining the bill, he inquired, who was beaten this time? Chapter 15. The Yuling Family of Tiannan. Frightening Uncle Yu, the financial officer hesitated. Yuling. What? The principal's expression shifted dramatically. Isn't Yuling supposed to be cultivating in the secret realm? Indeed, but she sent someone to threaten Yunhao. The principal understood immediately. So Yunhao couldn't hold back and went to the secret realm to teach Yuling a lesson. The financial officer nodded. Yes, the principal gasped in disbelief. But how could this rascal possibly defeat Yuling? She is not only the academy's strongest genius, but also the cherished jewel of the Yuling family in Tiannan. Unlike Lin Xingyun, who comes from humble origins, Yuling has a powerful background, a genuine young lady of status. How could she, with all her resources, not overpower Yunhao? Indeed, the financial officer sighed. The principal could no longer contain his laughter. Chuckling heartily, how could Yuling possibly lose to Yunhao? How unfortunate, how unfortunate. The school has gained a genius even stronger than Yuling. The results of the upcoming city trials will surely be impressive. The financial officer was taken aback, his lips twitching. Principal, please restrain yourself. Your intentions are becoming too obvious. Moreover, the Yuling family is not to be trifled with. They will likely seek revenge on Yunhao. Please inform the Yuling family to refrain from taking action. Understood, the financial officer replied. At this moment, within the secret realm, Yunhao remained oblivious to the principal's efforts on his behalf. Within this rich spiritual energy, he opened the system panel. His humiliation value had reached a full 10,000, having gained 1,007 from teaching the second team a lesson, plus over 8,000 from tormenting Yuling. Adding it all up, it amounted to 10,000. The value obtained from humiliating Yuling was extraordinarily high. It seemed he should capture more prodigies in the future. Yunhao mused. Suddenly, a small flame appeared in his hand. Though it was merely a tiny flicker, its intensity caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply, igniting several spots spontaneously. Is this the Samadhi true fire? Yunhao grinned. In his previous life, this fire was renowned as the most powerful of all flames, the very essence of Neza's fire. However, the people of this world were clearly unaware of its significance, with only Yunhao recognizing its worth. Samadhi true fire, additional skill, an ancient divine fire capable of instilling fear in all other flames. Commanding allegiance. It can directly incinerate an opponent's soul in battle, achieving a lethal effect without visibility. His current means were too limited. The Samadhi true fire was precisely what he needed. Upgrade the Samadhi true fire. Without hesitation, Yunhao began to inject his humiliation value into the small flame in his hand. Ding! You have consumed 3,000 ruin points to cultivate the Samadhi true fire to perfection. When it comes to flames, you now wield complete mastery. The small flame in your hand rapidly expands into a roaring inferno, exuding an ominous aura of intimidation. This is a divine technique, and Yunhao eagerly anticipates the moment he can unleash the Samadhi true fire to vanquish his foes. Everything remaining is to be infused into the three-headed, six-armed divine ability. Yunhao declares, you have consumed 7,000 ruin points and successfully cultivated the three-headed, six-armed divine ability to perfection. Your divine visage's intimidation doubles, and your six-armed strength doubles. granting you the capability to combat beyond your rank. Divine abilities are categorized into 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, minor completion, and major completion, with the 3-headed 6-armed divine ability now at its pinnacle. Yunhao has fully mastered it as you diligently cultivate your divine abilities. You receive divine blessings, and your cultivation begins to soar. Congratulations on breaking through to the 2nd tier, 8th level, spending 10,000 ruin points to max out your divine abilities. Achieving perfection in the Samadhi True Fire and simultaneously breaking through 2 realms is quite commendable. Moreover, with the 3-headed 6-armed divine ability perfected, it signifies that you can derive other divine abilities from your innate talents, which is truly exciting. This endeavor has yielded significant gains for Yunhao, while it has proven disastrous for Yulinger, truly befitting the notion of divine providence. Thus, Yunhao, wielding the 3-headed 6-armed divine ability, remained in the secret realm for 2 days, slaughtering demonic beasts and honing his skills further. At that moment, the phone rang. "Hello, Brother Yun. That woman has awakened." It was Li Zhaoji on the line. Yunhao grinned. "Which hospital?" "Tiannan Martial Artist Hospital. Hurry over." Without hesitation, Yunhao departed from the secret realm and took a taxi to the Martial Artist Hospital. The position of the team leader wasn't particularly appealing to him. He merely despised the feeling of being subordinate. In less than half an hour, Yunhao arrived at the Martial Artist Hospital, where Li Zhaoji was already waiting downstairs, promptly leading Yunhao to a patient room. "Brother Yun, wait a moment." Li Zhaoji suddenly halted. Yunhao cast a glance at him. "Stop dawdling. Speak quickly." Li Zhaoji sighed. "The team leader is from the Tiannan family. Her uncle, Yushan, is inside and is quite furious with you. Be careful." Yunhao had indeed heard of the Tiannan family, reputed to be one of the top 3 martial arts clans in Tiannan City, holding immense power over the region. But what of it? No matter how powerful, reason must prevail. It was Yulinger who initiated the provocation, and it had nothing to do with him. Yunhao pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to collide with a burly man. The man bore a deep scar on his face, looking exceedingly fierce, a stark contrast to the delicate beauty of Yulinger. Upon seeing Yunhao, Yulinger's face flushed crimson, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Yunhao!" The moment this young man appeared before her, the humiliating memories of her recent defeat flooded back, including the brutal humiliation she had suffered at his hands. Dragged along the ground. How utterly shameful. "What? You are Yunhao." However, the burly man, upon hearing Yulinger's words, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Yunhao as if he were a bull. Yunhao replied nonchalantly, "That's me." The man bellowed, his eyes bulging even more. "I am Yushan, Linger's uncle. It's one thing to spar, but you've grievously injured her and provoked the Tiannan family's precious daughter. You must be seeking death?" Even with Principal Li's intervention, it was clear that the Yu family could not swallow this grievance. Yulinger, unable to remain passive on the hospital bed, interjected, "Uncle, please don't what? Rest assured, Uncle will definitely avenge you today." Yushan continued to glare at Yunhao, just as he was about to say something further. However, in the next moment, a colossal 3-headed, 6-armed divine visage flashed behind Yunhao, and the godlike cold gaze made the burly man break out in a cold sweat. So fond of glaring. "Then perhaps it was time to show you some colors." Yunhao observed the dazed figure and remarked coolly, "Avenge? Why not do it now?" His shout snapped Yushan out of his stupor. He must have misjudged the situation. It had to be a mistake. The figure before him was merely an ordinary child. How could he emanate such a terrifying aura? Chapter 16. Thrown from the 18th floor, greetings. Realizing this, he relaxed, yet he no longer dared to glare. "You arrogant little brat. Kneel and apologize to my Linger, or Uncle will let you experience the Yu family's ancestral technique, the Tian True Fire. You will know the sensation of being engulfed in flames." The Tiannan family's rapid rise to power within a short time was due to their possession of the Tian True Fire. Most of their family's awakenings were fire-related talents, and with their ancestor's transformation of the Tian True Fire, every family member, unless exceedingly dull, could manifest a unique type of fire talent, wielding the Tian True Fire. This was their absolute reliance. Yulinger watched her uncle's provocations, her face paling slightly. "Uncle, please don't." Only she understood that the fire seed possessed by Yunhao was far more terrifying and bizarre than the Tian True Fire. However, it was already too late. Gazing at the fierce man before him, Yunhao's expression remained impassive, being engulfed in flames. No need for your invitation, that's so? A calm voice resonated in everyone's ears. Only Yu Linger shivered, instinctively trembling at the sound in the next moment. The Samadhi true fire ignited all over Yunhao, radiating a golden light from his body, with flames even flickering within his pupils. After achieving perfection in the Samadhi true fire, he was now in complete control, ensuring he wouldn't harm himself. The temperature in the entire patient room surged instantly, leaving everyone feeling as if they had entered a sauna. Li Xiaoji was drenched, as if he had just stepped out of a shower. Wei Yushan's expression shifted, disbelief etched on his face. You also possess fire talent, and your mastery over fire is so profound. Good, 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 he sneered. You dare to flaunt your trivial skills before the Yu family, little boy? Let uncle show you what it truly means to play with fire. Tying true fire, arise, he shouted, conjuring a ball of flame from thin air, radiating an overwhelming intimidation that permeated the surroundings. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something amiss. Something's not right. Something's not right. The intense aura contracted sharply, and the flame in his palm began to tremble, resembling a tiger that had just lost its whiskers. Unable to express its anger, Wei Yushan stared at the now quivering flame in his hand, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. What was happening? Why did he feel as though the Tying true fire had emotions? As if it was cowering? Damn it! Why does a mere flame possess emotions? I have never witnessed such an odd occurrence in all these years. Go away. Little boy, kneel and apologize to my niece. Yushan roared, hurling the Tying true fire forward. The Tying true fire, once released, flickered and danced, as if facing a formidable adversary, and was forced to collide rapidly with the Samadhi true fire. Yet upon nearing, it abruptly halted mid-air, trembling incessantly, as if filled with trepidation. Yunhao scoffed, raising his hand to capture it in his palm, and the Tying true fire, once in Yunhao's grasp, became exceedingly docile, neither attacking him nor resisting. Instead, allowing him to toy with it. It is worth noting that the Samadhi true fire is an ancient divine flame. In the presence of Yunhao, the Tying true fire seemed akin to a disciple before its venerable ancestor. Unwilling to retaliate, fire, too, has its hierarchy. How could this be? Yushan was utterly astounded that Wei Yulinger began to tremble violently. He had grown even stronger. What fire was he wielding that could instill such fear in the Tying true fire? There is nothing impossible. Old fool, take flight. Yunhao flicked his fingers, and the Tying true fire was instantly hurled toward Yushan. Boom! The flames erupted. The air heated rapidly, and Yushan found himself battered, his clothes torn, and not a single piece of flesh unscathed. Yet before he could catch his breath, he felt his collar seized, and before he knew it, he was being tossed out of the window. Yushan was dumbfounded, disgraced without warning. The 19th floor. This is the 19th floor, help. Now, with no one to interrupt them, Yunhao smiled, turning to face Yulinger. Yulinger's face flushed with shame. Yunhao, I am sorry. This was quite a novel experience. What sort of apology was this? Yunhao became intrigued, pulling up a chair to sit down. Why Yulinger's cheeks burned. I was too foolish before. Believing Lin Qingyun's one-sided account, these past 2 days, I had Ming Yao investigate, and you were wronged. Lin Qingyun had told her that Yunhao had harassed her since childhood, which had led to her turning against him on stage. Yet the truth was, prior to their first year, it was Lin Qingyun who had pursued Yunhao relentlessly. How could there be harassment? Upon learning the truth, Yulinger had visited Lin Qingyun's hospital room and slapped her hard, marking the end of that encounter. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. So, you've been awake these past 2 days? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Li Xiaoji. Li Xiaoji quickly replied, Brother Yun. I had no idea she had already awakened. Why Yulinger bit her lip. That's not the point. The point is, you were clearly wronged. So why didn't you explain? Yunhao shrugged nonchalantly. Those who believe in me will always believe. Those who do not will find any explanation futile. Your wife may not have been unfaithful, but if you think she has, does it matter whether she was or wasn't he? Conversely, as long as you trust her enough. Even if she were unfaithful, it wouldn't matter. It's all about achieving a psychological victory, you understand? Li Xiaoji shook his head. I don't understand why Yulinger gritted her teeth. I was wrong. Please forgive me. This was the first time she had lowered herself so much to apologize, and she wondered if Yunhao would. Yunhao replied coolly, I'm sorry, but I don't accept it. I slap you once, and you apologize again. Would you accept that? Today, I wish to inform you that I do not appreciate others riding on my coattails, hence I shall assume the position of the captain of this division. Any objections? Yu Linger shook her head. None. Yuanhao grinned widely. A happy consensus. Then let us proceed to the school and clarify matters with everyone. Very well, that why Yu Linger offered no resistance, even though she was still injured and unable to leave the hospital. Soon, they returned to Tiannan No. 1 High School, where they arrived at the law enforcement team's hall and summoned all members. After Yu Linger announced her resignation, Yuanhao surveyed the crowd. From this day forth, I shall be the captain. Does anyone have any objections? The room fell into a profound silence. Yuanhao nodded. Since there are none, it is settled. From now on, I am your leader, Li Xiaoji shouted. Well said. Let us give our leader a round of applause. The applause erupted enthusiastically. Yuanhao raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his expression turning solemn. The upcoming city trial competition will be led by me personally. Yes, everyone echoed in unison. Yuanhao's excitement grew. After all, it gathered the finest talents from the city to him. Those talents were merely walking values. Thus, he was eager and ready for the challenge. With that, the meeting was adjourned. After speaking, Yuanhao departed. Everyone watched him leave. Yu Linger hurried forward. I have completed the handover. Could you take me back to the hospital? Yuanhao was surprised. Did you get too many deductions? Huh? It's nothing. Li Xiaoji, please escort her back. Yes. And so, Yu Linger was accompanied back by Li Xiaoji. Upon her return to the hospital, she discovered that her uncle, who had previously been thrown off the building, had returned. Though battered and bruised, he was evidently alive, for he was a martial artist who had descended through the pipes after his fall. However, the hospital room was filled with many others, including her second uncle, third uncle, father, mother, the family guardians, and the elder of the Yu family. The most formidable lineup of the Tiannan Yu clan was present. Seeing this assembly, Yu Linger's delicate face turned anxious. Grandfather, please forgive Yuanhao. He acted without malice when he threw Uncle Four down. Before she could finish, the elder of the Yu family interrupted her sternly. Forgiveness is a necessity, not only forgiveness, but we, the Yu family, must also apologize to him. Chapter 17. With such a lack of cultivation, do you think you are worthy to be with me? Huh? Yu Linger was somewhat bewildered. She looked at her second uncle, third uncle, and her parents, noticing their serious expressions, and she sighed in relief. That's good. Yuanhao indeed quite remarkable. You think he is quite remarkable, don't you? Yu's father smiled broadly at Yu Ling. Yu Linger recalled Yuanhao's cold visage, her face flushing. He is strong, the kind of strong that defies reason. Therefore, my dear, I must ask you, do you like him? Yu's father inquired eagerly, perhaps that why Yu Linger hesitated to respond. For he was the first young man to treat her with such disrespect that Yu's father laughed heartily. That is splendid. This situation is indeed a misstep on our part. Your Uncle Four is truly foolish. It was we who erred, yet we sought trouble with Yuanhao. Thus, our family must not only apologize but also show some sincerity. Why Yu Linger was taken aback. When did her family become so accommodating? What sincerity? She pondered cautiously. The elder of the Yu family smiled benevolently at her. You? Dear to Yu Linger's expression shifted dramatically. Grandfather, what do you mean? Don't you understand the implications of what I'm saying? The elder of the Yu family, glowing with excitement, gently urged, you must win over your classmate. What is he? He is my grandson-in-law. Grandson-in-law. Yu Linger's face flushed even deeper. Grandfather, please do not jest. Yu's father chimed in excitedly. Your grandfather speaks the truth. Having awakened an SSS-level talent, with a mysterious unknown attribute, and breaking through to the second tier in such a short time. What more could we ask for in a son-in-law? Linger, how could you not report such a genius's emergence to the family sooner? Thankfully, I inquired with Lord Liu from the Special Coordination Office, or we would have remained in ignorance. Pausing for effect, Yu's father continued solemnly. Most importantly, he can control our Taiyin True Fire. When your Uncle Four mentioned it, the entire Yu family was astir. That why Yu Linger grasped the situation. So, Uncle Four ran home to report after being thrown down. Once the Yu family investigated further, they immediately learned about Yuanhao awakening the SSS-level talent. Uncle Four, she glared at Yushan in discontent that Yu's father spoke earnestly. Linger, you must understand how vital it is to have someone capable of wielding our Taiyin True Fire. We need him. The elder of the Yu family emphasized, "Bring him back. As your grandfather's grandson-in-law, the position of family head will be yours in the future. Go now. Do not delay." Why Yu Linger bit her lip. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment under the expectant gazes of those around her. Faced with their anticipation, she could not bear to refuse, and moreover, she harbored a peculiar feeling for Yunhao. In the secret realm behind the academy, Yunhao was cultivating amidst the abundant spiritual energy, preparing to make a resounding impact in the upcoming city competition. Although his current level was sufficiently high, he would never grow complacent in his pursuit of greater strength. Just then, a disturbance rippled through the secret realm, and Yunhao sensed someone entering. Apart from himself, it could only be Yu Ling. Yunhao closed his eyes, choosing to ignore it. However, shortly thereafter, he heard footsteps approaching and then halting before him. Yunhao opened his eyes to see a graceful young woman before him, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something you need?" Yu Linger clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her gaze timidly avoiding Yunhao's. "I have an unconventional request, and I hope you can grant it." Yunhao replied coolly. "Speak." Why Yu Linger slightly bowed. Finding it difficult to articulate, she turned her face away and shouted, "Yunhao, please marry me." What a shock! He thought she would say something significant, yet she came forth with this audacious proposal. Yunhao couldn't help but chuckle. Although Yu Linger's profile was indeed beautiful, what good was that? It seemed she was quite bold. Yunhao felt utterly perplexed. "What does that mean?" Yu Linger asked, confused. Obviously, the implications were clear to him. But it seemed she did not grasp them. Why Yu Linger's face instantly flushed crimson, realizing Yunhao was rejecting her, but a wave of profound disappointment washed over her. At this moment, she understood more than anyone else that should she lose this opportunity, with Yunhao's talent, they would never intersect again. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to concede. "Yunhao, as long as you agree, I can do anything." Ah, how utterly humiliating. She, the esteemed young lady of the Yu family, had never so abjectly pleaded for love before. Yet all of this was for the family. Yes, for the family. However, to Yunhao, this display was simply laughable. Where did this ugly duckling come from, attempting to play the part of a suitor? Yunhao unabashedly retaliated. Why Yu Linger's expression froze, and she glanced down, only to be struck by 1,000 points of damage. Ding! Detected that Yu Linger is utterly embarrassed. Humiliation value 1,200. Goodness, that's remarkably high. Even more than defeating her directly, it seemed this statement held extraordinary power. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhao continued nonchalantly. "Remember to eat a few more meals before coming back. I do not fancy the petite." Detected that Yu Linger is beginning to retreat into herself. Humiliation value 800. Moreover, your cultivation is lacking, barely half of mine. With such inadequacy, do you think you are worthy to be with me? I dare say you are akin to a toad wishing to feast on a swan. These words nearly suffocated Yu Linger, her heart racing. I am a wretched toad. Meanwhile, Yunhao effortlessly accumulated 3,000 humiliation points. A delightful surprise. Why Yu Linger finally succumbed to despair, biting her lip fiercely. All her pride crumbling, it dawned on her that her once prized beauty held no allure before Yunhao, which was far more painful than being physically beaten. After being mercilessly put down, this beautiful girl could no longer withstand the barrage and fled in a frenzied "Doh, I'm leaving then." Yunhao watched her retreating figure with a hint of regret. Wishing she wouldn't go, there was still more to gain. Alas, he decided to let her off the hook. Just then, his phone rang. It was Principal Lee calling. Yunhao pulled out his Fruit 28 Plus. "Yunhao, where are you?" "Come to my office." The tone was serious, indicating an important matter, so Yunhao did not hesitate and went directly. Upon arriving at Principal Lee's office, he discovered Yu Linger was also present. He sat on the sofa and glanced at Principal Lee. "What is the matter?" Principal Lee's expression was grave. "The trial competition is about to commence. You are aware of this, are you not?" Yunhao nodded. "The schedule has been moved up and is set to take place in the outskirts of Tiannan in 2 days. You can head there tonight. So soon?" Yu Linger was puzzled. Principal Lee affirmed, "Yes, the trial competition concerns the school's honor. The Special Coordination Office holds such competitions annually to encourage competitive spirit among students, and our school has fallen behind for 2 consecutive years." The school, ranked first, has fallen behind for 2 consecutive years. Do you understand what this implies? Principal Lee's expression darkened as he spoke. Yunhao, with a languid gaze, remarked, "It's rubbish." Principal Lee's heart sank. That is one way to interpret it. Therefore, I have decided that if the two of you can lead the enforcement team to victory, the school will bestow upon you 10 bottles of spiritual essence and a spiritual embryo. What? A spiritual embryo? Yulinger gasped in surprise. Chapter 18. Provocation and the trial competition commences. The use of spiritual essence can enhance one's cultivation speed. However, the spiritual embryo is different. Ordinary martial artists must utilize a spiritual embryo to ascend to the third-tier spiritual embryo realm. This embryo can either be cultivated by oneself or devoured from others. The prospect of self-cultivation is nearly impossible, making the consumption of others' embryos the sole path to advancement. Many peak second-tier martial artists remain trapped for life due to their inability to acquire a spiritual embryo. This explains Yulinger's astonishment. Principal Lee nodded. Indeed, and it's a B-grade spiritual embryo, which is priceless. Spiritual embryos range from F to SSS grade, with D grade being the highest available for purchase in the market. Highlighting the rarity of a B-grade embryo, Yulinger took a deep breath and turned to Yun Hao, saying, "With you around, securing the first position should pose no problem." Principal Lee expressed his delight. "Yun Hao, what do you think?" Yun Hao smiled. "Let's wait and see. From now on, if you get into a fight, I'll cover for you, both on and off campus, as long as it's within Tiannan City. The academy will fully reimburse you. What do you say?" Principal Lee proposed with a grin. Yun Hao's eyes lit up. "Regardless of whether this is difficult or feasible, I will make it happen." Just for that statement, I like you. To gain the value of domination, one must engage in combat. Just in this trial competition alone, Yun Hao anticipated he would need to fight numerous opponents, and he was just contemplating this when Principal Lee presented him with an opportunity. With a beaming smile, Principal Lee declared, "It's a deal. I will add you to the trial competition group for the 5 schools right now, and you will set off tonight." "All right." Saying this, Yun Hao took out his phone, opened the app, and accepted the group invitation. Soon, he joined a chat group named City Trial Competition Main Group and noticed that Yulinger had also joined simultaneously. This group has just been created, and the number of participants is still low. "Please add all the competitors, and I will take care of the group management," Principal Lee said with a smile. Yun Hao looked at Yulinger and said, "Add them." Yulinger obediently acted like a diligent secretary, promptly following his instructions. In no time, several enforcement team members had been added. Yun Hao examined their profile pictures. These enforcement team members were flamboyant, preferring to use their handsome photos as avatars, making their identities clear. Among them was Li Zhaoji. Then there was Han Shantong. Why is this rubbish here as well? The vice captain of the second enforcement team. As soon as he entered, he began to speak in the chat box. "Yun Hao." These 2 words were filled with aggression, evidently prepared to launch an attack. Without hesitation, Yun Hao kicked him out. This was his privilege. Why not use it? Han Shantong had yet to finish typing when a message appeared on his phone. "You have been removed from the group chat." Witnessing Yun Hao's decisive action left Yulinger and Principal Lee dumbfounded. "Yun Hao, why did you kick him?" Principal Lee asked, astonished. Yun Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "He clearly intended to insult me. Should I wait until he finishes berating me to kick him?" That made sense. Principal Lee nodded. Han Shantong's outburst of Yun Hao stirred up excitement in the group. The green bubbles buzzed with activity. "Who is Yun Hao? This fellow only spoke half a sentence." It seemed he was kicked out just after those 2 words. One cannot blame him. Who kicked him out? Can't you read the prompt? It was Yun Hao. Upon seeing the glaring prompt in the group chat, everyone gasped in astonishment. Impressive, such audacity, kicking people out right away. What a formidable presence. Wow, this group can kick people out. I've learned something new. Who is this Yun Hao, so arrogant? Observing the messages in the chat, Yun Hao grinned widely. "Old man, since I'm leading the team, we can do without Han Shantong." Principal Lee nodded. "I'll follow your lead." Yun Hao continued to scroll through the list of participants and found Lin Xingyun's green bubble had also been added. Although this woman did not use her own picture as an avatar, that green bubble was unforgettable. Lin Xingyun is here too. Yun Hao looked at Yulinger. She qualified for the competition 6 months ago. "It's listed on the school roster," Yulinger replied. "After I defeated her so thoroughly, she can still compete." Yun Hao had to admire her tenacity. She insisted on participating. Yulinger explained, "The trial competition will commence in a day or 2 at most. We need to head to the outskirts tonight to prepare for the contest." This woman is truly relentless. Yun Hao chuckled, thinking it was a pity she hadn't spoken up. Otherwise, he would have taken the opportunity to kick her out as well. He stood up and looked at Principal Lee. All right, that settles it. I'll head over tonight to prepare. Principal Lee nodded and then turned to Yu Linger, saying, Yunhao has just joined the enforcement team and is unfamiliar with the talented individuals from other schools. Please assist him with explanations that by tomorrow at the latest. I and the school board will arrive. The hotel has already been arranged for you all. Yunhao, do not initiate fights early if you feel restless. Practice on a sandbag. Principal Lee advised. Yu Linger nodded. I will. With that, the two left the principal's office. The sky had darkened, and Yu Linger turned to Yunhao. Yunhao, shall we have dinner together before heading over? After considering it, Yunhao replied, Sure, I'll drive. What do you like to eat? Jiangnan stir-fry. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a Jiangnan stir-fry restaurant. Yunhao was quite satisfied with his meal, while Yu Linger's lips turned red from the spice. And she kept making adorable sounds of discomfort, almost on the verge of tears from the heat. At that moment, the green bubbles on Yunhao's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. He pulled out his phone and opened the group chat. Now populated with over 200 members, the talents from the 5 major academies had mostly arrived. Fellow students, I have arrived. Hurry up. The school has arranged for us to stay at the Cloud Hotel in the outskirts. Couples have gone off to play poker, leaving us single folks bored. Shall we team up and go out for some fun? I'm here too. The outskirts are full of demonic beasts. I've heard the beast meat is delicious and fills one with spiritual energy. Shall we give it a try? Demonic beasts are so cute. It's cruel to eat them. I heard there's a KK bar in the outskirts that recently hired a batch of fox demons as companions. They have great figures and even come with ears. Want to join? Hey, I'm going. I want to battle demons. Yunhao chuckled. These talented individuals, regardless of the location, possess privileges and are far from the behavior of ordinary students. They play extravagantly. However, most had already arrived at the outskirts, and it seemed he needed to hurry as well. At this moment, the chat continued to scroll upward. Hey, I just climbed the stairs, by the way. Who kicked that guy earlier? What an imposing presence to be so bold while just a mere admin. I think it was Yunhao from Tiannan No. 1 High School. They say he is an SSS grade T accompanied by the image of a tongue lolling in a comical manner. The little yellow chick exuded an air of extreme arrogance. Yunhao remarked, So you fancy yourself a keyboard warrior, do you? Just wait. Provide me with your phone number. The little yellow chick, undeterred, boldly declared. You want to engage in a verbal duel over the phone? Bring it on. Come on, baby. Let me show you who the real boss is. Zhang Yanghao, you are insufferably arrogant. Someone interjected. What of it? Everyone from Tiannan No. 1 High School is a complete fool. Not worthy of even carrying my shoes. The keyboard is ready. Let us battle. The little yellow chick clearly felt invincible, exuding arrogance. Yunhao's expression darkened instantly, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Since the advent of the system, no one has dared to be this audacious in my presence. This kid, clearly, has never faced the harsh realities of society for engaging in a war of words online. Who the hell would stoop to that? The real confrontation is right here. Yunhao set down his chopsticks and turned to Yu Linger, who was lurking and eavesdropping, and said, You are the eldest daughter of the Yu family. Can you pinpoint his phone number directly? Yu Linger replied, Certainly. Before long, the address was revealed. Room 1802, Building 3, Emerald Garden Residential Complex, which was conveniently located near the outskirts, indicating he was a day student. Immediately notify Li Zhaoji and the others to assemble swiftly at this address. Yunhao commanded. Understood. Yu Linger, an excellent secretary, quickly made the necessary arrangements, and the two promptly drove towards the Emerald Garden. This time, Yunhao took the wheel, and under his heavy acceleration, Yu Linger's sports car raced down the road, leaving everything in its wake, in no time to waste. Damn it, not even a moment to spare. We need to deal with him now. Yunhao had yet to encounter someone so brazen since his debut. 4 minutes later, they arrived at the base of Building 3 in Emerald Garden. The complex was dimly lit, yet a van was parked outside, and the figures disembarking were none other than Li Zhaoji and his crew. They had been en route to a competition nearly at the venue when. Upon hearing Yunhao's command, they promptly changed course. Everyone joined the group chat, naturally catching sight of Zhang Yanghao provocative remarks aimed at Tiannan No. 1 High School. Yet, they could hardly fathom that their captain had led them into a real-world confrontation. After all, this was merely an online chat. None anticipated a physical encounter, but the thrill was undeniable. The group entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. The doors chimed open. Yunhao strode directly to room 1802 and instructed his companions to knock. "Who is it?" A hefty voice called from within. "Delivery," Yunhao replied. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a plump individual at the threshold. His keyboard aglow with red light, clearly still engaged in a heated online exchange. "Li Zhaoji, what brings you here?" The chubby man's expression soured significantly. Yunhao stepped forward. "So you're Zhang Yanghao?" "Huh?" Zhang Yanghao's countenance paled, trembling as he stammered. "What do you want?" "Don't do anything rash. The trial competition is about to begin." Before he could finish, Yunhao delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhang Yanghao spinning several times in bewilderment. Overwhelmed with indignation, he could hardly comprehend the audacity of the situation. "Is this how it's done? Just coming in to slap me?" Yunhao retorted. "I warn you, it's trial competition season. If you lay a hand on a contestant, the special administration will revoke your qualification." His voice rose in a mix of fury and fear. "A warning? Oh, really? That just makes me even more excited." With a swift motion, Yunhao unleashed his formidable power. 6 fists raining down upon Zhang Yanghao's form. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he was propelled backward, crashing violently into the wall. Zhang Yanghao, momentarily stunned, forgot the pain. "Is this a joke? Just for some online insults, you come here in person? Unbelievable. There's no honor in this. Please, please, spare me. Let me explain. I realize my mistake." His desperate pleas did nothing to deter Yunhao's resolve. Yunhao extracted him from the wall and resumed his onslaught, fists falling like raindrops upon Zhang Yanghao's face. "You think you can play around? Let us see you try that again. Little yellow chick, is it? I'll turn you into a roast chicken." With a flourish, Yunhao conjured a magnificent flame in his palm, dazzling and vibrant. Under his command, the fire grew more intense, raising the temperature in the room. Yuling witnessing this display, felt a shiver run down her spine, for she alone understood the true nature of this flame. Zhang Yanghao's eyes widened in terror at the sight of the massive fire. "No, I was wrong. Li Zhaoji, my good brother, come and help me. Don't just stand there. Save me from your captain." He's lost it. He's absolutely lost it. Amidst the blazing inferno, Zhang Yanghao was scorched. However, the flames did not deal a fatal blow. Yunhao still held back somewhat. Detected that Zhang Yanghao from Tiannin Martial Academy is being physically subdued. Subjugation value 500. Detected extreme fear in Zhang Yanghao. Subjugation value 500. Zhang Yanghao has fainted from terror. Subjugation value 500. A total of 1,500 points of subjugation value. Utterly worthless. Not even worth as much as Yuling sharp tongue. Yunhao leisurely settled onto the sofa, commanding, "Bring me that guy's phone." Before long, the device was in his hands. He snapped a photo of the charred figure and uploaded it to the group chat, casually discarding the phone afterward. Mere minutes ago, the little yellow chick had been spewing insults, and now, moments later, an image of Zhang Yanghao, charred and defeated, circulated. The photo instantly sparked a frenzy in the chat. Messages erupted like bubbles, overflowing with unread notifications, as the sounds of incoming messages filled the air. "Whoa! Unbelievable! Tiannin No. 1 High School is impressive. The competition was set to commence in a day or two. And who would have thought Zhang Yanghao would be the first to crumble?" The terror of an online bully had become all too real. In Tiannin No. 3, Li Jinjia expressed his admiration for Captain Yun. Eagerly looking forward to the match tomorrow, the chat exploded with over 5 messages per second, inundated with reactions, some lauding Yunhao, others expressing disbelief. Unfortunately, the leaders and principals of the group, being the hour it was, were fast asleep and blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. Meanwhile, the members of Tiannin Martial Academy seethed with fury upon seeing the photo. How could they remain calm when Zhang Yanghao had been reduced to such a state? What the hell? Did he deserve this just for being a bit abrasive? Tomorrow is the competition, and you choose tonight to stir up trouble? Anyone who dares to strike a member of our martial academy will not see the light of day tomorrow. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's take him down. Yunhao. Damn it. The chat erupted in chaos. Observing the frenzy, Yunhao noted that most of the messages originated from the martial academy members, some of whom were outright cursing. Cursing? Let us see how you like this. Yunhao grinned maliciously. Well then, don't blame me for being unkind. He turned to Yuling with a sly smile. Kick out all those who are cursing from the group. Yes, everyone from the martial academy, select all and remove them from the chat. Chapter 20. You have management rights, yet you hesitate to act? Foolishness. Li Zhaoji trembled in fear. Brother Yun, isn't this a bit excessive? After all, this is the main group. Yunhao retorted sharply. Pathetic. Isn't that precisely what management rights are for? If you hold such authority, yet allow these idiots to insult one another, wouldn't that be foolish? With unwavering resolve, Yunhao commanded, confirm it immediately. Anyone who curses is to be expelled from the trial competition's main group. At that moment, tranquility descended, with the chat box scrolling up to reveal a series of notifications. Ning Jingyuan has been kicked from the group chat. Xing Fuzhen has been kicked from the group chat. The top handsome of the Martial Academy has been kicked from the group chat. A flurry of notifications appeared, leaving everyone in the group stunned. Those from the Martial Academy, still in the throes of their rants, suddenly found their screens glowing red with the message, "You have been removed from the group chat," nearly throwing their phones in frustration. Whoa, the show has begun. Brother Yun is incredible. How I wish I had met Brother Yun sooner. Let go of civility and embrace a life of moral abandon. Thank you, Brother Yun, for this enlightening lesson. What a thrill. Who could have imagined such audacity? Who would have thought? This was a group established by the special administration itself, a gathering of notable figures. Yet Yunhao had the audacity to expel participants right before the competition. And more than half of the members from Tiannan Martial Academy had been ousted. Shortly thereafter, Yunhao typed, "It's too noisy. Let us clear out the trash in the group." Members of Tiannan Martial Academy, if you dare to complain further, I'll send you all plane tickets. Li Zhaoji immediately switched to voice chat. Meanwhile, most of the Martial Academy members were holed up in the Cloud Hotel in the suburbs, awaiting the competition, with only a few, like Zhang Yanghao, being day students living nearby at that moment. The door to room 504 was pounded upon urgently, as the team members could hardly contain their impatience. As Captain Song Yi opened the door, the team members rushed in, eager to voice their grievances. "Captain, the folks from Tiannan No. 1 High School are unbearably arrogant. They kicked us all out. What should we do?" Song Yi's expression darkened as he returned to the sofa, sneering coldly. "Yunhao has management rights. Does that mean I don't? A mere newcomer, who only ascended to prominence by replacing Yulinger, dares to act so arrogantly. Just wait. I'll kick this insolent fool out and see how he continues to call himself." As he spoke, Song Yi directly tapped on Yunhao's avatar, intending to expel him from the group chat. However, Song Yi's expression gradually froze. This fool cannot be selected. I forgot, he is also an administrator. Damn, what a humiliation. What a humiliation. I must take him down. Initially, Song Yi relied entirely on the assumption that he could easily expel Yunhao, thinking that no matter how arrogant Yunhao was, it would be a simple matter. Yet, he completely overlooked the crucial detail that Yunhao was indeed an administrator, and only the group owner could remove him. At this moment, the members of Tiannan Martial Academy were left bewildered, exchanging blank stares and remaining silent. Song Yi felt a flush of heat on his face and immediately sent a message via a green bubble. Just then, a green bubble with a true dragon avatar sent a message in the group chat. "Yunhao, you really have guts. Do you know you've angered me? Provide your address, and I'll come teach you a lesson today. So you understand what rules are." Accompanied by a picture of a big shot smoking, Yunhao quickly replied with the address of Jade Flower Garden, adding, "Come on, if you have the guts." True Dragon Avatar, just wait. 5 minutes. Who is this True Dragon Avatar? Quite arrogant. Yunhao leaned back on the sofa, unable to contain his excitement as he lit a cigarette. Yulinger, with a somewhat serious expression on her delicate face, remarked, "It should be Song Yi. He ranked among the top 3 in the last trial competition and is the strongest genius of Tiannan Martial Academy. It is said he is soon to be directly admitted to Jiangnan Provincial Martial University. Last year, he was already at the 2nd tier. His current strength is likely even greater." Yunhao grew intrigued, staring intently at her charming face. "How do you compare to him?" Yulinger's cheeks flushed slightly. "Last year, I ranked 7th. So, this means Song Yi is stronger than Yuling. Good. Good. This is getting interesting." A glint of sharpness flashed in Yunhao's eyes as he grinned wickedly. "I declare that the trial competition starts tonight. I can't wait until tomorrow." With that, he opened his phone and tagged True Dragon in a mocking message. "Haven't eaten dinner. Are you running so slowly? True Dragon Avatar. Go die." Yunhao scoffed. "You worthless fool. Can't handle a few words? Your ego is smaller than a fly's. True Dragon Avatar. Ah, Yunhao, you will die. Yunhao. Doghead.jpg. Come. Hurry up and kill me. I seek death. After this, True Dragon ceased to respond. Meanwhile, the members of Class 1 were utterly thrilled, their respect for Yuanhao skyrocketing. Li Zhaoji suppressed his laughter, analyzing. Bro Yun, they must be on their way. I bet their feet are stuck in the gas tank. Yuanhao nodded in agreement, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to AT. That moment, a green bubble message arrived that I'm downstairs, super fast. Clearly, they were truly enraged. Upon seeing this message, Yuanhao wasted no time and headed out. Gazing towards the elevator, the numbers on the elevator display fluctuated rapidly. First floor, 7th floor, 15th floor, 18th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Their eyes met. Song Yi immediately locked onto Yuanhao, and Yuanhao did the same. Although the two had never met before, a single glance was enough. Small-minded fool. Here, as a reward for you. Yuanhao flashed a wicked smile, striking first, delivering a slash towards Song Yi. Inside the elevator, a muffled grunt echoed, and two team members collapsed. The elevator was rendered inoperable. Detected that you made Song Yi bleed. Cruelty points 500. Blood trickled from the corner of Song Yi's mouth as his expression turned icy. You are Yuanhao. You dare to attack my team members and insult me. Kid, you've successfully provoked my wrath. Yuanhao grinned, growing impatient. You're right. Come on, bring it on. Standing in the elevator, Song Yi was seething with anger at Yuanhao's audacious words. Newcomer. I advise you not to be so arrogant, or you'll soon learn how to spell death. The top 3 geniuses of Tiannan City are not someone of your novice caliber can compare with. You better kneel and apologize to me, or tonight that your team will be annihilated. The implication was clear. He intended to cripple Class 1's ability to compete the next day. Yulinger furrowed her brows. Her voice melodious. Song Yi, you're too arrogant. Song Yi clenched his jaw and sneered. That's because I have the capital to be arrogant, understand? Yuanhao's expression grew increasingly impatient. Enough. Stop rambling that you're just spewing nonsense. Your team provoked me. I'll give you 3 counts. Either kneel and apologize, or I will trample you underfoot. 3.2 To hearing the countdown, Song Yi scoffed. With you, the newcomer, you don't even have the qualification to approach me. Just as his words fell, a gust of wind surged. In an instant, a figure appeared before Song Yi, seizing his head and smashing it violently against the wall, instantly causing blood to flow. His head was brutally slammed against the wall. Detected that the top 3 geniuses of Tiannan City were ruthlessly beaten. Cruelty points 2000. Yuanhao's face twisted with ferocity, growing increasingly impatient. Scream. I want to hear you scream, you fool. Why are you so talkative? You've exhausted all your words. I've already given you 3 counts, yet you still keep blabbering. Don't you understand? Chapter 21. Awakening of the Second Divine Ability. Song Yi was utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought that Yuanhao, the newcomer, was inferior even to Yulinger, yet he never anticipated that Yuanhao's speed would be so astonishing. Truly, he is an SSS-level talent. It seems he possesses a speed-based ability. Yuanhao, I admit I underestimated you, but your strength ends here. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted around Song Yi, forming a martial technique. Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Shirt. The Golden Bell Shield quickly repelled Yuanhao. Simultaneously, Song Yi's shirt burst open, revealing his finely sculpted 12-pack abs. Behind him, all the Martial Academy team members simultaneously unleashed the Golden Bell Shield, enveloped in a layer of golden light, their clothing torn apart, making them resemble a group of Arhut statues. The sight of so many muscular men standing before them, their eyes wide as saucers, was indeed shocking. The Martial Academy students practiced physical conditioning, their physical strength exceptionally formidable. Yulinger swiftly explained to Yuanhao that the Golden Bell Shield is a B-level martial technique. Once activated, it creates an indestructible golden barrier, unless faced with a punch force of 30,000 pounds. 30,000 pounds? Isn't that the kind of strength only achievable by a third-tier fighter? Yuanhao inquired. Song Yi erupted into laughter. Kid, now you know. Did you really think you were invincible? I merely allowed you a moment of glory. But now you'll witness the might of our physical conditioning. However, in the next moment, Yuanhao's fist struck Song Yi's Golden Bell Shield, shattering it to pieces. Crack. The crisp sound resonated, and Song Yi's once triumphant expression instantly froze. Disbelief etched across his face. Among all the geniuses in Tiannan City, Only Lu Jijun from Tiananmen's second high had ever broken through his golden bell shield during last year's competition. And that was achieved through family martial techniques. How could Yun Hao do the same? This is impossible. It must be a trick, Song Yi shouted in despair. What a worthless golden bell shield, using such a trashy technique. How dare you embarrass yourself? Echoes reverberated in the space. Bring it on. Yun Hao sneered, grabbing Song Yi's head and smashing it against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Debris flew. Cruelty points 1,000. Cruelty points 1,000 at this moment. The cruelty points continued to rise. Everyone was left dumbstruck. Yet, Yun Hao remained disdainful for what was the so-called golden bell shield. In his presence, it was mere fluff, while it was a physical training technique. The 3 heads and 6 arms technique also trained the body. Point 1 is a B-level martial technique, while the other is a divine ability. How could they be compared? By employing the 3 heads and 6 arms. Yun Hao's strength had already surpassed 30,000 pounds. Just think about it. Ordinary people only have 2 arms, while Yun Hao, with 6 arms combined, possesses strength exceeding 100,000 pounds. What could you possibly compare with? Little brother, I'll let you shield. I'll let you shield. As Yun Hao continued his onslaught, the conflict between the 2 sides erupted completely. The Martial Academy students, witnessing Song Yi's dire state, rushed to help. But they were blocked by Yulinger, Li Zhaoji, and others. Just Yulinger alone was enough to dominate the Martial Academy students. Thus, almost no one could approach to assist Song Yi. Yun Hao, you have some audacity. Who gave you the courage to toy with me? Song Yi, bloodied and battered, began in a low voice, which soon escalated into a furious roar. A level talent. Thunder body. Yun Hao, let my lightning scatter your very soul. At this moment, Song Yi was genuinely enraged. Even last year's top contender, Lu Jijun, could only barely defeat him. Yet this Yun Hao had him pinned down and humiliated in front of all the Martial Academy members. This was intolerable. He unleashed his strongest killing move, intending to summon lightning to obliterate Yun Hao. The moment he made his move, Yun Hao realized this was a deadly attack. In a spar, are you seriously resorting to a killing move? Are you serious? Yun Hao exclaimed in astonishment as 6 arms struck him, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his body like a jolt of lightning. Song Yi, covered in crackling bolts of electricity, rose once more. He lifted his bloodied head, his eyes ablaze with a torrent of hatred, sneering repeatedly. Yun Hao, you are utterly doomed. You have thoroughly enraged me, according to the electrical measurements from the Special Operations Department. The voltage coursing through me has reached a staggering 100,000 volts. Pausing, he tilted his head and grinned wickedly. So, are you prepared to embrace the fate of death? Bolts of electricity erupted from his body, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Unbeknownst to Yun Hao, he had crossed a line, and witnessing Song Yi rise again, striking a pose with a tilted head, ignited a fierce anger within him. Posing? Tilting your head? I'll show you. With a loud shout, Yun Hao lunged forward, grasping at Song Yi's neck. Joy surged in Song Yi's eyes. No one had dared to touch him after unleashing his talent. Bring it on. In the next moment, Yun Hao's hand clutched Song Yi's neck. Contrary to the anticipated surge of electricity that would incapacitate Yun Hao, he activated his SSS-level talent, manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms. Unleashing all available powers. SSS-level talent. The body of the ancestral god. With the body of the ancestral god awakened, it was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, unconcerned with the cost. Yun Hao indulged in sheer extravagance, as he had no energy to replenish. The strength of the second-tier 6-fold instantly erupted, and he concealed nothing. The sensation of those 100,000 volts merely felt like a delightful tingling. Ha ha! Are you merely scratching my back? Yun Hao laughed maniacally. Song Yi's expression turned pale with disbelief. Impossible! You are meant to die. You must die. Increase the voltage, he bellowed, channeling all his spiritual energy to unleash his talent. Yet, Yun Hao simply tilted his head comfortably, a smile gracing his face. Petty-minded one. Continue. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't kill me, I'll end you. This scene left all the combatants in utter shock. Yulinger's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gazed at Yun Hao. That moment, he radiated golden light, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the battlefield. Was this the might of an SSS-level talent? Song Yi's madness intensified, nearly exhausting all his spiritual energy. Beep. Special lightning detected. triggering unique effects, automatically deducing SSS level talent, body of the ancestral god. With the aid of lightning, deduction speed increased by 30. Would you like to use ruin value to accelerate deduction? Yuan Hao was elated, not expecting such an effect. Without hesitation, he thought, all in. Chapter 22. Five-Colored Divine Thunder. Come for compensation, having previously teased Yu Linger and thoroughly defeated Zhang Yanghao. Yuan Hao had amassed nearly 10,000 ruin value. This ruin value rapidly infused into his SSS level talent. You have consumed 3,000 ruin value, completing 30 of the SSS level talent deduction. You have consumed 3,000 ruin value, completing 60 of the SSS level talent deduction. You have consumed 3,000 ruin value, achieving 90 completion of SSS level talent deduction. Congratulations, you have broken through to the second tier 8-fold and then to the second tier 9-fold, consecutively surpassing 2 major realms to reach the minor peak of the second tier. Though nearly 10,000 ruin value was expended, the deduction progress only reached 98%, meaning only 2% remained. Yuan Hao grinned wickedly at Song Yi, cursing, "Haven't you eaten?" Song Yi's face turned ashen. "You will die." The current indeed intensified. Unfortunately, Song Yi resembled a generator, with Yuan Hao continuously absorbing his power until he was utterly drained. His face gaunt and weary, akin to an old man, staring at Yuan Hao in horror. How are you still unharmed?" This shock was akin to a man who had been exerting himself for half an hour only to discover that the woman remained expressionless, not enjoying it at all. Thus, he would be struck by extreme doubt. Am I not powerful? Now, Song Yi felt similarly, and a second reaction emerged. His lack of strength led him to blame the woman for not responding. Beep. Deduction complete. The divine ability has been deduced. Five-Colored Divine Thunder. Five-Colored Divine Thunder. Incorporating the 5 attributes, Imu Zhenglei, Binghui Yanglei, Guishui Yinlei, Gengjin Jielei, and Wutu Minglei, possessing the power to counter all evil. A new divine ability had been unlocked. A delightful surprise, coupled with the breakthrough to the second tier 9-fold. Yuan Hao felt his strength had surged. He looked at Song Yi, grinning broadly. "Because that you are simply pathetic," with exuberance akin to a child high on candy. He repeatedly proclaimed that Song Yi was doomed. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yuan Hao's eyes. Song Yi had clearly crossed a line and attempted to kill him. Had he not been strong, he might have met his end. Was it worth using lethal moves in a conflict between 2 academies? It was not an exaggeration to call him petty-minded. Sensing Yuan Hao's intent, Song Yi began to tremble. "What are you doing? What do you want?" Yuan Hao sneered. "Weren't you just posing with your head tilted? Come on, show me another one." Before Song Yi could respond, Yuan Hao kicked him, uninterested in waiting for a demonstration. The terrifying force collapsed several walls, the sound of explosions echoing around as Song Yi lay there, barely clinging to life, like a beaten dog in the corridor. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Yuan Hao strolled forward casually, looking down upon Song Yi. "Next time, remember to change that true dragon avatar. It's too ostentatious." With that, he raised his foot and slowly brought it down on his Song Yi's face. A surge of energy from the body of the ancestral god coursed into Song Yi, instantly obliterating all his spiritual meridians. His body could not withstand the terrifying power of the ancestral god, resulting in shattered meridians and the complete destruction of his cultivation. Song Yi fell unconscious, and Yuan Hao scoffed. He had no intention of leaving any potential threat alive. Detection. Tiannan's top 3 genius. Song Yi has been soundly defeated. Ruin value 2,000. Detection. Song Yi's meridians have been completely destroyed, rendering him incapable of cultivation for life. Irreversible damage inflicted. Ruin value 6,000. As the notifications chimed in his ears, Yuan Hao grasped the potentiality. The more thoroughly one was destroyed, the higher the value gained. A smile of excitement crept across his lips. Had he unlocked a new gameplay mechanic? Reaching into Song Yi's pocket, Yuan Hao retrieved his phone, snapping a photo of the sprawled-out Song Yi and sending it to the group chat before tossing the phone off the 18th floor. True Dragon Avatar. Send a picture. At that moment, many clicked on the image. What the hell? The top 3 from last year's trial competition were defeated just like this. A powerhouse of the dual sect. Terrifying indeed. Brother Yun, you're incredible. As everyone was left in shock, Yu Linger posted another photo in the group chat, having captured Yuan Hao in an imposing stance, towering over Song Yi. Though he appeared strikingly heroic, the scene was equally terrifying. As Yunhao pressed down on Song Yi's head, blood gushed forth, leaving him on the brink of dismemberment. Wow, is that Yun the old demon? Not an old demon, but certainly a celestial demon. Even celestial demons were not this ruthless. Having previously scorched Zhang Yanghao, and now torturing Song Yi, the terror of Yun the old demon was palpable. The notifications chimed continuously, and it seemed that after this night, Yunhao's notoriety would reach new heights. Yet he had lost interest in observing. Among the Martial Academy team members, a defiant voice emerged, attempting to issue a threat. Yunhao. Yunhao instinctively felt impatient, his expression turning fierce as he abruptly turned around. The body of the ancestral god surging forth. Get down and cover your heads. The voice abruptly ceased. All the Martial Academy members began to silently cover their heads and crouch down. Be quiet, don't speak much, and refrain from disturbing the peace. Don't even think about making bold statements to regain face, and then leave unscathed. Here, you won't exit through that door. Strong individuals disdain the complaints of the weak. For that is a pollution of the environment. Yunhao had no intention of letting go of anyone who defied him. To be honest, he feared trouble. Pausing, Yunhao gazed down at the Martial Academy members, adopting an almost divine posture, and coldly stated, "From now on, when you see anyone from Tiannin No. 1, bow your heads and submit. Yes, we understand that we're sorry. The Martial Academy members lowered their heads in submission, while Yunhao's words ignited a fervor among the members of Tiannin No. 1, who gazed at him with near reverence. Can you comprehend that feeling? It's akin to being oppressed by the neighboring school for ages, only for a formidable captain to arrive and decisively defeat the opposition. That Why You Linger swiftly retrieved her phone, capturing the moment. That domineering statement was undeniably compelling. Soon enough, the Martial Academy members departed, and Song Yi was carried away. Yunhao surveyed the scene of devastation around him. Several walls from nearby homes had crumbled, and various facilities lay in ruins. He silently dialed Principal Li's number. Hello? Yunhao? Old man, stop dozing off. Come to the Emerald Garden community. Building 3, to handle a claim. Emerald Garden? Yunhao, where have you been? Yunhao, clarify this for me. Beep, beep, beep. Yunhao abruptly ended the call and instructed all team members to head downstairs and get into the car for a trip to the outskirts. Brother Yun, I, Li Zhaoji, bow to no one. But now I am thoroughly impressed by you. Li Zhaoji exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Yunhao grinned. Take your VA and Li Zhaoji asked. What about you? Yunhao pointed to a nearby supercar. There. Li Zhaoji gazed enviously at Yunhao. No one ever had the privilege to ride in that supercar before. Less chatter. See you in the outskirts. With that, Yunhao hopped into the passenger seat. Yuling was quiet and obedient. Her long, slender legs pressed the accelerator, swiftly heading towards the racing area. This top genius from No. 1 high school had changed his previously arrogant demeanor after being defeated, even willing to drive for Yunhao. Meanwhile, Green Bubble continued to send messages. One particular message caught Yunhao's attention. Crazy Thursday. VMe 50 and treat me to chicken, requesting to add you as a friend. Yunhao accepted the request without hesitation, as he was not a person of high status, and welcomed anyone who wished to connect. Soon, Crazy Thursday sent a message, and a line of text appeared in the chat box. Yunhao, you're quite the hotshot. Huh. Chapter 23. Stop it. Yunhao, I beg you. I like your cocky attitude. How about being my little brother? I'll look out for you from now on. Accompanied by an image of the leader of the Black Society smoking. JPG Yunhao. Sure. You little rascal, you know your place. I like that. Yunhao, what is your name? Are you giving me face? Is this how you speak to your big brother? Big brother is Zhang Cohen, the boss of Tiannin No. 3 High School. You know Lu Jijun, right? The top student of Tiannin last year. She is my cousin. Accompanied by an image of the Black Society leader pointing at someone. JPG Zhang Cohen. Huh. Got it. Though he was a minor character, he was hardly worth savoring, yet too good to dismiss. Having ascertained the other party's identity, Yunhao lost interest in further replies, planning to settle it in person tomorrow. With an expressionless face, he turned off his phone and glanced at Yuling, who was driving. Do you know Zhang Cohen? Yuling was taken aback, turning to look at Yunhao. Yes, he is Lu Jijun's cousin. And quite capable too. Yunhao. What's wrong? As she spoke, her tone unconsciously softened, gazing at her delicate face. Slightly nervous with fluttering eyelashes, Yunhao smirked. It's nothing. Let us hurry to the hotel. All right. Yuling sighed in relief. Glad they weren't going out to fight at this hour. The scenery outside sped by as the car raced swiftly, and Yunhao, bored, lowered his head to play on his phone, noticing the dazzling long legs in the driver's seat. Commenting, "Those legs are quite fair. Did you powder them?" Yuling's heart trembled, feeling anxious. "No, then I can give a good review." Yunhao said, By the way, if I were to lift you, would it be heavy?" Yuling abruptly looked at Yunhao. Her face instantly flushed, hurriedly turning back to focus on driving. "Yunhao, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not permissible." Detected Yuling's playful mindset, domination value 50, looking at the system panel. Yunhao grinned. It indeed worked. Opening upon the opening of the group chat, a wave of confusion washed over them as they began to communicate within the green bubbles. Weren't there over 200 participants yesterday? How is it that only 160 remain today? It's the people from Wu Yuan. It seems they have all withdrawn. The competition starts today, and Wu Yuan abruptly exits the group. What kind of decorum is this? Is there no sense of rules left? Frustration.jpg. It appears they didn't leave of their own accord. They were kicked out. It was orchestrated by Tiannan Yizhong. Where are the relevant leaders from Tiannan Yizhong? Li Zhengchun, come out and face me. I can't seem to find him. It seems Principal Li left the group overnight. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Wu Yuan. Point 1. Cannot blame Principal Li for his cowardice. After all, Yunhao is exceedingly formidable. Not only did he wreak havoc in the Jade community, but he also incapacitated numerous individuals, rendering the Wu Yuan participants unable to compete. Even Principal Li could not withstand such pressure. Hence his decision to withdraw from the group. However, one can evade the initial onslaught, but not the subsequent reckoning. The arena was abuzz with voices as many talented individuals prepared for the competition. They formed rows, awaiting the arrival of the leaders from the special administration. However, a few principal leaders on stage were embroiled in a heated argument. Li Zhengchun, if you do not clarify this matter today, Wu Yuan will not let this go. Principal Duan Qibin of Wu Yuan glared intensely at Principal Li Zhengchun feigned ignorance, replying, "What matter? Are you referring to your students being unable to compete? Calm down. This is nothing. We can settle it at that moment." All that filled Principal Li's mind was one word: compensation. Whenever a situation arose, compensation was the answer, simple and effective, avoiding further complications. Yet, the heads of various universities were not easily placated. Especially not the leaders of Tiannan Wu Yuan. It should be noted that Tiannan Wu Yuan had long harbored a grudge against Yizhong due to student recruitment disputes. Now that they had found an opportunity, they were relentless. Furthermore, Wu Yuan's impressive standings in recent trials had only bolstered their arrogance. Principal Duan Qibin thundered, "Compensation? Can you afford it? Wu Yuan ranked second last year. With our enhanced strength this year, we rightfully deserve the top spot. Such a significant loss. Will you compensate with your life?" Li Zhengchun chuckled softly. "I understand your urgency, but please, let us discuss this calmly." Principal Duan shouted, "How can I remain calm when all the students from every academy have gathered, and I am left standing alone? How can I remain calm?" Li Zhengchun replied, visibly annoyed. "Then what do you propose? Set a boundary." Principal Duan's gaze turned icy. "Since Wu Yuan is barred from this trial, then Tiannan Yizhong shall not compete either. I demand you withdraw." Li Zhengchun's expression stiffened that he knew the effort he had invested in this competition. Merely acquiring those two B-grade spiritual embryos had required extensive negotiations with the board. The night Yunhao awakened his SSS class talent, he had been elated, unable to sleep, envisioning Tiannan Yizhong's resurgence to glory. Alas, Tiannan Yizhong was the strongest among all schools in Tiannan City. Having been suppressed for 2 consecutive years, amidst external whispers, he, as principal, had poured all his effort into revitalizing the institution. Now, the opponent was audaciously demanding their withdrawal. This was quite the dilemma for Li Zhengchun, who wore a conflicted expression, appearing quite troubled. "Do not give me your excuses. We are all leaders here, and I understand what you mean. It's simply a matter of reluctance to act." He paused, then slammed the table. "Regardless of your intent or ability, this matter must be resolved. Furthermore, Song, he had his meridians severed, forever losing the path of cultivation, all thanks to Yunhao from your academy. I demand that Yunhao kneel and apologize." Li Zhengchun's expression shifted dramatically. Although Yunhao's actions had been rather severe, If he were to bow and admit fault, it would shatter the young man's pride. Moreover, as principal, he could only defend his students. There was no other choice. Thus, he shook his head, saying, "Compensation is possible, but you cannot touch Yun. Can we not negotiate further?" Principal Duan sneered. "Do you have the authority to refuse?" Just then, a faint voice rose from the crowd below. "Old man, your mouth is quite large. With such a big appetite, are you not afraid of losing your teeth? Make me kneel and apologize." Yunhao paused, lifting his gaze disdainfully toward Principal Duan on stage, holding his head high. By what right? His tone dripped with contempt, as though he did not even regard Principal Duan as a worthy opponent. This was a historic moment, the first time a student dared to confront a leader so boldly. Sunlight cascaded upon Yunhao, his black robes symbolizing a defiant destiny, as those words left his lips. The eyes of all students sparkled with newfound brilliance in that instant. Yunhao seemed to be the center of the universe, adored by all. Principal Duan was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. His voice cold. Silence. Yunhao interrupted. "Did I grant you permission to speak?" With that, Yunhao's gentle demeanor transformed into a fierce countenance. He turned, his handsome face addressing everyone present. "No one has the authority to dictate the fate of Tiannan Yizhong. Whether we withdraw from the competition is a decision only we can make. Who are you to interfere with our destiny?" Marvelous. Most students silently applauded Yunhao, although he had been exceedingly arrogant before. On this matter, they unanimously agreed with him. They had all witnessed how Principal Duan had pressured Principal Li for a student to reach this level of defiance throughout the annals of history. Yunhao stood alone. Principal Duan clapped mockingly, grinning wickedly. Well, sharp-tongued. Yet it seems Wu Yuan has become the villain. You may spar as you wish. I have no objections. However, you from Tiannan Yizhong directly severed Song Yi's meridians, ending his path of cultivation. What do you have to say about that? Yunhao met his gaze directly their eyes locked. He scoffed, exuding an air of divine superiority. Principal Duan's humiliation was palpable as his eyes narrowed. As a fifth-tier power, his aura crushed down upon Yunhao. Such pressure was sufficient to intimidate ordinary students. Yet, Yunhao's eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light. SSS class talent, the body of an ancestral god, erupted with a brilliant golden radiance at that moment. Golden light enveloped Yunhao, dazzling under the sun's rays that a smirk danced upon his lips as he faced the crowd. A mere parlor trick. Yet you dare to show off in front of me? Are you serious? Furthermore, old man, go back and ask Song Yi what he has done. Why should I be the one to explain why I crippled him? Are all of you from Wu Yuan complete fools to demand our withdrawal? Just take a look at your aged visage and reflect on whether you'd have the right. That indifferent tone filled Principal Duan with extreme humiliation. He nearly roared. You little brat. You are too arrogant. You must understand the principle that overexertion leads to breakage. Yunhao interrupted directly, his expression one of irreverence. I grow stronger so that no one can obstruct my will. I was born to be the strongest in this world, so do not use your nonsensical principles to justify my actions. You are unworthy. In other words, if becoming strong is not for the sake of unfettered freedom, then it holds no meaning whatsoever. Arrogant? Is Yunhao arrogant? Only those lacking capability would deem him so, but anyone possessing real strength would recognize that Yunhao's words were still rather courteous. His SSS class talent already placed him beyond reach, let alone the fact that ordinary individuals practiced martial skills while Yunhao employed divine means. How could such comparisons even be made? Therefore, if he is not to be considered arrogant, then who is? Chapter 25. Yunhao, all draw your swords. In the midst of his words, a substantial spiritual sword suddenly materialized in Yunhao's hand, pointing directly at Principal Duan on stage. His eyes brimming with disdain. This old fool could only train for another month at most before he could easily defeat him. How dare this old man act so brazenly before him? Ridiculous. Yunhao's gesture ignited a fervor among all the talented individuals present in essence, they were still a group of passionate youths. Witnessing this act of defiance against authority stirred their spirits immensely. The entire Tiannan Yizhong erupted with excitement. Wei Yulinger was the first to step forward, following Yunhao's lead, slowly drawing her sword and pointing it at the principal of Wu Yuan. Her lips moving. Yunhao is right. You indeed lack the authority to demand our withdrawal. Li Zhaoji stepped forward, bellowing, The captain has spoken. Are you all still dazed? Who dares to bully us? With Brother Yun here. Let's take them on. With that, he drew his sword. All the members of Tian Nanny Zhong, without a moment's hesitation, drew their swords, directing them at Principal Duan. Yun Hao flashed a smile and turned his gaze toward Li Zhengchun on stage. Old man, what are you still waiting for? Draw your sword and strike. If you are cowardly, then do not assume the role of principal. You might as well hand it over to me. Li Zhengchun's eyes sparkled with excitement. All weariness vanished as he radiated vitality, laughing heartily. I, Li Zhengchun, have dedicated my life to education. Today, as my students take the field, how could I allow myself to show any leniency? Principal Duan, my apologies. With that, he drew his sword, pointing it at Principal Duan of Wu Yuan, and thundered, try being arrogant one more time. Is it because I, Li Zhengchun, am too accommodating, making you think you can act as you please? Threaten me again, and I will have you kneel and beg. This spirit was unmistakably reminiscent of Yun Hao's demeanor. However, it was only at this moment that Principal Li became acutely aware of how exhilarating Yun Hao's words could be. Sending shivers down his spine, Duan Qibin's expression twisted into a grimace. What a magnificent Tian Nan No. 1 high school. Today is truly, Li Zhengchun bellowed. Dare you speak again? Kneel before me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Zhengchun's aura surged dramatically, reaching a terrifying peak before he launched himself at Duan Qibin. Under the torrent of spiritual energy, Duan Qibin let out a cold snort, intending to counter, yet he found himself utterly incapable of even blocking the attack. As he was sent sprawling backward, rolling several times on the ground, and violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, it was a scene of utter disgrace. Duan Qibin clearly did not anticipate suffering such a profound humiliation. Moreover, the sheer power of Li Zhengchun left Duan Qibin in shock. You'd have spoken again. Li Zhengchun grinned malevolently, his gaze suddenly turning fiercely menacing as he struck once more as the principal of the martial arts academy. Duan Qibin found himself utterly helpless, being flung backward again, blood raining down as he ultimately succumbed to humiliation and fainted. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was this the true strength of Tian Nan No. 1 high school? The students were formidable, but the principal was even more astonishing. Defeating the head of the martial arts academy. Was that even human? Yet, Li Zhengchun appeared to treat the entire affair as commonplace. Glancing towards the highest platform, Lord Lu, the trial competition is about to commence, yet the matter concerning the martial arts academy remains unresolved. Shouldn't a verdict be rendered? Lu, the commander overseeing Tian Nan's special administrative office, had witnessed the entire spectacle but refrained from intervening due to Yun Hao, opting instead to observe the situation unfold. After witnessing Yun Hao's invincible demeanor, Lu found himself not only unperturbed, but rather inwardly exhilarated. An SSS-level talent was indeed impressive, but without a strong-willed heart, even the finest talent would amount to nothing more than fleeting clouds. Yun Hao's audacity to confront authority indicated a steadfast resolve and an unprecedented determination to grow stronger. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu chuckled. What a splendid performance this is. Yun Hao, I eagerly anticipate your display in the trial competition. Will you continue to be as formidable as you are now? Yun Hao replied. Oh, feel free to look forward to it. Lu's expression darkened, and he cleared his throat. Let us dispense with the trivialities. The principal of the Martial Arts Academy has attempted to harm a student. An egregious act. He is to be apprehended and detained immediately. Facilitating a thorough investigation. A comprehensive investigation implied that he was finished. Once scrutinized, no one would emerge unscathed. Once Duan Qibin was taken away, Lu solemnly remarked, we have already delayed considerably. Time is of the essence. The entire assembly was granted an hour's respite, after which they would venture into the outskirts to hunt down the demon beasts. Pausing for a moment, Lu added gravely, this trial competition differs from previous years. The number and rank of demon beasts slain outside the city will determine victory. Everyone, give it your all. His words resonated in every participant's ears, igniting a wave of excitement. In past competitions, they merely engaged in sparring. Who would have thought they would truly confront demon beasts this time? I've never killed a real demon beast before. I'm filled with anticipation. They say real demon beasts are incredibly cunning. This trial may very well see considerable casualties. Afraid? Then you shouldn't be training. The affairs of the Martial Arts Academy were destined to be a mere sideshow. The annual trial competition would not be halted for their sake. As the competition drew near, everyone was naturally eager and exhilarated. Yunhao sheathed his spiritual sword and approached Li Zhengchun, patting him on the shoulder. "Old man, you finally did something commendable." Li Zhengchun's face darkened. "But you certainly did not do anything commendable, D. Oh, you have any idea how frightened I was last night? I even withdrew from the group chat overnight. You, on the other hand, were sleeping in the hotel, and with one phone call, you woke me up and made me clean up your mess all night. By morning, the principal was already looking for trouble with me." Yunhao grinned. "Old man, do you have any connections in the special administrative office? Work it out so he can never come out." Li Zhengchun nodded. "Rest assured, you need not worry about this. It will be handled." "Wow, truly a scheming teacher-student pair. No wonder you are of the same ilk." Li Zhengchun. "You have won my favor," he chuckled. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Just focus on competing well and securing first place." Although Tiannan Martial Arts Academy was strong, they had only ranked second last year. The true first place belonged to Tiannan No. 3 High School. Tiannan No. 3 High School was formidable. Do not underestimate them. "All right, got it," Yunhao responded. Li Zhengchun pondered for a moment and then said, "No, you all continue your competition here. I will seek connections to ensure he is locked up for life, to prevent any future troubles." With that, Li Zhengchun strode away. Yunhao admired his actions and, after giving his approval, returned to his position for a brief rest. That moment, Yulinger was sitting cross-legged beside him. Her white robe split open, revealing her long legs, which were quite eye-catching. Noticing Yunhao seemed about to reach out, her delicate face quivered. "Don't worry, I won't shock you." Yunhao closed his eyes, taking a moment to rest. He hadn't slept well last night and had gotten up too early today. He would lack the strength to fight later. Meanwhile, Li Zhaoji led the team members, standing still and listening intently to the discussions around them. Old Demon Yun is indeed formidable, daring to challenge the principal directly. He is not an ordinary person. Old Demon Yun, so terrifying. The moment Old Demon Yun drew his sword was simply too cool. "I hereby declare him my idol. Woo-woo, Brother Yun is so domineering. I adore him. I want him to be my dormitory manager, so he can check my attendance. I wish I could treat him to my family's organic milk and steamed buns." Tisk. Listen, is this even human conversation? Li Zhaoji and the team members listened to the girls' chatter, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. Boss, as expected of the boss, he became famous overnight. This illustrates that gold shines wherever it goes. Just as everyone was chattering away, a piercing gaze suddenly locked onto Yunhao. Chapter 26. The prodigy, Lu Jijun. Zhang Kuan. "What are you doing?" A cold female voice halted him. Zhang Kuan had just been about to act when he heard the voice behind him, causing him to shudder and turn around. "Sister, I just wanted to go over and greet Yunhao, to gauge his capabilities." Lu Jijun cast a glance at Yunhao in the distance before retracting her gaze indifferently. "No need." "Why, sister?" Zhang Kuan questioned. Puzzled, Lu Jijun replied coolly, "Because this year's champion undoubtedly belongs to Tiannan No. 3 High School. But Yunhao is very strong." Zhang Kuan hesitated. Just last night, he had dared to message Yunhao, claiming he would be his older brother, but upon witnessing Yunhao boldly confront the principal of the Martial Arts Academy today, he felt genuinely intimidated. He began to regret his earlier arrogance and realized he had been overly presumptuous in front of Old Demon Yun. It was quite generous of him not to have dealt with him. Thus, he wished to apologize to Yunhao, even if it meant lowering his head. Lu Jijun scoffed. "Strong? That was merely a reckless confrontation by an unrefined fool. I acknowledge he has a certain charisma, but that is where it ends." Zhang Kuan, encouraged by her words, regained some confidence. "Really, sister?" Lu Jijun's gaze remained icy as she observed Yunhao resting with his eyes closed. Those who truly possess strength do not behave so boisterously. Merely a clown, a performer. Zhang Kuan felt a surge of confidence. Not only Zhang Kuan, but even the members of Tiannan No. 3 High School nearby, upon hearing her words, instantly felt emboldened. Just moments ago, they were worried about Old Demon Yun's strength, but seeing their captain dismiss him so lightly eased their concerns. That it was indeed true. Yunhao's loud demeanor did resemble that of a performer. Haha, I initially thought he was quite terrifying, but from Captain Lu's perspective, he is just an entertainer. However, aside from Yunhao, Yulinger was also quite strong. Lu Jijun observed Yu Linger closely nestled against Yun Hao. Scoffing, what is there to fear about a woman who can be subdued by rubbish? For 2 consecutive years, she has been my defeated foe, and this year will be no different that as she uttered these words. A tinge of unwillingness stirred within Lu Jijun's heart. Yu Linger, as the eldest daughter of the Yu family, was born into unparalleled nobility, ranked first among the 5 school goddesses, and even Song Yi admired her. She was indeed the goddess in the hearts of nearly all students. But what did she possess that I do not? My physique is superior, my strength exceeds hers. Why should she bask in the admiration of the 5 schools while I do not? Her reputation may be resounding, but it is regrettably lacking. She was conquered by an entertainer. Though her family background is ordinary, Tiannin No. 3 High School has dedicated all its resources to nurture her. Showcasing how terrifying her current strength is, Lu Jijun's remarks also serve to elevate the morale of Tiannin No. 3 High School to its peak. Zhang Kuan felt invigorated, grinning. Sister, he possesses an SSS-level talent. And even Lord Lu shows obvious favoritism towards him. Lu Jijun's expression remained calm as she lifted her proud gaze, her pupils filled with indifference towards the masses. SSS-level talent. Merely a spectacle for the masses. Zhang Kuan speculated. Song Yi's strength is probably at the 2nd level, 4th rank. If he can defeat Song Yi, it is highly likely that he is at the 2nd level, 5th rank. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed among the team members. The 2nd level, 5th rank was a height they could hardly fathom. Lu Jijun cast a glance at them, a mocking curve gracing the corners of his lips. Is the 2nd tier, 5th level, truly formidable? As these words escaped his lips, the team members turned to Lu Jijun, their eyes brimming with fervor. One exclaimed with unrestrained joy, Captain Lu, have you surpassed the 2nd tier, 5th level? Lu Jijun nodded. In this gathering, there should be no one stronger than I. Zhang Kuan immediately perked up, brimming with excitement. Then may I go tease old Demon Yun? Lu Jijun remained silent, tacitly granting permission. Zhang Kuan, ecstatic beyond measure, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister. With that, he strutted confidently toward old Demon Yun, his audacious demeanor drawing the attention of many. Upon realizing he was heading towards Yun Hao, an audible gasp swept through the crowd. Zhang Kuan, the brother of the divine Lu, was approaching old Demon Yun. Truly, the brother of the divine Lu had the audacity to be so brazen, while others spoke of old Demon Yun's cruelty. He showed no fear, relishing the gazes of the onlookers. Zhang Kuan vowed to make a grand spectacle before the competition began. With 10 minutes remaining until the contest, he felt it was ample time. Upon reaching Yun Hao, Zhang Kuan came to a halt. The sound of his footsteps prompted Yun Hao to slowly lift his gaze, locking eyes with him. The terrifying aura, akin to the weight of a mountain, bore down upon Zhang Kuan, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Yet, recalling the numerous eyes upon him, he extended his right hand. With a bend of his fingers, he attempted to beckon Yun Hao with a thumb gesture. He could hardly fathom the ostentation of such a gesture. However, before his fingers could fully extend, a resounding slap struck his face. Are you insane? You're blocking my sunlight. Move away. The irritation in Yun Hao's voice was palpable. Get lost. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, though it seemed they could accept it. After all, old Demon Yun's modus operandi appeared to be just this way. Zhang Kuan, momentarily dazed from the blow, roared, I am Zhang Kuan. I am your father. Yun Hao immediately retaliated, delivering a flurry of slaps across Zhang Kuan's face. It was simply unsatisfying not to deliver the blows personally. However, upon hearing the name Zhang Kuan, Yun Hao's expression shifted to one of realization. And he grinned. So you're the infamous Zhang Kuan, huh? And your little green bubble, Crazy Thursday, messaged me at 12:18 last night, asking to be recognized as your elder brother? The audience erupted in astonishment. The students from the 4 major academies fell silent, each silently giving Zhang Kuan a thumbs up. This individual was undeniably courageous. To claim the title of elder brother to old demon Yun. It was unfathomable. Not yet satiated, Yun Hao seized Zhang Kuan by the neck and slammed him to the ground. I was just looking for you, and here you come, offering yourself up. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Yun Hao's mouth. Then prepare to enjoy yourself. The tiles shattered, and the surroundings began to crack like spider webs. Detected that brother Zhang Kuan is being brutally beaten. Humiliation points 700. Detected that brother Zhang Kuan is scared out of his wits. Humiliation points 900, a series of notifications chimed in, and Zhang Kuen's points dwindled rapidly. Yunhao kicked him aside. Useless, you can't even manage 3,000 points. What a waste. Nevertheless, managing to score 2,000 points was still commendable. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The sight of Zhang Kuen being pummeled left all the talented individuals present in shock. Despite his considerable strength, he was being toyed with by old Demon Yun. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Yunhao's speed left Zhang Kuen barely clinging to consciousness by the time Lu Jijun reacted, the expressions of the Tian Nan Sanzhong team turned grim. Even Lu Jijun's demeanor faltered. The opposing party, fully aware that Zhang Kuen was a member of Tian Nan Sanzhong, chose to strike him, clearly showing contempt for their team. Lu Jijun had expected a hint of caution, but was instead met with unabashed audacity. She murmured softly, her bright eyes suddenly turning cold. Since this fool failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, she would have to teach him a lesson. Stepping forward, the split of her qipao revealed a slender leg. Her expression devoid of emotion, an SSS-grade talent. You are quite arrogant that it was the divine Lu. She was preparing to take action. Having secured first place for 2 consecutive years, should she engage old Demon Yun in battle? The scene would be explosive. Would it be old Demon Yun mercilessly beating the divine Lu, or the reverse? Chapter 27. The provocation of the divine Lu. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No-one anticipated such a heart-stirring scene just minutes before the trial match was set to commence. Some schools were even contemplating that a confrontation between the two would yield them an advantageous position. Meanwhile, Yunhao raised an eyebrow, gazing at the girl clad in the qipao. She was tall and attractive, exuding a striking presence that seemed to surpass Lin Qingyun. She was, in essence, a plus version of Lin Qingyun. Yet, Yunhao remained indifferent, responding with a casual tone, knowing you possess an SSS-grade talent. You dare to provoke me? It was typical of old Demon Yun to speak so boldly. This remark ignited the passion of many students, who would dare to speak to the divine Lu in such a manner. Lu Jijun's delicate features hardened. Since her cultivation began, her unparalleled strength had made her the unrivaled champion of Tiannan City, and no one had dared to address her so. Even the principal spoke to her with utmost respect. Yet, a mere entertainer had the audacity to insult her. She stepped forward, regarding Yunhao with disdain. Is it because you've lingered at the bottom for too long that you feel compelled to recklessly provoke others? In her eyes, true geniuses would look down upon their foes. Striking the weak only led to the fate of a nouveau riche. Yunhao's reckless provocations were nothing more than a display of insecurity. After a pause, Lu Jijun fixed her gaze upon Yunhao, astonished. As far as I know, you were a waste 3 years ago. How did you suddenly awaken an SSS-grade talent? Huh. Even if a swan were to masquerade as a duck, it would still be a far cry from a true swan. By forcibly inserting yourself into the ranks of geniuses with a wasted physique, you only invite disdain. Hence, during the trial match, I shall personally ensure you are brought to a state of utter helplessness. With that, she seemingly lost interest in Yunhao entirely. Turning away without a second glance, as her words hung in the air, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Such arrogance, radiating confidence from within, was truly befitting of the divine Lu. Yunhao, however, was momentarily taken aback. Such a lofty demeanor was utterly disconcerting. Consider oneself a goddess, yet look down upon all others, labeling them as waste while occupying the moral high ground to criticize them. Such a genius was detestable to Yunhao. A single punch would likely reduce her to tears, yielding a plethora of humiliation points. He relished the thought of dragging such a genius down from their pedestal. Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. The trial match officially begins. The crowd promptly vacated the arena. The one who slays the most demon beasts shall emerge victorious. As the alarms signaled the commencement of the trial, Yunhao turned to find that the team from Tiannan Sanzhong had vanished entirely. His expression darkened instantly. Where have they gone? Lu Jijun is referred to as the divine Lu because she possesses the rarest spatial talent, allowing her to teleport short distances. Yulinger explained. Spatial talent? Yunhao was taken aback. Yes, they must have entered deep into the demon beast territory to secure first place. Yulinger nodded obediently, in no wonder. No wonder she had the audacity to come before him and boast that it was all premeditated. Show off and then flee, to come before him, create a scene, and then teleport away. Was this not infuriating? How could such a thing exist? You can run the monk, but you can't run the temple. Yunhao sneered. We shall follow suit. It appeared that their ultimate confrontation would take place deep in the outskirts. Soon, the group departed the original location, heading toward the depths of the outskirts, the designated site for Tiannan Yizhong. Several vans and a private jet awaited. The personnel from the Special Operations Corps stood nearby and smiled at Yunhao. This private jet was specifically provided by the Lu commander for your convenience in hunting demon beasts. Yunhao nodded. Thank you. Please convey my appreciation. The Lu commander was indeed paving a smooth path ahead. Appreciation? The staff member looked utterly bewildered. However, before he could process this, Yunhao had already boarded the private jet. There were only a few seats available, just 3, perfectly accommodating Yunhao, Yulinger, and Li Zhaoji. The others climbed into the vans. Zhaoji asked, Brother Yun, where shall we go to hunt demon beasts? He was brimming with excitement, as this was his first encounter with true demon beasts. Yunhao shot him a glance. Hunt what demon beasts? This is merely to complete the task, isn't it? Is it not the one who slays the most that wins? Li Zhaoji scratched his head. Yunhao chuckled. Is the primary task now to hunt demon beasts? Li Zhaoji looked even more confused. Scratching his head. Isn't it? Yunhao responded. Shouldn't the foremost task be to locate Tiannan Sanzhong's position immediately? Why bother hunting demon beasts? Just eliminate the strongest opponent, and the problem will be resolved. Moreover, given Lu Jijun's bold threats, Yunhao's character dictated that he would undoubtedly eliminate them first. Zhaoji's eyes brightened. Impressive. I shall now notify my brothers to exert full effort in locating the position of Tiannan Sanzhong. Yunhao patted his shoulder and said with a smile, the child is indeed teachable. After Li Zhaoji transmitted the orders to them via the green bubble, he finally initiated the private jet. The aircraft ascended slowly, soaring higher and higher, allowing for an expansive view. Lu Duzhong, the lad is indeed on the right path. Seated aboard the private jet, Yunhao gazed intently at the environment beneath the forest. Gradually venturing deeper into the outskirts, within the city, formidable warriors typically held sway, deterring the beastly creatures from venturing in. However, the outskirts were utterly desolate, a realm devoid of oversight, where monstrous beasts roamed freely. And one could encounter creatures of any caliber. Ordinary individuals who dared to intrude here would almost certainly meet their demise. Even now, as he peered down from the aircraft, he observed numerous ground-dwelling beasts roaring upwards in a dense throng. Indifferent to these minor nuisances, Yunhao closed his eyes to meditate and pinpoint their location. Meanwhile, Yulinger, seated beside him, couldn't help but let her gaze linger on Yunhao's chiseled visage at this moment. Approximately several dozen kilometers from the outskirts safe zone, a fierce battle was unfolding that a horde of bull-headed beasts was relentlessly assaulting a group of individuals, led by Lu Jijun and Meng Yexiao from the 3rd Squad. After departing the arena, they were the first to commence the hunt for these beasts, intent on claiming victory. The two factions clashed fiercely, but with Lu Jijun and Meng Yexiao at the forefront. The bull-headed beasts found themselves at a temporary disadvantage. Deputy Captain Meng Yexiao, feeling genuine admiration for Lu Jijun's formidable presence, shouted, Lu Shun, do be cautious. Lu Jijun, however, did not respond, her expression indifferent as she surveyed the bull-headed creatures. Softly declaring, S-rank martial technique, Moonfrost Cold Radiance. S-rank techniques were exceedingly rare among the 5 great academies, and this particular technique was the sole S-rank martial art possessed by the 3rd Squad. Now bestowed upon Lu Jijun, when she unleashed it, all team members were envious at that moment. Lu Jijun was bathed in radiant light, resembling a celestial maiden. Countless frost particles began to coalesce, the surrounding trees froze, and the ground swiftly became blanketed in ice and snow. The eyes of several bull-headed beasts widened in horror. Before they could utter a sound, their feet were completely encased in ice the next instant. A tempest of frost was unleashed upon them in an instant. They were reduced to ashes, their remains scattered everywhere. Lu Jijun descended gracefully from the air, murmuring, the 47th. The team members instantly felt invigorated, their spirits soaring. Lu Shun, eternally glorious. The entire squad has already slain 120. With you here, how could that fool Yunhao possibly compare to us? Lu Jijun's demeanor remained nonchalant as she recalled the earlier incident. In the arena, Yunhao had been left speechless by her retorts. revealing that his SSS-level talent was inflated. After all, how could there be so many SSS-level talents in this world? Moreover, the most crucial point was that she had intentionally withdrawn, ensuring he had no outlet for his frustration. Contemplating this, Lu Jijun's expression remained unperturbed. I suppose Yun Hao must have begun slaying beasts by now. Unfortunately, he will ultimately fall short of our accomplishments. Once we have slain enough, we shall seek him out. Deputy Captain Meng Yexiao grinned widely. It seems this year's champion shall once again be us. Lu Jijun shifted her gaze back to the remaining bull-headed beasts, calmly stating, "Will you sever your own heads, or shall I take them myself?" The remaining bull-headed beasts wore grim expressions, fully aware they had encountered a formidable opponent. They contemplated fleeing, but it was evident that Lu Jijun would not grant them such an opportunity. Mu, can we negotiate? The leading bull-headed beast gritted its teeth, speaking in human tongue. Generally, beasts that had undergone their second transformation could mimic human speech, so this was not surprising. The celestial maiden merely glanced at it with indifference. "You are not qualified to negotiate with me." "Die." The leading bull-headed beast bellowed. "Charge." Instantly, the two sides were engulfed in a chaotic melee. At that moment, an excited voice echoed from the sky. "Brother Yun, we've found them." Yun Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them as he looked down. Indeed, there was a group of individuals engaged in a fierce battle with the beasts below, creating quite a commotion. Among them, the most radiant figure was none other than Lu Jijun. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together in anticipation that a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Unfortunately, Yun Hao was no gentleman. If he felt displeased, he would pursue them relentlessly for 1,000 kilometers. He had not forgotten the brazen remarks made by that fool just moments ago. "Aim for that woman." Yun Hao shouted. Li Zhaoji, filled with confusion but not daring to question further, immediately aligned the aircraft towards Lu Jijun. "Shift the gearbox to the highest setting and crash into her." Yun Hao narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Chapter 28. After boasting, "Do you think you can flee?" As the words left his lips, Li Zhaoji felt exhilarated. Understood, he was filled with adrenaline, propelling the aircraft to its maximum speed. The image of Lu Jijun perched high above lingered vividly in his mind. With Yun Hao's command, he felt emboldened to act. The private jet hurtled forward with incredible velocity, diving towards Lu Jijun below as the massive aircraft bore down upon her. She sensed an anomaly and looked up towards the sky. The expression in her eyes shifted to one of sheer astonishment. Meng Yexiao, standing beside Lu Jijun, felt the shadow looming over them, and his expression changed drastically as he instinctively moved to shield her. Yet, it was too late. The plane plummeted, its nose crashing violently into the unsuspecting Lu Jijun. A sickening thud resounded. Her delicate form was sent hurtling through the air, a spray of blood painting the scene as the tremendous impact left her insides in turmoil. The other team members were likewise thrown into disarray, some fainting instantly due to the force of the collision. Detected that the first goddess of Tian Nan has been struck by you. Domination points 3,000. Detected that Meng Yexiao has been knocked away by you. Domination points 1,000. Detected that Lu Yuyang from the 3rd squad has been struck by you. Domination points 500. Detected that Li Yun from the 3rd squad has been struck by you. The system notifications rang out incessantly. This was a monumental score, and the domination points surged past 8,000. Additionally, 2 bull-headed beasts had been crushed under the chaos for Deputy Captain Meng Yexiao. While he was not the worst off, he was still sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as several of his teeth were knocked out. Thankfully, they were all martial practitioners. Otherwise, Yun Hao would have surely played them to their demise. The audacity of Yun Laoma to devise such a scheme was truly ruthless. Watching as Yun Hao descended from the cabin, Meng Yexiao roared in fury. "Yun Hao, you are courting death, despite being on guard." No one expected Yun Hao to take to the skies and crash into them. They had been locked in a fierce battle with the bull-headed beasts, only to be ambushed by an aircraft. How could Meng Yexiao not be enraged? His frustration was palpable. Yun Hao surveyed the staggering figure of Lu Jijun, a flicker of regret in his eyes. "What a pity. How could I not have killed you in one blow?" With that, anger welled within him. Meng Yexiao had attempted to shield Lu Jijun from the aircraft, hadn't he? Although he had failed, such behavior was unacceptable. Approaching the bruised Meng Yexiao, Yun Hao raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps. "Did I instruct you to block?" Look at how capable you are, trying to intercept a plane. Why not go and block a tank instead? I told you to protect. To protect. The slaps fell merrily, and the domination points continued to accumulate. Meng Yexiao was left dazed, as Yun Hao unleashed a barrage of blows upon him. Through gritted teeth and a face full of resentment, he shouted, "I didn't even manage to block." Yun Hao hesitated. Contemplating retracting his hand, Meng Yexiao sighed in relief, believing he had narrowly escaped. However, Yun Hao grinned wickedly, delivering another round of slaps. "Stubborn? I'll teach you to be stubborn. The one thing I detest most in this life are sycophants, utterly useless. Yet they wish to throw themselves in front of an aircraft, risking their lives. You forsake your position as a deputy captain, a figure of renown within Tian Nan Sanzhong, pursued by countless admirers, only to play the sycophant. Tisk-sk, it's almost beneath my dignity to strike you." Kicking him away, Yun Hao found the stench of sycophancy too much to bear. With this bout of beating Meng Yexiao, he amassed an additional 5,000 domination points, bringing his total to over 13,000. Zhang Kun trembled in fear, the only one unscathed by the aircraft's collision. "Yun Hao, you disregard martial ethics. You disregard martial ethics," he protested. "We only wish to measure our strengths against the beasts. What is this madness? What do you intend to do? Don't come near. Don't come near. Big brother, I'm on my knees. I am on my knees. I was wrong. My sister can take a hit. Why don't you try her instead?" Yun Hao frowned. "Shut up." Zhang Kun, terrified, quickly covered his mouth, daring not to utter another word. Li Zhaoji rushed forward, delivering several resounding slaps to Zhang Kun, leaving his head ringing. Yun Hao's gaze eventually settled on Lu Jijun, who lay beneath a tree. This moment, a trace of blood graced her lips. Her gown torn in several places, revealing her snow-white skin, her figure flawless and even more pronounced than Yulinger's. Yun Hao grinned maliciously. After boasting, "Do you think you can escape? Come now. Stand up and let me see just how swift you are." Lu Jijun, forcing herself to rise against the sturdy tree, fixed her icy gaze upon the black-clad youth before her, eye in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings, and for the first time, an overwhelming fury surged within her eyes. Never before had anyone inflicted such injury upon her. Never had anyone dared to bring such substantial loss to Tian Nan's third high. The boy before her, Yun Hao, was utterly deserving of death. A mere waste attempting to pry into the realm of geniuses had managed to wound her. A chill emanated from Lu Jijun's gaze. It felt as though being struck by Yun Hao was an affront to her very being. As their eyes locked, Yun Hao flashed a peculiar grin. Lu Jijun murmured, "For 2 consecutive years, I have been the strongest in Tian Nan, revered as the goddess Lu by the 5 major academies. Yet you, a mere braggart, dare to treat me with such insolence. Do you not recognize your transgressions?" Yun Hao grinned widely. "What era are we in that you still refer to yourself as a goddess? Your arrogance is amusing. Seeing such a lofty genius like you excites me. Run? My entire being is brimming with potential." Lu Jijun scoffed. "Is that so?" With that, she produced a vial from her bosom and consumed its contents before discarding it carelessly. A trace of blood at her lips, yet her lovely face remained haughty. "Then allow me to demonstrate what true genius is. An A-class talent. Boundless space. Boundless space." Zhang Kuen's expression lit up with elation. "Sister, unleash your fury upon Yun Hao." Yulinger's fair countenance suddenly turned tense as she shouted, "Yun Hao, be cautious. Her spatial talent is formidable. If the differences in realms were merely trivial, geniuses could easily bridge the gap. But why had Tian Nan's third high invested all its resources into nurturing her alone? It was simply because her spatial talent was exceedingly rare. Such an ability transcended mere luck. It was a gift from the heavens. Song Yi, Yulinger, and the others had all fallen before her boundless space. This so-called boundless space allowed Lu Jijun to create her own domain, battling her enemies within that endless expanse. She was the sole deity. This was one of the reasons she was revered as the goddess Liud that moment. All the members of Tian Nan First High arrived in a van, and upon witnessing Lu Jijun's wrath, as she unleashed her boundless space, their expressions turned grave. In that instant, they were struck with horror. "Brother Yun, do not enter. That is her absolute domain. Once inside, she becomes a goddess." Lu Jijun, initiating her grand display. "You are truly wicked." Meanwhile, bathed in the essence of her boundless space, Lu Jijun appeared ethereal. leaving Meng Yexiao, who lay on the ground, utterly captivated. All pain vanished in an instant, his gaze filled only with admiration. Even the remaining bull-headed demons stood in bewilderment. Moments ago, one would not expect even a demon beast to commit such audacious acts, and now, this woman was launching her ultimate move, clearly prepared for a life-or-death confrontation. Humans were terrifying indeed that eye in the face of her boundless space. Yunhao flashed a grin. Come, let me see what you can do. Instantly, the SSS class talent, the body of the ancestral god, activated. The next chapter, after finally sending you flying. You dare to consume drugs? In a heartbeat, golden light enveloped Yunhao, even his pupils turning to gold that eye in that moment. His handsome visage became even more pronounced, radiating an aura of divinity. Such extreme beauty reached the zenith of Eastern aesthetics. Once the body of the ancestral god was activated, it doubled his combat power, without any need for energy reserves. There were no dazzling divine abilities, nor any blinding brilliance, just an ordinary punch, with divine law within him. A single punch could shatter myriad techniques. With ordinary talent, what could one possibly compare to divine law? Crack. The dark void instantaneously shattered like a spider's web. Boom. The overwhelming shockwave blinded everyone present. Lu Jijun, suspended in the void, tasted blood in her throat and spewed forth a deluge of crimson, clearly suffering from the backlash of her own shattered, boundless space. Her delicate form soared into the air like a parabolic arc, her gaze drifting farther from the ground than ever before. Yet, her mind had long since dulled, leaving her in a haze. Her garments were stained with blood. Beep. Detected that the top-ranked girl of Tian Nen has been severely struck by you. Humiliation value, 4,000. Please continue to humiliate. Continue to humiliate. The system strongly indicated that there was more potential within her to be exploited, and Yunhao considered himself fortunate to have encountered such a significant opponent today. Ultimately, she crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before managing to dissipate the force of her fall. Consume drugs? Apologies, did I give you permission to do so? Yunhao's voice resonated like a deity's. Imbued with boundless authority, still flying, are we? One might think you are a Tier 4 powerhouse, but you're merely hovering in midair due to your skills. After finally sending you flying, you dare to consume drugs? How vexing! As Yunhao's golden eyes met Lu Jijun's, her delicate form began to tremble violently. What kind of eyes were those? They bore an icy indifference, as if a deity were gazing down upon the mortal realm. In Yunhao's view, she appeared like a jester, and his strikingly handsome features exuded an irresistible allure. Is this the SSS class talent? No, my journey does not end here. Lu Jijun gritted her teeth, her pride unwilling to yield. To her, how could a waste who had not awakened in 3 years of high school, and who pursued an ordinary school beauty, possess such formidable strength? She could clearly sense that Yunhao's power surpassed the second tier. 6th rank, straining against her battered body, Lu Jijun rose from the ground, her indifferent gaze locking onto Yunhao, blood at her lips. Next, I shall personally shred all your death disguises among the esteemed academies of Tiannan. S-class martial techniques were exceedingly rare, yet one of them was in my possession, honed to perfection through countless days and nights. Pausing, Lu Jijun's expression remained unyielding as she stared deeply at Yunhao. Today, you should feel genuinely fortunate to witness such extraordinary martial prowess. Everything is coming to an end. S-class martial technique. Frost Moonlight, she shouted, and her hair instantly transformed into ice shards. The entire ground rapidly froze. The surrounding spiritual energy surged with anticipation, an immense pressure bearing down upon Yunhao. The expressions of all present shifted drastically. What did S-class martial technique signify? Apart from the major academies, even the 3 great families of Tiannan possessed none. At most, they had A-class martial techniques that in this era. S-class martial techniques were enough to serve as a trump card, capable of vanquishing any foe. Yunhao, though Yulinger felt an overwhelming anxiety, a strange conviction lingered in her heart. She believed Yunhao would prevail in the next moment. Facing the endless frost, Yunhao flashed a devilish smile, slowly raising a hand, his gaze imbued with a hint of languor and ease, almost instantaneously. As he raised his hand, 5 different attributes of lightning intertwined within his palm, radiating 5 distinct divine lights. Under Yunhao's command, the 5-colored divine thunder expanded dramatically, hurtling toward Lu Jijun. I possess divine law. And yet you flaunt martial techniques? The indifferent voice seemed to echo from antiquity, reverberating throughout the surroundings. The sheer might, akin to divine wrath, left Lu Jijun momentarily stunned. What sort of martial technique was this? Ah, zzz. The boundless lightning collided with Lu Jijun's delicate form. The young woman appeared to endure immense agony, convulsing as she was hurled backward, crashing violently into a great tree, her S-class martial technique instantly dispelled. In that moment, her vitality waned rapidly, leaving her lifeless upon the ground. Through her blurred vision, a boy of otherworldly beauty approached her, resembling a celestial being. The boy's beauty was so striking, it bordered on the ethereal. His skin was fairer than that of a woman, and his features were chiseled as if carved from stone. Lu Jijun felt a deep sense of inadequacy and an overwhelming fear. The lightning caused her body to convulse uncontrollably. Her pupils widened. Do not come closer. Do not come closer. I beg you. I beg you. Yunhao, I admit my mistakes. I know I was wrong. Sob, sob, sob. Yunhao's lips curled into a warm smile. And after activating the body of the ancestral god, his state of mind had indeed become more tranquil and warm. Truly, he was reminiscent of an ancient deity. This shift in mentality was deeply gratifying to Yunhao. He approached her step by step, and with each stride, golden ripples danced across the ground. Standing before her fragile form, her once smooth skin was now marred, portions charred, and her garments tattered. Her long, delicate legs were exposed to the air, albeit soiled and dust-laden. At this moment, she raised her gaze, appearing pitifully vulnerable, like a girl lost and longing. A trace of blood at her lips only intensified her appeal. That eye in her eyes shone a mixture of awe and terror directed at Yunhao. In that moment, all her aids were stripped away. The goddess Lu was no more, leaving behind only a defeated weakling. Yunhao knelt, gently grasping her chin, savoring the expression on her face. What a visage this was! So heart-wrenchingly pitiful, it stirred within me an instinctive urge to protect. Lu Jijun's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, a plea. Her body resembled a serpent, half crawling on the ground, akin to a beseeching maiden. Standing a short distance away, Yulinger watched the scene unfold, her heart suddenly tightening as she clenched her clothing tightly. Lu Shun. Ha! You truly are of noble birth. You are so lofty that you disregard the affairs of mortals. Looking down upon everyone, are you not? Yunhao chuckled, scrutinizing her eyes. You appear pitiful, making me unable to resist the urge to do something to you. However, in the next moment, a crackling sound emanated from Yunhao's hand, perfectly aligning with her face. Chapter 30. The utter ravaging of Lu Jijun. Lightning surged through her body in an instant. Flesh, sinews, and blood all trembled. Her delicate features contorted, morphing into a myriad of expressions: hatred, resentment, reverence, pity, and rage. Ugh. Ah, ugh. Yunhao, I beg you. I plead with you. The girl emitted a groan of excruciating pain, her eyes nearly turning white. The five-colored divine thunder, a pinnacle of divine abilities, was beyond Lu Jijun's capacity to resist. Yulinger's eyes curved into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Li Zhaoji was left dumbfounded, gazing at the golden glowing Yunhao. So, the boss is this formidable, beyond their imagination, truly. At that moment, all the team members fell silent, left with boundless respect. Lin Xingyun, who had been trailing at the back of the group, was originally just a background character, merely hoping to finish this trial and receive some rewards. Yet she never expected to witness such a scene. The boy who had once fervently pursued her was now ravaging a goddess, one who surpassed her in strength and was revered throughout Tiannan. The complexity of emotions surged within her, rendering her speechless. Regret washed over her, an endless tide of remorse flooding her heart. She began to tremble, gripping the hem of her clothing so tightly that her knuckles turned white, as if she were about to tear it apart. Her mind replayed their past like a slideshow, each moment piercing her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her gasping for breath. Clearly, she was Yunhao's childhood sweetheart, yet she had missed her chance. Meng Yexiao, witnessing his goddess in such a state, roared, "Spare her!" Li Zhaoji advanced, delivering slaps that swiftly silenced him. "Brother Yun is handling this. How dare you interject? The exalted goddess, tell me, how will you atone for your sins?" Yunhao's smile was warm. Lu Jijun, drained of all strength, murmured, "Any way will do." "Then, strip away your armor," Yunhao commanded. Lu Jijun trembled violently, tears streaming down her face. Yunhao. Unwilling, once again, five-colored divine light appeared in Yunhao's hand. Lu Jijun's pupils widened, her face paling to ashen gray, her once vibrant eyes gradually dimming. Very well. This extreme humiliation rendered her incapable of harboring even a shred of hatred towards Yunhao. For the youth before her was far too powerful, strong enough that she could never hope to surpass him in this lifetime. Ding. Detected that Tiannin goddess Lu Jijun's Dao heart has collapsed. Feeling utterly shamed, ravaging value 12,000, she fainted. Because Yunhao stood in the way, no one noticed Lu Jijun's condition. They only saw Yunhao's silhouette, resembling a mountain, that a smile played at the corners of Yunhao's mouth as the divine light dissipated. A piece of white fabric slowly covered Lu Jijun, and Yunhao lost all interest in her. Indeed, this method of utterly ravaging the opponent maximized the acquisition of ravaging value. This trial had undoubtedly increased his ravaging value by at least 30,000, an immense gain. Lu Jijun was indeed a treasure. Just then, Yunhao seemed to sense something, slowly turning to look into the distance. Did I permit you to leave? A voice, cold and indifferent, reverberated, laden with undeniable authority. The dozen or so bull-headed demons immediately froze in place. During the earlier battle, they had dared not flee. Now that it had ended, they were about to make their escape, only to be discovered. The leader of the bull-headed demons slowly turned around, his face filled with terror. Brother, spare us, I kneel before you. Yunhao's expression remained nonchalant, calmly gazing at the creature. If you are a demon, you must die in this high martial world. It has always been the law of the jungle. While Tiannan City was relatively safe, once ordinary people ventured into the outskirts, away from the safety zone, they could easily be devoured by demon beasts. Thus, in Yunhao's eyes, all demon beasts were inherently malevolent. His words seemed to seal their fate. The leader of the bull-headed demons roared in anger. About to speak to In the next moment, the two horns atop its head snapped with a crack. Pain surged through it, and the leader of the bull-headed demons began to bellow and wail, "We have not harmed anyone. Why must you kill us?" The creature's nostrils flared, exuding defiance. Yunhao's demeanor remained relaxed, his gaze indifferent, whether good or bad. If you are a demon, you must die. This is a matter of allegiance. Unrelated to hatred, as he spoke, Yunhao slowly raised his hand. The leader of the bull-headed demons, face stricken with horror, bellowed, "Help!" Crack. The bull's head fell to the ground, while the other dozen bull-headed demons were obliterated. And in that fleeting moment, "Yunhao, you will die." In the blink of an eye, a sword shot toward Yunhao's neck. Meng Yexiao seized this opportunity, aiming to assassinate Yunhao in his heart. Lu Jijun was the strongest. Yet Yunhao had so humiliated her. He sought vengeance for Lu Jijun. The seeds of hatred flourished within him. He wanted Yunhao dead. In that critical moment, Yu Linger exclaimed, "Yunhao!" The members of the Tiannan Sanzhong team surged with frenzied anticipation, as if they hoped for a reversal in this dire situation. Amidst the gaze of all, Yunhao donned a ring. This was the Emperor's ring. According to the instructions, one had to recite a passage from the Emperor's sayings to activate it. In the next moment, the heavens and the earth resonated, as if all the flora and fauna were echoing in unison. "Proclaim my true name, and in the cycle of reincarnation, you shall attain eternal life." In an instant, everyone felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. That voice from antiquity resonated here with boundless dominance and power. Meng Yexiao, upon hearing merely a fragment, was instantly stunned. And then his chest caved in, blood gushing forth. His spiritual meridians, sinews, and bones shattered inch by inch, obliterated by the very rules of existence. In the air, a powerful ripple surged outward, affecting all around. The members of Tiannan Sanzhong were caught in the wave, sent flying, many losing consciousness on the spot. The Emperor's ring was indeed terrifying. Yunhao withdrew his gaze, looking at the fallen Meng Yexiao, a smirk of derision playing on his lips that he felt no fear. For those who dared to kill him must be prepared to face their demise. He was merely deserving of such a fate. Li Zhaoji approached. "Brother Yun, are you all right?" Yunhao shook his head. Glancing towards the distant forest, demon beasts are approaching. Li Zhaoji was somewhat astonished. How did Brother Yun know? Yunhao's perception was keener than anyone else's, allowing him to sense the fluctuations of the demon beasts. Li Xiaoji's gaze turned towards the forest, and sure enough, a demon beast emerged. It was a white tiger demon, its massive body fixated on the humans ahead, initially believing them to be dinner. However, it was taken aback when its gaze landed on the young man in black. The aura emanating from the boy, the tiger demon trembled violently, and upon seeing the carnage and bloodshed around, it shivered in fright. Apologies, I took a wrong turn. Saying this, it wasted no time, dashing away as fast as it could. With 8 legs, it nearly utilized all its limbs to flee. It wasn't about the level of perception. Rather, the gruesome scene was enough to make even a demon beast feel the horror of bloodshed. Such a person cannot be normal. If I, the white tiger, do not run now, I will surely perish. Chapter 31. If you took a wrong turn, then stay. Took a wrong turn? Then stay here. A calm voice resonated, causing the white tiger demon to feel an overwhelming threat, immobilizing it in place. What a joke. Why would one not kill such an opportunity that presented itself? The white tiger demon was a second transformation beast. Yet it was now trembling in fear, its fur standing on end, abruptly turning to roar. Damn humans, how dare you invade our territory? The little demon king is about to hatch. At that time, you will surely meet your doom. Roar, roar, roar. After 3 consecutive roars, just as it finished, it received a slap in the void. The tiger's face swelled, and its courage diminished. Who are you speaking to? Yunhao inquired. The white tiger demon's pupils constricted. The little demon king is about to hatch. You humans should flee at once. Yunhao exchanged glances with Li Xiaoji, who then shook his head, coming from an ordinary family. He was not well versed in the depths of demon kings. That why Yulinger hurried to Yunhao's side, looking at him. A little demon king is generally the offspring of a being that has reached the demon king level. Such a little demon king inherits a portion of its parent's strength once born, as one of the 3 prominent families in Tiannan. The Yu family was well aware of these matters and had long been tasked with safeguarding Tiannan City, frequently subduing demons and eliminating evil. Yunhao nodded. Oh, so what level of strength does a demon king possess? What realm is it typically in? Upon hearing Yunhao's question, Yulinger was somewhat taken aback, but still answered obediently. Demon kings are usually powerful beasts at the 5th transformation or above, while little demon kings, who inherit some power, are at least at the peak of the 2nd tier. She paused, then continued. Generally, they are at the 3rd tier. Li Xiaoji's expression grew grave upon hearing this. A 3rd-tier demon beast possessed strength that exceeded the normal scope of students. The white tiger demon beast let out a cold snort. Heh, now you understand the might of the little demon king. Don Tiu, release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences. With that, a swift strike ensued, and the head of the white tiger demon beast fell, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Li Xiaoji stepped forward, retrieving the demon core from the beast's carcass with a dagger, and handed it to Yunhao, saying, Brother Yun, the demon core. Why Yulinger elaborated. The demon core, when held, can enhance cultivation speed and can also be used in medicinal concoctions. Yunhao accepted the shimmering white demon core, and in the next moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected a 2nd transformation demon core, which can be used to elevate the spirit embryo's level. Would you like to absorb it immediately? What? It can also be used to enhance the spirit embryo's level. Yunhao's gaze instantly shifted to Yuling. Did you know that a demon core can elevate the spirit embryo's level? Yulinger shook her head. I've never heard of such a thing. The demon core, in a certain sense, is akin to our human spirit embryo. However, demons are demons and humans are humans. The two are not interchangeable. And humans cannot absorb demon cores. Yunhao understood. The ancestor god body can disregard this rule. Whether it be a human spirit embryo or a demon core, both can be absorbed to elevate the spirit embryo's level. Following the system notification, a smile crept onto Yunhao's lips. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him, but it was worth noting that the school could only provide a B-level spirit embryo, which was already quite precious. Though this spirit embryo might seem adequate to outsiders, it paled in comparison to an SSS-level aptitude. Even with a spirit embryo enhancement liquid, the most one could achieve was elevating a B-level to an A-level. Currently, Yunhao stood at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, on the verge of breaking into the 3rd tier, making the enhancement of the spirit embryo's level a paramount concern. What's wrong? Yulinger waved her delicate hand in front of Yunhao. He snapped back to reality, a grin spreading across his face. Let's go all out in slaying demons. Yulinger nodded, acknowledging that to seize the top spot. They indeed needed to eliminate more demon beasts. However, there was something somewhat chilling about Yunhao's smile. Li Zhaoji became animated. Brother Yun, shall we set off now? Yunhao gently shook his head. Set off? It would take ages to find them. Just moments ago on the plain, visibility was clear, but now, without the aircraft, locating demon beasts would prove challenging. With that, Yunhao activated his SSS-level talent, instantly amplifying his perception. Under the terrifying acuity, everything within a 5-kilometer radius was laid bare. Found it. A smile graced Yunhao's lips. Let us head over there now. Li Zhaoji wasted no time, swiftly bringing the van over. And they all boarded, hastening their movements. Meanwhile, approximately 5 kilometers away, within the woods, an ominous black mist enveloped the area, saturated with demonic energy. This swirling black fog shrouded dozens of female students, all adorned with badges indicating they were from Tiannan Female Academy. Their academy was far weaker than Tiannan Third Middle School and had never produced a figure as illustrious as Lu Jijun. Thus their overall strength was lacking. They ranked among the lowest in the 5 major academies year after year. In previous competitions, they engaged in arena battles where, even if injured, their lives remained unthreatened. However, this trial tournament was entirely different. It marked the first instance of practical training against demon beasts, raising the danger level to its zenith. This might also be a deliberate arrangement by the Special Operations Division, suggesting that they were prepared for fatalities during the competition. After all, the purpose of cultivating warriors is to vanquish demons. Those who fail to pass on shall remain here forever. It sounds harsh, but this is the reality. Thus, for this group of female students, the trial tournament posed a lethal threat, with few possessing the strength to last until the end. Moreover, they were exceedingly unfortunate. Having barely ventured a dozen kilometers beyond the safety zone, they encountered a formidable demon before they could even engage any lesser beasts. This particular demon was of a rare kind, a dream demon, capable of luring individuals into slumber and enchanting their hearts. The black mist surrounding them was a concoction of the dream demon, intended to ensnare them. Upon entering, they were immediately confronted by such a powerful foe, tantamount to a total annihilation. The frail strength of the students ultimately led to a tragic fate. The demon beast showed no regard for their feebleness. They merely chose to devour them. Unbeknownst to these female students, who were oblivious to the looming threat, they remained entranced in dreams, their faces displaying expressions of rapture. Some of the students reached out into the air, murmuring with flushed cheeks, "Yunhao, you're so handsome. Yunhao, how are you so amazing? Keep it up, Dada. Brother Yun, your head is so big." Yunhao had finally become a household name. Having made a striking impression during the competition, further enhanced by his growing charm through cultivation, thus becoming the object of many female students' affections. Hence, this peculiar scene unfolded. The atmosphere had grown increasingly bizarre. Keek. A chilling, sinister laughter suddenly echoed from the surroundings. Deep and foreboding. A creature, entirely cloaked in black fur, emerged beside the group of female students. Chapter 32. Eating people before my eyes, seeking death? This was the true form of the dream demon. Food, a long-awaited flavor, forever succumb to your dreams until that you are devoured. The chilling laughter continued, as the dream demon pounced upon one of the female students like a ravenous tiger. Splurt. Blood and flesh flew in all directions as her organs were consumed completely. Severed limbs scattered everywhere. The sound of crunching bones echoed as the skull was crushed. Despite this, the remaining female students remained oblivious, lost in their dreams. The dream demon, its maw stained with blood and covered in gore, prepared to feast further when a voice slowly resounded. "Eating people? You've crossed the line." The dream demon, startled, turned abruptly, only to behold a group of individuals stepping out from several vans. The foremost were a man and a woman. A perfect match. The man was handsome and poised, and the woman was graceful and captivating. Keek. Excellent. More food has arrived. After a brief moment of indignation, the dream demon let out a cold chuckle, then spewed forth a copious amount of black mist from its bloodied mouth. This dark fog expanded, enveloping the vicinity around the vans. Li Zhaoji and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with alarm. It's a great demon. Soon after, their faces morphed into expressions of intense struggle. Yunhao gazed at the scattered limbs and severed parts on the ground, his eyes growing increasingly cold. You enjoy feasting on humans, do you? Would you like me to offer you one? He flung Lin Qingyun, who was at the back of their group, towards the dream demon. Lin Qingyun tumbled to the ground, landing at the demon's feet, droplets of blood splattering onto her face, instilling within her a profound terror. Ah, help, help! In mere moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The dream demon let out a chilling laugh, eyeing Yunhao. Rather than devouring her, I would prefer to consume you. Such rich blood energy, come forth, in an instant. It unleashed a torrent of black mist. The prelude to its skills was impressively swift. Before Yunhao could react, the mist was already unleashed. Under the oppressive black fog, all present were engulfed in overwhelming desperation, leaving no room for anything else. The vast cloud of mist successfully ensnared Yunhao. The dream demon, elated, cackled menacingly, suddenly appearing before Yunhao. A hand, covered in black fur, reached out to caress Yunhao's face, seemingly intent on savoring its prey. However, in the next moment, Yunhao swatted its hand away. Furious, the dream demon exclaimed, "All have succumbed to my enchantment, and yet you dare resist. Obedient child, kneel before me." Typically, at this juncture, a bewitched Yunhao would have knelt obediently, prostrating himself at the feet of the dream demon. Unfortunately, the expected scenario did not unfold. Instead, Yunhao delivered a resounding slap to the demon's head. Speaking in a threatening tone, "Who do you think you are?" The strike left the dream demon dazed, causing it to spin several times in place. "Impossible. Why have you not succumbed to my charm?" The demon howled, its anguished cries reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. It intensified the black mist, revealing its true form as a peak second transformation demon beast. Yunhao swiftly clamped a hand over its mouth, trapping all the black mist within. "I want to allow you to unleash your skills. Hold it back." With his left hand pressing down, he raised his right hand and swung it fiercely. The dream demon emitted a harrowing scream as it was sent flying. Crashing heavily to the ground, fangs bared, it prepared to fight to the death. Humiliated by such disgrace, unleashing its full might, it rained down blows like a torrential storm. The dream demon caught a glimpse of Yunhao's imposing aura, nearly causing its heart to stop. In sheer terror, it screamed wildly, its body thrashing violently. Yunhao's expression turned ferocious. "You want to eat people? I'll make sure you eat." With a swift motion, he tore its mouth apart, green blood gushing forth. To dare feast upon humans before him was a blatant disregard for life. Since entering the depths of the outskirts, no demon had dared to consume humans in Yunhao's presence. Yet this one had the audacity. The most egregious part was the ruthless, bloody manner in which it did so. This was sin, original sin, adhering to the principle that demons must perish, compounded by the act of cannibalism, made it all the more unforgivable. Devour, consume until there's nothing left. Ah, please, I can weave beautiful dreams for you. According to the Special Operations Division's agreement, I am a special demon beast, as long as I am willing to serve. No matter how grave the sin, I can be spared. You cannot kill me. Ah, I wish to work for the Special Unified Command. I must go to work. Spare me, spare me. Yunhao's hand deftly extracted the demon core. Detected a peak second transformation demon core belonging to a special demon beast. Absorbing it can elevate the spiritual embryo level to S grade. S grade, quite impressive. Such a significant enhancement is purely due to the fact that it is a special demon beast. Yunhao's confidence surged instantaneously, and his desire to advance to the third tier grew even stronger. If he could slay more demon beasts, he would be able to return and break through to the third tier. Coupled with the abundant plundering points, Yunhao had never felt so wealthy in his life. This trial competition truly yielded bountiful rewards. With the demon core removed, the dream demoness spell was instantly shattered. Everyone regained consciousness, and Li Zhaoji shivered uncontrollably. Wai Yulinger, momentarily dazed, blushed upon seeing Yunhao fiercely battling the dream demon. The female classmates from Tiannan Women's Institute awakened as well, upon witnessing the bloody scene surrounding them. Their faces turned pale, only to be replaced by excitement. "It's Yunhao. Yunhao has come to rescue us. Yunhao. Thank you." Yunhao casually discarded the corpse of the dream demon and coldly remarked to them, "Do not harbor unrealistic dreams in the future." He had overheard their words while they were dreaming, which were utterly grating to his ears. Yunhao now felt thoroughly uncomfortable, as if they were imposing their dominant thoughts upon him. Yes, yes. The female classmates' faces flushed crimson. Not daring to look at Yunhao any longer, Wai Yulinger hastily turned her face away, her gaze evasive, with traces of moisture on her jade-like fingertips. Yunhao had no interest in observing them. Instead, he gazed into the depths of the dark forest. There, deeper within, more demon beasts lurked. However, Yunhao had lost the patience to seek them out. Yet, obtaining the first place and the demon core was child's play for him. He raised his hand, and a blazing flame appeared in his palm, first purple, then blue, transforming into various otherworldly colors. Everyone gazed at the flames emanating from Yunhao's palm, feeling a chill creep up their spines. As an ominous premonition washed over them, in the next moment, Yunhao gently blew on the flames, which instantaneously expanded exponentially. Countless flames spread out, igniting the depths of the forest like a wildfire erupting. The intensity of the Samadhi true fire was immensely powerful, and in an instant, the forest was engulfed in flames. Various anguished cries echoed from within, all belonging to the demon creature's pitiful wails. Those heart-wrenching screams reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, leaving everyone present with their hair standing on end point one by one. They looked at Yunhao with expressions filled with terror. Chapter 33. Celestial Techniques. What kind of celestial technique is this? No wonder he is an SSS grade talent. His power far exceeds anyone's imagination. The Samadhi true fire, pure and genuine, is a divine technique. When encountering demonic evil, it naturally possesses an innate advantage. Even the slightest spark can instantly reduce demon beasts with insufficient cultivation to ashes. Yunhao turned to Li Zhaoji and the others, a smile playing on his lips. Why are you standing there in a daze? You can enter the arena and collect the demon cores now. Li Zhaoji, Yulinger. What? It's that simple. We don't even need to slay the demon beasts. We can just go in and collect them. Li Zhaoji and the others felt as though they had just awakened from a dream. For others, this trial competition was a hellish ordeal, but for Tiannan No. 1 High School, it was easier than eating a meal. Yes, in an instant, Li Zhaoji led his group inside to gather the cores, filling bags with them. Yunhao stood in place, silently calculating. With so many demon cores, the spiritual embryo should be able to elevate another level, right? Not to mention, first-tier demon beasts would die upon contact. And even early-stage second-tier demon beasts would be severely injured, waiting to be harvested. If quality is lacking, then quantity must make up for it. Thus, about half an hour passed. Brother Yun, we have a total of 279 demon cores. Among them, 200 are first-tier demon beasts, and 79 are second-tier demon beasts. Detected 279 demon cores of varying quality. After full absorption, they can elevate the spiritual embryo to SS grade. SS grade, splendid indeed. Yunhao was well aware of how difficult it would be to enhance the quality of the spiritual embryo at higher levels. Being able to elevate it another tier already satisfied him. This trial competition could be deemed a resounding success. Within the arena, all students returned to the safety zone, listening to the special unified commands announcement. Tiannan No. 1 High School, first place, with 279 demon cores. All harvested by Yunhao, while the others scored 0. Tiannan No. 12 High School, second place, with 128 demon cores, of which Duan Xingchen obtained 30. Li, Tiannan No. 3 High School, third place at AS. They listened to the special unified command S report. All students gasped in astonishment. Just listen to that. Is this even human language? Tiannan No. 1 High School ranked first, having killed a total of 279, and then Yunhao alone accounted for all 279. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Everyone's gaze was filled with envy as they looked at Yunhao. Commander Lu approached with a beaming face, eager to clap Yunhao on the shoulder, but Yunhao waved his hand and said, "There's something I need to discuss." Commander Lu laughed heartily. "Speak. I killed a person. You need to handle it." Commander Lu's expression suddenly froze. Meng Yexiao from Tiannan No. 3 High School suddenly tried to kill me, but I retaliated and killed him. Yunhao stated matter-of-factly. Pausing, he scrutinized Commander Lu. "Can you handle this? I cannot allow someone who harbors murderous intent toward me to live and pose a continual threat." Commander Lu clenched his teeth. "I'll take the blame for this. After all, it was provoked. This child is teachable." Yunhao looked at him with satisfaction. This PUA tactic was something Yunhao had learned well. Commander Lu chuckled. "You little rascal, you truly are." However, Yunhao's determination was unwavering, and Lu Duzhong did not refuse. He was left with a sense of relief. Casting a glance at the time, his expression darkened. There were only 2 hours left until the registration deadline. The distance to the left region was several hundred kilometers. Chapter 34. Third tier, 6th level. Hurry, Yunhao urged. Lu Duzhong's expression grew solemn. All right, I will head there immediately. I hope I make it in time. Wait for my news at the hotel. Okay, Yunhao nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Duzhong swiftly vanished from sight. Under normal circumstances, following the conclusion of the trial competition, Lu Duzhong, as the highest authority in Tiannan, would personally award the victors, as had been the custom every year. Yet this year, it was unclear what had transpired between Yunhao and Lu Duzhong on stage, for Lu Duzhong departed in a hurry. While Yunhao appeared indifferent that it was best if the registration succeeded. If it failed, could anyone truly prevent him from going to the left region to assert himself? Sparring was reasonable, lawful, and compliant. As for the award ceremony, Yunhao had no interest and returned directly to the hotel. Meanwhile, Yulinger had to accept the award on Yunhao's behalf, and the ceremony continued. Upon returning to his hotel room, Yunhao slumped onto the plush sofa and then pulled out his Fruit 28 Plus to call Li Jingchuan. Old Li, has everything been arranged? Yunhao inquired. Li Jingchuan's voice came through. It's done. He has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Yunhao nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You little rascal, are you beginning to exhibit a hint of rebellion? Have your matters been settled? Li Jingchuan asked. Yunhao held the phone. B-grade spirit embryo. I need it delivered to my room right now. There was a momentary silence on Li Jingchuan's end, followed by ecstatic exclamations. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Yunhao opened the system panel. Master. Yunhao, Realm. Peak of second-tier body refinement. Talent. SSS level ancestral god body, LV1. Divine ability. 3 heads and 6 arms. Major achievement. True fire of Samadhi. Major achievement. 5-color divine thunder. Entry. Domination value. 26,000. Upon seeing the domination value, Yunhao felt a surge of satisfaction, akin to that of a burgeoning prodigy. He had to report how this domination value was amassed. 1. 600 from thrashing Zhang Kuan. 8. 400 from a plane collision, and 16,000 from ravaging the treasure girl. In summary, this venture had been immensely profitable. Now, Yunhao awaited Li Jingchuan's arrival with the spirit embryo. With the spirit embryo in hand, he could instantly break through to the third tier, transcending the realm of mortals. The anticipation was palpable. Yet, Yunhao's gaze drifted back to his talent, ancestral god body. LV1, the ancestral god body consists of 5 major realms. Entry, proficient, mastery, minor achievement, and major achievement, corresponding to LV1 to 5 for your convenience. Yunhao nodded, indicating his understanding that he had always desired to upgrade the ancestral god body to witness the transformations that accompanied such an upgrade, but had been hindered by insufficient domination value. Now possessing 26,000 domination value, he should still have some left after breaking through to the third tier. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yunhao approached to open it, revealing Li Jingchuan, who held a small transparent vial containing a human-shaped embryo. Although diminutive, it boasted complete facial features and emanated an extraordinary power. This is the B-grade spirit embryo. Li Jingchuan presented to Yunhao. Why does it resemble a person so closely? Yunhao asked. Because it is the spirit embryo left behind by a fallen powerhouse, as the spirit embryo cultivates over time. It naturally becomes more akin to its original host. After their demise, they contribute their spirit embryo for the younger generation to absorb, Li Jingchuan explained. Yunhao was taken aback. Is there such a notion? No wonder it looks human. It's somewhat unattractive, he remarked. Li Jingchuan nodded. Will you also contribute your spirit embryo to the younger generation after your passing? Yunhao queried. Li Jingchuan affirmed. Of course, to ensure more third-tier powerhouses emerge among the younger generation. It is inevitable. Attempting to evoke emotion with some significant topic, Yunhao raised a hand to halt him. Read and noted. No response. Li Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback, forcing a laugh. Did Lu Duzhong mention anything about the left region? Yunhao replied coolly. He did not. I inquired about it. Li Jingchuan grinned. Are you willing to go? Yunhao glanced at him. Do you wish for me to go? Li Jingchuan nodded. Of course, I must have some confidence in my student. Yunhao nodded in satisfaction. Now that sounds like a reasonable statement. That I heard you tried to recruit someone last year, only to be snubbed. and scolded by their principal. Li Jingquan's face turned crimson. Who told you that? Lu Duzhong. Yunhao replied. Li Zhengchun chuckled awkwardly. It was all in jest, not serious. Yunhao scoffed. Stop pretending. Look at you. So cowardly, unwilling to admit it. You were ridiculed, and that's that. Li Jingquan's face flushed with embarrassment. You may endure it, but I cannot. Yunhao patted his shoulder. Old Li, I will settle this for you. Li Zhengchun attempted to say more, but Yunhao closed the door, declaring, I am weary. You may leave. Outside, Li Jingquan's voice rang out with reminders. Remember to be cautious when absorbing the spirit embryo. Do not sustain any injuries. Yunhao read his message without responding, returning to the sofa with the vial. Detected a B-grade spirit embryo. Would you like to use the spirit embryo enhancement liquid now? Use. Congratulations, your spirit embryo has reached A grade. Would you like to absorb the dream Yao Yao Dan? Absorb. Congratulations, your spirit embryo has reached S grade. Would you like to absorb 267 demon pills? Absorb. Congratulations, SS grade spirit embryo. Transforming from a B grade to an SS grade spirit embryo, the vial in Yunhao's hand underwent a tremendous change, radiating a luminous glow akin to jade, truly exquisite. Without hesitation, Yunhao uncapped the vial and consumed the spirit embryo. The absorbed spirit embryo entered Yunhao's abdomen without any resistance, willingly merging with him, subsequently reshaping into a spirit embryo. As the transformation progressed, the embryo gradually manifested as a baby version of Yunhao, with skin so delicate it could be pierced, tightly shut eyes, and an aura of strength surrounding it. The embryo was in place. Without a second thought, Yunhao immediately initiated the upgrade. Inject all 20,000 domination value into my cultivation, as his command echoed. You have consumed 8,000 domination value, commencing meditation to break through. You have achieved a significant breakthrough, successfully entering the third-tier spirit embryo realm. Fortune favors you. You have consumed 4,000 domination value, successfully breaking through to the first level of the third tier. You have consumed 4,000 domination value, successfully breaking through to the second level of the third tier. Having crossed a major realm and 2 minor realms was commendable, but Yunhao was far from satisfied. He was not content to stop there. From his pouch, he retrieved several vials of spirit liquid and began consuming them. Detected that you are beginning to consume medicine. Cultivation speed increased by 30%. It's working. Keep consuming. Detected that you are beginning to consume medicine. Cultivation speed increased to 40%. Realizing the medicine was running low, Yunhao immediately thought of Yulinger. He pulled out his phone and called her, requesting her to bring more spirit medicine. Soon, Yulinger arrived with a vast array of spirit medicines. As the young lady of the Yu family, she was certainly not lacking in resources after consuming all the spirit medicines. His cultivation enhancement reached a staggering 100%. Yunhao continued to inject domination value. You have consumed 4,000 domination value. With a cultivation enhancement of 100%, you have successfully broken through to the 4th level of the 3rd tier. He had rapidly increased 2 levels. You have consumed 4,000 domination value, successfully breaking through to the 6th level of the 3rd tier. Chapter 35. The Submission of Lu Jijun, Ultimate Enjoyment. Upon reaching the 6th level of the 3rd tier, Yunhao finally ceased his efforts. At this point, he had expended 24,000 domination value, leaving only 2,000 remaining. Consequently, the aspiration to upgrade the ancestral god body was dashed. Yet the elevation in realm was substantial, pure bliss, with moreover, as long as Yunhao is willing, it can remain operational indefinitely. It is truly unexpected that 2,000 plunder points could yield such an artifact. Just as Yunhao intended to delve into his research, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was quite rhythmic. However, who could be knocking at this late hour? Yunhao, slightly taken aback, approached the door and opened it. Who is it? The door swung open to reveal a young girl standing outside. The swelling on her face had notably diminished, and she had changed into a new outfit that accentuated her figure exquisitely, the slightly injured skin evoking an overwhelming desire. She lifted her chin, making eye contact with Yunhao, but then quickly averted her gaze, biting her lip tightly. Her delicate face seemed to glisten, as if it could drip with water. This visage held considerable aesthetic appeal, yet her intellect appeared rather lacking. That a smirk curled at the corners of Yunhao's mouth. What is this? Haven't you been humiliated enough? Are you eager for another round? The girl's charming face displayed a flustered expression as she hastily shook her head. No, the very act of uttering those words filled her with profound shame. Since her ascendance as a genius, she had never spoken so tenderly to anyone, nor had she ever displayed such softness. To express herself in this manner now was utterly mortifying. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. Then what brings you here? The girl's face hardened with determination. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to meet Yunhao's enchanting gaze. There are always greater beings beyond, and you, being a true powerhouse, I hope to join your team for the left district competition. So, that was her purpose. Yunhao replied nonchalantly. What makes you think I would allow an enemy to join my ranks? Lu Jijun gritted her teeth, lowering her head. I can do anything for you. She understood well the principle that the strong remain ever strong, as the foremost goddess of Tiannan. She found herself devoid of any role models to aspire to, and Yunhao's emergence had violently shattered her confidence, making her realize that without effort, she was no different from a frog in a well. Thus, upon learning that Yunhao would continue to the left district competition, all that remained in her heart was admiration. The audacity to confront the authority and glory of that individual from any perspective of strength or mindset. Yunhao was undeniably a true powerhouse. Such a being exuded an irresistible aura of might, compelling others to want to follow. Lu Jijun did not wish to let this opportunity slip away, hence her late-night visit. Furthermore, as a young girl, her willingness to brave the night despite her injuries demonstrated her sincerity. Yunhao flashed a devilish smile. Are you truly willing to do anything? Lu Jijun lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, whispering in a voice barely above a murmur, I cannot remove my armor, as a show of sincerity. The moment those words escaped her lips, an overwhelming sense of shame surged within her, coursing through her entire being. Her blood, bones, and spirit. She had never imagined that as the goddess of Tiannan, she would one day be so humbly subservient to a mere boy. Yet, she had no alternative to prove her sincerity. Honesty was her only remaining option, offering a glimmer of hope. Removing her armor was tantamount to shedding all her pride, submitting entirely to Yunhao's command. The injured, fair-skinned girl, overwhelmed with shame, in the dimly lit room, a scene imbued with a peculiar ambience. Yunhao grasped her intentions, slowly reclining on the sofa, regarding her with a detached, godlike demeanor. After a moment, his indifferent voice broke the silence. Call me master. Lu Jijun trembled, as if receiving a command, her delicate form bending slightly as she uttered with utmost embarrassment. A master, she acted like a maid, treating her master with utmost reverence. The weight of humiliation threatened to engulf Lu Jijun. She felt on the verge of a breakdown. If he is the master, then what should she do? Yunhao's tone remained unemotional, devoid of any warmth. Lu Jijun shivered, her body bending as she bowed deeply, whispering, Master, please feel free to command me. How utterly humiliating. She was the goddess of Tiannan, Lu Jijun, cultivated by the collective strength of the entire Tiannan Third Middle School. How could she utter such words? If the male students of Tiannan were to witness this scene, they would surely be flabbergasted. The lofty Lu goddess, a girl of high stature, had been reduced to what seemed like Yunhao's plaything. Crawl over here. To my feet. The commanding voice resounded once more, imbued with undeniable authority. The young man in black seated on the sofa appeared as a true deity, issuing orders to his subordinate. Lu Jijun's bright eyes filled with mist, tears threatening to spill over at any moment. The shame compelled her to kneel, her body trembling violently, betraying her extreme emotional turmoil. Had she known, she should never have humiliated Yunhao, nor spoken such words to him. Yet now, she could only submit in this manner. Nonetheless, she was willing. The goddess of Tiannan crawled across the floor, slowly approaching Yunhao like a beautiful beast. The visual impact of that scene was intensely striking. Power. This was power and strength. For the first time, Yunhao experienced an exhilarating sensation that left him utterly enthralled. Chapter 36. Call me mastered. In the world of high martial arts, one principle always prevails. Absolute strength. As long as one possesses strength, what can possibly be unattainable? In Yunhao's eyes, Lin Xingyun had always appeared exalted, yet now, the goddess of Tiannan knelt before him. This was the effect of power. Indeed, those who grovel inevitably meet their demise. The only path is to continuously elevate oneself, She crawled closer, finally reaching Yunhao's feet, her gaze lifting to meet his. Is it not acceptable now? Yunhao scrutinized her. Is it merely because I am strong that you are willing to submit? Or do you have other intentions? Lu Jijun replied, her voice trembling. I wish to walk alongside the strong dot, and I also want to witness the left district competition. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. What do you wish to see? Lu Jijun replied. I want to see the lofty one being thoroughly trampled. Although it was embarrassing to admit, this was Lu Jijun's true desire. Are you referring to Gu Qingwan? Yunhao inquired. Lu Jijun nodded vigorously. Yes. Why? Is it solely because she once defeated you that you harbor resentment towards her? A glint of coldness flashed in Yunhao's eyes. Lu Jijun quickly shook her head. I willingly accepted my defeat to her. But she is simply too noble. Anyone standing before her easily pales in comparison that I just want to see how far I am from you all. Yunhao asked. Is she truly noble? Lu Jijun's expression dimmed. Compared to me. She is indeed noble. The #1 genius of the left district. Even the district commander has proclaimed her a once-in-a-century talent. Can you understand that feeling? Just her mere presence instills a sense of inadequacy, making it impossible to hold one's head high in front of her. A single glance from her is enough to rob you of all fighting spirit. Yunhao chuckled. Is it really that exaggerated? Lu Jijun, kneeling on the ground, bowed her head. That is the result of her years of accumulation and prestige. After each left district competition, Gu Qingwan always stands at the foremost position, with the district commander pointing to her, instructing all geniuses to learn from her. To say she is the most dazzling talent in the entire left district is not an exaggeration. Such immense renown, coupled with unparalleled strength and confidence, made her the perfect target for Yunhao's battles. Since his debut, Yunhao had never encountered a rival. Even Lu Jijun, the strongest, could barely withstand a few moves against him. This instilled in Yunhao a sense of heroically induced solitude. Now, with Gu Qingwan's emergence, Yunhao found himself intrigued. Eager to challenge her, he wondered if this #1 genius of the left district could serve as a worthy opponent. Very well, then I shall meet her. Yunhao smiled, filled with anticipation regarding this so-called Gu Qingwan that he wondered how many plunder points would be generated from that encounter. If it were too few, he might just flip the table in frustration. Lu Jijun's expression turned inexplicably excited. So, can you take me along? She genuinely looked forward to the confrontation between him and that individual. Witnessing a duel between such exceptional talents would be a stroke of fortune. Yunhao cast a detached gaze upon the beauty crawling at his feet. From now on, remember to call me master. Do not address me with impolite words. Keep that in mind, or I can dismiss you at any moment during the competition. Yes, master. Lu Jijun hurriedly lowered her head. Yunhao waved his hand. You may leave now. I will call for you if needed. Lu Jijun nodded and retreated. Sitting on the sofa, Yunhao suddenly received a call. Yunhao. We missed the registration deadline. However, I pleaded with Commander Yang from the left district to grant you an exception to participate. Rest well at the hotel. I will send a car to pick you up immediately. The urgency in Commander Yang's tone was evident, as he had just managed to arrange this. Yunhao nodded. Understood. He had initially thought he would have to storm in directly. However, being able to register is indeed the best outcome, saving him trouble.as for what comes next, a well-deserved sleep. Meanwhile, it was already late at night at this hour. Within the Tianwu Academy of the left district, the office of the dean remained brightly lit. Just moments ago, Dean Ning Zijing had received a notification from the Special Command Agency. This notification is rather extraordinary. Upon reading it, Dean Ning's expression immediately turned grave. That a dark horse has emerged from Tiannan City, he declared, his demeanor serious. Opposite him sat a young girl, her visage softly contoured, resembling a meticulously crafted jade artifact, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, clad in silvery soft armor, her hair elegantly tied up. The lightweight armor enveloped her form, accentuating her delicate waist, while the silver boots elongated her legs, gleaming with a cold, white luster. Her eyes, akin to stars, curved slightly, exuding an overwhelming presence. This aura radiating from within was confidence mingled with a faint melancholy. A melancholy born from having yet to encounter a worthy opponent. A dark horse, she inquired, her voice imbued with a compelling goddess-like allure. Indeed, an SSS-level talent, and I only just learned of it. Dean Ning's countenance darkened abruptly. Is there truly such a person with SSS-level talent in this world? Gu Qingwan's expression faltered, shaking her head in disbelief. Could it possibly be fabricated? Dean Ning replied solemnly. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Yet we must remain vigilant. Furthermore, this dark horse is a student from Tiannan No. 1 High School. Li Jingchun from Tiannan No. 1 attempted to poach my students last year and was thoroughly humiliated by me. Now, with this dark horse appearing, he likely seeks to regain his honor. Jiu Qingwan, uninterested in these matters, had already been delayed in her cultivation by being summoned by Dean Ning at this late hour. She regarded him with her star-like eyes. What do you wish me to do? Dean Ning's expression hardened. Should he manage to reach the finals and confront you, do not hold back. Decisively defeat him with ruthless efficiency in the most humiliating manner. Shatter his resolve. Gu Qingwan's brows knitted slightly. Is it truly necessary? Dean Ning replied gravely. An SSS-level talent, regardless of its authenticity, must not be underestimated. Only by destroying the opponent's resolve can Tiannan No. 1 High School be prevented from ever rising again. In any case, that old fellow Li Jingchun must not be allowed to rise again. He cannot be permitted to dominate Tianwu Academy. Moreover, should he nurture peak disciples, if he were to return, who could withstand him? Very well, Gu Qingwan nodded, refraining from further comment. Regardless of whether she supported Dean Ning's decision, it was of little consequence to her. Her focus lay solely on her own strength and cultivation. I shall take my leave then. Dean Ning's expression immediately softened, smiling as he said, Very well. You may return to rest, but keep the Dean's words in mind. Without a backward glance, Gu Qingwan departed. Dean Ning continued to peruse the documents, his expression growing increasingly somber. I recall last year's martial arts competition. It seemed that Lu Jijun from Tiannan secured a position in the top 10, only to be swiftly eliminated by Qingwan. This time, if this dark horse could defeat Lu Jijun, it signifies considerable strength. Yet before Qingwan, all talents are but ephemeral clouds. A dark horse. Haha. Chapter 37. Pressing the goddess to the ground the following morning, Yunhao summoned all team members for a meeting in the hotel conference hall. Everyone sat in a circle. Upon Yunhao's entrance, all the team members immediately rose to greet him. Following closely behind him was a young girl. Upon seeing her, Yulinger's eyes flickered with surprise. Yunhao. Is that her? Yunhao turned back, noticing Lu Jijun had also arrived, and nodded slightly. Let her stand by and listen. Why Yulinger, somewhat puzzled, nonetheless nodded and took her seat. Although Lu Jijun stood, her mere presence drew the attention of many. For she was the goddess of Tiannan. Even in defeat, one would not expect her to be so subservient. Thus she seemed to be trying to curry favor with Brother Yun. Yunhao seated himself at the head of the table, then scanned the gathered team members. The purpose of calling you here is singular. To participate in the left district competition. The team that secures first place in the trial competition indeed qualifies for the left district competition. Yet upon hearing Yunhao's decision to participate, the atmosphere in the room trembled. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who do not wish to remain may leave immediately. I do not keep idlers here. Yunhao's tone was commanding. You have 3 seconds. However, as the 3 seconds elapsed, no one chose to leave. Satisfied, Yunhao nodded and then fixed his gaze on Lin Qingyun, who sat in the corner. Has she collected her prize yet? Yulinger replied. Yes, that she has. I suggest we expel her from the team. There is no need for her to accompany us to the left district competition. We can overlook this incident. Why Yulinger still harbored resentment over Lin Qingyun's deception. While she was forgiving towards Yunhao, she was not so towards others. Yunhao smiled broadly, turning his attention to Lin Qingyun in the corner. Lin Qingyun trembled, having already concealed herself. Why was she still being noticed? Yunhao frowned. Why forget it? Immediately retract all rewards. You cannot expect to take something without contributing to the team. Hand it over. Linger, you remain too kind. You have yet to learn the ways of ruthlessness. Lin Qingyun, seated at the table, blanched, seemingly on the verge of losing control, utterly humiliated. Li Zhaoji stepped forward, directly snatching everything from her. Hand it over. Lin Qingyun's face stiffened, as though her soul had departed. Just yesterday, she had reveled in her rewards, and now they were being taken back. The overwhelming humiliation left her at a loss. Yunhao, however, turned his gaze away. He did not intend to expel Lin Qingyun, but rather to let her witness step by step how he would shine in the left district. He aimed to instill in her a profound regret, to make her feel inferior, to realize that in this world, She was even less than a failure. Yes, it was the sensation of being more painful than death. After tormenting the original owner for 3 years, how could he so easily let her off? Ruthlessness. Haha, this is merely the retribution of the strong, that if one cannot fully manipulate their enemies, it signifies one's own inadequacy. Not a reason to criticize others for being ruthless. Returning his gaze, Yunhao surveyed the entire room. Our objective henceforth is to press Gu Qingwan to the ground and defeat her. Yu Ling'er shivered slightly. Behind her, Lu Jijun trembled as well. Such audacious words could only be uttered by Yunhao. Yet inexplicably, a dry mouth and trembling body arose. What was this? A perverse exhilaration. An image surfaced in her mind. The exalted first talent of the left district. Gu Qingwan, kneeling before Yunhao, pleading too perverse. Lu Jijun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not delve further into her thoughts. The meeting concluded, and she remained dazed, had she not noticed that Yunhao had already risen. Scrutinizing her, Lu Jijun stammered. I was wrong. Yunhao frowned. Did I not teach you to call me master last night? Master, such a shameful title, uttered by the goddess of Tiannan. This revelation made Yu Ling's bright eyes narrow. Li Zhaoji and the others were left speechless, staring intently at this goddess of Tiannan. Could it be true that such a noble being would utter such words? Yet the next moment, Lu Jijun, blushing fiercely, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Master, I was wrong. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Yunhao's gaze, as humble as a maid. The hearts of everyone present quaked violently. As if their worldview had shattered, my goodness. This is the goddess of Tiannan, reduced to such a state by Yunhao's training. Just yesterday, she had refused to lower her proud head. And now, Master, from Yunhao's perspective, this was sheer ecstasy. This world is utterly insane. There shall be no next time. If you continue to be so wooden and dull, then you may leave. With that, Yunhao exited the conference room. Yu Ling'er stood frozen, gazing at Lu Jijun, gripping her garment tightly. Just now, Yunhao had mentioned last night what transpired between them that could render Lu Jijun so willingly obedient. Could it be some sort of training? Oh dear, Yu Ling'er, how could you think of Yunhao in such a way? He is so cold. He cannot be just anyone. As the conference hall emptied, only the 2 girls remained, exchanging a glance. Rendered speechless, descending from the conference hall, Yunhao arrived at the hotel entrance at that moment. A bus was parked outside. A head poked out from the bus, waving at Yunhao. Yunhao, hurry aboard. The special operations personnel are also up there. The person beckoning was Principal Li. Upon seeing the bus, Yunhao's expression darkened. This? You expect me to take this to the left district? Li Zhengshun chuckled. Explaining, that is because this bus is special and equipped with defensive mechanisms. Traveling from Tiannan City to the left district involves passing through several suburbs, which lack strong defenses and are rife with magical beasts. In essence, Li Zhengshun was implying that taking the bus was safe. He waved vigorously for Yunhao to board, but Yunhao outright refused. I won't. Moments later, a supercar pulled up in front of Yunhao. Yu Ling'er, as the beautiful driver, gracefully opened the door for him. Yunhao slid into the passenger seat and then looked at Li Zhengshun on the bus, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I fear those magical beasts? With that, the supercar sped off, leaning back in the passenger seat. Yunhao slightly closed his eyes, feeling the rush of wind. After a moment, he noticed something different about Yu Ling'er. Have you broken through to the 2nd tier? 5th level? Yunhao raised an eyebrow. Yu Ling'er nodded and remarked, from your combat, I have gleaned a wealth of experience, which has enabled my breakthrough. Yunhao's brows danced with excitement. Truly, she was a prodigy, were it not for his own prowess. He might have found it challenging to contend with these natural-born talents. Soon, the vehicle ventured into the suburbs, where the traffic thinned considerably on the elevated highway. Only a single sports car sped through the gloomy weather. Yet, this weather was not genuinely overcast in the city. The sun still shone brightly, but in the suburbs, the miasma of malevolent energy obscured the sky, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly bleak and hindering visibility, unbeknownst to them. Countless malevolent beasts had set their sights on the speeding sports car. Yu Ling'er felt a surge of anxiety as the speed exceeded 180 kilometers per hour, the engine revving above 3,000 RPM. Suddenly, a chilling cackle echoed through the void. Chapter 38. A single strike to annihilate the Demon King in an instant. The highway was engulfed by malevolent beasts. countless rock demons emerged in the air. Flapping their wings, their icy gazes fixated on the swiftly moving sports car. Inside the green sports car, Eulinger glanced up and nearly gasped for breath. The young lady of the Yu family had never felt such tension before. Her breathing quickened, and instinctively, she pressed the accelerator, hoping to outpace these creatures. However, the rock's flight speed was far too swift. The ominous horde circled ominously above the sports car. The demonic energy surged skyward. The overwhelming aura of malevolence was nearly suffocating. Yulinger's voice trembled. She had never witnessed such a scene. Even though the suburbs teemed with demonic beasts, it was inconceivable that they could blot out the sky and focus solely on her vehicle. It was bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. Leaning against the passenger seat, Yunhao sensed the oppressive malevolent energy and looked up into the void. Suddenly, a furious roar resounded. "So, it's you, Yunhao. You killed 200 of my subordinates. Today, you shall not leave in an instant." A torrent of malevolent energy erupted. The countless rock demons simultaneously unleashed their monstrous cries directed at the sports car. That Eulinger, a mere girl, had never encountered such a spectacle. Terrified, she trembled and screamed, causing the steering wheel to jerk violently. The entire sports car lost its balance. Yunhao swiftly grasped the wildly swerving steering wheel, bringing the vehicle back onto the proper path. He raised his gaze towards the void. "You have frightened my driver. I shall give you 3 breaths to flee." The voice in the void cackled ominously. "What is this? Only now do you realize fear. You are clearly terrified yet attempt to feign calmness to intimidate me. Do you even deserve to do so?" Suddenly, Eulinger recalled. It's that newly hatched little demon king, a third-tier demon beast. Her complexion turned ashen. She remembered hearing the news of the little demon king's hatching when Yunhao had slain the white tiger demon beast, but the little demon king had never appeared. It seemed it had been waiting for them here. The newly hatched little demon king, a third-tier demon beast strength, posed a grave threat to both her and Yunhao. "Indeed, it is I, the true one. The demon beasts my father bequeathed to me have all been slain by you. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate?" The rock in the void bellowed furiously, opening its gaping maw, a foul stench wafting towards them. Yunhao muttered, "I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it." In the next moment, a strike emanated from within the sports car. That strike shimmered with a white luminescence, expanding in the void and illuminating half the sky. The little demon king, sensing the impending power of the strike, turned pale. Ah. It flapped its wings desperately, attempting to flee. However, it was too late. With a sickening splat, blood rained from the heavens. The unique blood of the little demon king fell in torrents, splattering across the entire highway. Many of the rabble were also slain by the residual force of the strike, their bodies plummeting from the sky. In one blow, the little demon king was annihilated. Witnessing Yunhao's prowess, Yulinger trembled violently. The same fear gripped the multitude of malevolent beasts. With the little demon king dispatched in a single strike, they were not foolish. They sought to flee. The once overcast sky quickly dispersed. Yet, Yunhao raised his hand. And suddenly, lightning ignited in his palm. The 5-colored divine thunder. In the void, thunder rumbled ominously. The divine thunder descended, casting a brilliant white light that instantly engulfed the entire space. The world became a blinding white. When the brilliance faded, the sky was strewn with the corpses of demons, crashing down upon the highway, leaving it in ruins. Yunhao murmured, "Since you have come, do not think to leave. Today, I shall unleash a massacre. And in doing so, perform a service for the people of Tian and a benevolent act." This benevolence was terrifying indeed to Yulinger, who trembled uncontrollably. Was this truly the extent of Yunhao's strength? With one strike to obliterate the little demon king. A single technique could alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Such power clearly indicated he had ascended to the 3rd tier. He was no longer a mere youth, but, in Yulinger's eyes, a being rivaling the divine. From the corpse of a rock demon, Yunhao extracted a demon core, detected a 3rd-tier rock demon core belonging to the little demon king lineage. Would you like to absorb it? Absorbing it will elevate the spirit embryo level to SSS. Absorb immediately. To his surprise, this was an unexpected boon. Initially, Yunhao felt slight regret over the SS level spirit embryo. But now, fortune smiled upon him. SSS level, perfection achieved. The foundation was extraordinarily solid. Congratulations, Your spirit embryo has been upgraded to SSS level, granting a swifter evolution capability than others. Upon seeing Yulinger's pale visage, Yunhao rarely adopted a gentle demeanor. Let us proceed. All is well. A girl in such circumstances could be easily understood. Yulinger accelerated, swiftly steering towards the left district. During this time, they encountered several disturbances from demonic beasts, but Yunhao activated the ancestor god body. And the terrifying divine power radiated instantly. It is well known that demonic beasts have far more sensitive noses than humans, and to such an unknown yet sacred force, they retreated in trepidation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the vehicle, Yunhao closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate the qi transforming into 3 purities. This ancient divine ability was something he eagerly anticipated applying to Gu Qingwan. Simultaneously, within the left district competition arena, in the office of the Special Operations Department, the voice of Yang Duzong, the foremost powerhouse of the left district, rang out. Are you certain he possesses such extraordinary talent that justifies your request for me to ensure his registration? Standing before him was Lu Duzong, who solemnly replied, the name has been registered, and he is on his way. What more do you wish to say? Yang Duzong scoffed. If you wish to retract your decision now, it is not too late. Should he be defeated upon entering the arena, I will deem your judgment of talent to be fundamentally flawed and impose a demotion upon you. Last night, Lu Duzong had persistently urged him to register Yunhao. Yang Duzong could not help but admire Lu Duzong's tenacity, and thus felt compelled to challenge him. Lu Duzong, however, shook his head. My lord, I shall not retract my request if he truly falls upon entering the arena. I willingly accept a demotion to an ordinary special operative. Yang Duzong furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Certain. Yang Duzong erupted with laughter, his expression shifting to seriousness. In that case, I shall personally arrange for his first match. Lu Duzong hastily interjected. Is it necessary for you to arrange this, my lord? It may not be entirely appropriate. Yang Duzong's eyes gleamed with a shrewd light, and with a sweeping gesture, he decisively declared, the individual you favor, I am most eager to see. Let the first match be Yunhao versus Sun Nan from Yunhai City. Sun Nan? He is already a 3rd tier. Is that truly appropriate? Lu Duzong quickly protested. Yang Duzong frowned. If it is inappropriate, then leave. There is no need for you to participate in the left district competition. As the strongest in the left district, Yang Duzong wielded significant authority. Last night, Lu Duzong had implored him to register Yunhao. Yet now, when it came to assigning an opponent, he was hesitant. In Yang Duzong's view, without the requisite strength, one ought not to take on such delicate matters. Lu Duzong conceded. Understood, my lord. The first match shall be Yunhao versus Sun Nan. Chapter 39. Arrival at the left district. The sports car sped swiftly, soon arriving at the left district. Compared to Tian'an City, this place was indeed far more prosperous, with many martial artists among the pedestrians on the streets. Passing by a building, Yunhao looked up to see a massive screen displaying a poster of a silver-armored girl. Exuding an air of nobility in her every gesture, the name on the poster was crystal clear, Gu Qingwan. This was not the first time Yunhao had seen such a poster. The entire left district seemed to hold this first prodigy in the highest esteem. Yunhao felt increasingly intrigued, and upon reaching the competition arena, the sports car parked in the basement, and they ascended together. Upon entering the arena, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, with numerous students already present to register and scout the venue. The Special Operations Department had established a registration area where participants were required to check in. Yunhao, the registration area is over there. Yulinger pointed with a smile as others had yet to arrive. The two of them proceeded to register first. Yunhao nodded, and they walked over together. The staff at the Special Operations Department did not even lift their heads. Name, school, place of origin, gender. After Yunhao provided the required information, the staff member paused briefly before immediately directing their gaze towards a nearby special operative, seemingly seeking his approval. The middle-aged special operative, adorned with 3 stripes, stood with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Yunhao. So, this is Yunhao. The registration has concluded, yet Lu Duzong fervently implored Lord Yang to allow Yang Duren's entry. However, Lord Yang was decidedly displeased, believing that Lu Duzong had contravened the regulations of the Special Command Office. And he harbored disdain for Yunhao, who had seemingly gained entry through the back door. Instinctively, this middle-aged special agent retorted, how can you be certain you are Yunhao? Let me call your superior for confirmation. Yunhao glanced at Yulinger, who, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly retrieved her phone to make the call. After a brief negotiation, she hung up. Yunhao turned to the agent. Oldly should have clarified everything. Correct? The middle-aged special agent replied. You may now submit your materials. Yunhao frowned. More materials? If you don't have them, let the next person go to do not delay those waiting in line. The agent crossed his arms, dismissively waving his hand. His audacity stemmed from the Special Command Office's authority. No one dared to defy ITAS, the head of the logistics department in the left district and a confidant of Lord Yang. His words were effectively commands. Unfortunately, he had encountered someone formidable. If Yunhao had not grasped the agent's intent by this point, it would truly be a waste of existence. A surge of anger enveloped Yunhao. All his previous patience evaporated, leaving him on the brink of explosion. He overturned the registration table, scattering documents across the floor. With a swift motion, he seized the agent's head and struck. The agent's head buzzed from the blow, leaving him utterly dazed. Did I just get hit? As the logistics chief of the Left District's Special Command Office, traversing the territory with authority, who would not afford him some respect? How dare someone strike him? Especially in front of so many witnesses, and by a student, no less. This was intolerable. Assaulting a Special Command Office personnel warranted immediate arrest under their laws. The middle-aged special agent bellowed, unleashing his aura, ready to retaliate. Yet, he was met with another resounding slap. Completely bewildered, his energy dissipated in an instant. What was meant to be a single strike turned into two. Then, a cold voice interjected, Are you still going to arrest me? Still going to make things difficult for me? I traveled a great distance only to be told it can't be done. Go on, try saying next again. The forceful tone and brazen demeanor left those around utterly stunned. Striking a member of the Special Command Office, this was bold indeed. The other special agents stood frozen, their expressions aflame with indignation after witnessing their leader being struck. This was it. This young man was done for. Yunhao, however, was far from pleased. After enduring considerable hardships to face Gu Qingwan in combat and to accumulate battle points, he was now being told it was impossible. Was this an obstacle to his path of ascension? Who else should he strike if not him? Just as the middle-aged special agent contemplated resistance, a sudden voice rang out. Lu Duzhong has informed me that Yunhao will face Sun Nan from Yunhai. Are you defying Lord Yang's orders by preventing his registration? It was Lu Duzhong. He fixed an icy glare on the agent, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would soon find themselves at the mercy of Yunhao's fury. The middle-aged special agent's gaze turned sinister. Assaulting a Special Command Office personnel incurs severe penalties. Are you attempting to protect him? Lu Duzhong scoffed. With me here, you dare to lay a finger on him? Furthermore, you are in the wrong here. What do you think will happen if I report this to Lord Yang? The question was unanswerable. The middle-aged special agent realized the gravity of his situation, his face growing more sullen, feeling as though he had consumed something vile. After much contemplation, he found no leverage to threaten Lu Duzhong, and thus he sneered. Very well, I shall await the duel between Sun Nan and him. I am eager to see what this young man is truly capable of. Initially a mocking remark, Yunhao shot him a dismissive glance. Fool. His nonchalant demeanor only served to harden the agent's expression. Yet, Yunhao had already lost interest in him, departing alongside Lu Duzhong. The agent was merely an old relic, devoid of talent or potential for advancement. What right did he have to speak before him? In plain terms, he could not even produce battle points. Such individuals were no different from waste. Yunhao had no desire to squander time on them. Yunhao, you mustn't act so recklessly next time. Lu Duzhong lamented. Feeling increasingly overwhelmed, he understood Yunhao's audacity, but had not anticipated it would extend to striking members of the Special Command Office. Mind your own business regarding the affairs of the adults. Yunhao retorted. Lu Duzhong was nearly driven to madness. Yunhao's temperament was one that thrived on internal conflict. Why Yulinger stifled a chuckle, unable to contain herself any longer. Yunhao continued. Earlier, you mentioned my opponent is Sun Nan? Lu Duzhong nodded earnestly. I believe it is imperative I inform you about Sun Nan. He is not to be underestimated. He ranked in the top 10 during last year's Left District tournament, meaning only a select few can surpass him in strength. Moreover, he is at the third tier. His hurried explanation was cut short as Yunhao flashed a grin. Enough, I do not wish to hear more. Very well, I shall retire to my hotel room for rest. You may take your leave. Lu Duzhong, realizing Yunhao's indifference, found himself chuckling in disbelief. You must take this seriously. Sun Nan is exceptionally unique. He cultivates the divine path. Chapter 40. Little One, disrespecting the immortal? Upon hearing this, Yunhao instantly turned to Lu Duzhong. Is it akin to my own? Lu Duzhong shook his head. It is similar, yet distinct. You will understand when you encounter it in any case. Do not be careless. Intrigued, Yunhao was eager to discover the nature of this path that dared to call itself divine, that he waved his hand. Has my accommodation been arranged? It has been arranged. Here are your room keys, Lu Duzhong replied, producing 2 key cards. Yunhao accepted them with a smile. Notify me when the competition begins. With that, he departed with Yuling. Upon arriving at the hotel, they found the bus had already arrived, and the team members were gathered. After settling in, Yunhao took a moment to rest in his room. Lu Jijun, ever considerate, understood her duties as a maid and proactively prepared tea for Yunhao. Serving him with care, while pouring the tea, Lu Jijun cautiously remarked, Master, I have heard that you will be battling Sun Nan from Yunhai. Yunhao nodded. Oh. And Lu Jijun continued. Typically, individuals of Sun Nan's caliber, being the top contender in Yunhai City, rarely participate in preliminary matches. His appearance here suggests someone wishes to make things difficult for you. She earnestly analyzed the situation for Yunhao, that he replied nonchalantly, No matter. If that is the case, I shall simply break through the heavens during the preliminaries. Lu Jijun was taken aback, but recalling Yunhao's prowess, she had no further objections. That I wish you victory in advance, Master. Lu Jijun bowed. Yunhao grinned, then closed his eyes to rest. Time passed without him noticing. Outside the competition venue, a series of announcements echoed, calling participants to enter. Yunhao remained unfazed, continuing to wait. Soon, the first match of the preliminaries was announced. Yunhao from Tian'an City versus Sun Nan from Yunhai City. A seasoned prodigy facing off against a new generation dark horse. Who would emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Please welcome Sun Nan and Yunhao to the stage immediately. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yunhao's eyes as he rose from the sofa. It is my turn. Lu Jijun promptly tidied everything up and followed Yunhao to the arena. The members of Tian'an No. 1 High School were astonished to learn that their captain would be competing in the preliminaries against Sun Nan. How swift! This was advantageous. After Yunhao's duel, it would save them much trouble. Come, let us go together to cheer for Brother Yun. The entire team from Tian'an No. 1 High School made their way to the preliminaries. With only Li Zhaoji absent, upon arriving at the venue, Li Zhaoji descended from the stage, dusting himself off. Yunhao looked at him, surprised. What were you doing? Li Zhaoji, with a hint of excitement, replied, I wanted to test my strength. So I challenged Sun Nan early and managed to last a few exchanges against him. How was it? Yunhao raised an eyebrow. Li Zhaoji continued, I feel I have improved significantly, but Sun Nan is even stronger than last year. Did you sustain any injuries? Yunhao inquired. Li Zhaoji hesitated. Nothing too severe, just some superficial wounds. Yunhao frowned. I will ask you once more. Were you injured? Li Zhaoji paused, then looked towards Sun Nan on the stage. Quickly responding, Yes, I was hurt. He did it. Brother Yun, he disrespected our Tian'an No. 1 High School and boasted that he could take on 10 of us. Sun Nan on the stage was left dumbfounded. When did I ever disrespect Tian'an No. 1 High School? When did I claim I could take on 10 at once? This was a blatant slander. However, true prodigies do not waste time explaining themselves. So Sun Nan said nothing, calmly observing Li Zhaoji and Yunhao. He then disregarded Yunhao, turning to Lu Jijun behind him with a smile. We meet again. Expecting a greeting, they were instead met with a calm declaration. Last year, I defeated you after 100 exchanges. This year, I am confident I will prevail within 50. Lu Jijun's expression darkened, and she let out a cold laugh. Arrogant. In front of Yunhao, Lu Jijun played the role of a maid. Yet beyond that facade, she remained a peerless prodigy among thousands. Sun Nan burst into laughter, then turned to Yunhao and said, I've heard you defeated Lu. You must be more formidable than her. I can hardly contain my excitement. Excited for what? Yunhao replied with a smile. Sun Nan grinned widely. Naturally, I can't wait to conclude the battlefield. As his words fell, Sun Nan, standing atop the arena, suddenly cast a spell. Spirit, descend upon me. A plume of black smoke erupted from him. Gradually, the smoke coalesced into a human form, resembling an elderly woman, holding a cane. and with her eyes tightly shut. From a distance, she appeared as a colossal deity, magnified countless times, manifesting before all spectators. It is well known that there are 4 great families of the celestial beings, namely Hu, Huang, Chang, and Meng, along with the presence of a black old lady. This black old lady is a celestial figure whose influence stretches across the northern region, venerated by many. Sun Nan's family revered her, practicing this path. Upon witnessing that overwhelming divine might, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Lord Yang, observing from the spectators' platform, revealed an appreciative glint in his eyes. Sun Nan is quite impressive. His mastery of the divine path is increasingly refined. Lu Dujing's expression wavered. In martial arts, many have forged their own paths and have also achieved remarkable success. Li Zhengchun stood beside them, gazing at Sun Nan bearing the deity's image, suddenly bursting into laughter. Haha, this truly is exhilarating. Lord Yang shot a glance at Li Zhengchun. Old Li, after all these years of being relegated, have you not yet tempered your temperament? What are you so eager about? Li Zhengchun's face turned awkward. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, countless onlooking students fixated their gazes on the deity's image, seemingly filled with trepidation. After summoning the spirit, Sun Nan stood proudly atop the arena, bowing to Yun Hao. Brother Yun, please, he added, once the battle commences. The spirit will take over my body, so if things get too fierce, it's not my fault. Yun Hao smirked disdainfully at the elderly deity. At your age, still flaunting your power? He ascended the arena, his eyes radiating utter contempt. Sun Nan's expression shifted. Suddenly, the elderly deity awakened. Her eyes, shrouded in black mist, burst open. As those dark eyes opened, the surroundings seemed to dim considerably, an insurmountable pressure cascading towards Yun Hao. The voice, aged and hoarse, resonated eerily, as if a ghostly entity had spoken. The black eyes, devoid of whites, fixed their gaze upon Yun Hao. Little child, do you dare to show disrespect to the celestial beings? Chapter 41. What sort of broken divine path have you cultivated? The celestial's anger foreshadowed impending terror, and it was evident that this was the true essence. Generally, one could only summon a physical manifestation. But this was evidently the true form. The mere opening of those eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure. However, Yun Hao felt quite disappointed to have anticipated for so long, thinking it might be some divine being. Yet I ended up with this old hag. How dare she call herself a celestial? He scoffed. To call her ancient is to flatter her excessively. With such a decrepit appearance, she should refrain from trembling before others, let alone claim celestial status. Yun Hao expressed his discontent. The black old lady's eyes suddenly narrowed, and she appeared irked. For so many years, she had only been revered, yet never had anyone dared to speak of her in such a manner. Are you implying that I am unworthy of the title celestial? The black old lady retorted, clearly displeased. Yun Hao, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, True celestials exude an ethereal aura, unlike you, who is nothing but a wild spirit. The black old lady countered angrily. I have cultivated my way to become a celestial in the suspended stone cave of the 9 Peaks Iron Monastery, enjoying the offerings of humanity for 500 years. I have long since attained the righteous path, yet you dare to call me a wild celestial? The black old lady's manifestation stirred, her tone now laced with fury. The gathered crowd collectively gasped. They were aware that this was a celestial being, and should she truly become enraged, Yun Hao would be in for a reckoning. Initially, it might just be a spar, but having clearly provoked the celestial, it could escalate unfavorably. After all, celestial beings are not easily trifled with. Yun Hao raised an eyebrow. You don't believe me? Little child, do not be so presumptuous. Although I am a celestial, I am not ungracious. Before she could finish, Yun Hao abruptly activated his SSS-level talent, the ancestral divine body. In that instant, along with the unity of the 3 purities, everything was unleashed. Instantly, the ethereal silhouettes of 3 ancient ancestral deities appeared, illuminating the arena with a dazzling golden light. Typically, activating these was exceedingly draining, yet Yun Hao possessed infinite energy, rendering him unperturbed. Allow me to show you what a true deity is. Yun Hao grinned. A piercing wail echoed as the black old lady, possessing Sun Nan, was rendered utterly terrified, her black mist dissipating rapidly, even her form faltering. What is this? What is happening? The black old lady's voice trembled with horror. Clearly overwhelmed, After all, the Black Old Lady was merely a wild celestial, whose powers were insufficient. Now, before a true deity, she was inherently at a disadvantage. The shrill cries sent chills down the spines of all present. That haunting sound left everyone bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation that had befallen the Black Old Lady. What in the world was happening? It seemed as though Yunhao had yet to strike. Yet the Black Old Lady was already terrified. How is it possible for a celestial to fear a mere human? In the realm of martial arts, all practitioners aspired to the martial path, and the mainstream route was indeed martial. Thus, they looked upon those who practiced the divine path, talismans, or formations with great envy. To them, the divine path was synonymous with nobility. Yet, the celestial being summoned by Sun Nan was now so thoroughly suppressed by a martial arts youth. Trembling in fear, Lord Yang's expression shifted. What is happening? Even the esteemed Lord Zhua, seated high upon the spectators' platform, was taken aback. The scene was simply too sudden. Only Li Jingchun could grasp the extent of the terror that the Black Old Lady was witnessing. So, this is what a celestial being is, huh? Come, let me show you what a true divine spirit looks like. Yunhao grinned. In an instant, he activated the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, manifesting the 3-headed, 6-armed divine form behind him. Together with the 3 ethereal forms, they surrounded the Black Old Lady. The Black Old Lady shrank back in utter horror, transforming into black mist, desperately attempting to escape amidst the 3 divine forms. The space reverberated with the sounds of her dissipating power and her shrill screams. At this moment, Yunhao radiated an aura akin to a deity, his 9 eyes fixated upon her, his voice cascading down upon her. I have stated before, true deities do not resemble you. Dark and murky, spewing black mist. Do you not realize that deities glimmer with brilliance? The Black Old Lady trembled uncontrollably, frantically darting about. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare my life. Spare my life. However, it was already too late. The 3-headed, 6-armed forms simultaneously reached out, their myriad hands seizing the black mist that constituted the Black Old Lady's form. That it was as if a sponge, rapidly being pulled taut and diminished. The piercing screams reached a crescendo. All around, the crowd was aghast, witnessing the black mist rapidly dissipating. The essence of the Black Old Lady's power fragmented and scattered. I shall never dare again. The next moment, the Black Old Lady vanished completely. The space was left with nothing but the final echoes of her pleas for mercy. All had reverted to tranquility. Detected that the celestial Black Old Lady has been torn apart, suffering severe injuries. Domination value 10,000. Congratulations on unlocking the domination of celestial badge. Yet, everyone remained in a stupor until the Black Old Lady's form was shredded into fragments. Only then did it conclude. Is this really over? What the hell? I didn't see anything at all. What had the Black Old Lady witnessed to be so terrified? This, Yunhao, is unfathomable. Meanwhile, Lu Jijun from Tian Nan Yizhong watched this scene unfold, recalling the torment she had previously endured at Yunhao's hands. Just days pri, the celestial beings. Are you still timid? Sun Nan felt as though the heavens were about to collapse around him. He gazed at Yunhao with disbelief. I lost in just 1 round. I refuse to believe it. Even before that prodigious figure last year, I could withstand 10 exchanges. Surely, this year, I should be able to endure even longer. Do you truly surpass that illustrious individual? With a roar, his composure shattered completely, yet his spiritual energy surged with greater intensity, almost screaming. Since there are no celestial beings left, then it must come to close combat. Chapter 42. The 5-color divine thunder, electrifying the celestial prodigy. His words fell, and without a trace of hesitation, he pulled several spiritual herbs from his bosom. Yunhao's expression turned icy as he stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. Are you mad? Consuming drugs in my presence? Previously, he had been unable to stop Lu Jijun from consuming herbs too hastily. But this time, he would not allow Sun Nan the same latitude. With a forceful kick, Sun Nan crashed heavily to the ground, scattering the herbs from his grasp. Gritting his teeth, a torrent of resentment erupted from him at that moment. Grade A talent, acute perception, with every ounce of strength. He unleashed a howl, yet before he could finish his declaration, Yunhao's foot came down hard upon his mouth. Sun Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being trembling with humiliation. He had never anticipated that Yunhao would even prevent him from casting spells, resorting to silencing him instead. Yun Hao, visibly impatient, retorted, "Fool, if you're going to cast a spell, just do it without the grandstanding. Do you think I would let you succeed? Was it really so appealing to announce one's intentions before casting a spell?" Yun Hao found it baffling that these individuals wouldn't simply strike from the shadows when it was far more effective. Sun Nan's face was a mask of humiliation, his once proud demeanor now shattered. As his spiritual energy flowed and built within him, he exerted all his might, attempting to break free from Yun Hao's hold. Yun Hao's expression hardened as he raised his foot high, then brought it crashing down. Thud! His head struck the ground violently, and his spiritual energy dissipated entirely, scattering away. Detected that Sun Nan has suffered a tremendous blow. Humiliation value 3,000. Yun Hao, I will not allow this, Sun Nan roared. However, before Yun Hao felt a tinge of disappointment and continued to probe, your soft armor is quite impressive. Might I request you to remove it so I can see the genuine leather beneath? Upon uttering these words, Yun Hao cast an expectant gaze toward the other party. Unfortunately, this time, not only did the opponent's face remain devoid of expression, but even the system provided no prompts. Such emotional stability was rather perplexing. Boredom washed over him. He had initially contemplated pinning her down right then and there to accumulate some plunder points. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that Gu Qingwan, standing alone within, recalled Yun Hao's words, her typically impassive visage twitching slightly. She had intended to feel anger, but it swiftly transformed into tranquility. After all, he was merely a weakling, capable only of such tiresome provocations that a mere clown. Insignificant in the grand scheme, the true path lay solely in martial prowess. Meanwhile, after resting for a while in his room, Yun Hao received a call from Li Zhengchun, prompting him to make his way to the arena. At that moment, a self-assured female classmate stood on the stage. Last year, she had ranked 27th in the entire left district, and this year, she was brimming with confidence, determined to break into the top 10. However, when this female student caught sight of the ominous figure of Yun Laoimo approaching, her heart sank. Could her opponent truly be Yun Laoimo? Thus, a curious scene unfolded, before Yun Hao had even stepped onto the stage. The trembling female classmate rushed to check the match card, and predictably, she found Yun Hao's name inscribed there. Recalling the sight of Sun Nan being utterly defeated, she immediately shouted, "I concede. I concede." The referee was taken aback. He had intended to officiate this match, yet with Yun Hao's mere appearance, the opponent surrendered outright. What a bunch of prodigies, lacking in spirit. Skeptical, he arranged for Yun Hao to face an even more formidable opponent. Upon revealing the match card, the new challenger trembled uncontrollably and bowed deeply to Yun Hao, exclaiming, "Big shot. I forfeit." This pattern repeated for a total of 8 challengers over the course of 2 days, with Yun Hao advancing seamlessly through each round. Such occurrences had become commonplace for him. After all, he had defeated Sun Nan so decisively to save time for the meager plunder points accumulated from these minor adversaries. Yun Hao paid them no mind. Li Zhengchun rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Yun Hao, you're about to enter the finals." Yun Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Is it really that troublesome? Seeing the referee preparing to assign him yet another opponent, Yun Hao lifted his gaze to the highest spectator platform and shouted, "No need for further arrangements. It would be best not to frighten the others. Left district officials, just match me up with Gu Qingwan." Such words, though surprisingly warm, aimed to avoid harming the weak, thus altering the crowd's perception of Yun Laoimo. However, this declaration left Lord Yang somewhat astonished. "You wish to directly challenge Gu Qingwan?" Yun Hao nodded. "To confront the strongest directly is surely the most efficient course." "Very well," Lord Yang replied, somewhat taken aback by this dark horse from Tian'an No. 1 High School, initially harboring some bias against Yun Hao. He now found himself reassessing the young man's calm demeanor, unpretentiousness, and audacity in challenging Gu Qingwan. Such a spirit of challenge in a genius was bound to shine bright wherever he went. Though he may not currently rival Gu Qingwan, given time, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Lord Yang's gaze instinctively shifted to Dean Ning of Tianwu Academy, who chuckled. The youth's brilliance is evident, yet he lacks some restraint. It's understandable, as reaching such heights at this age is already remarkable, but I fear, when Qingwan arrives, she may not hold back. Li Zhengchun interjected sharply. "What nonsense is this? You can challenge openly, but spare us the cryptic remarks." His current demeanor increasingly mirrored that of Yun Hao. prompting an appreciative glance from Yunhao. Di Ning was momentarily stunned. Li Zhengchun, are you seeking death? Lord Yang's voice grew somber. Enough, if this young man wishes to challenge Gu Qingwan. Then let her face him. The top prodigy of the left district should fear no challengers as for the potential injuries sustained during the match. Each party shall bear their own responsibility. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Yunhao's face. Li Lao, I have saved you some expenses. Di Ning ceased his protests, his expression darkening as he turned to make a phone call. Moments later, he fixed his gaze on Yunhao and declared, Qingwan will arrive shortly. Your first duel is about to commence. As this pronouncement echoed through the arena, thousands of prodigies present felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. How swift! A newcomer like Yunhao had so rapidly ascended to challenge Gu Qingwan directly. It was clear how eager he was. Not just Yunhao, but all the gathered prodigies awaited the spectacle, curious to see how the newly minted Yun Laomo would fare against the seasoned prodigy. The goddess-like figure was finally set to take action. After approximately half an hour of anticipation, a girl clad in silver-white soft armor emerged into the crowd's view, her entrance more dazzling than that of any ordinary individual. In midair, a majestic purple-blue rock soared downwards, diving toward the arena. Upon its back stood a serene, statuesque girl with her eyes closed, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. She gracefully leaped from the rock's back, slowly opening her tranquil eyes, radiating an exquisite beauty that transcended the ordinary. Whether it was the soft armor enveloping her form or her divine demeanor, she appeared as a goddess surveying the world. As her gaze swept across the arena, the onlookers felt a pang of inadequacy, daring not to look too long. Ultimately, her eyes settled upon Yunhao, who, in that instant, felt a surge of excitement as his blood began to boil. Every cell in his being was ignited to its fullest potential. What a remarkable girl! Her aura, though devoid of any intention to belittle others, exuded an aura so formidable and sacred that she felt untouchable. Her presence eclipsed even Lu Jijun's grandeur. A single punch from her might yield great rewards, and should he convince her to remove her armor, the bounty could be even greater. Chapter 44. Gu Qingwan removes her armor. Soaring to new heights, an epic climax. Thus, Yunhao was increasingly exhilarated, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the crowd below held their breath in reverence, their gazes filled with admiration for Gu Qingwan. Clearly indicating her immense popularity, as Gu Qingwan made her entrance, Lu Jijun's expression shifted to one of tension. Despite her pride, she could not deny the unprecedented strength of the left district's top prodigy. Do you even know whom you are challenging? Gu Qingwan's gaze fixed on Yunhao, her tone devoid of joy or sorrow, yet melodious. Yunhao grinned and met her gaze, the top prodigy of the left district. A talent unmatched in a century? He returned her stare with unwavering confidence, even infusing a hint of mockery into his demeanor. Gu Qingwan appeared taken aback, for it had been many years since a peer dared to meet her eyes directly, much less speak to her in such a casual manner, devoid of respect. She gently shook her head, her long hair flowing behind her, just a hollow title. Yet, knowing this, why challenge me? After a brief pause, Gu Qingwan regarded Yunhao. I hold no favorable impression of you. Their first encounter had begun with him inquiring about her bear, hardly a means to endear oneself. Unfazed, Yunhao flashed a devilish smile. And what of it? Gu Qingwan's elegant brows knitted slightly, her beautiful face reflecting a hint of displeasure. Your challenge has disrupted my training. She had no desire to indulge Yunhao in frivolities nor squander her time. Is training truly that vital for you? Yunhao inquired with curiosity, preparing his opening stance. Within this limited time frame, he intended to conduct a lightning-fast assault. Gu Qingwan observed him calmly. In this life, amidst the ebb and flow, the pursuit of martial mastery stands paramount, does it not? Your interruption of my training warrants an expedited conclusion to this battle. I only hope you do not give rise to inner demons. For I wish not to bear the burdens of another day. As her words fell, she casually raised a hand, lightly pointing to a section of the arena. The gesture, though nonchalant, felt like a decree of fate. I grant you one opportunity to strike first. After that, you shall have no further chance to see me. This declaration. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The thousands present in the left district arena fell into a stunned silence. Most of the prodigies in attendance were veterans from the previous year, thus well acquainted with Gu Qingwan's temperament. Single-minded in her pursuit of martial excellence, she remained indifferent to many matters, even in her 3 matches last year. They had collectively lasted less time than her anticipated bout today. Clearly, Yunhao had managed to provoke her to this extent. The audience grew curious about what transpired during their first meeting. For to evoke such emotion from her required an extraordinary capability. After all, the ordinary would already feel inadequate in her presence. As Gu Qingwan spoke, Lu Jijun clenched her fists tightly. Anxiety etched on her face as she watched Yunhao. Yunhao's smile widened. If that's the case, then I shall graciously accept your challenge, playing the fool and audaciously flaunting it before me. Very well, let us see you soar. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunhao unleashed his prowess. Invoking the divine technique of one breath, 3 clears. Almost instantaneously, 3 identical Yunhaos materialized within the arena. 3 figures of Yunhao, all clad in black attire, bore identical appearances, even their expressions mirroring one another. This singular ability left everyone present wide-eyed with astonishment. What manner of martial skill was this, capable of conjuring 2 perfect replicas of oneself? It was unheard of, truly astonishing. Even a martial technique of S rank could scarcely achieve such a feat. Not only the young prodigies, but even the esteemed Lord Yang on stage found his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He racked his mind, recalling every martial skill he had ever encountered, yet failed to conceive of any that could conjure 3 combatants simultaneously. Gu Qingwan cast a glance, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. Peculiar and strange, utterly ridiculous. If that's the case, let us take flight. Before her words faded, Yunhao's cold voice resonated. His true form and replicas had already materialized before her. 3 entities moving in unison. The terrifying force struck against her supple armor. The combined might of 3 physical forms was thrice that of Yunhao, and the prowess of the technique One Qi, transforming 3 clears, was indeed formidable. Bang! The foremost prodigy of the left district found herself soaring through the air without the slightest resistance. The haughty words she had uttered moments ago echoed in her ears like a tape played in reverse, igniting a burning sense of humiliation upon her flushed cheeks. Her delicate frame shot upward like a cannonball, a pained whisper escaping her lips as she felt a piercing ache in her waist. A result of the overwhelming power. Yet, surprisingly, she felt exhilarated. For many years, since she had ascended as the foremost genius of the left district, she had enjoyed the favor of Lord Yang, who even praised her as a once-in-a-century prodigy, leading countless young aspirants to regard her as their lifelong goal. However, Yunhao had managed to injure her. Strangely, instead of fury, a long-lost thrill bubbled within her calm and placid eyes that in essence, Yunhao had brought her a sense of delight. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, she executed a graceful flip, landing successfully, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. Yunhao, the strength you have displayed has piqued my interest. Henceforth, I shall regard you as an adversary. Use all your might against me without reservation. Gu Qingwan's voice, calm yet laced with anticipation, left the students present utterly astonished. The entire venue erupted in disbelief. How audacious he was, to compel to make Gu Qingwan fly. So this esteemed prodigy could indeed soar. Ah, how magnificent, how captivating. I wish to treat him to steamed buns. Meanwhile, Li Jingchun, witnessing Gu Qingwan's ascent, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. While Principal Ning of the Tianwu Academy was struck with disbelief, this spectacle had indeed left everyone flabbergasted. Just moments into the skirmish, Yunhao had already demonstrated sufficient prowess, daring anyone to underestimate him. After a brief moment of shock, Principal Ning chuckled. His strength is indeed remarkable, capable of shaking Qingwan, that I wonder how many rounds he can withstand against her. Lord Yang could not help but concur. Indeed impressive. He has already qualified as Qingwan's opponent. Yet, Yunhao disregarded the astonishment surrounding him, his gaze fixated on the arena, a smile creeping upon his lips that to be regarded as an opponent. What a pity. I had a goal before I arrived. Gu Qingwan, taken aback, inquired. What goal? To pin you to the ground and strike. Yunhao bellowed with laughter, as his 3 forms simultaneously surged towards Gu Qingwan. As Yunhao drew nearer, a mocking smile graced Gu Qingwan's lips. I eagerly anticipate being pinned down by you. But you must possess the requisite strength. Having previously underestimated Yunhao and willingly allowing him an attack, as a top-tier prodigy, Gu Qingwan would not err again. She unleashed her martial skill, Lotus Blossom Spear. From her demeanor and movements alone, it was evident that she held this technique in high esteem. Having mastered it to its utmost potential, she thrust the spear. A resplendent lotus flower apparition emerged. This martial art had already manifested a phenomenon, its lethality surging exponentially. The audience widened their eyes in awe, utterly captivated. Yunhao's 3 forms executed the 3 heads and 6 arms, colliding fiercely with the spear, directly confronting Gu Qingwan's perfected martial technique. The manifestation of 3 heads and 6 arms showcased an astonishing physical prowess. The first replica, unflinching, charged straight into the spear. The brilliant lotus light erupted, engulfing the entire arena. The shockwaves of battle rippling through the air. Then came the sound of cracking. It was Gu Qingwan's spear, which had shattered into fragments. The first replica dissipated. Yet, in contrast, Yunhao still had 1 true form and a replica remaining. What a tremendous gain! How is this possible? She stared at the remaining half of her spear, disbelief etched across her face. In that moment of astonishment, Yunhao seized the opportunity that a cold voice echoed around her. Dividing your focus in battle is a fundamental error. Excuse my candor that you lack the most basic qualities of a genius. What claim do you have to that title? Worthless. The disdainful voice rang with chilling contempt, and in the next instant, fists and feet came crashing down. The first prodigy of the left district, the adored Gu Qingwan, was once again sent soaring through the air. This was an immense visual shock. No one had anticipated that such a figure could actually take flight. Yet, to Yunhao, all of this seemed perfectly ordinary. After all, no matter how perfected a martial skill may be, it could not hope to rival divine techniques. Gu Qingwan landed heavily on the ground. The tiles of the arena cracked under her weight, and she felt excruciating pain coursing through her body. The sensation left her utterly dumbfounded. The foremost prodigy of the left district, she had been defeated twice in succession by this nameless youth. The first time, one might attribute it to underestimation, but this time, her perfected martial skill had been violently countered. Something only absolute strength could accomplish. The foe of such caliber was precisely what she had yearned for over the years. Only by vanquishing such an adversary could her martial path advance. Gu Qingwan's initial indifference had transformed. Now fully recognizing Yunhao as a genuine opponent capable of defeating her, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and fixed her gaze on Yunhao. You possess the qualifications to battle me. After many years, she felt exhilarated. His emergence reignited the thrill of encountering a worthy rival. Come, let us showcase our true strength, without a shred of concealment. As the girl spoke, the expressions of all present shifted. For what transpired next left everyone in shock. She pulled down the ornate hairpin that held her hair aloft, and in an instant, 3,000 strands of silk cascaded freely. With both hands, she tore away the silver-white armor. Crack! As the clasps were ripped apart, the armor gradually loosened its hold on her flawless form. Beneath, a lighter layer of armor encased her, and as the outer layer shed away, her figure became even more captivating. Perfect to the point of being nearly flawless, gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone stared wide-eyed. She was removing her armor? Gu Qingwan, the foremost prodigy of the left district, a talent unmatched in a century, was actually shedding her armor for Yunhao. My heavens, if Gu Qingwan has removed her armor, what else could possibly occur in this world? For ordinary prodigies, what kind of shock would this evoke? Perhaps akin to a hammer phone surpassing the latest version of a fruit device. Enough to leave anyone astounded on the observation platform. Lord Yang's eyes flickered with surprise. Principal Ming's expression turned grim, for only he understood the implications of Gu Qingwan shedding her armor. Meanwhile, standing closest to Gu Qingwan on the arena, Yunhao found his lips curling into an involuntary smile, his gaze drawn to her lithe form as he asked in astonishment. What are you doing? Gu Qingwan met his gaze directly. You are the first opponent who has compelled me to remove my armor. This set of mystical armor had constrained part of her strength. Now, it was cast aside solely to reveal her true combat prowess to him. With that, Gu Qingwan's eyes gleamed with pride as she faced Yunhao. Assuming a battle-ready stance, her body slightly bent, the armor parting to reveal a generous expanse of her snow-white leg. She extended her delicate hand toward him, her voice icy. Come, let us battle. Yunhao had successfully awakened her long-dormant competitive spirit. In her eyes, today promised a thrilling encounter, though she believed the ultimate victory would belong to her. Facing her fierce determination, Yunhao merely shook his head and activated the ancestral god body in an instant. Golden light enveloped the black-clad youth, rendering him godlike. The cold voice echoed out of nowhere, a mocking laughter seemingly deriding Gu Qingwan's ignorance. You have disappointed me greatly, as the foremost prodigy of the left district. How absurd it is for you to adopt such a laughable stance. If your intention in shedding your armor was merely to defeat me, then you have been mistaken from the very start. Egregiously so. In response to Yunhao's scorn, Gu Qingwan's expression shifted dramatically, her composed visage suddenly icy. I, Gu Qingwan, shall not allow you to lecture me. She was genuinely enraged. Initially, she had removed her armor to show respect and to engage in a spirited battle. But never did she anticipate such humiliation from Yunhao. What prodigy could endure such indignity, let alone Gu Qingwan? Do you think I am lecturing you? Yunhao raised an eyebrow. It appears that you have yet to grasp the fundamental essence of my prowess. Gu Qingwan chuckled softly. Then let us see. With an A-grade talent, she executed a teleportation. In an instant, numerous afterimages of Gu Qingwan materialized upon the arena. As her speed of teleportation increased, the number of phantoms multiplied, each seeming to be a genuine reflection of herself. Observing this technique from the spectator's platform, Principal Ning was instantly beaming with delight. Teleportation talent, though commonplace, has undergone 3 remarkable transformations in her case. Each transformation signifies a tremendous enhancement of her teleportation speed. Such extraordinary luck in transformation can only be possessed by the first prodigy of the left district, Gu Qingwan. Not only was Gu Qingwan confident, but even Principal Ning felt assured. Under this technique, Gu Qingwan had virtually no rivals, and the dark horse, Yunhao, was destined to face utter defeat. Qingwan, do not forget your promise to me, mused Yang. This child possesses terrifying talent. As the fight unfolded, the arena was filled entirely with Gu Qingwan's afterimages. Amongst the multitude, one would surely deliver a fatal blow to Yunhao. Yet, Yunhao merely closed his eyes for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I have found you. In the next instant, Yunhao spun around sharply. Gu Qingwan had just teleported behind him, locking gazes with him. Her pupils instantly brimmed with shock, confusion, and disbelief. The very next second, Yunhao's hand shot out like lightning, gripping her delicate neck, lifting her into the air, and then crashing her down with great force. A pained groan escaped the young girl's lips. Her once proud eyes now clouded with tears. The profound sense of humiliation and bewilderment surged within her. Once more, she soared upwards, only to be slammed back down again. Surrounding them, gasps of astonishment echoed, as cries of shock reverberated. In that moment, countless beliefs shattered. This signified the end of an era that belonged to Gu Qingwan, as the left district would usher in a new reign ruled by Yunhao. 3 consecutive blows from Yunhao had rendered his victory unquestionable. Principal Ning's face turned an unsightly shade, feeling an unreal heat flush across his cheeks. Gu Qingwan, too, was at a loss, grappling with incomprehension that left her face flushed with indignation. Struggling, she attempted to rise. Yet, in the next moment, a muddy shoe pressed down upon her body, rendering her immobile with overwhelming force. Humiliation, sheer humiliation. Yunhao, how dare you? So audacious. The sensation of being trampled upon, unable to retaliate, completely shattered her previous pride. She lifted her head defiantly to meet Yunhao's gaze. However, amidst the utter humiliation, an unexpected thrill surged within her, a realization that she had found a true opponent. At the pinnacle of martial arts, she was no longer isolated in her cold aloofness. She fell silent, attempting to voice her thoughts. Yunhao looked down at her with an air of mockery in his eyes. What do you wish to say? Are you questioning how I could pinpoint you amidst so many afterimages? Confusion flickered in Gu Qingwan's eyes. Yunhao sneered. Because I possess an SSS-grade spirit embryo. You foolish child. This proclamation. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. An SSS-grade spirit embryo. Unprecedented. Could anyone truly possess such a gift? The purpose of a spirit embryo is to amplify mental strength, enhancing one's perception through mental prowess. The level of perception available to the highest grade spirit embryo is unimaginable. Li Zhengchun, perched on the spectator platform, erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming. Excellent, excellent. Moreover, you made a fundamental mistake by failing to control the wind speed. Yunhao regarded him with a calm demeanor. Thus, what do you consider yourself, the so-called top prodigy? With such a basic blunder, if you are not the useless one, then who is? Chapter 46. Yunhao. I implore you, do not proceed in this manner. I will come to your room tonight. With these words, Yunhao again seized her delicate neck, tossing her into the air as if she were merely a plaything. The once esteemed first prodigy was now utterly at the mercy of Yunhao. She fell rapidly. Yunhao unleashed a flurry of strikes, his fists raining down like torrential rain, each blow imbued with immense force, landing upon her soft abdomen, eliciting cries of agony from her lips, until the final kick sent Gu Qingwan's frail form soaring backward. A distinct sound of bones fracturing resonated in the air. Crack! How dare you, wretch! Principal Ning roared from the spectator platform. Yet, a resounding slap struck his face. Did I not warn you to refrain from being so boisterous regarding my young charge? Did you not hear? Principal Ning bellowed. I refuse to believe it. He must have employed some underhanded means, perhaps a blood ritual of the Beast clan. Otherwise, how could he emit golden light? Another slap landed forcefully against his face. As Li Zhengchun shot him a glance. Are you out of your mind? If you're ill, seek help. The golden light emanating from him is a manifestation of an SSS-grade talent, not some blood ritual. It is absurd that you, with your age, would utter such nonsense. Principal Ning roared. You have struck me 3 times. Do you truly believe I will remain silent? Here comes the 4th, Li Zhengchun, exuding great authority. Delivered yet another slap. How exhilarating. This time, Yunhao had truly vindicated him, allowing him to unleash the pent-up humiliation from the previous year. Meanwhile, below the spectator platform, Gu Qingwan lay battered on the ground. Her armor stained with blood, appearing utterly wretched, far removed from her former illustrious stature. She resembled more a beaten dog, barely clinging to life. Yunhao gazed at Gu Qingwan with a calm demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this your true strength? I had expected you to be formidable once you shed your armor. What a disgrace. In the future, please temper your lofty demeanor. For a waste like you does not deserve it. Gu Qingwan felt as though she had been stabbed deeply, her body trembling, her heart extinguished. Even if you have bested me, am I truly that pitiful? She gritted her teeth, struggling to speak. Yunhao raised an eyebrow, grasping her restrained face, and grinned. Very well. I sense your defiance within you. Yunhao's gaze was so intense that she instinctively averted her eyes, feigning indifference. No, the next instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning crackled into existence in Yunhao's palm, piercing through Gu Qingwan's body. The ultimate degradation. Flesh, bones, blood. Everything spasmed violently. She squeezed her long legs tightly together, her mind blank, her exquisite body convulsing uncontrollably. Bang! With a tremendous force, Gu Qingwan's battered form was propelled into the air, crashing down and collapsing the arena. She lay there like a lifeless dog, barely breathing, in a pit created by her own fall. Liars! The boy's voice was chilling, resonating like a harbinger of doom that he approached Gu Qingwan, disregarding her entirely. You shall pay for your previous arrogance. What price? The girl on the ground was barely conscious. Yunhao replied coldly. Shed your armor. This was the most severe punishment for her. All the prideful veneer would be stripped away, leaving her at her lowest ebb. Her former glory and reputation would vanish into nothingness. This was the price for her disdain towards the world. Was it fair? Quite so, without a doubt. Detected Gu Qingwan enduring unparalleled humiliation. Degradation value 35,000. A burst of rewards was released all at once, including previous accolades. Gu Qingwan trembled uncontrollably, watching as Yunhao approached ever closer, filling her with dread. No, please. Yunhao, not here. Not in this place. In her final plea, her voice became almost pitifully humble. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, Yunhao, do not do this. Please, I do not want this. Do you believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? Yunhao scoffed. Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth, her battered body revealing ample pristine skin. Her figure, though severely injured, bore no excess flesh. She trembled violently, her psychological defenses utterly shattered by Yunhao's onslaught. Being defeated was not terrifying. Encountering a master of humiliation like Yunhao was the true horror. To devise a method to strip the garments from this esteemed young lady in front of so many eyes was a level of humiliation that was truly unparalleled. I can shed my armor. But could we not do it tonight, in your room? Please, do not make me do this here, I would rather die. Surveying the crowd, she saw nothing but faces staring back. Her noble status, even if she were to shed her armor. Could she endure such exposure before the masses? Yunhao cast her a cold glance, leaving her with a single statement. Very well, I shall grant you the favor. Tend to your injuries tonight, and come to my room. With that, Yunhao descended from the platform. The dark-clad youth leaving with a decisive grace. Jiyu Qingwan was utterly drained of strength, collapsing upon the arena. Yet within her heart, a sigh of relief escaped. It was merely one person. As long as it was not a throng, her losses seemed less devastating. But after visiting Yunhao's room tonight, how would she face him? With these thoughts, her exquisitely beautiful face was now etched with despair. Subsequently, the referee, still in shock, bellowed, Yunhao vs. Jiyu Qingwan. Yunhao wins. Incredible, simply incredible. Hearing this verdict, Li Zhengchun was overjoyed, immediately slapping Principal Ning once more. I warned you last year not to insult me. This year my student has utterly crushed yours. Do you comprehend the meaning of oppression? You, a mere insect? Principal Ning is so humiliated that he is on the verge of exploding. Another slap. Damn, yet another slap. His face is etched with grievance as he turns to Lord Yang, only to find no response from the latter, leaving him to descend in utter disarray, lost and forlorn. On this day, the entire left district was ablaze with fervor. Below the stage, countless spectators expressed their astonishment. The promotional poster for the left district needs an overhaul. Jiyu Qingwan, as the vanquished, ought not to be the emblem of the left district. The new generation's Yunhao shall take her place. Li Zhengchun cast a disdainful glance at Principal Ning before smilingly approaching Lord Yang. Lord Yang turned. His gaze fell upon Commander Liu, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. You are quite remarkable. I apologize for my previous actions. Commander Liu's lips quivered, a struggle evident as he attempted to maintain composure, muttering, It's all right. It's all right. After all, even Lord Yang can misjudge at times. Li Zhengchun chuckled. Lord Yang, as Yunhao is already in his senior year and about to graduate, with commendable abilities, I wish to select a reputable university for him. Might you assist in recommending him? Lord Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you still require my recommendation? Li Zhengchun shyly smiled. Is my reputation not too tarnished? Lord Yang nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Such a student will undoubtedly bring glory to our left district. I shall recommend him to Jiangnan University, the finest institution in Jiangnan province. What do you think? Should Yunhao receive this news, he would likely leap for joy, for Jiangnan University ranks among the top 10 in the nation. The talents within its walls will only grow in number and strength. However, while everyone hopes Yunhao will focus on his studies, it is likely he will be itching to stir up trouble. Li Zhengchun was ecstatic. Really? Lord Yang affirmed. Tomorrow, I shall summon the admissions office staff from Jiangnan University to handle their enrollment procedures. Li Zhengchun, taken aback, inquired. Both of them? Chapter 47. Do you not understand what I desire? Black silk? Lord Yang nodded. Initially, I intended to contact Qingwan, but this time, we might as well include Yunhao. Henceforth, they shall be siblings in the art. This connection is indeed something to look forward to. Li Zhengchun pondered briefly before responding. I have no objections. It is entirely up to Lord Yang that Jiyu Qingwan is no weakling. And having been defeated by Yunhao, the prospect of them becoming siblings might present opportunities to transfer her academic record to Tiannan No. 1 High School, thereby taking her away entirely and infuriating Principal Ning. This thought spiraled in Li Zhengchun's mind, prompting him to call Yunhao directly. Meanwhile, Yunhao had returned to his hotel, slumped on the sofa. The recent duel with Gu Qingwan had left him somewhat stunned. The technique of transforming into 3 forms is a true divine art. Yet, she managed to dismantle one of her avatars, exemplifying the exceptional talents of this world. To overpower her will not be an easy feat. He must level up swiftly, or the next encounter will be arduous. Yunhao accessed his personal panel, noting his current oppression value at 54,000 points. He had accumulated 14,000 from defeating Sun Nan, another 10,000 from tearing apart the old woman in black, and 30,000 from overpowering Gu Qingwan. A brief report. System. Initiate the talent simulation. He had long desired this, and now he finally had sufficient funds. Please wait a moment. Beginning simulation of SSS level talent. Body of the Ancestor God. You consumed 1,000 oppression points, stretched lazily, unwilling to engage your mind. You devised a cunning tactic, employing the technique of transforming into 3 forms. Summoning 2 avatars to assist in the simulation, amplifying the progress by 200. You consumed 25,000 oppression points, reaching 50 progress, breaking through to the 3rd stage, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. You consumed 25,000 oppression points, achieving 100 progress, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. Congratulations on unlocking a new divine ability, Heart Communication. Heart Communication LV1. Heart Communication is one of the 6 divine abilities of the ancient Buddha, enabling the perception of others' emotions, understanding their thoughts, and predicting their actions. After consecutively breaking through 4 major realms and reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd stage, Yunhao distinctly felt his strength amplify. Moreover, this heart communication ability filled him with elation. Anyone aware of heart communication understands its terrifying capabilities. Others' thoughts become transparent before you. How frightening is that? With 50,000 oppression points, he leveled up 4 times. Unlocking heart communication. This was an incredible return on investment. Should he encounter Gu Qingwan again, Yunhao was confident he could severely injure her with a single strike, leaving her no chance to dismantle one of his avatars. With 3,000 oppression points remaining, Yunhao contemplated and decided to draw a fortune bag. Congratulations on obtaining SSS-grade items. Transformation Ring, Amplification Symbol, Transformation Ring. Upon activation, various uniforms will appear on the target, constantly changing, with a chance of summoning animal-themed outfits. Amplification Symbol can be used in conjunction with heart communication, allowing other sorted thoughts to be heard by everyone. These 2 items are indeed quite remarkable. A smile crept across Yunhao's face. He felt immensely powerful. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position on the sofa, deeply contemplating the heart communication ability. Time slipped by, though he was unaware of its passage. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Day's night fell. Visitors were expected. Yunhao understood and approached the door. Opening it, in the darkness stood a tall figure. Her face bore the remnants of healing, likely from the application of some potent elixir. After all, a woman with connections would not lack for healing remedies. Yet, the weariness in her expression remained, for the trauma endured was no mere illusion. Yunhao stood at the threshold, observing her, waiting for her to speak first. Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Yunhao, let me in. I am here to fulfill my promise. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Yunhao gazed down at her with a detached demeanor. You wish to enter. Yet you present this attitude? Gu Qingwan clenched her teeth. I beg you, that was more like it. Come in. Yunhao turned and resumed his seat on the sofa. Gu Qingwan promptly closed the door, stepping forward cautiously to stand before him. She dared not sit, remaining like a perfect wooden statue, frozen in place, her hands clenched tightly, palms slick with perspiration. Yunhao lounged on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at her. Consider yourself fortunate for recognizing the situation. Had you not come, I would have stripped you bare and thrown you outside. Gu Qingwan shuddered, relief washing over her. Fortuitously, she had not entertained any delusions. Otherwise, given Yunhao's demeanor, she would likely have faced far greater humiliation. Following her defeat, even while healing, she had diligently studied all available records on Yunhao, realizing the magnitude of his strength, and understood that there was no escaping this fate. Those who toyed with Yunhao ultimately met with dire consequences. This was a conclusion she had drawn from his dossier. Is the door securely shut? Yunhao scrutinized her, a smile on his lips that bore no warmth. Gu Qingwan gritted her teeth. It is shut tightly. Yunhao's tone shifted abruptly, authoritative and unyielding. If it is indeed shut, then why do you stand there like a statue? Do you still require me to instruct you on what to do? Gu Qingwan's body froze in place. What was inevitable could not be evaded. Her complexion drained of color, leaving her pallid. I don't understand. Her hands trembled involuntarily, fingertips brushing her collar. Gu Qingwan's breathing grew rapid and heavy. The room filled with the sound of her gasps. Tears streamed down silently, as she resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Slowly, she unfastened the clasps of her armor, each release akin to shedding her dignity. Her sense of shame peaked at this moment as the armor slid down her form. The first layer, the second layer, like peeling an onion, layer upon layer of outer garments were discarded. Meanwhile, Yunhao observed her actions. his expression unchanged, akin to a sovereign punishing a vanquished foe. Jiu Qingwan, with each movement, bit down on her lip, so fiercely that blood threatened to surface. Trembling, her voice quavered with a hint of tears. Yet she dared not resist. Is this enough? Not enough. Is this enough? Not enough. Yunhao, please, do not take it this far. I beg you. Yunhao's icy gaze fell upon her. Her delicate form quaked violently. Devoid of any further resistance, surrendering entirely, snow white, flawless, translucent, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The dignity of the left district's foremost prodigy was trampled into the ground at this moment, rendered utterly worthless. The once proud demeanor had now become a history of humiliation. She collapsed, kneeling on the floor, her voice trembling. Yunhao, is this enough? Do not rush. The performance has only just begun. His words echoed. Yunhao donned the transformation ring and twisted slightly. The transformation ring activated instantly. In an instant, various uniforms began to morph upon the prodigy's form. At times, she appeared in a sleek black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her long legs clad in black silk, kneeling on the ground. Her knees bruised, resembling a teacher within a classroom. The once haughty expression now bore signs of terror and shame as she gazed down at her legs. Black silk. She, a woman striving for the pinnacle of martial arts. Forever bound by armor, how could she wear such elegant attire? However, before she could contemplate further, a new outfit suddenly enveloped her. Chapter 48. The animal bodysuit, entrance examination. A snug-fitting animal bodysuit swathed her, complete with two adorable little fox ears that stood upright, half kneeling on the ground. She appeared utterly pitiable. Her expression shifted as she reached up to touch her head. The furry ears filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Ears. In the next moment, an array of transformations ensued. Her delicate frame quivered, yet she resolutely bit down on her lip, suppressing any sound that a supposed failure. She astonishingly refrained from uttering a single cry, which only served to deepen Yunhao's admiration. Thus, when it came to an end, Gu Qingwan found herself lying on the ground, utterly exhausted. Detected that Gu Qingwan has lost all composure. Humiliation value 8,000. Yunhao was quite satisfied, reclining on the sofa while casting a condescending glance at her. Enough, the punishment is over. Tidy up your soft armor and leave. Jiu Qingwan remained silent, hastily gathering her scattered belongings with a hint of disarray, and only after regaining a semblance of color did she turn to Yunhao, gritting her teeth. Is this how you treat your senior sister? Senior sister? Yunhao was perplexed. Tilting his head, Jiu Qingwan clenched her teeth. Lord Yang has already submitted our names to Jiangnan University, and by this morning at the latest, I shall be your senior sister. This matter, I have indeed heard of. Principal Li mentioned the necessity of entering Jiangnan University, yet he did not indicate that I would be in a senior-junior relationship with this girl. This seems to have become rather awkward. Yunhao regarded Gu Qingwan's current disheveled appearance, recalling her earlier moment of shame on the ground, and could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Oh, I see. If it were merely a fleeting encounter, without any future interactions, it would not be an issue. The crux lies in the fact that they would inevitably cross paths again. The mere sight of her would evoke memories of her donning that bodysuit, which would be exceedingly awkward. Had he known, he would have opted for a lighter punishment. Yunhao cleared his throat, seeking to change the subject. Old Li mentioned asking if you would be willing to transfer your student status to Tiannan No. One middle school to assist him in his performance. As for the benefits, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may seek my guidance, including sparring. Jiu Qingwan paused for a moment before responding. Fine. I agreed, so readily. Aren't you afraid that Principal Ning will come to trouble you? Yunhao was taken aback. Jiu Qingwan shook her head, her expression serene. My rise does not rely on Tianwu Academy. I have repaid him quite a bit over the years. What matters is, he is not particularly upright. Yunhao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. Then I genuinely have questions. How is it that you have advanced so rapidly? What is your secret? Gu Qingwan inquired. Yunhao was momentarily stunned. There's nothing to it. Just cultivate, and you'll get there. Jiu Qingwan, and he exchanged glances. And she lowered her head, beginning to reflect on herself, then immediately declared, I shall return to my cultivation now. With that, she turned to leave. Yunhao, feeling too restless to sleep, decided to meditate on the spot as dawn approached. Not long after, as the sky began to brighten, a phone call came through. Yun Hao, come to Lord Yang's office. Li Jingchuan's voice rang out from the other end. Yun Hao said nothing more, fully aware of the situation, and promptly made his way to Lord Yang's office. Upon leaving the hotel and arriving at the office, he pushed the door open to find Gu Qingwan already present. Now, she appeared resplendent, adorned in a silver-white soft armor. However, when Yun Hao cast her a curious glance, she couldn't help but blush all the way to her neck. Li Zhengchun was also inside, and upon seeing Yun Hao enter, he waved cheerfully. Come here. I have someone I want you to meet. Yun Hao approached. Lord Yang stood from his seat and gestured for Yun Hao to sit down with a smile. Come, have a seat. Yun Hao, unceremoniously, took the main seat. Lord Yang's expression stiffened, and he sat down beside him in dismay. What a turn of events! Li Zhengchun quickly pointed to a woman clad in a pale green robe, with long hair as dark as ink, cold eyes, and radiant skin, exuding an ethereal and mysterious aura, appearing both aloof and transcendent. She was barefoot, yet delicate wisps of nature's spirit danced around her jade-like feet, giving her an enchanting quality. Just her feet were so perfect they seemed like a work of art, worthy of admiration for an eternity. Li Jingchuan's demeanor toward her held a shade of reverence as he introduced her. This is Lu Beiling, the admissions officer of Jiangnan University. She will also be your guide in the future. What kind of status does she possess to earn such respect from old Li? Yun Hao couldn't help but remark. She's over 30 and barefoot. Isn't that rather embarrassing? Detected that Lu Beiling's heart has suffered a blow. Humiliation value 2,000. Such a simple statement garnered him 2,000 humiliation points. Her status must be quite extraordinary that a hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Beiling's authoritative face. I am 165 years old this year. Yun Hao expressed surprise. Oh, so you're a 165-year-old elder. Lu Beiling's expression stiffened, and she coughed violently. Her facial expressions were exceedingly vivid, yet as a 165-year-old, she maintained her composure, leaving her thoughts a mystery to all. Yet Yun Hao grew increasingly curious. She managed to appear so calm. Let me see what thoughts lie beneath the surface. Yun Hao activated his heart communication. This divine ability had yet to be employed. And now was the perfect opportunity. This damn brat dared to call me an elder. Elder. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, I would maintain my status as a first-level mentor and teach this boy a lesson. A thought unique to Lu Beiling echoed in Yun Hao's ears that he understood. Da, you old woman, pretending to be so composed, secretly wishing to educate me. Are you? Well, I'm afraid I can only make you tremble for a moment. Yun Hao silently produced an amplification talisman and discreetly ignited it. As the runes burned away, the effects of the amplification talisman manifested immediately. Suddenly, the inner monologue of Lu Beiling resounded in the ears of everyone present. This damn brat dared to call me an elder. As several lines of her inner thoughts continued, everyone in attendance wore expressions of utter bewilderment, searching for the source of the voice until their gazes finally settled on Lu Beiling. Lu Beiling furrowed her brows slightly, feigning calmness, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Yet, internally, she was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Why are they all staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face? What are they looking at? Haven't they ever seen a 165-year-old woman who looks this good? Damn it. Yun Hao has exposed my age. They won't think I'm an old hag, will they? Two voices echoed in everyone's ears, and their looks toward her grew increasingly strange. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhengchun said, Mentor Lu, Yun Hao is still young. Please do not take offense. Lu Beiling chuckled lightly, her expression still composed. Children's words are not to be taken seriously. I naturally do not hold it against him. Not hold it against him? I could strangle him. Once he returns to Jiangnan University with me, I must properly educate this disciple. He made me lose face in front of everyone. I must teach him a lesson. Her inner musings reached the ears of all once more. Li Zhengchuan's expression grew increasingly awkward. Mentor Lu, are you certain you won't blame Yun Hao? Lu Beiling nodded calmly. Yes. What is this old man prattling on about? Do I not care about my dignity? He truly does not know how to navigate social situations. Very well, Li Zhengchun, you have offended me. The glances exchanged among the crowd turned even more peculiar, although no one understood why they could hear Lu Beiling's thoughts. It was undeniably audible. Li Zhengchun trembled, on the verge of tears. Mentor Lu, please do not hold this against me that I truly do not know how to navigate this. I will not ask again. What? What is wrong with this old man? Did I not say I wouldn't hold it against him? Is he purposely trying to embarrass me? This is truly strange. Can he hear my thoughts? Chapter 49, SSS Class Mission, 4th Divine Ability, Heart Communication. Several thoughts once again resonated in the ears of everyone present. The expressions of those in attendance grew increasingly peculiar as they observed with eyes wide open, pretending to be indifferent. Yet internally, they all realized that Mentor Lu was rather petty. Lu Bailing forced a smile, unable to maintain her composure any longer. She felt she had done nothing wrong. So why was the atmosphere so awkward? Detected that Lu Bailing has experienced negative emotions. Humiliation value 999. Meanwhile, Yunhao could not help but let a smirk creep onto his lips. He simply could not contain himself. This heart communication, combined with the amplification talisman, proved to be remarkably effective. My dear Mentor Lu, your aloof persona has crumbled, has it not? As Gu Qingwan observed Yunhao's uncontrollable smirk, curiosity stirred within her. Could it be that he was responsible for this inner dialogue? What is this brat laughing about? And why does he look so strange? He is indeed a handsome young man, with an impressive physique. Judging by his prominent chest, he must be quite muscular. But I am a mentor. And I am 165 years old. I must not think further. My inner girlhood is about to melt away. Had I encountered this young man 120 years ago, perhaps I would have pursued him vigorously. Yet, with my beauty, I still resemble a young maiden. Ha ha ha. What is happening? Everyone remarked on how increasingly peculiar my gaze had become. Yet I had not uttered a word. Detected that Lu Bailing's negative emotions were at a peak. Ravage value 1500. Yummy. I can no longer dwell on this. Thus, Lu Bailing's inner voice finally faded away. However, the people present were left wide-eyed and utterly stunned, completely at a loss. Can you imagine? A shoeless, ethereal woman of 165 years, harboring such a rich inner world, akin to that of a little girl. Even exclaiming Yummy, utterly unbecoming for her age. The atmosphere in the room had turned bizarre to the utmost degree. No one dared to speak first, nor could they afford to think too much, fearing that they might be the next to be discussed. Only Yunhao, unable to suppress a smirk, marveled inwardly at the profoundness of her heart. It was simply extraordinary. He cleared his throat, and only then did the ambience begin to restore itself. Lu Bailing shivered slightly and promptly shifted to the matter at hand. Let us discuss serious business. Yunhao, we at Jiangnan University warmly welcome your joining us. From this moment forth, I shall be your mentor. What are your thoughts on this? Yunhao concealed his playful intentions, raising an eyebrow. Are there many geniuses within? Lu Bailing nodded, proudly declaring. Indeed, numerous as the fish crossing the river. Most of those who rank within the top 30 are 4th-tier geniuses. 4th tier? Splendid. Yunhao felt quite satisfied that Li Zhengchun, standing beside them, sighed deeply. Jiangnan University is a veritable hotbed of talent, producing countless remarkable individuals each year for the Great Xia. Among these, there is one with S-class potential. A true standout of Jiangnan University. What? Old Li, are you certain you haven't misspoken? The speaker was casual, but the listener was attentive, and Yunhao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. A S-class talent. How delightful. Such an impressive capability demands that I confront them. Li Zhengchun felt a shiver under Yunhao's gleeful gaze and hastily warned. You rascal, what do you intend to do at Jiangnan University? Do not act recklessly. Do I seem like the type to act recklessly? Yunhao's smile could not be contained, his heart brimming with joy. So, the true geniuses are hidden within Jiangnan University, an S-class talent. What a splendid opportunity. Li Zhengchun suddenly felt an ominous premonition and quickly turned to Lu Bailing, clasping his hands. Mentor Lu, if Yunhao were to engage in a fight, would you be able to support him? Lu Bailing clearly did not foresee Yunhao's intention to confront an S-class talent. And she chuckled lightly. As long as he can prevail, I see no reason not to cover for him. Li Zhengchun breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, with your assurance, I feel more at ease. For I cannot afford to incur losses against an S-class talent. Yunhao, brimming with excitement, inquired, when can I attend Jiangnan University? Lu Bailing smiled. At any time you wish. Following that, we will conduct a ranking assessment for new students. The higher your rank, the more resources the academy will allocate to you. This, Yunhao was well aware of. The ranking assessment is a necessity at every university, primarily to sift out formidable talents for focused cultivation. As it happens, he was currently at the peak of the third tier. Should he engage with the geniuses of Jiangnan University, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, Yunhao planned to elevate his strength to the fourth tier before the assessment. This way, he could accomplish both goals simultaneously, saving time and effort. How will the assessment be conducted? Yunhao asked. Lu Bailing explained earnestly. By undertaking tasks assigned by the academy, your ranking will be determined by the completion ratings. Yunhao responded. Can we commence now? You wish to start now? Lu Bailing was taken aback. She had yet to encounter such an eager student. Unbeknownst to her, Yunhao viewed time as money, and any delay would hinder his advancement. Sensing Yunhao's resolute attitude, Lu Bailing chuckled softly, refraining from objections, and directly accessed the academy's task panel. Pointing to one of the tasks, she stated, "This task is relatively simple. Upon completion, you will at least receive an A-grade rating, allowing you to rank within the top 30 among new students. You two can work on it together at A-grade." 2 LOW.IS there a task of the highest difficulty? Yunhao shook his head. This arrogant little brat thinks he can handle the most challenging task. Let's see him struggle through it, and then I'll use my connections to elevate his rank. At that point, he won't be able to resist my charms, even at 160 years old, still captivating the young and handsome He. With this thought, Lu Bailing prepared to find the most difficult task, only to notice the peculiar expressions of those around her, causing her to stiffen, feeling utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening today? It seemed she was experiencing a streak of misfortune. Her agitation, coupled with the spirit of nature entwined around her delicate feet, radiated an air of intellectual beauty. She pointed to a task on the panel. This is the most challenging task, SSS class. Upon completion, you will receive an SSS class rating, securing the top rank among new students. Yunhao scrutinized the details. Recently at Jiangnan University, there have been cases of student disappearances, with over 8 missing to date, suspected to be the work of high-tier demon beasts infiltrating the city. Please investigate the true culprit at once and seek justice for the students. Task difficulty, SSS class, eliminate the perpetrator, task complete. Note, the demon beast's strength may be exceptionally potent, and it possesses unique traits. Those accepting the task must exercise caution. Demon race? Yunhao's eyes narrowed slightly. The infiltration of the demon race into the city to prey upon humans was a frequent occurrence, almost a glitch. However, being categorized as an SSS class task indicated that the adversary was exceedingly vicious and sufficiently extraordinary and perilous to warrant such classification. Just then, a notification from the system appeared. Friendly reminder. Ravaging the demon race's prodigies grants an additional 30 reward on ravage value compared to human prodigies. Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. Feel free to slay all non-human monstrosities, making an exceptional contribution to humanity. Prompt commentary. In a world of high martial arts, one must indeed ruthlessly slay demon beasts. As the system presented a series of notifications, Yunhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ravaging demon race prodigies also accumulated ravage value. And there was a bonus? Splendid. Not even Jesus could stop me from exterminating demons. Moreover, the system provided ample hints, indicating that the demon beast in question was undoubtedly extraordinary at a big catch. Indeed, fourth tier, here I come. Chapter 50. Dare to lay a finger on him, and see what happens. Yunhao's lips curled into a smile. I shall accept this task. Lu Bailing's expression turned grave as she glanced at Gu Qingwan. And you? Gu Qingwan's demeanor was cool. I shall participate as well. Since Yunhao had decided to join, she was naturally unwilling to fall behind. A glint of admiration flashed in Lu Bailing's eyes. Excellent. Commendable courage. I will take on this task for you. And should any danger arise during its execution, simply call out my name, and I shall appear. Gu Qingwan nodded gently. Thank you, Mentor. With that, Lu Bailing pondered for a moment before conjuring 2 vials of spiritual liquid from thin air. These are 2 vials of S-class golden body condensation liquid, which can assist you in solidifying your golden body and breaking through to the 4th tier. Consider it a welcoming gift from your mentor. S-class golden body condensation liquid. Li Jingquan's eyes lit up. Mentor Lu truly was affluent. Yunhao was also somewhat taken aback as he accepted the vials, his spirits lifting considerably. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier golden body realm. And with this golden body condensation liquid, the golden body he would refine would be even more formidable. Thank you. Yunhao said with a smile. Phew, at last, I haven't encountered a reversal of fortune. Lu Bailing sighed with relief, nodding. Will you return with me now, or shall I depart first, with you following later? Gu Qingwan was indecisive, casting a glance at Yun Hao as they were now in a mentor-student relationship. She sought his opinion. Yunhao considered it briefly and shook his head. It would be too hasty to leave now. I still have some matters to attend to. Lu Bailing nodded. Very well. You shall remain here while I return to the academy to prepare your training resources. Rest assured, having become my students, I will do my utmost to cultivate you swiftly. As she spoke, a hint of pride illuminated Lu Bailing's gaze. Once you arrive at the academy, you will realize that becoming my disciple is a matter of great honor. Yunhao shot her a sidelong glance. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Lu Bailing's expression shifted slightly, nearly losing her composure. I shall take my leave now. Jiangnan University awaits your arrival. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight. After Lu Bailing's departure, Li Zhengquan's gaze toward Yunhao grew increasingly sympathetic. His aged face seemed laden with reluctance, and his murky eyes appeared on the verge of tears. Haotoc, you enter the finest university in Jiangnan province brings me peace as the principal. Moreover, the mentor you have chosen, Lu, is a remarkable figure at Jiangnan University. I find solace in that. Yet, I must confess, I feel a twinge of reluctance. Just look at how well I have treated you. Yunhao cast him a glance. Don't try to play the emotional card with me. Even if I were to attend Jiangnan University, does that mean I won't return? We will have plenty of opportunities to meet. As his intentions were unveiled, Li Zhengquan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. With a sheepish grin, he mischievously raised his eyebrows at Yunhao and quipped, You little rascal, how did you fare with the task I entrusted to you yesterday? Yunhao was already aware that this old man had nothing but such schemes on his mind. He cast a fleeting glance at Gu Qingwan. Under the piercing gaze of authority, Gu Qingwan shuddered. Instructor Lu has already visited BY seniority. I am now your senior sister, and what of that? If you don't obediently comply. Don't blame me for making you relive the experience from last night. Yunhao replied with a smirk that was more sardonic than sincere, exuding an air of irreverence. Such half-jesting remarks were harmless. Yet they sent a shiver through Gu Qingwan, who then turned her gaze to Li Zhengquan. Principal Li, my junior has already discussed this with me, and I consent to transferring my academic registration to Tiannan No. 1 High School. Once, Gu Qingwan held Tiannan No. 1 High School in disdain, scarcely acknowledging its principal. Yet now, under Yunhao's tutelage, she had taken the initiative to declare her intention to join the institution. The mere utterance of this declaration sent shockwaves through the other principals present. Yang Daren's face was one of astonishment, while Lu Duzong could hardly contain his laughter. Once Gu Qingwan resolved to transfer, both he and Li Zhengquan would stand to gain immensely. How could they not be pleased? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the office. With Yang Daren's approval, the door swung open, and a figure burst in, none other than Principal Ning of Tianwu Academy. His face radiated joy. Qingwan, you've joined Jiangnan University? I saw Instructor Lu Bai Ling fly away just now. Have you become her disciple? Gu Qingwan nodded gently, her expression unruffled. Principal Lin found no oddity in her demeanor, as this was her customary reaction, prompting him to erupt into hearty laughter. A blissful, almost frenzied mirth. Do you realize how fortunate you are to be under her wing? Once you arrive at Jiangnan University, you will understand the magnitude of this honor. Come, quickly express your gratitude to Yang Daren. Yet, only he was caught up in the excitement. Gu Qingwan maintained her composed demeanor, standing still as if observing a jester. Principal Ning's expression darkened slightly, his displeasure evident as he commanded, Qingwan, did you not hear me? Thank Yang Daren at once. However, Gu Qingwan remained unresponsive. The next moment, Yunhao could no longer bear it. He strode forward and delivered a resounding slap. The impact reverberating through the office as Principal Ning's head collided with the wall, akin to a ball striking its target. How dare you threaten my senior sister in my presence? Do you possess the audacity of a bear and leopard combined? His furious roar echoed, leaving Principal Ning momentarily dazed. Yunhao could not tolerate this display of arrogance, and although he was reluctant to acknowledge Gu Qingwan as his senior sister, he seized this opportunity to take action. He landed another powerful slap, grabbing Principal Ning's head and forcefully slamming it against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The wall trembled, plaster flaked away. And you, last year, did you not threaten Oldly? You dare to threaten my principal? You called Tiannan #1 a garbage school. I'll make you say it again. Yunhao's strength was formidable. Each impact against the wall was imbued with tremendous force. His frenzied demeanor left everyone in the office aghast. Yunhao was terrifying, having gone completely berserk. Finally, the dazed Principal Ning regained his wits and bellowed, "You insolent wretch, die." As the principal of Tianwu Academy, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, how could he endure being treated like a ball by a mere third-tier student? Just as his face contorted in rage, a commanding voice suppressed the chaos. "Ning Zijing, he is our only hope in the left district. Dare you lay a finger on him?" It was Yang Daren's voice. As the strongest in the left district, his power eclipsed that of all other principals. The overwhelming pressure rendered Principal Ning powerless to resist, leaving him at the mercy of Yunhao's relentless assault. Tears of humiliation streamed down his face as he found himself unable to retaliate. Am I not entitled to resist as a teacher? Is it acceptable for a student to strike me without consequence? Yang Daren, is this your choice? I refuse to accept this humiliation. His cries echoed, his dignity shattered. Yang Daren's response was a mere icy shake of the head. If you possess the potential of Yunhao, I might allow you to act as you please in the left district. I might even cover for you. But if you lack that, then silence yourself. Yang Daren was well aware of the sordid affairs Principal Ning had engaged in over the years. He simply chose to turn a blind eye. Had Ning's character not been so vile, Gu Qingwan would not have remained indifferent. Yunhao flashed a grin at Principal Ning. Old dang, I forgot to mention something. Gu Qingwan's academic registration is transferring to Tiannan #1. This statement struck Principal Ning like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Li Zhengchun. You scoundrel, I'll have it out with you. After all these years of hard work cultivating my students, you have the audacity to take her away? Without Gu Qingwan as a figurehead, Tianwu Academy would amount to nothing. Yunhao delivered another resounding slap. Dare you call him a scoundrel again? I seldom scold Oldly. Do you think you can insult him? With each successive strike, Principal Ning grew weaker. He contemplated a final desperate move, determined to take Yunhao down with him. Alas, Yang Daren had sealed all his meridians. Yang Jinwu, you ungrateful wretch, with such blatant favoritism, may you meet a fitting end. The utmost humiliation left him utterly bereft of dignity that he was, after all, once Gu Qingwan's principal. Despite his nefarious ways, she had hoped for his consideration. Gu Qingwan hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene, her eyes pleading. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. Since it's my senior sister pleading, I might as well let this old dog off the hook. With that, he dragged Principal Ning to the window, flung it open, and unceremoniously tossed him out. A piercing scream resounded outside, but Yunhao remained unfazed. Gu Qingwan's face twitched violently. She wanted to voice her concerns, but found her lips moving silently. What do you wish to say? Are you dissatisfied with me? Yunhao inquired, his gaze fixed on Gu Qingwan. She shook her head. Since we are both disciples of the same mentor, I naturally have no objections. I merely wish to express that your actions may invite retaliation. Yunhao's expression darkened. Gu Qingwan continued. He harbors a vengeful spirit and is petty. I know this all too well. Yunhao slammed the table. Why did you not say so earlier? Now I've tossed him out. No, there must not be any threat to my safety. Oldly, what are you waiting for? Go after him. Li Zhengchun snapped back to reality and bolted out the door. Yunhao followed suit, leaping through the window in pursuit. The audacity of these two, a mentor and disciple, left everyone in the office utterly stunned. How could one throw someone out and then rush after them upon hearing of potential revenge? Was it Ning Zijing who held a grudge, or were these two students equally vengeful? Indeed, one pot cannot hold two kinds of people. They were completely flabbergasted. Before long, Yunhao returned, his expression sour. Damn it. He runs like the wind. I chased him 2 blocks, and that guy even ditched his pants to evade my senses. With Oldly present, Yunhao had no qualms about pursuing him. However, without Oldly, things could get tricky. No, upon returning, I must prepare measures for self-preservation. Otherwise, I feel utterly insecure. Gu Qingwan's lips twitched involuntarily at this moment. The principals from various academies understood the ruthlessness of Yunhao. Yang Daren cleared his throat. How about this? Jiangnan University is not far from here. Let Oldly escort you for a while. Once you reach Jiangnan University, Instructor Liu Bailing will protect you. No one will dare lay a finger on you." As he spoke, young Darren paused, seemingly contemplating, before producing a talisman from his pocket. This talisman emanated a surge of spiritual energy that evidently surpassed the 5th tier. This talisman was specially crafted for my most esteemed disciple. Now I bestow it upon you. Young Darren smiled warmly. With this talisman, any foe below the 5th tier can be instantly vanquished, so there is no need for you to fear. Be able to annihilate foes below the 5th tier implies that young Darren's strength has already reached the 6th tier or higher. How terrifying! Yunhao accepted it with satisfaction. Looking at this 6th tier powerhouse. Not bad. You're quite considerate. Rest assured, this talisman won't be given in vain. It can be exchanged for my assistance in the future. Young Darren chuckled, acknowledging Yunhao's immense potential. It was highly probable he would achieve the 6th tier or even the 7th tier in the future, but that day seemed distant, likely far beyond young Darren's tenure. Well then, thank you very much. Young Darren chuckled in response to in the presence of those gathered. It was evident that none could truly comprehend the profound significance of Yunhao's promise, merely his SSS-level talent and the divine physique he possessed, alongside the echoes of an ancient voice, were sufficient to propel him to rapid ascendancy, not to mention the assistance of the system. Yunhao patted Lord Yang on the shoulder and encouraged him. Do your best. With that, he strode out of the office. Upon exiting, Yunhao realized that a large crowd awaited him downstairs. Li Zhaoji and others stood on either side, filled with admiration. Congratulations, Brother Yun, on your successful admission to Jiangnan University. Their voices resounded in unison, and even Yu Linger's gaze was imbued with complexity. As the young lady from the Yu family of Tiannan, she clearly possessed greater awareness than those of more modest backgrounds like Li Zhaoji. She not only knew of Yunhao's acceptance into Jiangnan University, but was also acutely aware of the formidable identity of his mentor, Liu Bailing. That name, with her ethereal spirit, had once suppressed an entire era in Jiangnan province. Chapter 52. Yunhao's fame spreads across Jiangnan. Embarking on an SSS-level mission, those unaware merely congratulated Yunhao on his admission, while those like Yu Linger, who understood the implications, smiled at him and said, "Congratulations on becoming a disciple of Mentor Liu." Yunhao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Which university do you plan to choose next?" Now that they were all in their senior year, it was time to prepare for their respective futures. Yu Linger paused for a moment, then replied, "I don't know that if possible, I would like to attend the same institution as you. Unfortunately, the admission standards for Jiangnan University are exceedingly stringent, and I do not possess absolute confidence." A wry smile tugged at the corners of Yunhao's mouth. "No matter. Just keep striving." The young woman appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she forced a smile. "Yunhao, I will surely work hard to follow in your footsteps. I'm afraid you may never catch up, not just in this life, but in the next, and the one after that as well." Yunhao, reluctant to divulge this painful truth, merely smiled before taking his leave. He was not one to express emotions freely, and thus chose silence with this group of former companions. Surprises await in the future. In stark contrast to the disappointment of Yu Linger and her companions, Gu Qingwan gazed at the receding figure of the young man, her bright eyes gradually sparkling with anticipation. No one had ever managed to defeat her. Now, she finally had someone worthy to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts alongside her. Jiangnan University held a genuine allure for her, and she looked forward to the days to come with great eagerness. As time passed, the left district unexpectedly welcomed numerous mentors from Jiangnan University. Upon learning that Liu Bailing had indeed emerged from seclusion to accept 2 disciples, they were astounded. They immediately surmised that a prodigy had arisen from the left district. Thus, they sought out Lord Yang, inquiring after Liu Bailing's disciples, only to discover they hailed from Tiannan No. 1 High School. Tiannan No. 1 High School. Wasn't that the institution managed by Li Zhongchun? Even after his demotion, he still managed to cultivate such exceptional talents. Impressive. Might I inquire, Lord Yang, which other students from Tiannan No. 1 High School possess potential? Could you take us to see them? Certainly. Follow me. Lord Yang replied without hesitation. He promptly contacted Li Zhongchun, who was overjoyed and quickly summoned Li Zhaoji, Yu Linger, and the others that moment. Even if Li Zhaoji was not particularly outstanding, the mentors, bolstered by Liu Bailing's influence, believed that he and his companions had promising futures that in no time. Selections were underway. This is what one might call a trend, following the current. Consequently, within a mere hour, nearly all the capable students from Tian'an No. 1 High School were chosen to join Jiangnan University. As for Lin Qingyun, she had initially attracted attention due to her remarkable talent, but upon reviewing her profile, it was discovered that she had a grudge against Lu, rendering her undesirable. Thus, she was eliminated from consideration. Lin Qingyun watched helplessly as the opportunity slipped away, nearly seething with frustration. In this context, Yunhao's reputation soared in the entire left district, not for any other reason than his singular ability to attract so many mentors from Jiangnan University to seek him out. It is worth noting that Jiangnan University is a true top-tier institution, ranked among the top 10 nationwide. The fact that they would actively come to the left district in search of talent was unprecedented. Meanwhile, students from other academies could only watch in envy. The left district basked in glory, all thanks to Yunhao. Who would have thought? Tian'an No. 1 High School is destined to become a key institution in our left district. How remarkable! Yunhao's name rose to prominence overnight. Moreover, it was not only in the left district. His reputation swiftly spread within Jiangnan University as well. Lu Beiling, that name had once dominated an era. She was akin to a living fossil at Jiangnan University, and even the principal would address her as Aunt Master upon meeting her. What did it signify when such an individual, instead of diligently cultivating in seclusion, emerged to take on disciples? It could only mean that this disciple's talent was extraordinarily exceptional, compelling the living fossil to take action. Then, students from Jiangnan University began to search online, WSC.SSS level talent, and he emerged as the champion of the left district. Even the renowned Gu Qingwan, hailed as the first prodigy of the left district, had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. It was well known that Gu Qingwan possessed exceptional strength and was quite famous even within Jiangnan University. Yet, such a person had been effortlessly bested. In no time, many students at Jiangnan University felt a mix of envy and resentment towards Yun. How he possessed both luck and strength. How fortunate. However, within Jiangnan University, there were also those who began to harbor discontent towards Yunhao. Among them was Zhao Yunya, a senior ranked 47th, who clenched his fists in frustration, his knuckles cracking. I admired you so much that I knelt by your office door for 3 days, imploring you to take me as your disciple, and you remained indifferent, yet you swiftly accepted a disciple named Yun. Very well, I shall show you how your disciple will be defeated by me. With my 4th-tier strength, how shall I thoroughly trounce you? Yun. Regardless of the circumstances, Yunhao had become the focal point of Jiangnan University. Even before his arrival, his name had already begun to ascend. This had never occurred in the century-long history of Jiangnan University. Many began to anticipate Yunhao's swift arrival at Jiangnan University as time progressed. During the evening hours, a knock resounded at the door of Yunhao's hotel room. Upon opening, he discovered it was Lu Jijun. She stood before him with a suitcase in tow, preparing to depart. I came to bid you farewell. The mentors have taken a keen interest in many students from Tian'an No. 1 High School, but it seems we lack such fortune. Yunhao smirked, nonchalantly remarking, What is this? The competition has ended, and you no longer wish to address me with respect as master. Lu Jijun's delicate frame trembled, her bright eyes falling momentarily before lifting again. Master. The embarrassment washed over her, despite having uttered it many times before. Her hands clutched the suitcase handle tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Yunhao regarded her steadily. Though you are rather useless, unworthy even to carry my shoes, would you be willing to serve as bait for this SSS-level mission to lure out that beast? After a pause, he continued, You know I refuse to be subordinate to anyone. Thus first place is rightfully mine. Lu Jijun's expression fell into a dilemma. She had heard of the perilous nature of Yunhao's SSS-level mission. She understood that such a classification indicated a formidable beast, likely of 4th-tier strength, and few present possessed such capability to act as bait and lure the monster could lead to dire consequences. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself gazing at Yunhao. I am willing to strive to do what my master desires. Why does the atmosphere feel so peculiar? Chapter 53. Large-scale combat instance mission commences. The following day, Yunhao, brimming with anticipation, prepared to set off for Jiangnan University. Remaining idle here hindered his affairs and delayed his progress. His primary objective now was to slay the beast within the SSS-level mission, which promised an enticing 30% bonus. As the group readied themselves for departure, Lord Yang suddenly appeared in midair. Calling out to Yunhao, Yunhao, use my exclusive passage. Exclusive passage. Yunhao was momentarily puzzled before being led by Lord Yang to a secret chamber within the Special Command Office. Inside, a black vortex emerged before them, revealing a spatial portal. Lord Yang grinned and explained, "This passage is reserved for those of District Commander rank and above. Once you enter, you will arrive directly at the Special Command Office branch in Jiangnan Province." After speaking, he awaited Yunhao's gratitude. However, Yunhao merely glanced at him, visibly displeased. "You old fool, why are you only revealing such a treasure now?" Lord Yang's face fell, clearly taken aback after he began, but Yunhao interrupted. "No need for explanations. Just open the passage." "Fine." All words were swallowed back, and he could not argue. Lord Yang, fuming internally, wondered if he was the leader or if Yunhao was, with a sullen expression. He opened the passage and then smiled at Yunhao. "It's ready." Yunhao surveyed the group behind him, only to find Li Zhengchun missing. That he raised an eyebrow. "Where's the principal?" Lord Yang shook his head and replied, "I do not know. You all proceed first. I will open the passage later to send old Li over." Yunhao nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and led the team into the space passage. The young man in black maintained an air of calm, his clothing undisturbed by the turbulence of the spatial transition. Mere seconds later, Yunhao and his companions materialized at the Jiangnan branch of the Special Operations Division. The personnel here had already received Lord Yang's notification and promptly escorted Yunhao and his group outside. Upon exiting the division, Yunhao was greeted by the vibrant scenery of Jiangnan Province. Towering technological edifices adorned the landscape, their splendor far surpassing that of the Left District and Tiannan City. Among the throngs of people traversing the streets, many were cultivators, including numerous formidable individuals of the second and third tiers. This place served as a launchpad for prodigies, the capital of the province. It was a veritable treasure trove of talent, boasting not only martial artists but also adept practitioners of talismans, sword cultivation, and various other unique disciplines. Countless exceptional individuals concealed themselves within this bustling metropolis. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yunhao's lips. There will be ample opportunities for excitement ahead. With so many talented individuals present, he believed he could ascend beyond the 6th tier. Yulinger approached Yunhao and inquired, "Shall we head to Jiangnan University next?" With a contemplative gaze, Yunhao gently shook his head. "We will proceed there after completing our task. How could we neglect the chance to accumulate experience points and not engage with the formidable beasts around us? Defeating this beast could very well propel me to the 4th tier. Only then will I have the leverage to compete at Jiangnan University." Yunhao had meticulously laid out his plans. Yulinger nodded obediently, offering no objections. Li Zhaoji eagerly rubbed his fists together. "Brother Yun, let us charge ahead." Yunhao shot him a glance. "Immediately locate the nearest task reception point at Jiangnan University. I need to review the relevant tasks." "Understood," Li Zhaoji responded promptly, swiftly gathering the necessary information. Soon after, the group hailed a vehicle and arrived at the task reception point near Jiangnan University. Jiangnan University, being the premier institution in the provincial capital, had nurtured countless prodigies, thus holding significant status within Jiangnan Province. It could be said that aside from the Special Operations Division, Jiangnan University held the second most influential position. Of course, the reason for this ranking could be attributed to Yunhao's esteemed mentor. The task reception points were conveniently scattered throughout the capital, facilitating the students in fulfilling their assignments. Upon entering, Yunhao provided his name and stated his intention to review the tasks. The young lady at the front desk was taken aback upon hearing his name, rising in astonishment. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I in trouble again?" The young lady's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Are you truly Yunhao? Your name is spread like wildfire at our university. Many are envious of you." Yunhao expressed his surprise. "Spread like wildfire? How did that happen?" The young lady excitedly explained. "Because Mentor Lu has not emerged for many years, and now that he has chosen you as his apprentice, everyone finds it hard to believe." She seemed genuinely thrilled to meet Yunhao in person. As she spoke, she eagerly pulled out her phone and opened the Jiangnan University app, exclaiming, "Look, you are currently ranked number 1 on the trending list." Yunhao leaned in to take a look, and indeed, there he was, occupying the top spot on Jiangnan University's trending list. Clicking on the post revealed a comment section brimming with envious and begrudging remarks. Many individuals expressed their eagerness to challenge him. The real names and avatars of these people were clearly displayed. A broad grin spread across Yunhao's face. He had never felt such elation in his life. What a splendid opportunity to assert his dominance and seize the moment. Excellent, simply excellent, Yunhao thought to himself. Observing his delight, the young lady was momentarily stunned. Wow, he truly is a formidable individual. That I've heard him referred to as Yun the Demon, and it seems entirely fitting. The fact that so many envied him did not intimidate him. Instead, he laughed heartily. Prodigies indeed have a different way of thinking, the young lady remarked, unable to contain herself. Brother Yun, you are currently in the spotlight. Do take care. Are you here to accept a task? She continued. Yunhao nodded affirmatively. For my enrollment task, the young lady replied. That's manageable. Simply download the Jiangnan University app, and you can access the task details. Yunhao downloaded the app and quickly located the relevant tasks. Task alert. The latest appearance of the beast was at Guanshan Lake Street. Task alert. Several groups of students have already taken on this task. Whoever slays the beast first will complete it. Urgent task alert. Please hurry to Guanshan Lake Street to complete the task. There have been 8 casualties among the students in a fierce battle. Many had already taken on the task and were engaged in combat with the beast. A shiver ran down Yunhao's spine, and he frowned. If they complete my task, what will be left for me? His ranking assessment relied heavily on this task. If they succeeded, how could he possibly rank anything but last? Moreover, that beast was crucial for his advancement to the 4th tier. Who dared to snatch his opportunity? Let us go to Guanshan Lake Street at once, Yunhao declared. Li Zhaoji instantly seemed invigorated, bursting through the door and swiftly hailing a 5-spirit vehicle, beckoning. Brother Yun, hop in. Yunhao quickly entered the vehicle, taking the front passenger seat, while the other team members piled in, filling the van to capacity. Even the roof was occupied. As he settled in, Yunhao inquired, where did this vehicle come from? Li Zhaoji replied. We took it. Yunhao's expression shifted, and he turned to look in the rearview mirror, where an elderly man in his 70s approached, his face contorted with rage. Return my car, drive. On it. Li Zhaoji shouted, flooring the gas pedal. The 5-spirit vehicle surged forward, racing towards Guanshan Lake Street. Chapter 54. Vanquishing the Beast. The large beast invades the city. Guanshan Lake Street had transformed into a battlefield. The ordinary citizens had been evacuated, and all shops were shuttered. The air was punctuated by the roars of beasts, and it was evident that more than one was present. The colossal Duping bird blotted out the sky, threatening to wreak havoc across Guanshan Lake Street. Numerous skyscrapers bore the scars of destruction, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bloodstains marred the ground. The entrance of a Liuzhou noodle shop, a massive emerald green toad glared at the students from Jiangnan University, its drool pooling at its feet, the venomous discharge corroding the asphalt. That a 3rd-tier beast, and one at the pinnacle of its kind. What do we do? We're finished. Stop overthinking. Let's charge in and fight with all our might. This green toad was merely a minor obstacle, not the final boss, highlighting the ferocity of the current beast invasion. If Yunhao were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. In his 20 years of life, he had never witnessed such a large-scale beast incursion in the city. The Jiangnan University students wasted no time, drawing their swords and rushing forward. The green toad cackled derisively. You think you can defeat me? Prepare to die. As its chilling voice echoed, the toad's foul breath wafted through the air, and its massive tongue lashed out, ensnaring the students. 1, 2, 3. The tongue ensnared 7 or 8 individuals, dragging them toward its gaping maw. That moment, a 5-spirit vent skidded to an abrupt halt, and a throng of individuals disembarked with fervor. Several more leapt from the roof. This van had at least 18 occupants. As the students witnessed this chaotic arrival, they were left speechless. Indeed, the 5-spirit vehicle could accommodate so many. Meanwhile, the green toad lay on the ground, croaking mockingly. Is this your backup? You will all become my most delectable feast. As the words left its mouth, the students, previously ensnared, fell to the ground, and the massive, foul-smelling tongue shot towards Yunhao. With a fierce expression, Yunhao seized the tongue with his hand. The green toad, in disbelief, yanked with all its might, its expression shifting dramatically as it realized it could not overpower him. Is that so? You cannot budge it? Yunhao's displeasure was palpable. He had never encountered such audacity. After living in the city for 20 years, he found it astonishing that a horde of beasts dared to invade. Oh, you really think the human race is powerless? He had sensed the commotion at Guanshan Lake Street earlier, but he had not anticipated the scale of the disturbance. The entire area had been evacuated, transforming into a danger zone, with the stench of blood permeating the air. Towering above were the Dapeng birds wreaking havoc on skyscrapers. Beast Clan, you truly are bold. It was one thing to wreak havoc in the suburbs, but now you dare to harass the populace. Indeed, those not of my kind shall have different intentions, particularly upon encountering the repulsive toad flaunting its might. Yuanhao's irritation escalated. He transformed his spiritual energy into a blade, launching a decisive strike at the toad's tongue. The green toad's expression shifted dramatically, letting out a wail of agony as its tongue was severed, splattering green blood everywhere. "Help! Holy Maiden, save me!" the green toad shrieked, its lament echoing through the streets. What on earth is going on? It's absolutely deafening. Yuanhao transformed into a formidable figure, his terrifying divine power causing the avatar behind him to swell dramatically. A colossal three-headed, six-armed deity manifested behind Yuanhao, towering at a height equivalent to 4 or 5 stories. In stark contrast to this gigantic deity, the green toad appeared utterly insignificant as it raised its head and caught sight of the divine figure. It was immediately struck with fear, its soul nearly fleeing in terror, leaving only a fragment of its essence. "Help!" it wailed, helplessly watching as the deity's foot approached to crush it. Desperately, it leapt, attempting to escape the impending doom of the foot. The enormous foot, imbued with divine energy, descended, causing the toad to emit a strange croaking sound, akin to a deflating ball, which instantly erupted into a splash of green liquid. The liquid splattered, causing the surrounding buildings to begin to decay. Initially, the feet that had come into contact with such a vile toxin were susceptible to its effects. Yet for Yuanhao, being a divine figure, the mere poison held little threat. With a swift retraction of his three-headed, six-armed form, Yuanhao turned to find the students sprawled on the ground, all in a state of shock. They stared at him, wide-eyed and speechless. It had been less than 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. That toad was obliterated in an instant. How did you manage to kill it? It's self-destructed. A third-tier toad. A mere third-tier toad. Eliminated in a heartbeat. Who are you? Are you one of us from Jiangnan University? Typically, this area is designated as a controlled zone, accessible only to students of Jiangnan University. Ordinary individuals or loose cultivators have no qualification to enter. Yuanhao cast a disdainful glance at them. With such lowly skills, you dare to join Jiangnan University? Is Jiangnan University a refuge for the inept? If you cannot even deal with a mere toad, your incompetence is unbearable. Allowing a toad to bully you is a disgrace to our humanity. Yuanhao's words struck them with profound shame. Indeed, a mere toad had reduced them to this state, tarnishing the reputation of the human race. Yuanhao, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "What are you still doing sitting there? Did you come here not to accomplish your mission? Hurry up and slay those beasts. Resolve this crisis with utmost urgency." Upon hearing this, the previously morose students blushed with embarrassment, quickly rising to retrieve their weapons. "Yes, Senior is right. We shall proceed at once. Senior, may I inquire your name? We shall not forget your life-saving grace and will express our gratitude upon returning to the academy." However, Yuanhao, disinterested in responding, led the group swiftly down the street. The malevolent aura there was evidently more intense, and the scent of battle surged forth continuously. Surely, a major beast awaited within. Moreover, he feared that these individuals might snatch his task. If the boss were to be slain by them, what would he have left to pursue? Thus, Yuanhao felt an overwhelming urgency, racing to claim the kill, leaving no time to address their queries. Yet, one of the students recognized his silhouette. That figure, often seen on posters, seemed to be Zuichu Yuanhao. Yuanhao, the top of the hot list? Oh my, the new junior, a disciple of Minter Lu. How can he act so arrogantly? I almost mistook him for a senior in his 4th year. What a blunder. Chapter 55. Mischief not tolerated, the great beast slain. Meanwhile, Yuanhao had reached the midsection of Guanshan Lake Avenue. His speed was remarkable, as he sensed an extraordinarily powerful surge of beastly energy ahead. The boss. It must be the boss over there, the key to completing the task and breaking through to the 4th tier. With the aim of claiming the kill, Yuanhao activated his ancestral divine form, doubling his speed. Li Zhaoji, Yu Linger, Lu Jijun, and others hastily pursued him. Upon arriving near a collapsed high-rise, they discovered an elderly man standing amidst the endless ruins. The old man, with his hands clasped behind him, hunched over, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, coughed repeatedly. His body bore several wounds, and a wave of beastly energy surrounded him, enveloping the air in a dreary haze. Accelerate and obliterate him. Haha. Senior Zhao Tianyu truly is the main force of the offense. No wonder he is among the top 50 prodigies of Jiangnan University, capable of inflicting such heavy damage with a single strike. Fellow students, accelerate and slay the beast. With this roar, the prodigies surrounding the ruins unleashed their most powerful martial techniques. Those who had reached this central area possessed formidable strength, nearly all being the Armée de l'Armée of Jiangnan University. Thus, even when faced with such a formidable beast, they fought with all their might and managed to inflict significant harm. As they watched countless martial attacks soar towards him, the elderly man's face contorted with malice. A cold smile spreading across his features, his ancient voice rang out. Do you little ones in the spirit embryo realm truly believe that a fourth-turn great beast is so easily bullied? When you comprehend the worth of a great beast, fear will seize you, and you will no longer foolishly besiege me. I am enraged. At that moment, the beastly energy spiraled upwards explosively, centered around the old man. Two massive wings suddenly tore from his sides, revealing half of his beastly form. A demon core, unique to a fourth-tier great beast, was expelled from his mouth, unleashing an endless torrent of beastly energy into the void. The boss, a member of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, and it possesses a fourth-tier demon core. This is undoubtedly the boss of this SSS-level task. Senior Zhao Tianyu, strike him down with a fatal blow. Fellow students, let us go. We must seize the credits. The boss is mine. No one else take it. By he, Senior Zhao Tianyu, and Senior Eugene Yao were all true prodigies of Jiangnan University at this moment. They began to muster their ultimate moves, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the final boss. They had fought through countless challenges to reach this point. Thus they were determined to give their all. Whoever unleashed the strongest attack would have the greatest chance of slaying this boss. The SSS-level task's worth was well known to all present. Therefore, they were all exerting themselves to the utmost, striving to unleash their most powerful attacks, their faces flushed with exertion. Just then, Yun Hao, who had arrived in time, witnessed this scene. Hearing them claim that the old man was the boss, and seeing the overwhelming beastly aura radiating from him, Yun Hao felt a surge of excitement. Overjoyed, he grinned at the sight of these prodigies preparing their ultimate moves, their faces a vivid red. Apologies, but my ultimate move requires no charging. As his words fell, a slashing strike formed from the void, surging with overwhelming spiritual energy, aimed directly at the old man in the ruins. The beastly energy scattered in all directions. Sensing an immense threat, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. Raising his gaze, the colossal slash caused his pupils to constrict in terror. Ah, an ambush! An ambush! Before he could finish his thought, his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a skyscraper. Embedding himself within it, the fourth-tier great beast was left gasping for breath, on the brink of death. Detected that you have slain a critically injured fourth-tier great beast. Ransack value 10,000. The voice rang out, causing Yun Hao's expression to shift slightly. This isn't right. If it were the boss, how could it yield such a meager increase? Yun Hao suddenly realized that the old man before him was not the boss at all, but merely an ordinary great beast. He immediately pulled out his Fruit 28+, opened the Jiangnan University app, and confirmed that the task was still incomplete. Seeing the word incomplete, Yun Hao felt a surge of anger and proceeded to yank the old man from the wall, delivering several resounding slaps. What were you trying to portray? Acting all mysterious. I thought you were the boss. Do you even realize how deceitful that is? The nearly lifeless old man was on the verge of tears from the humiliation. He protested. I wasn't pretending. I merely released a bit of beastly energy and attracted such a powerful figure. And then, without a word, you came in swinging your ultimate move, leaving me in this state. And now you're slapping me while I'm still conscious? How can you be so cruel? He coughed up blood continuously, roaring, I'm dying, and you still want to leave me be, having provoked me. Even the dead must endure a few slaps, Yun Hao declared, directly tearing off the old man's wings. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the old man, barely clinging to life, screamed in agony. Demon! Demon, as she stepped forward, her face pale, and said, "Classmate, this powerful demon was weakened by us. You coming in for the finishing blow to claim the reward seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Yunhao glanced at the dark mole at the corner of her mouth and retorted, "With such an unappealing appearance, do you think you deserve to speak?" Detected that Yu Jinyao's mental state is unstable, dread value 500. Yu Jinyao took a deep breath, suppressing her racing heart, and replied sternly, "Please be more mindful of your words. You're truly hideous. I've never seen anyone as unattractive as you in my life that it's nauseating. Leave me be, and don't disturb me from completing my task." Yunhao's face was full of impatience. Detected that Yu Jinyao's mentality exploded, dread value 1000. Chapter 56. The Saintess descends. Ready to slap. To describe a woman as hideous is utterly devastating. Yu Jinyao's face flushed with rage, and beside her, Senior Zhao Tianyu, witnessing the insult to the girl he admired, immediately took a stand. "Classmate, you don't have quite the audacity." Yunhao scoffed. "Enough. With that ugly face, I doubt anyone would want you. You must be truly desperate to eat anything." The mockery was palpable. Zhao Tianyu, furious, was about to unleash his martial skills when he suddenly saw a strike aimed at him. His expression shifted drastically as he was sent flying, his clothes torn. Bloodied and utterly defeated, half of his internal organs were rendered useless. The Saintess seized the moment, issuing a sharp command. "Quickly, he is out of options. Attack him." As her words fell, the two severely injured great demons prepared to unleash their full power. In the next moment, hundreds of slashes erupted instantaneously, as if they were costless, continuously cleaving through the air. The strikes were astonishingly smooth and coherent, with no limitations on energy and no need to gather power. Yunhao was able to unleash over 100 slashes in mere seconds. The speed was breathtaking and instantaneous, in the blink of an eye. As hundreds of slashes struck, the two great demons let out a wretched scream, disintegrating into nothingness. Having already sustained grave injuries, the addition of these hundreds of slashes made it entirely reasonable for them to fall, even as fourth-tier demon beasts. Yunhao grinned, turning back to slap the Saintess across the face. "Dare to remind them again, and you'll receive another." This strike directly severed her demonic form. The Saintess let out a furious roar. Such an insult to demons. A pair of wings, unique to the golden-winged roc, suddenly emerged, as the Saintess began her transformation into a demonic form. Her entire being radiated golden light, while her demonic aura surged tremendously, her power multiplying exponentially. With a piercing cry, the golden-winged roc directed its wrath towards Yunhao, the terrifying roar symbolizing its boundless fury. However, Yunhao was not pleased. "Did I allow you to scream so loudly? Do you dare believe I won't pluck every feather from your body?" Bird of feathers. In the void, the Saintess's face turned a shade of green. She was the noble golden-winged roc, her feathers resplendent with gold, signifying her most glorious identity. The purer the bloodline, the brighter the golden feathers. Yet Yunhao had the audacity to refer to them as mere bird feathers. Even the people from the Special Command dared not utter such words. "You seek death." The golden-winged roc released a series of piercing cries, directly invoking a secret technique: devour heaven and earth. This was the supreme divine ability of the golden-winged roc clan. Once unleashed, it could consume the very world. Even though her current form was relatively small, when activated, it still emanated an overwhelming pressure. She was so enraged that she wished to swallow Yunhao whole. Just then, the Saintess watched in horror as Yunhao conjured several fireballs, hurling them into her gaping maw, coupled with the terrifying suction of devour heaven and earth. The fireballs accelerated toward her. The horrifying flames made her realize they were no ordinary fire. In the next moment, several fireballs were sucked into her mouth, as Yunhao stepped forward, gripping her massive beak and frantically forcing fireballs inside. "Devour heaven and earth, is it? I'll let you devour," he urged. "Come on, consume more, until you're full." The three mysterious true fire was dreadfully terrifying, as he relentlessly stuffed fireballs into her belly. Before long, a burning sensation spread through her heart and lungs, eliciting a series of mournful shrieks from the Saintess. The enormous demon body writhed in agony, yet she could not escape Yunhao's grasp. Unlike in arena matches, Yunhao showed no mercy when dealing with demon beasts. Initially, he had considered her pure bloodline and thought to keep her as a mount, but having been repeatedly provoked by this foul creature, He could not be held responsible for plucking every feather from her. In the midst of his words, Yunhao unleashed one chi transforms into 3 pure ones, followed by 3 heads and 6 arms, with 3 incarnations, one with 6 hands, totaling 18 hands. Such a colossal divine technique was exceptionally effective for plucking feathers. In almost an instant, under the grasp of 18 hands, she was reduced to a featherless golden rock. Golden feathers were strewn all over the ground, while her body was left utterly bare. Not a single feather remained. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within the saintess. Having her feathers plucked was akin to being stripped bare. She could not accept this reality, nor could she bear the thought of her noble feathers being stripped away. Ah! I want you to chase me here to kill me. You have already sealed your fate, and you dare to threaten me. Before her words could finish, Yunhao seized her wing and snapped it down with a resounding crack. Blood gushed forth, the wing shattered. The pride of the golden-winged rock clan was utterly annihilated. Her eyes filled with rage, she attempted to utter something more, but there was no time. Yunhao had already contorted her massive demonic form into various shapes. Round, square, triangular, every bone within shattered. This was pure slaughter, merciless and without a shred of compassion. The saintess emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her demonic aura collapsing, leaving the surrounding demon beasts in shock. A devil, seeing the saintess in such a state. What significance remained for us? Run, hurry, and escape. If we don't, we'll die. The demon beasts scattered in all directions. Yunhao struck down, shattering the saintess's skull, her brain matter splattering everywhere. Detected the golden-winged rock clan's saintess being brutally slaughtered. Plunder value 45,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Demon Slayer. Please indulge in the slaughter of demon beasts. We implore you. 45,000 plunder value. This wave would surely secure a rise to the 4th tier. Moreover, it seemed the system relished in the slaughter of demon beasts. It was indeed satisfying, as they could be killed outright, unlike in arena matches. Meanwhile, a notification from the Jiangnan University app indicated the task had been completed. It appeared that the final boss was indeed the saintess of the golden-winged rock clan. Yet, upon her death, a flash of golden light flickered across Yunhao, the cause of which remained a mystery. As the demon beasts prepared to flee, Yunhao showed no mercy, raising his hand to obliterate them completely. This was a total annihilation. Of course, this was not solely due to Yunhao's strength. He relied heavily on Master Yang's talismans, without which he might not have triumphed. Following this, the demonic aura dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity. Indeed, demons deserved death. Yunhao felt significantly uplifted, humming a tune as he prepared to depart. Just then, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from the teleportation array behind him. You all should quickly welcome the arrival of the Holy Sun. What is happening? Why is everyone dead? Chapter 58. Yun's blade spares neither old nor young. No, wait. There's still demonic energy. Yunhao turned to see that a white tiger demon beast had just arrived through the teleportation array, carrying an infant swaddled in its back, at that moment. The white tiger demon beast froze, having just uttered its greeting, gazing at the corpses of its comrades scattered across the ground, including the saintess who lay lifeless. It was truly bewildered. What had happened? How could everyone be dead? How is this possible? As the white tiger demon beast struggled to comprehend, it raised its head, its gaze locking with Yunhao's. Upon meeting those eyes, a chill ran through the white tiger demon beast. Realizing this was the instigator. Great sage, spare me. I'm merely a messenger. The Holy Sun is here. If you have grievances, direct them at him. With that, it attempted to flee back to the teleportation array, but in the next moment, a slash swiftly ended its life, causing the swaddled infant to tumble to the ground. Yet even as it fell, the infant did not utter a single cry, not a peep. It was as if it feared drawing Yunhao's attention. Though the Holy Sun remained in an infantile state, he was no fool. The sight of the scattered corpses, including the slain saintess, made it clear he was facing an unparalleled ruthless individual. His only thought was to escape. Thus, adhering to the principle of remaining unseen, the infant remained silent. However, Yunhao approached the swaddled babe. Then, extending his hand, he discovered an utterly harmless infant within the swaddle. In a gentle tone, Yunhao asked, "Are you the Holy Sun?" The infant's eyes widened, desperate to speak. yet only producing incoherent babbling. Yunhao feigned understanding, exclaiming in realization, "What do you say? You are the Holy Son, and you wish for me to strike you." The infant's eyes widened even further, babbling frantically in an attempt to explain, but to no avail. Yunhao, incredulous, said, "What? You want to die quickly, asking me to stab you? I have never heard such a shameless request." However, Yun's blade does not strike the old or the young. Upon hearing the first statement, the infant burst into tears. Upon hearing the second, the infant relaxed, thinking it might preserve its life. Little did it know. Yunhao slowly produced out a small knife. A small knife? Seeing Yunhao extend the small knife, the infant was horrified. Not a human child. Not a human child. If the big blade spares neither the old nor the young, the small knife can still be used. You truly spare no one. Not even an infant. Are you even human? Seconds later, it was all over. Blood flowed from Yunhao's hands as he gazed at the sea of demon corpses. His expression shifting from one of slaughter to an almost serene calm. It was akin to a sage's moment of reflection after a battle. That moment. Gu Qingwan, Li Zhaoji, Yu Ling'er, and others finally arrived, prepared to assist. However, upon opening the stairway door and witnessing the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, they were all left utterly dumbfounded, looking at the half-dismembered body of the demon clan's saintess. Gu Qingwan's body trembled violently. Only by knowing how dire others fared could one truly appreciate their own fortune. What a stroke of luck! She had not fallen victim to Yun the old devil's hands. Otherwise, she would have been torn apart. Sensing Gu Qingwan's emotions, Yunhao smirked, pointing at the saintess. "Sister, would you like to try transforming into this?" Gu Qingwan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the Jiangnan University app sent out a full-screen notification. Many students of Jiangnan University, upon opening their phones, saw the full-screen alert from the app. The SSS level task at Guanshan Lake Street has been completed. What the hell? Upon seeing this banner, everyone erupted in excitement. The difficulty of completing an SSS level task is well known, and anyone brave enough to undertake such a task is among the Academy's most elite talents. However, even the most exceptional individuals were merely qualified to take on the task. Yet someone had actually completed it. Quick, check who it is. The task would display the name. Hurry and see. In an instant, everyone hurriedly clicked in and began to scroll down. Yunhao. It is the new disciple of Mentor Lu. Yunhao, a freshman. It is hard to believe that a newcomer could accomplish an SSS level task. This time, Eugene Yao and Senior Zhao Tianyu both participated, merely serving as a backdrop to Yunhao. In truth, this is not particularly surprising. If they were to learn that even the holy maiden of the golden-winged Great Peng clan had been utterly defeated, they would surely be even more astonished. Yunhao's name surged to the top of the trending list, and it seemed unlikely to drop for at least 3 months. In that moment, the students of Jiangnan University were filled with heightened expectations for this Yunhao. They were eager to see what this legendary newcomer truly looked like. Having accomplished an SSS level task even before arriving at Jiangnan University is nothing short of remarkable. Meanwhile, in a private training room at Jiangnan University, a young female student, after reading a notification on her phone, respectfully looked towards the youth who was meditating and said, "Senior Zhao, he has arrived." The young man, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of indifference passing through them. "Has he finally come? I have been waiting for quite some time." The female student gazed at the deepening aura surrounding him, unable to suppress her astonishment. "Senior, have you broken through again?" "Yes, I have just ascended to the next level. I am now at the 4th stage, 2nd layer." The youth's lips curled into a faint smile, and as he spoke of his realm, his eyes brimmed with immense confidence. The female student instantly felt even more envious. Unable to restrain herself, just now, news came that Yunhao has already completed the SSS level task at Guanshan Lake Street. That I was somewhat worried. Zhao Yunyu's lips curled slightly. "Oh, this lad possesses some skill." The female student replied. "Indeed." Zhao Yunyu chuckled lightly, clapping his hands gently. Interesting, truly a formidable little ant. Ha, let us go. Since he has arrived, it is time to meet him." As he spoke, he picked up a sword beside him and strode out of the training room. This Zhao Yunyu is none other than Zhao Tianyu's elder brother, who had recently been defeated. Both brothers are exceptionally gifted, but unfortunately, Zhao Tianyu lacks ambition, thus his ranking remains beneath his brother. However, Zhao Yunyu, is different. He is solely devoted to pursuing higher realms and strength, which is why he knelt for 3 days at the gates of Lu Balan, pleading to be accepted as a disciple. Yet, Lu Balan dismissed him. And this meeting with Yunhao is a chance to prove that he is not the one lacking talent, but rather that old woman Lu Balan is blind that on the other side. Eugene Yao and her companions had just exited Guanshan Lake Street when they saw the full-screen notification from Jiangnan University. Instantly, their faces turned a shade of green with anger. They had failed to slay the boss, instead being defeated by Yunhao, suffering heavy losses and making others look good in the process. Just the thought of it made them seethe with rage. Unable to contain their frustration, they immediately headed to the task reception area at Jiangnan University. Meanwhile, other talented teams still at Guanshan Lake Street gradually received notifications from the Jiangnan University app. In an instant, these teams erupted in chaos. What? It's already completed. Damn, I worked hard to slay a bunch of monsters, only to be outpaced by someone else? Which senior is so terrifying? Upon seeing Yunhao's name, these talented teams exchanged glances, falling into silence. In recent times, Yunhao's name has resounded throughout Jiangnan University, known by all. They never expected it to be him. Excitement surged among them. Let us go. We must head to the nearest task reception area. After completing the task, Yunhao will certainly go to submit it. We will definitely encounter him. Let us hurry. I can't wait to see who this divine being is. In no time, a multitude of students converged towards the task reception area. All due to Yunhao, the atmosphere of Jiangnan University was stirred like never before in its history. That moment, at the task reception area, Eugene Yao and her companions arrived first, the moment she stepped in. Eugene Yao stormed up to the front desk and declared in a low voice that SSS-level task has been completed by Yunhao. The receptionist, taken aback by Eugene Yao's furious demeanor, felt puzzled. Usually, although Eugene Yao is not conventionally attractive, she speaks with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. But now, why this sudden change in temperament? The receptionist, being merely a part-time worker and an average student of Jiangnan University, did not dare to offend these prodigies and quickly replied, "Yes, Eugene Yao, what seems to be the matter today?" Eugene Yao coldly retorted, "On what basis does he believe he can complete an SSS-level task?" Her aggressive stance left the receptionist flustered. "I'm not sure. Perhaps Yunhao is just too powerful?" Eugene Yao scoffed. "He assaults fellow students and seizes others' beasts. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Even if he completed that task, what of it? I suggest nullifying his accomplishments." Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Even those students who had just arrived were left stunned by Eugene Yao's words. They acknowledged that Eugene Yao is among the elite. But to propose nullifying someone else's accomplishments right off the bat is simply outrageous. Moreover, that person is none other than the new champion, Yunhao. The explosive conflict prompted the students to whip out their phones, eager to call their roommates to witness the spectacle. The receptionist was equally shocked. "Why Eugene Yao? You?" Recalling how Yunhao had insulted her appearance, Eugene Yao became even more infuriated, her anger clouding her judgment. "What do you mean by you? Isn't your computer capable of canceling achievements?" The reasoning was straightforward. It was a fraud. The receptionist was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, "Eugene Yao, we cannot bear this responsibility." "Why?" Eugene Yao replied coldly. "Then I shall take on the responsibility. I will personally explain the situation to the principal." As a prodigy, she had the right to directly meet any leader within the academy. Her words caused an uproar among the onlookers. Impressive. No wonder she is Eugene Yao. Ranked 78th in the school, she exudes confidence. Yet, in the next moment, the doors of the task reception area swung open. A tall, stunning figure clad in silver armor strode in, her lips moving slightly as she spoke with an indifferent expression. "Do you believe you can bear this responsibility?" The melodious voice reached Eugene Yao's ears, and turning around, she locked eyes with Gu Qingwan. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Gu Qingwan remained calm. "Left District, Gu Qingwan." Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. "The Left District's prodigy has arrived. Ha ha ha, it's Gu Qingwan, the former top prodigy of the Left District, a peerless expert not seen in 100 years. She hails from the same place as Yunhao. TSK, that silver armor, that perfect figure, utterly unbeatable." Yu Qingwan's entrance caused a stir. Typically, people might think little of Gu Qingwan or the Left District, but Yunhao, the new champion, is from the Left District. The prestige of the left district has skyrocketed. Gu Qingwan. Humph, so it's the first prodigy from the left district. What? Has she come to Jiangnan University and still not settled down? Thinking this is still the left district. Does she wish to stand up for Yunhao? A hint of disdain flashed across Yu Jinyao's face. Initially, she intended to maintain her intellectual persona, but upon seeing Gu Qingwan's stunning visage, she couldn't help but recall Yunhao's insult in an instant. Her anger flared, and she couldn't help but lash out. Yu Qingwan, unperturbed, merely shook her head. As Yunhao as senior, I am well aware of his character. I just wish to kindly remind you that it would be wise to keep quiet for now. Pressing her lips together, Gu Qingwan recalled the fear from that night and continued. Otherwise, when he arrives, matters may not end well. As she spoke, Yunhao had already stepped down from the van, pushing open the task reception area's door and gazing at Gu Qingwan and Yu Jinyao in surprise. What is this about not ending well? Who is speaking ill of me? Gu Qingwan remained silent, her heart siding with Yunhao, yet fearing he might go too far. Upon seeing Yunhao, Yu Jinyao's eyes turned even more menacing. It was I who said it. Do you have any objections? Yunhao's gaze suddenly turned icy. Dare to speak ill of me? Very well. Very well. I just thought I was missing something. Turns out I had forgotten to properly deal with this ugly one. Excellent. You have paved your own path to destruction. Yunhao grinned maliciously, his fist like a hammer slamming into the soft abdomen of the other. Boom! She shot upwards like a cannonball. The roof was directly pierced. Gasps of disbelief erupted from all around as the students could scarcely believe their eyes. This is Yunhao, from the left district, and he just sent senior Yu Jinyao flying with a single punch. The 78th ranked student in the school, just like that? Damn, that was ruthless. Everyone looked up, only to find her figure had vanished. By the time they realized what had happened, Yu Jinyao had rapidly descended, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. In the crater, Yu Jinyao lay broken and battered, coughing up blood. Yunhao didn't care about any of that, nor did he adhere to any notions of chivalry. He lightly leaped into the crater. Subsequently, a hand extended forth, its knuckles distinctly visible, effortlessly seizing the neck of Yu Jinyao at a jade neck. Apologies. Only someone of Gu Qingwan's caliber would be worthy of that description. This one is merely an ordinary neck, easily gripped to the point of suffocation. Chapter 60. Breaking through to the Dharma body realm. Upgrading the ancestral divine body, Yu Jinyao began to cough violently. Desperately struggling in Yunhao's grasp, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Witnessing such a scene, all present realized that the individuals from the left district referred to Yunhao as Yun the Old Demon. A moniker that could not be more fitting. This could no longer be termed as cruel. It was pure torture of an opponent. In the entire assembly, only Gu Qingwan maintained a semblance of calm. For she had long anticipated this outcome. Who dared to nullify Yunhao's achievements and speak ill of him? Even on the streets, should anyone dare to cast a disparaging glance at Yunhao, he would retaliate with a punch. Now, someone foolish enough to provoke him had appeared. Apologies, but such a person had likely not yet been born. If they existed, they would have already met their demise at Yunhao's hands. Yunhao coldly glared at his captive. So, the ugly provoke, do they? With a face like that, I can hardly swallow my food. How dare you show yourself in public looking so wretched? Yu Jinyao trembled uncontrollably. Her body's pain lost to her, yet the humiliation inflicted upon her spirit felt all the more profound. Alas, she could no longer resist. Surrendering to fate, she despairingly closed her eyes. Give me death. Purify this world's gaze. Yunhao gripped her neck as if discarding refuse, slamming her body into the pit with great force. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, as the audience shuddered, their scalps prickling with terror. What on earth were they witnessing? This was no mere beating. It was akin to treating a human as a beast. The brutality was merciless. With such a blow, Yu Jinyao fell unconscious, unclear whether she had fainted or met her end. Detected that the prodigy Yu Jinyao is ravaged beyond recognition. Ravage points 10,000. Excellent. Another 10,000 ravage points acquired. Adding to the previous 97,000, that totals 107,000 ravage points. I have never been this affluent before. However, the higher the level attained, the greater the consumption. 100,000 is sufficient for a moment of joy. Yunhao, disinterested in her further, casually tossed her aside. Upon raising his gaze again, he noticed that the task acceptance area had been nearly demolished by his actions. The building, due to the surge of spiritual energy, was missing a significant portion, the walls let in the wind. And the front desk attendant trembled in fear. Yunhao quickly donned a smile. I apologize for the fright. I had already entered a sage's time, but alas, this individual was far too ungrateful. The front desk attendant was stunned. Was this what one called entering a sage's time? The building was nearly in ruins. Yet, trembling, she gazed at Yunhao. And no problem. May I ask, Yun, is there anything I can assist you with? Observing her stammering demeanor, Yunhao sighed lightly. Very well. Please prepare a lounge for me. Surely, there must be one available? The front desk attendant, shaking, replied. Yes, we have one. Originally there were 3, and now only one remains intact. Yunhao chuckled in disbelief. All right then, lead me to that room. The front desk attendant dared not refuse. Fearing for her own safety, and hurriedly guided Yunhao as he turned back. He glanced at Li Zhaoji and Yu Linger who had followed him in, and finally looked at Gu Qingwan, saying, remember to submit the task for me. Gu Qingwan nodded. Meanwhile, even though Yunhao had entered the lounge, the number of onlookers continued to swell. Having summoned a large crowd, they were reluctant to leave even now that Yunhao had departed. Don't go. Latest news, it is said that a training room within Jiangnan Tower has been activated. Which one? Jiangnan Tower is a building specifically designed for the top-tier prodigies of Jiangnan University. Not only exuding an ancient charm, but also equipped with formations that facilitate rapid cultivation. Zhao's room. Hiss, Senior Zhao has emerged. His emergence likely heralded no other purpose but to welcome Yunhao. Indeed, it must be to greet Yun the old demon. Then tell me, who is more formidable, Senior Zhao or Yun the old demon? This, none could ascertain. No one dared voice an opinion, lest they be slapped in the face later. However, upon hearing that Senior Zhao was about to arrive, the crowd grew increasingly dense, and no one was willing to depart at this moment. Yunhao had already opened the system panel inside the lounge. Name, Yunhao, Realm, Peak of the 3rd Stage, Spirit Fetus Realm. Divine Powers, 3 heads and 6 arms, 5-color Divine Thunder, 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities, heart-to-heart communication. Ravage points, 107,000. Upon seeing this figure, Yunhao felt immense satisfaction, for he knew he was on the verge of ascending to the 4th stage. Ascending to the 4th stage meant he could officially enter Jiangnan University. Upon arriving at the provincial capital, he should have immediately reported to Jiangnan University to find Liu Beiling. But upon learning that nearly all of the top 50 were uniformly 4th stage prodigies, he realized he had to complete his task before proceeding. He understood that with his growing reputation, many at Jiangnan University would seek to provoke him. Though he could confront some prodigies, there remained the possibility of being challenged once he ascended to the 4th stage. It could be said that, with his divine powers and talents, he would face no rivals within that realm. He had long resolved that he would not step foot into Jiangnan University until he reached the 4th stage. After all, did he not comprehend the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind? But what if the tree were sufficiently sturdy? It was for this reason that he chose to find an ordinary lounge to break through. Let us begin. Yunhao gently closed his eyes, directly infusing the ravage points into the realm section. You have begun to challenge the 4th stage Dharma Body realm. The Dharma Body realm refers to refining the infant-like spirit fetus into a robust adult form, thus earning the title of Dharma Body realm. Upon entering the Dharma Body realm, you will completely transcend the realm of ordinary humans. Not only will your physical strength multiply, but your mental prowess will also flourish. In the path of cultivation, only a minuscule fraction of practitioners can break through to the Dharma Body realm, merely 1 in 10,000. This realm separates countless individuals and serves as a definitive watershed. With most ordinary people halting at the spirit fetus realm, you have consumed 20,000 ravage points, successfully breaking through to the 4th stage Dharma Body realm. Congratulations on becoming a formidable being. You have consumed 10,000 ravage points, successfully breaking through to the 4th stage 1st level. You have consumed 10,000 ravage points, successfully breaking through to the 4th stage 2nd level. 4th stage 3rd level. 4th stage 4th level. Having consumed 60,000 ravage points, his cultivation rapidly ascended to the 4th stage. This speed was comparable to riding a rocket. With 47,000 remaining, Yunhao had no hesitation, pouring all of it into his talents. The long-awaited ancestral divine body began to upgrade. Yunhao had always anticipated enhancing his talent, for he was unaware of the surprises that awaited him upon upgrading the ancestral divine body. And now he was finally able to do so. This supreme SSS grade talent was about to reach level 2, and the accompanying benefits might be extraordinary. You have consumed 10,000 Ravage points, achieving 30 progress in upgrading the ancestral divine body. You have consumed 10,000 Ravage points, achieving 60 progress in upgrading the ancestral divine body. Chapter 61. Transforming into the ancestral god, opening heaven and earth. You have consumed 10,000 Ravage points, achieving 90 progress in upgrading the ancestral divine body. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded the ancestral divine body to level 2, gaining the Eye of the Sun. It is said that in the primordial chaos, Pangu emerged, the first Pangu, dying, transformed into wind and clouds, his voice resonating like thunder. His left eye became the sun, and his right eye became the moon. When his talent reaches its zenith, he can transform into the great deity Pangu. Upon witnessing this series of progress bars and the ancient notification chime, Yunhao's expression shifted dramatically. He finally grasped the benefits of upgrading the ancestral divine body. The reason it was called the ancestral divine body was indeed to refine the body through upgrades, ultimately cultivating into the form of Pangu, thereby opening heaven and earth. Among the deities, Pangu is the progenitor, aptly named the ancestral divine body. Yunhao's heart began to race with fervor as he could feel the powerful rhythm of his pulse. His body commenced its transformation. Each meridian became remarkably transparent. Upon introspecting, he could see the traces of blood coursing through. The velocity of blood circulation was several times that of an ordinary cultivator. The rate at which his heart beat was beyond imagination. With each heartbeat, Yunhao felt his meridians growing sturdier, his body becoming more robust. This meant that as long as his heart continued to beat, his physique would consistently strengthen and refine. His blood, undergoing continuous refinement, transformed into a golden hue. Golden blood coursed within him. When Yunhao sliced open a wound, indeed, golden blood flowed forth. Is this the Pangu body? Even the blood is golden to at this moment. Yunhao felt an exhilarating surge within him, his angular face glowing with excitement. The transformation of his body persisted. Yunhao's skin became as flawless as a baby's, while his 8-pack abs rapidly expanded, becoming immensely prominent to the casual observer. Yunhao appeared normal, but should he tear his shirt, one would witness the explosive definition of his abdominal muscles. The power within his fists surged wildly. Yunhao felt as though his palms were infused with divine strength. The ethereal energy merged into his body, transforming into an even more formidable and mysterious force. A searing sensation surged through his left eye, causing Yunhao's visage to contort in anguish. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, he remained silent, enduring the torment with unwavering resolve. When he finally reopened his left eye, a blazing sun appeared within its depths, radiating fiercely. There were no pupils, only the luminous orb of the sun itself, which was, in fact, Yunhao's eye. This eye possessed the extraordinary ability to pierce through illusions and annihilate all that stood in its path. As Yunhao continued to ascend, his left eye would transform into a great sun, suspended in the heavens, capable of turning the world into a crucible, refining existence itself. Was this the fabled eye of the great sun? To refine the world, how exhilarating! A cruel smile graced Yunhao's lips. The system's notifications continued to chime. Body modification completed. Please proceed to upgrade the ancestral god body. Next level. Forge the body to its utmost limits, merging with the cosmos, and gain the power of immortality. Immortality. As the notification resonated in his mind, Yunhao felt a surge of excitement. If he were to possess such power, whom would he fear in this world? Even the mightiest adversaries would pose no threat, for he would be beyond death. This meant that upon reaching the third stage of the ancestral god body, even if he perished, he could resurrect with but a thought. Upon attaining the third stage, he would align with the universe. The cosmos would be him. The flora would be him. The rivers would be him. How could there be a notion of death? How splendid! Yunhao couldn't help but applaud, regretting his earlier impatience to ascend the ancestral god body. Nevertheless, achieving the second stage was already immensely beneficial. However, the system notifications persisted. Congratulations, you have acquired the second stage's accompanying artifact, Six Souls Banner. The Six Souls Banner, an artifact forged by one of the incarnations of the ancestral god, was initially created to refine the six divine beings. Due to its immense power, it can extract the souls of others. Also known as Soul Summoning Banner. With a mere thought, the Black Soul Summoning Banner materialized beside him. He grasped it tightly, and a chilling aura erupted, accompanied by the wails of countless souls. Their faces twisted with resentment as they surged towards Yuan Hao, as though he were ensnared in a hellscape. Yet, as those souls attacked, Yuan Hao gently waved the Soul Summoning Banner, and their faces disintegrated into dust, their screams echoing in the void. Please activate Endless Killing God mode to extract more souls and bind them to the Soul Summoning Banner, thereby enhancing its power. So this is how it functions. The Soul Summoning Banner not only extracts the souls of foes, but also compels them to recognize him as their master. A smile of intrigue danced upon Yuan Hao's lips. This was indeed a potent artifact. If he could extract a sufficient number of souls, the banner's power would be unimaginable. Today had proven to be extraordinarily fruitful. With a devilish grin, Yuan Hao retracted the Soul Summoning Banner and stood from the sofa. At that moment, his body exuded an inexplicable pressure, instilling a desire to bow in submission and worship him. In that instant, Yuan Hao was magnitude stronger than he had been 2 hours prior. The enhancement of his physical form was staggering. This terrifying growth endowed Yuan Hao with sufficient confidence to enter Jiangnan University. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Opening the Jiangnan University app, he noted with satisfaction that his ranking in the entrance examination had surged to first place, with the second place trailing significantly behind. That it seemed Gu Qingwan had completed the task on his behalf. It was time to make his appearance. Otherwise, they would grow anxious. The serene smile graced Yuan Hao's face as he pushed open the lounge door and stepped out. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwan, Yu Ling'er, and others awaited him outside, along with an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. The moment Yuan Hao emerged from the lounge, Gu Qingwan sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Her eyes instinctively darted to Yuan Hao, her heart racing inexplicably. As if she were on the verge of offending a deity, Yu Ling'er felt similarly, murmuring, "He has become even stronger." Merely an hour had passed, just 1 hour. Not only they, but even those present earlier noticed the change in Yuan Hao. He appeared even more handsome, radiating an aura reminiscent of a divine being descending to toy with mortals. Li Zhaoji rushed forward, brimming with excitement. "Brother Yuan, have you entered the law body realm?" Yuan Hao nodded slightly. Indeed, Li Zhaoji erupted in joy. "4th-tier law body realm. Haha, we can walk proudly in Jiangnan University from now on." Indeed, they could walk proudly. Yuan Hao smiled faintly, showing no trace of modesty. Power was power. Given his strength, he had every right to make such a declaration, unfazed by the notion that those who stand out may be brought down by the winds. If one were to be brought down, it would only mean they were not yet strong enough. Just then, a voice drifted in from outside, nonchalantly. Really? Chapter 62. Eye of the Great Sun, ruthlessly tormenting the university prodigies. The youth's voice was casual, yet it ignited a wave of excitement within the crowd. There was no need to turn around. Just the sound alone revealed the identity of the newcomer. Senior Zhao had arrived, ranked 47th in Jiangnan University. A true 4th-tier prodigy, a senior in his 3rd year. Could Yuan Hao, the Rookie King, prevail against him? This battle was truly something to anticipate. As the top name on the hot list, Yuan Hao naturally embraced the title of Rookie King. Yet the prowess of the seasoned prodigy Zhao Yunyu could not be underestimated. Zhao Yunyu, acutely aware of the shifting sentiments around him, held his sword with both hands, a slight smirk gracing his lips. As he unveiled a hint of his imposing aura, just this trace of momentum was immediately detected by the attentive students. Senior Zhao seemed to have grown stronger, a far cry from the initial impression of merely entering the 4th tier. His aura was indeed more potent than before, truly a prodigy. Each time he emerged from Jiangnan Tower, his strength surged significantly. His arrival also stirred a group who had been lurking in the shadows into a frenzy. A senior named Bai He, previously associated with Eugene Yao, rushed forward upon seeing Zhao Yunyu, cupping his hands in greeting. "Senior Zhao?" Zhao Yunyu cast a fleeting glance at him, his sword held firmly, exuding an aura of sharpness. "What is it? Are you blocking my path?" Bai He, also a prodigy, appeared insignificant before Zhao Yunyu. Thus he spoke with utmost deference. "Senior Zhao, your brother Tianyu is on a mission with us and was severely wounded by Yuan Hao. He has been taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Delight surged within him as he recalled witnessing his companion being ruthlessly beaten, especially Eugene Yao, whose state was akin to death as a fellow comrade. He had harbored a burning desire for vengeance. Now that Senior Zhao had finally arrived, he was eager to share his grievances. Emergency treatment. Zhao Yunyu's brow furrowed. Initially calm, his gaze finally landed on the recently emerged Yun Hao. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. Excellent. You have harmed my brother and taken my mentor. What will you offer in return? Though he was weak, he would not allow anyone to bully his brother. A chilling smile spread across his face, his previously composed demeanor replaced by a palpable killing intent. For too long had he harbored resentment since learning of Liu Belan's acceptance of disciples. Now, all that pent-up anger exploded forth. He seethed with rage, kneeling at Liu Belan's doorstep for 3 days and nights, only to be met with silence and indifference. Yet this so-called rookie king effortlessly garnered Liu Belan's favor, becoming the most popular figure at Jiangnan University. Why was this so? Regrettably, despite his lengthy tirade, Yun Hao paid him no heed, instead focusing on Bai He beside him. Reporting, Yun Hao smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Bai He snorted dismissively. And what if I do? Are you afraid? Yun Hao merely shook his head lightly. I was merely reflecting on your cultivation journey. It is time for it to come to an end. In the next instant, Yun Hao raised his hand, a massive hand materializing from thin air, reaching directly for Bai He. Bai He's countenance shifted dramatically as he attempted to resist, but in the blink of an eye. His neck was firmly grasped, lifting him high. His complexion turned a sickly yellow as he began to cough violently. Terror etched across his face as he felt the divine power emanating from Yun Hao. He sensed a strength he could never hope to attain as an insignificant insect unaware of its own insignificance. He was destined for annihilation. Yun Hao murmured, a smile blooming on his lips. Divine energy surged through him in an instant. Just a smidgen, a mere fraction, his meridians ruptured explosively, transforming into a crimson mist. Blood mist erupted from his body, as his meridians could not withstand the cataclysmic change. My meridians, I do not wish for my cultivation journey to end. His desperate cries echoed, yet it was futile. All his meridians shattered, his complexion devoid of color, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As Yun Hao discarded him like a dead dog, with his meridians severed, he was forever barred from the path of cultivation. Killing him would serve no purpose. It was far more poignant to obliterate all hope, ensuring he would eternally remember the lesson of challenging a true prodigy. Bai He fainted, his body aging rapidly, dwindling to a state inferior to that of an ordinary person, with no means of salvation. Such was the ferocity of Yun Hao's divine power. Who among the ordinary could withstand it? Detected Bai He's meridians shattered. Humiliation points 10,000. Yun Hao regarded the motionless figure on the ground with disdain, shaking his head lightly. In your next life, remember not to be human again. To dare report him in his presence. Such intellect was better suited for a dog in the next life. Today, the carnage has reached a fever pitch. With debts aplenty, there is no need for worry, for there are always gullible fools to bear the burden. When I was about to slay the saintess, I had entered a state of sage-like calm, and Yun Hao truly did not wish to take any more lives. He was utterly fatigued by the act of killing. It was revolting, indeed. Yet, these so-called prodigies are remarkably dim-witted. Compelling him to take action once more, they insist on speaking ill behind others' backs. A typical prodigy might have let it slide, but given that Yun Hao has a gullible patron to smooth things over, it becomes a trivial task for him. Should Liu Bailing dare to default, he would promptly return to report to Principal Li, vowing to withdraw from school. Such a scene caused the onlooking students to undergo a dramatic transformation in expression. Another has been maimed. How ruthless, how dreadfully ruthless. Not only Bai He, but even the spectators felt a chill run down their spines, experiencing a tremor of the soul. Bai He was certainly no weakling. In fact, he was somewhat stronger than Eugene Yao, yet he had no opportunity to resist and was swiftly incapacitated. Yun Hao's savagery ignited Zhao Yunyu's fury. Just moments ago, Bai He had stood beside him, a member of his faction, yet Yun Hao had effortlessly rendered him powerless. What a profound humiliation! As a prodigy of Jiangnan Tower, Zhao Yunyu could not abide such disgrace. Before my very eyes, he was vanquished. Do you deem this reasonable? Zhao Yunyu's face contorted with rage as the sword in his embrace slowly emerged from its sheath. Yunhao's gaze finally settled upon him. Ants dare to bark wildly. Soon, it will be your turn. So do not rush. I beg your pardon, but I am indeed in a hurry. Zhao Yunyu cackled maniacally. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full extent of his realm. Fourth stage, second level. Merely 3 months prior, he had just broken into the fourth stage. Yet here he was, already at the second level. Such strength surely ranks among the top 40. The surrounding students erupted in fervor. Sensing the astonishment around him, Zhao Yunyu smirked, his demeanor haughty. Next up. It's your turn. Let me showcase my prowess. You worthless fool. Are you even worthy? A mocking voice, akin to that of a deity, resounded, and Zhao Yunyu's expression turned to one of sheer horror, for he beheld a sight he could scarcely believe. Yunhao's eyes had transformed into a blazing sun, burning with intensity. Not only that, the great sun detached from Yunhao's pupils, hovering behind him, growing larger and larger, until it loomed high in the void above. The temperature in the vicinity soared perilously, the flora and fauna. The buildings and even the ants withered instantly under its searing heat. Sweat poured from everyone present. The crowd was thrown into chaos, erupting in astonishment, as all rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have misseen. At that moment, the sun hung majestically behind Yunhao, who appeared as a deity, his left eye ablaze with fervent flames, fixated on Zhao Yunyu, his voice ethereal. If you are ungrateful, then I shall refine you directly. Chapter 63. Refinement unto Death, Spirit Binding Ritual. Initially, Yunhao had no intention of such drastic measures. However, the incessant retorts from his opponent left him no choice. Moreover, he had been troubled about where to find some mythical beasts to fill the soul-summoning banner. Now, fortune had delivered one right to him. This individual is less than human, resembling a beast. If he is a beast, then he must perish. Without further ado, the sun behind Yunhao swelled even larger, and a scorching wave rushed towards Zhao Yunyu. As if intent on refining him alive, the students present all changed countenance, retreating frantically as sweat poured from their brows. A fiery red domain seemed to envelop the area, within which anyone would face the refining wrath of the sun. As the sun's eye continued to elevate, it would not be long before it could refine an entire planet. Zhao Yunyu gazed at the godlike Yunhao and glanced back, only to find his fellow students had retreated in haste. He too wished to flee, yet he found himself ensnared within this crimson domain. What have you done? Zhao Yunyu bellowed in terror and rage. With a smirk of derision, Yunhao replied, Of course, I shall refine you. With your mere glimmer of sunlight, you think you can refine me? Zhao Yunyu retorted, his face a mask of defiance. Yunhao chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then let it grow twice as large. Under Yunhao's command, the sun behind him expanded once more. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the light blazed fiercely, scorching skyscrapers until their walls cracked. Office workers sat in their cubicles, drenched in sweat, the air conditioning failing to provide relief. What is happening? Turn the AC down to 16 degrees. It's unbearably hot today. What a fierce sun. This is intolerable. Even at 16 degrees, it's still sweltering. What the hell? The refrigerator is steaming. Am I blind? Are there 2 suns outside? It had been previously established that once Yunhao broke through to the law body stage, he would transcend the realm of mere mortals. Furthermore, he wielded divine law. Such an enhancement rendered him nearly as formidable as a deity. Achieving 4th stage strength was far beyond the capabilities of the 3rd stage. Beneath Zhao Yunyu's feet, the concrete cracked in layers, resembling a spider's web, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Sweat poured from his brow in torrents, leaving him parched and dried. A glimmer of horror flashed in his eyes. When he reached the 4th stage, he too had transcended humanity, yet he was nowhere near as powerful as Yunhao. Is this truly a martial technique that a mere human can possess? Just that sun behind him, so vividly real, likely surpasses even SS-grade martial techniques. Coupled with the ever-rising temperature, the surroundings have transformed into a fiery purgatory, seemingly intent on incinerating him alive. All of Zhao Yunyu's pride and resentment evaporated into thin air under the relentless blaze of the sun. As his arrogance waned and his consciousness shifted, he began to sense a creeping fear within him, one that only grew more immense. He was afraid. He gazed at the ground, which had cracked and receded further away. Swallowing hard. Yun, brother Yun, is it truly necessary to escalate matters to such a degree? We were merely engaging in a friendly spar, truly just a friendly spar. You came in without a word. Unleashing a sun here. Who could possibly endure that? Such martial arts are typically reserved for the final act. Can you not retract it? I concede. I concede. Yunhao hovered in the air, looking down upon him. Who told you this is merely martial arts? Zhao Yunyu's eyes flashed with confusion. Then what is it? Yunhao smiled faintly, his tone suddenly somber. This is divine law. Divine law. Zhao Yunyu murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. The next moment, when he looked up again, he saw the blazing sun behind Yunhao beginning to spin rapidly. An overwhelming radiance threatened to blind him. Everything beneath his feet withered away. A mocking grin spread across Yunhao's lips, as you are destined to die. Today I shall show you what divine law truly is. To perish beneath the sun's gaze. You, a mere insect, are deserving of such a fate. Refined for me, having resolved to end his opponent's life. Yunhao would not hold back in the slightest. A terrifying voice echoed, and Zhao Yunyu felt his skin beginning to scorch. Then, flames erupted. No matter how he tried to extinguish them, they would not go out. In a moment of desperation, he severed his own arm with his sword. Ah, he screamed in agony, his features twisting grotesquely like a wretched spirit. Crimson blood gushed forth, yet before it could touch the ground, it vanished without a trace in the searing heat. He thought this would be the end. However, before he could catch a breath, Yunhao retracted the eye of the sun, wielding the soul-summoning banner, and uttered a low command. Soul-summoning banner, bind the souls for me. In an instant, the banner exuded a chilling aura. Terrifying darkness surged forth, accompanied by a chorus of anguished wails. Zhao Yunyu's spiritual form was swiftly captured, rendering him utterly immobile as he floated before Yunhao. Confusion etched across his face. Am I not already dead? What is happening? What is going on? Panic engulfed him. He was utterly terrified, especially upon seeing Yunhao's enigmatic smile. Damn it! I died. I've already become a ghost. And yet Yunhao has summoned me. What kind of sorcery is this? What kind of ruthless individual would not spare even the dead? Death is not the end. A smile curled upon Yunhao's lips. "To be refined into my soul-summoning banner. To exist as a ghost for eternity is your true fate." This declaration. Zhao Yunyu's spiritual form underwent a dramatic change. He wept, realizing that had he known this would happen, he would have never come here. Being killed was one thing, but to become a ghost and then be summoned, he struggled desperately to escape. But it was too late. He felt his essence gradually fading away as the black banner consumed everything about him, and those black eyes gazed at him coldly, showing no sign of emotion. In this moment, Yunhao's true ruthlessness and unwavering resolve were revealed. Only by possessing such a heart can one progress further along the path of martial arts, deserving of greater glory and prosperity. The stars shone brilliantly. His future journey was far from over, and thus Zhao Yunyu became the first to serve as a sacrifice, a position that should have filled him with immense honor. When Yunhao ascended to unparalleled strength, perhaps Zhao Yunyu, as the first spirit, would have his name resound throughout the galaxy. This could be considered a form of fame, couldn't it? Moments later, Zhao Yunyu's essence vanished without a trace. As Yunhao waved the soul-summoning banner, the swirling darkness receded, and Zhao Yunyu's spirit reappeared, this time kneeling more respectfully, clasping his hands in reverence. "My lord, what are your commands?" All his consciousness had been obliterated, and obeying Yunhao's orders became his sole belief. Yunhao regarded this spirit with satisfaction before calmly issuing a command. "Immediately head to the outskirts and hunt down more beasts. Bring their souls to me. Remember, every soul and every resentful ghost. Capture them all, that if you fail, I shall extinguish your essence." Zhao Yunyu trembled. "Yes, master." With that, his spirit vanished without a trace. Once the eye of the sun was retracted by Yunhao, the crimson inferno dissipated, and tranquility returned. Yet the towering buildings and the lifeless surroundings seemed to whisper of the events that had transpired. The white-collar workers within the office buildings finally sensed a sharp drop in temperature. "What is happening? It seems to have grown cold. Goodness, the sudden temperature change is going to give me a cold, don't I? The air conditioning is blowing icy wind. It's freezing." Nevertheless, everything eventually returned to normal. The onlooking students, who had retreated to a safe distance, rushed closer upon seeing the sun's disappearance. They had come to witness the event, but regrettably, Yunhao's martial prowess was so formidable that they dared not approach. What happened? Where is Zhao Yunyu? I don't see him anywhere. Strange, very strange that it was not only them. Even Li Zhaoji, Yu Linger, and Lu Jijun found the situation exceedingly odd. Indeed, where could such a living person have vanished to? Finally, Gu Qingwan voiced the question weighing on her mind, approaching Yunhao and asking softly, "What about that person?" Yunhao replied nonchalantly, "I refined him." What? Gu Qingwan's expression shifted dramatically. Even someone as indifferent to fame and fortune as she was could not help but be astonished. Her pupils constricting, such a significant matter was casually mentioned by Yunhao. Refined. What does that even mean? A living person has been refined. The surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. Gu Qingwan took a deep breath. Suppressing her shock, even if he was refined, there should still be traces left behind. Yunhao pointed to a scattering of broken sword fragments on the ground. Isn't this evidence? I meant that a person. Gu Qingwan's eyes were filled with disbelief, refined to the point of leaving no remnants. Yunhao said calmly. Gu Qingwan's expression was filled with concern as she reached out to grab Yunhao's arm. Let's go. Return to the left district with me now. Yunhao replied coolly. Why should I leave? He attempted to kill me first. My retaliation is entirely justified, is it not? Even so, everyone still found it hard to believe that a living person had simply vanished. Many in the vicinity had already opened the Jiangnan University app, frantically spreading the news that Yunhao's popularity soared. In the app section, discussions about Yunhao reached 50%. Gu Qingwan pursed her lips tightly. Then shall we head to the academy to find Mentor Lu? The matters here had concluded, the SSS level task had been completed, and it was time to officially enter Jiangnan University, the nation's premier institution. However, Yunhao had one important task yet to attend to. He shook his head. Declining. You take everyone inside first. I have some matters to attend to. Where to? Gu Qingwan asked, puzzled. But in the next moment, Yunhao's figure had vanished. Around them, astonishment erupted once more. After this grand spectacle, Yunhao would likely truly become renowned at Jiangnan University. Meanwhile, in a mortuary of a provincial hospital, Yunhao appeared, surveying the corpses around him as he summoned forth the soul summoning banner. To rapidly enhance this divine artifact and match its title, he needed to gather more souls. Thus, he thought of this place. Without hesitation, Yunhao's expression turned cold as he waved the black banner. Spirits, manifest. Instantly, numerous spiritual forms rose from the corpses, gazing around in confusion. Yet, before they could react, they were all drawn into the soul summoning banner. Rather than succumb to the cycle of reincarnation or potentially fall into the realm of malevolent spirits, it was better to enter the soul summoning banner and witness Yunhao's extraordinary path. To behold the true splendor of the vast universe, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yunhao's journey as a formidable being would not cease here, and thus countless spirits were drawn into the banner. He could distinctly sense the dark aura on the soul summoning banner growing denser. A smile graced his lips. As expected, its effective dawned to the next. This time, he directly arrived at a return garden. Observing the scattered graves, Yunhao activated the black banner in his hand. In an instant, the banner expanded several-fold, radiating a chilling aura into the void. Countless spirits crawled out from the earth, trembling as they knelt, devoutly bowing towards the same direction. Hail, my lord! Hail, my lord! Hail, my lord! Chapter 65. Three Bodies Cultivation. Do you seek an explanation from me? Concurrently, thousands of voices arose. In that moment, Yunhao seemed to transform into the king of all ghosts. His demeanor chillingly fierce. Excellent. A visit yields thousands of souls. It seems I must seek out more such favorable locations. A smile lingered on Yunhao's lips. The next moment, countless spirits were drawn into the soul summoning banner. And he moved on to the next return garden. For others, the return garden at night was filled with malevolent spirits. But for Yunhao, it was the best place to nourish the soul summoning banner. Within a short span, the banner amassed tens of thousands of spirits. However, this was still far from sufficient. In one of the return gardens, Yunhao sat cross-legged and immediately unleashed the technique of Qi transforming into three purities. Two identical avatars of Yunhao appeared, possessing the same power as he did. Yet, they were entirely under his control, lacking genuine human consciousness. In such a scenario, the two avatars were essentially no different from puppets. This could not achieve the true essence of Qi transforming into three purities If there were 3 of me in this world, each cultivating, upon merging in the future, would it not save a great deal of time? A thought flashed through Yunhao's mind that in the past, the Panga deity transformed into the 3 manifestations of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tontian Jiao Master, and Taishang Laojun, each possessing their own consciousness. That was the true essence of Qi transforming into 3 purities. If this were to continue, the highest and most profound divine ability of Qi transforming into 3 purities would be buried within himself. Rather than that, it would be better to directly separate 2 avatars from the main body, infusing them with the same emotions as himself to aid in his cultivation, thus accelerating his martial path. Moreover, with the divine ability of Qi transforming into 3 purities, there would be no problem of losing control. With this in mind, Yunhao approached the first avatar. Extending his finger, a golden light infused into the avatar's brow. Instantly, the first avatar's eyes snapped open, and it smiled faintly at Yunhao. Yunhao then moved to the second avatar, directly infusing its brow as well, causing the second avatar to slowly open its eyes. The 3 exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile at this moment. The main body was the avatar, and the avatar was the main body. It turned out that this was the true essence of Qi transforming into 3 purities. Yunhao exhaled deeply, a glimmer of divine light flickering in his eyes. Damn system, not even a hint. Fortunately, he was clever enough. Yunhao directly handed the soul summoning banner to the first avatar, speaking calmly. I must go to Jiangnan University. From now on, the task of collecting souls to strengthen the soul summoning banner will be entrusted to you. Once you have gathered 100,000 souls, return to me. The soul summoning banner, a genuine artifact. In a certain sense, its power is immeasurable, which is why Yunhao has never underestimated it. Perhaps in the future, when faced with formidable foes, the sufficiently powerful soul summoning banner could easily obliterate them. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. The first avatar replied with a smile, and after taking the soul summoning banner, he vanished in an instant. Yunhao's gaze shifted to the second avatar. Please instruct me, Master, the second avatar said, bowing, his expression grave. Yunhao shook his head. I have not yet made up my mind. Return for now. The second avatar immediately transformed into a beam of divine light and entered Yunhao's body. Yunhao slowly sat up from the grave mound, the sky now tinged with dawn. Indicating that daybreak was imminent, he directed his gaze toward Jiangnan University. It is time to enter this prestigious institution. I truly look forward to it. However, the incident involving the refining of Zhao Yunyu yesterday might pose some complications. Reflecting on this, Yunhao rubbed his temples. After all, he had already clashed with so many individuals before even enrolling, making resolution undoubtedly challenging. Thus, half an hour later, Yunhao arrived at the grand entrance of Jiangnan University. As one of the top 10 universities in the nation, the entrance exuded an air of magnificence, clearly reflecting its profound heritage. Upon entering, he was immediately approached by someone inquiring his name, so they could escort him to the registration area. Yunhao, he replied coolly as the words left his lips. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Countless gazes converged upon Yunhao at that moment. It is worth noting that Yunhao's notoriety at Jiangnan University had surpassed that of many seasoned prodigies. He was undoubtedly the most talked about figure lately. Now he was finally to enroll. Who would not feel exhilarated upon hearing such news? The formidable demon had finally arrived at the university. His presence was so overwhelming that it rivaled even the top talents of Jiangnan Tower. Once this powerhouse enrolled, one could only imagine the tempest of chaos that would ensue. Jiangnan University was bound to become a lively place. Everyone present was aware that Yunhao was dubbed the Old Demon Yun. Just yesterday, he had audaciously refined senior Zhao Yunyu right at the task reception area, leaving the entire school in shock. Not only the students, but even the board of trustees was astounded to incapacitate 2 prodigies and refine another. Such methods were simply astonishing. The individual responsible for reception turned pale with fear, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect as he hastily bowed to Yunhao, saying, Senior Yun, the board of trustees has requested that if you are here to register, we should take you to the board office first. Go to the board office? Yunhao could easily surmise it was in regard to Zhao Yunyu, and by he. Lead the way, he stated nonchalantly, undeterred, as he planned to speak the truth later. The person quickly guided him through the campus, with numerous students observing until they finally reached the board office. This is it, he announced hurriedly. Yunhao knocked on the door. A voice from within asked, "Who is it?" "Yunhao," he replied. Silence ensued in the office before a voice called, "Come in." Upon entering, Yunhao saw several middle-aged individuals seated on the sofa. Presumably members of the board. To his surprise, the old woman Lu Balan was also present, meditating with her eyes closed. The president of Jiangnan University, upon noticing Yunhao's arrival, immediately stood up. Yunhao strode directly to the main seat, propping his legs on the coffee table, and said, "What do you want me for? Speak." The president's face turned pale. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Balan's gaze interrupted him. The old woman took a deep breath, incredulously staring at Yunhao. "Did you truly eliminate Zhao Yunyu?" "Of course, he provoked me. Why would it be surprising?" Yunhao replied, looking genuinely puzzled. How could you have done that?" Lu Balan hurriedly questioned. Yunhao raised an eyebrow, amplifying his voice. "Didn't you say you would take responsibility?" "Because I take responsibility. You eliminated him?" Lu Balan retorted. Yunhao nodded. Indeed, Lu Balan's expression nearly faltered. She suddenly felt as if she had taken in a troublesome disciple. As expected, Yunhao turned to the board members, stating, "Thus, grievances have their roots, and I am only responsible for the killing. The one who takes responsibility is over there. If there are any issues in the future, simply approach her." With that, Yunhao prepared to rise and leave, having discerned the situation. Although the president and the board members held the main positions, Lu Balan's mere glance could command them, indicating her extraordinary standing. No wonder she had lived to be 165 years old. With such a mentor, it seemed he could dominate Jiangnan University entirely. Just then, a low growl echoed from outside the board office. "You killed my student and expect to leave without an explanation." Yunhao's expression darkened instantly, and he appeared before the middle-aged teacher in a flash, delivering a resounding slap. "What explanation do you want? Have you lost your mind? You dare demand an explanation when it was your student who provoked me first?" Yunhao's slap left everyone dumbfounded. The middle-aged teacher, utterly bewildered, thought, "Are you the victim, or am I?" Chapter 66. Entering Jiangnan Tower. How unjust! His student was gone, and he had come here seeking justice, only to be met with a slap. "Just look at how arrogant this student is," the middle-aged teacher fumed, unleashing his spiritual energy, preparing to strike Yunhao with lethal force. After all, he was a teacher at Jiangnan University. How could he tolerate being slapped by a student? If news of this got out, it would be utterly humiliating. However, the president, witnessing the teacher's intentions, could no longer remain passive. His expression shifted, and he quickly shot a glance at Lu Balan, noticing her displeasure. Without hesitation, the president stepped forward and delivered a fierce slap to the middle-aged teacher, exclaiming, "Enough! Zhao Yunyu provoked Yunhao first. Had it not been for Yunhao's extraordinary strength, you would have long since been killed by your disciple. And now, in the presence of Elder Lu, you still dare to act recklessly?" The middle-aged teacher was left dazed by the president's slap, stammering. Up the president, furious, slapped him again, shouting, "Get out! You are expelled. You dare to strike your own student in front of Elder Lu and even attempt to kill him? You wish to end your life, while I still wish to live a few more years. Do you not know that Elder Lu is the most senior among us at Jiangnan University? Those older than her have mostly perished on the foreign battlefields. She is a first-tier mentor, and a first-tier mentor from a century ago. Think about what that truly means. If she were to unleash her wrath, who could possibly stand in her way? It would be better to expel such an unstable factor than to leave it here, ensuring no future troubles." "I've been expelled." The middle-aged teacher covered his face. Incredulous, he sneered. As expected, being a disciple of mentor Lu carries great weight. His words dripped with sarcasm. The board members present immediately changed their expressions, trembling in fear. Those who had never interacted with Lu Balan would have no idea that this seemingly gentle woman was, at her core, quite volatile. No one in the entire academy dared to challenge her authority, yet this individual had the audacity to mock her. Lu Balan's gaze turned cold, and with a flick of her hand, the teacher was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. One strike, and she sent him flying? This old woman's strength was indeed formidable. It seemed that having her protection within the academy meant he need not worry about anyone taking responsibility. After all, he could simply tell others that his mentor was Lu Balan and that they should seek her out for accountability. "I do not wish for him to appear at Jiangnan University again," Lu Balan stated coolly. The president nodded hastily. "Yes, master." Lu Balan inclined her head slightly, the other party provoked first. Even if Yunhao did not kill him, he would still pose a threat to Yunhao. It is merely a matter of victory or defeat. This matter need not be mentioned again. Understood. The president, witnessing Liu Belan's fury, dared not speak further. Liu Belan casually remarked, additionally, now that Zhao Yunyu is gone, his position in Jiangnan Tower should be vacant, correct? The president's expression changed immediately. Master Liu, this may not be appropriate. Yunhao is merely a freshman, and he has only just enrolled. To directly grant him entry into Jiangnan Tower would undermine its prestige. Jiangnan Tower is a place reserved for the top talents of Jiangnan University. Only those ranked among the top 50 are granted a cultivation room there. Liu Belan's gaze hardened. Am I no longer able to speak? If you do not believe in Yunhao's strength, should we not have him demonstrate his qualifications to enter? While having Yunhao demonstrate was not difficult, should he do so, Liu Belan would surely become enraged. The president, left with no choice, could only smile wryly and say, very well, I defer to Master Liu. This academy was preserved by your generation. I dare not assert my opinions. Meanwhile, Yunhao settled back into his seat. Listening to their exchange, he had indeed heard of Jiangnan Tower. It was said that the tower comprised 8 floors and was a place coveted by all students in Jiangnan province. Anyone fortunate enough to gain entry there would bring great honor to their family, prompting celebrations back home, as it signified that a true prodigy had emerged from the locality, heralding the rise of a future figure of significance. Simultaneously, the selection process for the Jiangnan Tower is exceedingly rigorous. Little did I expect that my rather unremarkable teacher would manage to secure my entry. Yunhao was somewhat taken aback, yet his predominant sentiment was one of joy. It is said that cultivating within the Jiangnan Tower yields extraordinary results. I can only wonder how much my progress will amplify once I step inside. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the tower is predominantly populated by the brightest talents from Jiangnan University. He was indeed curious to see if there were any rebellious souls among them. Liu Beiling nodded slightly. Very well. It is settled, then I shall escort him now. You may deliberate at your leisure. With that, Liu Beiling wasted no time in leading Yunhao away. What about Gu Qingwan and the others? Yunhao inquired as they exited the office. They had entered a day before him, and he was uncertain of their whereabouts. Most likely, the others had sought out their mentors DS for Gu Qingwan. Liu Beiling smiled faintly, and with a flicker, she transported herself and Yunhao directly to the foot of the Jiangnan Tower. The Jiangnan Tower, a structure steeped in ancient charm, stood 8 stories high. At a glance revealed a complex array of formations, with an immensely powerful gathering array. It sat quietly, almost lethargically, in its surroundings. Look, she is inside, Liu Beiling remarked, raising an eyebrow. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yunhao turned to Liu Beiling. As expected of Mentor Liu, not only have you arranged for my entry, but you also managed to bring Gu Qingwan in. Liu Beiling chuckled lightly, her demeanor calm. It was a simple task. As you have become my disciple, you need only focus on your cultivation. I assure you, you will not be neglected. However, prior to your entrance into the Jiangnan Tower, I have one request. Do your utmost to avoid causing any trouble. After a pause, she continued, though I hold a rather esteemed position at Jiangnan University, it is advisable to maintain a low profile. Understood. Yunhao nodded. Liu Beiling's face brightened with satisfaction as she scrutinized her newly acquired disciple. She noticed that in just a few days, Yunhao seemed to have grown even more handsome. His well-defined features exuded youthful charm. If only I had encountered him 150 years earlier, I might have been captivated by this lad. She mused. How fortunate I am to have such a disciple. It certainly enhances my own reputation. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. The last time I saw this lad, he was merely at the 3rd stage. Now, is aura to have you truly ascended to the 4th stage of the law body realm? Liu Beiling was taken aback. In just a few days, he had achieved 4 minor breakthroughs and 1 major one. Is this even human? Yunhao asked, surprised at her astonishment. Their eyes met, and Liu Beiling managed to suppress her shock, responding nonchalantly, not surprising at all. Now, please, proceed inside. As a mentor, it was only fitting for her to exhibit her value without being easily shaken by this young man. Yunhao acquiesced and walked straight into the Jiangnan Tower, while Liu Beiling had her own pressing matters to attend to. Upon entering, he discovered numerous training rooms, each with tightly shut doors, indicating that individuals were engrossed in their cultivation. The rich spiritual energy made it an excellent environment. A slight smile appeared on Yunhao's lips as he headed towards the room. Lu Bailing had mentioned that he planned to devote several days to focused training, anticipating the return of his clone with the soul-summoning banners soon. However, just as he was about to ascend to the 5th floor, the door of a nearby room suddenly burst open. Immediately, a slender figure clad in soft armor was sent flying out. Chapter 67. Silly Dog. Can you handle it? Yunhao's expression sharpened as he rushed forward to catch the figure. Noticing Gu Qingwan's slightly vexed demeanor, he instinctively teased, "Silly dog, can you handle it? If not, please don't embarrass us in the left district." Gu Qingwan, having just been attacked, was now met with Yunhao's playful mockery. Even with her typically aloof nature, she felt a surge of frustration. She gritted her teeth. "They ambushed me." Ambushed, given Gu Qingwan's prowess. It is inconceivable that she would falter so easily after entering Jiangnan University. That in reality, 3 individuals ranked within the top 50 had targeted her. How could she possibly withstand them alone? I had long heard of the first prodigy from the left district. Recognized by Lord Yang as a once-in-a-century talent, we, the 3 brothers, have long admired her, only to find her lacking. One of them sneered, "Look at those long legs trembling, such a slight movement, yet I caught it. With legs that beautiful, why not come and give our brothers a back massage?" At that moment, 3 muscular men, their upper bodies exposed, surrounded Gu Qingwan. Various runes glimmered across their bodies, and their 8-pack abs radiated explosive power. The bulging veins on their skin symbolized their immense physical strength. From their disdainful expressions, it was clear they had complete control over Gu Qingwan. Yunhao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gu Qingwan in his arms. "Now, do enlighten me. What transpired?" Gu Qingwan bit her lip, feeling humiliated, yet she recounted, "Yesterday, my mentor brought me here and arranged a room for me. I was cultivating peacefully when these 3 suddenly challenged me." Yunhao grinned, amused. "Is it solely because you are the first prodigy of the left district, and Lord Yang holds you in high regard?" Gu Qingwan's voice was barely audible as she replied with a soft affirmative. Her cheeks betraying a hint of blush. In the left district, she could hold her head high, for she was indeed the first prodigy, capable of suppressing all petty nuisances and any who dared offend her. Yet since Yunhao's arrival, everything had changed. After being thoroughly humbled by him, she became acutely aware of her shortcomings, losing the confidence that once characterized her. In truth, she felt a profound sense of inferiority. She no longer dared to take risks. Her reverence for martial arts had deepened. Thus, when confronted with the frenzied assault of these 3 men, she lacked the previous fearless spirit. Yet even if she had not lost that spirit, she would still be unable to contend. After all, she faced 3 opponents, all ranked within the top 50, undoubtedly at the 4th stage. Indeed, it seems that being prominent draws attention. Without strength, how could one maintain authority? Yunhao felt a pang of sympathy. Had he not arrived today, Gu Qingwan, with her backdoor entry, would likely struggle to find her footing here. But alas, he was present. Moreover, Gu Qingwan was nominally his senior, hailing from the left district, and had once aided him significantly. Yunhao grinned widely, an air of nonchalance enveloping him as he fixed his gaze on the 3 imposing men. It's so easy to bully someone from the left district. The leader of the trio cast a fleeting glance at Yunhao, quickly losing interest. This mere lamb was likely another of Lu's underlings, easily subdued. There was no need for concern. Even the new king of the left district, Yunhao, would have to bow his head and accept his place. In the left district, one might flaunt their arrogance, but here at Jiangnan University, they ought to act with decorum. His words were laden with confidence. With their ranks at 37th, 38th, and 39th, the 3 brothers could confidently assert their superiority. Their reputations in Jiangnan University were formidable. They were known as the 3 Great Titans, with unparalleled physical prowess. Even the top 20 prodigies dared not provoke them. Yet Yunhao merely chuckled. "You expect me to bow my head and submit?" The leader's expression shifted dramatically, his hand trembling. "What do you mean? You are Yunhao. Are you kidding? You think I could possibly be Yunhao?" He had yet to enroll, and even if he did, after that incident with Zhao Yunyu, the board would undoubtedly scrutinize him. How could he enter the Jiangnan Tower with a guilty conscience? Yunhao's reputation was terrifying. Thus, even a mere jest from him elicited a severe reaction from his adversaries. The second brother's expression changed as he hastily pulled out his phone. The third brother, having read the details, turned pale. "Brother, He truly is the demon Yun. The three brothers exchanged glances, repeatedly checking their phones in disbelief, their faces draining of color. Yunhao, what a fearsome figure. He was in an entirely different league compared to Gu Qingwan. While she was merely the first prodigy of the left district, provoking her bore no consequence. But Yunhao had brutally ended Zhao Yunyu's life. Just yesterday, the Jiangnan University app had gone viral with footage of Yunhao unleashing that S-class martial technique, sending chills down the spines of the three brothers. The ability to manifest a colossal sun and incinerate an opponent. Who would dare to challenge him? What had begun as a casual taunt had now taken a startling turn. As the reality of Yunhao's presence loomed before them, but oh no, we've really stepped in it this time, but the third brother stammered. The eldest brother's expression fluctuated, yet he refused to demean himself. He did not believe Yunhao would dare to confront all three renowned prodigies simultaneously. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Ah, so it is Brother Yun. It appears there has been a misunderstanding." Before he could finish, Yunhao vanished from sight, reappearing inches from the eldest brother's face. The intensity of his gaze instantly drenched the eldest brother in a cold sweat. To say the least, it felt as though death was looming ever closer. In that moment, he felt as if the king of hell had come to claim his soul, previously emboldened by the trio's formidable physical prowess. He believed he had some leverage in negotiating with Yunhao. But now, all confidence evaporated, sweat poured down him like a waterfall. Yunhao's penetrating gaze, laced with a sardonic smile, bore down on him. "Are you implying that the flood has swept away the Dragon King's temple?" The elder brother nodded with a hint of reverence. Yunhao also inclined his head in acknowledgement, then swiftly struck with a resounding slap. "I may be the Dragon King, but do you dare to consider yourselves the mighty floods? At most, you are but mere raindrops, yet you have the audacity to flaunt your strength before me." Seizing the opponent's head, Yunhao forcefully slammed it into the ground. Sensing an overwhelming danger, the elder brother's expression shifted dramatically, and the utmost humiliation provoked him to roar. "My three brothers have honed our bodies through rigorous training, ascending to this point. Our blades are no less formidable. They hailed from Jiangnan University. After all, they were among the top prodigies. How could they allow Yunhao such insolence? Moreover, this was Jiangnan Tower, although there were no onlookers outside. Countless prodigies were undoubtedly attuned to this spectacle with their spiritual senses. If they were so easily subdued by Yunhao, what standing would the three brothers have in Jiangnan Tower in the future? "Fire Ape King Kong Body, reveal yourself." In an instant, a series of deafening ape roars erupted. The elder brother seemed to summon the virtual image of a mighty ape that he struck his chest repeatedly, each impact causing his physique to swell, grow stronger, and surge with vital energy. The massive ape's phantom roared fiercely at Yunhao. The momentum suggested an intent to devour him whole. Faced with this, Yunhao cast a fleeting glance at the other party and remarked nonchalantly, "What's so impressive about it?" The female classmate gently gritted her teeth and replied, "Indeed, she is extraordinary. She is the top prodigy of Jiangnan University, a true S-grade talent." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with awe and respect. Not just her, but many other prodigies in the vicinity also displayed an inexplicable reverence upon hearing the name Sityu. True power commands respect everywhere, an immutable rule through the ages. The demeanor of the others reflected the formidable strength of Sityu. An S-grade talent. Upon hearing this, Yunhao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Finally, he had encountered someone formidable enough to challenge. "You can find out by checking your phone," the female classmate whispered. Yunhao smiled gently at her, then took out his Fruit 28 Plus and searched for Sityu's name on the Jiangnan University app. Indeed, thousands of posts appeared before his eyes. Sityu had crossed borders to slay a 4th-tier Thunderfrog demon and had advanced to the 4th-tier Law Body realm on the spot. Sityu had been selected by Qingbei University, with dozens of mentors coming to Jiangnan province in an attempt to recruit her. According to the Special Operations Bureau's forecasts, Sityu could reach the 5th tier within 3 years. Her talent was beyond extraordinary. Sityu had single-handedly cleared an SSS-level mission, saving countless lives within the province, making her the strongest prodigy in the history of Jiangnan province. Countless posts flooded his vision, most of them dating back a year, implying that she had only grown stronger since then. Was this the S-grade talent that Li Zhengchun mentioned? She certainly seemed impressive. That it appeared that a call to Li Zhengchun was in order. Why haven't there been any recent posts about her? Yunhao inquired, somewhat perplexed. The female classmate softly explained, because Situ has been training in the outer battlefield for a year now, only emerging once a month. The most recent time she came out was 3 days ago. In the outer battlefield, no one can gather information, so there haven't been any posts. Moreover, in such a perilous place, only true prodigies like Situ dare to venture forth. Anyone slightly less capable fears falling there. However, those who dare to train there will undoubtedly gain immense benefits. Situ is no ordinary prodigy. And after spending a year there, her strength must be even more terrifying. She might be on the brink of the 5th-tier law realm. Therefore, you should be cautious. The female classmate kindly warned. The surrounding prodigies were immediately filled with anticipation. They hadn't seen Situ in action for a long time, and if they could witness her again, it would be an unparalleled honor. Observing a prodigy of her caliber would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for them. Although the likelihood of Situ taking action against that trio of brothers was slim, it was not entirely impossible. Yunhao raised an eyebrow. Did you just say Situ will emerge from the outer battlefield in 3 days? The female classmate looked at Yunhao and nodded. Yes, that a sharp glint flickered in Yunhao's eyes. 3 days is too long. I cannot wait that long to prevent any mishaps. I must find her now. Even if there is a mere 1% chance of her taking action against me, I cannot let it go. I must extinguish it in its infancy, rather than waiting for her to find me. I should take the initiative to seek her out, preventing potential dangers. Going to find her. The female classmate was taken aback. Such an unusual sentiment. Who was Situ? She was the strongest prodigy of Jiangnan University. And merely because of a potential threat, he intended to confront her directly? This was outrageous. Yunhao, could you refrain from being so pretentious? Even the prodigies on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Among them, a leading prodigy from the 6th floor looked down at Yunhao and said solemnly, "How can one who has never seen the sun and moon comprehend their brilliance? No one at Jiangnan University dares to show her disrespect. Your reckless words may displease senior sister Situ." The foremost prodigy on the 4th floor, named Su Yuan, who ranked within the top 20 and possessed 4th-tier strength, couldn't help but stand up and declare, "Do you truly understand the weight of the name Situ in Jiangnan province? Those who have never met senior sister Situ may possess such confidence, but if one has seen her, they would only bow in submission. How could one dare to disregard her?" The other prodigies murmured in agreement. Those who had achieved prodigious status were indeed the true dragons and phoenixes among men, and they looked down upon trivial matters. However, when it came to Situ, everything changed. They were all immensely interested in anything related to her, and Yunhao's provocative stance only heightened their anticipation. Yet, their whispers did not reach Yunhao's ears, though their expressions were unmistakable. Yunhao swept his gaze over the 4th and 6th floors. Just that one glance made Su Yuan's complexion change dramatically. As if a divine presence had brushed past her, the instantaneous feeling of utter insignificance caused her body to tremble slightly. What a terrifying gaze. What was that? She dared not speak further, nor could she meet Yunhao's gaze. Hastily averting her eyes, the prodigies on the 6th floor also averted their gazes, unwilling to say more, yet their hearts surged with excitement. Such a formidable Yunhao was bound to compel senior sister Situ to take action. At that moment, if Yunhao could elicit even a single move from senior sister Situ, they would greatly benefit from the spectacle. Thus, this reasoning was not lost on him, nor was it lost on any of the prodigies present. They all grasped it in an instant. All the prodigies were filled with fervent anticipation that in 3 days, they might witness a true spectacle. Jiangnan University had not been this lively in quite some time. Who would have thought that Yunhao's arrival would stir such a tempest? Truly deserving of being the #1 figure on the hot list. Yunhao, completely disregarding everyone, thanked the female classmate before turning his attention to Gu Qingwan. Their eyes met. Gu Qingwan had expected Yunhao to say something, but the next moment, a cold and harsh forward statement reached her ears. "Practice more. You're weak. As my fellow disciple, should you remain so inept? Do not blame me for personally correcting you and stripping you of your armor once more." Upon hearing this, the assembled prodigies fell once again into stunned silence. Although Gu Qingwan had once been his defeated opponent, their current identities placed her as his senior sister. To personally discipline his senior sister and mention stripping her of her armor, this was simply that exhilarating to contemplate. Truly, this was Yun the old devil. His words and actions defied all reason. Gu Qingwan's delicate frame trembled. Her previously rosy cheeks drained of color. She recalled that night, and the feeling of shame surged within her once more. However, before she could ponder further, Yuanhao spoke again. Come, follow me to the training room. I will personally teach you, lest you embarrass me with your incompetence to the training room. Gu Qingwan's long legs trembled slightly, and she found it hard to stand steady. Once she entered the training room, would she not be at Yuanhao's mercy? Yet, he had already spoken. If she refused to go, how would the other prodigies perceive her? To save face for Yuanhao, Gu Qingwan, showing her wisdom, hesitated for only a moment before nodding. All right. Yuanhao's figure ascended to the first floor, leaving only his silhouette behind. The gazes of the prodigies were fixed intently on Gu Qingwan. They had a strong premonition that she would undoubtedly face repercussions. For a woman of such caliber and beauty, the nature of the punishment was unfathomable. Clenching her teeth, Gu Qingwan did not hesitate and followed him directly. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. She had never flinched before, so how could she succumb to fear now? Chapter 70. News spreads, shocking the entire school. A challenge to Sityu? As Yuanhao and Gu Qingwan entered the training room, the entire Jiangnan Tower fell silent once more. Yet, countless prodigies exchanged glances, unable to contain their excitement. If Yuanhao truly challenged Senior Sister Sityu, they would surely witness it. Indeed, Senior Sister Sityu has not made a move in over a year. Her next appearance will undoubtedly be even stronger. Such extraordinary prodigies. Every engagement could aid in our learning. Forget training. Let us go outside and await their battle. Many prodigies shared this sentiment. Such an opportunity was far too rare. Thus, the gathered prodigies hesitated no longer and streamed out of Jiangnan Tower. This assembly of exceptional individuals, emerging from Jiangnan Tower, instantly stirred a commotion throughout Jiangnan University. Many ordinary students, witnessing this gathering of prodigies, were utterly astonished. Typically, these prodigies remained in Jiangnan Tower, diligently cultivating. Even one of them emerging was noteworthy. Let alone such a multitude. The posts on the Jiangnan University app erupted into chaos. Shocking. A major upheaval at Jiangnan Tower. All prodigies have emerged. Senior brother Lu Qinzhou is out. Lu's fans come quickly. Lin Ruoxi has also emerged. She entered Jiangnan Tower 3 years ago and has now come out. All the prodigies have fled Jiangnan Tower. Is this a decline in morals? Or is someone behind this? Fellow students, let us investigate thoroughly. Various posts began to proliferate on the app. Everyone was filled with curiosity about what could have transpired to cause such a stir. In the end, all contradictions pointed towards Yuanhao. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and it was after Yuanhao entered that, within mere hours, they all emerged. Could it be that Yuanhao drove them out? Truly terrifying. To suppress a multitude of prodigies single-handedly, he is indeed a force to be reckoned with, possessing the potential of an emperor. Yuanhao, reigning at the pinnacle of trending topics, continues to soar in popularity. If refining Zhao Yunyu had already established Yuanhao's reputation, then compelling all the prodigies to flee from Jiangnan Tower is a bombshell. Good heavens, anyone possessing such prowess would be deemed exceptionally fortunate. When Yuanhao was absent, Jiangnan Tower remained safe, but upon his arrival, all the prodigies were compelled to flee. Such terror. Just when I thought this was the end, unexpectedly, a more explosive post emerged from the Jiangnan University app. Latest interview. Senior brother Lu Qinzhou explicitly stated that Yuanhao threatened to beat up Sityu. The moment this post appeared, the entire Jiangnan University app erupted. Not only did the students at Jiangnan University react, but even several neighboring universities were left in shock upon hearing the news. Sityu, a name that evokes awe, has not graced the public eye for over a year. This prodigy has ventured directly into the outer battlefield for training, seeking greater breakthroughs. Moreover, not only is she immensely powerful, but her family background is equally formidable. The foremost family in Jiangnan province, the Sityu family, wields influence across the entire region, capable of obscuring the sky with their power. Aside from the special forces, Jiangnan University stands second only to the Sityu family, as the strongest prodigy of the younger generation within the Sityu family. She embodies the family's hopes. The very idea of challenging such an extraordinary talent is daunting. Let alone the notion of beating her. It is nothing short of an insult to Sityu. To think someone dares to challenge her, to threaten to beat her. The mere mention of beating in relation to Sityu is utterly disrespectful. Only those who have truly witnessed Situ Yu's beauty and strength can comprehend her true magnificence. In an instant, the Jiangnan University app was inundated with traffic, with numerous prodigies from other schools registering to observe. The comment section was flooded with over 30,000 remarks. Teriyaki chicken burger. This is the first I've heard of someone beating Situ Yu. Brother Yun is simply incredible. Invincible roast goose. No wonder he's the newcomer king of the left district. I heard he doesn't even give face to Lord Yang, sitting while Lord Yang stands. And when he meets Lord Yang, he tells him to get up and give him his seat. Professional plumbing expert, what are you talking about? I heard he slapped the president of Tianwu Academy, leaving the president in tears. Sister Situ, are you trembling? Looks like we'll have a good show soon. Such explosive news naturally reached Lu Bailing's ears. Initially relaxing in the bath, Lu Bailing immersed her pristine form in the tub, preparing to enjoy a moment of tranquility when her phone vibrated violently. It was a call from the principal. She answered lazily. What is it? I've already sent Yunhao to Jiangnan Tower. What more could he possibly do? To be frank, Lu Bailing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Little brother, you really need to be more discerning. Are you still fixated on that matter with Yunhao, unaware that I'm the last remaining elder of Jiangnan University? All the other deans perished in the outer battlefield, leaving me to guard the entire university. Is it too much to ask for some respect? The principal's voice crackled with urgency on the line. No. Master Lu, please let me explain. I won't pursue the matter with Zhao Yunyu any further. Your word is law. However, I'm calling about Yunhao causing trouble in Jiangnan Tower. As soon as he entered, the three Zhang brothers were injured by him. Lu Bailing furrowed her brows momentarily before relaxing again. Comfortably reclining in the tub, her emerald nails gliding over her flawless skin, she remarked, so what if they're injured? What's the big deal? Do you think Master Lu is short on funds? Or do you believe I can't handle this? The principal's frantic voice rushed through the phone. No, Master, that's not it. The issue isn't the three brothers. It's that they are from Situ Yu's hometown. Normally, this wouldn't be a concern. Situ Yu might not even intervene. But Yunhao audaciously declared he would take precautions. Precautions, so he intends to challenge Situ Yu. Master, what should we do? Lu Bailing's delicate face froze. Precautions? What a clever precaution. Yunhao, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you wish to overturn Jiangnan University? Fortunately, you are my student. Otherwise, this situation would be uncontainable. To challenge Situ Yu. What a foolish idea. Notify Situ Yu and advise her to exercise restraint. Understood, Master, the principal replied with a wry smile. Lu Bailing took a deep breath, acknowledging Yunhao's potential that he might indeed surpass Situ Yu in the future, but this seems rather premature, doesn't it? With his current strength at the 4th level, he may struggle against her. Chapter 71. Breaking through to the 4th level's great perfection. Revised, my apologies. Meanwhile, Yunhao had already entered the training room. He took out his phone and called Li Zhengchun. Old Li. Where are you? You promised to escort me to Jiangnan University, yet 2 days have passed, and I've yet to see you. What is going on? The call connected, and a voice replied from the other end. We initially planned to escort you. But upon reflection, it would be simpler to track him to his home and eliminate the threat. Upon hearing this, Yunhao's lips twitched slightly. So, I killed him, Li Zhengchun replied with a grin. What do you think? Isn't it a permanent solution? Yunhao couldn't help but praise him. Not bad. Old Li, you truly align with my views. It's thanks to your guidance that I've finally come to understand. Li Zhengchun laughed heartily. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Hurry to Jiangnan province. I've already made my way through Jiangnan University. Yunhao replied nonchalantly. What? Speak clearly. But the line went dead as Yunhao hung up. Standing nearby, Gu Qingwan bit her lip tightly, having overheard Li Zhengchun's words. While the Tianwu Academy's dean was a rogue, Gu Qingwan had spent considerable time with him, and to say she felt no pity for him would be disingenuous. What? Are you feeling sorry for him? Yunhao asked with a smirk after hanging up. Gu Qingwan shook her head gently. Humans are not made of wood. Who can be devoid of feelings? Yunhao conjured a lightning whip in his hand and swung it towards her. If you have the leisure to pity others, you might as well focus on nurturing yourself, my dear senior sister. With your current weakness, how dare you linger in Jiangnan Tower? If I hadn't arrived, you would have been toyed with. If you can't even handle those 3 brothers, you need to train harder. That night, when Gu Qingwan helped Yunhao remove his armor, he had promised her that whenever he had the time, He would guide her. Jiu Qingwan had been eagerly anticipating this, yet she never imagined their training would commence in such a manner. As the whip struck her, her face flushed crimson, and she could hardly believe they were starting under such circumstances. Yunhao lashed out with another bolt of lightning, causing her to emit a muffled groan. Her cheeks ablazed out a few lashes. And you're already panting? Train harder, Yunhao scolded, relentlessly wielding the lightning whip. You won't leave this training room until you break through to the 4th level, as his senior sister. Her weakness was a disgrace to him, and she must train diligently. Embarrassed, Gu Qingwan quickly entered a state of concentrated training. After some time, Yunhao finally ceased his strikes. Taking a deep breath, he noticed Gu Qingwan's training had reached a pivotal moment. Prompting a slight smile as he settled into a meditative position, he opened his interface. Master, Yunhao. Talent, SSS level Ancestral God Physique. Realm, 4th level of Law Body. Devastation points, 95,000. In a short while, he had accumulated so much. Thankfully, the assistance of these prodigies had made it possible. Otherwise, he would have struggled to gather such points. Observing the devastation points, Yunhao felt quite satisfied and, without hesitation, commenced his cultivation. Upgrade. You stretched and began a day's worth of training. Consumed 10,000 devastation points. Successfully broke through to the 5th level of the 4th stage. Consumed 10,000 devastation points. Broke through to the 6th level of the 4th stage. 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. Already at the 9th level, the speed was akin to riding a rocket. Yunhao slightly opened his eyes. At the 9th level already? Then I might as well press on and see if I can break through to the 5th level. He had no desire to wait. The strength of the 4th level was still insufficient. Far from adequate. When he faced Situyu, a breakthrough to the 5th level could greatly enhance his chances of overwhelming her. Thus, he resolved to push forward with all his might. Yunhao's gaze hardened as he continued to upgrade. Consumed 10,000 ruin points to break through to the 4th stage perfection. Consumed 5,000 ruin points. You are prepared to attempt breaking through to the 5th stage of the Law Realm. But alas, it ends in failure. To transcend the Law Realm, one must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, distilling from various laws the one that belongs to oneself. This law may pertain to the path of flora and fauna, the path of the sun, or even higher laws, entirely dependent on your own understanding. Only by grasping the laws of heaven and earth can one ascend to the Law Realm. Otherwise, even if one breaks through, it remains but a hollow facade. Touching upon the laws grants a fleeting opportunity to engage with the Tao of heaven. Observing the continuous reminders from the system, Yunhao furrowed his brow. It seemed that ascending to the 5th stage was beyond his reach. Must one truly comprehend the laws? Although Yunhao was aware that the 5th stage was also known as the Law Realm, he was quite ignorant regarding the matter of understanding the laws. Of course, this could not be blamed on Li Zhangchun and Liu Beiling. After all, who would have anticipated Yunhao's rapid progress? That he would already be attempting to challenge the 5th stage. If this news were to spread back to the left district, it would surely terrify everyone. Even Master Yang would be left in shock. Laws. Yunhao murmured to himself. Very well. Then I shall forge my own law and subsequently break through to the 5th stage. With the strength of 4th stage perfection, I can at least walk with confidence at Jiangnan University. Taking a deep breath, Yunhao thought. There remain 30,000 ruin points, so let us deduce a new divine ability. You have consumed 10,000 ruin points, beginning to deduce the ancestor god body. Deduction progress reaches 30. You have consumed 20,000 ruin points. Deduction progress reaches 90. System prompt. Your ruin points are insufficient to continue the deduction. Please continue to ruthlessly conquer talents to obtain more. What? Just as the deduction was progressing splendidly, I run out of ruin points? Yunhao felt a surge of rage. Watching helplessly as the deduction progress reached a staggering 90%, he cursed the system for its incompetence. No, I must deduce a new divine ability immediately. Mere ruin points cannot deter Yunhao. He opened his eyes wide and strode directly out of the training room. With his senses activated, he began to probe the various training rooms. The 1st floor was empty. Everyone had fled. The 2nd floor was also devoid of occupants. All had run away. The 3rd floor too. Just as Yunhao was about to exit Jiangnan Tower to randomly find someone to slaughter, he suddenly sensed traces of life on the 6th floor. Like a drowning man who had found a life-saving straw, he hesitated not a moment and immediately invoked the 3 heads and 6 arms. A terrifying manifestation appeared behind Yun Hao, and under his command, it reached for the ceiling. That illusory giant hand tore through the ceiling as effortlessly as grasping cotton, continuing its grasp towards the 5th and 6th floors. On the 6th floor, a young man was seated in meditation, having just returned to his training room after watching a performance, driven by a premonition that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, despite his eagerness to watch the show outside, he restrained himself, prioritizing his advancement. Just as he was about to break through, a look of uncontainable joy graced his face as he exclaimed, "Finally! A breakthrough! Huh? What is this? Oh my God! Oh, what the hell?" A giant hand appeared in his vision, seizing him. "Excuse me, is this hand polite? I was just about to break through, and you snatched me away." He struggled desperately, but found himself utterly powerless. As the giant hand retracted, he was brought before Yun Hao, bloodied and battered. "Yun Hao, what do you want?" Yun Hao, you rascal. I haven't provoked you at all." Yun Hao recognized him at a glance. It was the same individual who had mocked him on the 6th floor. Since that was the case, there was no need for mercy. "Apologies, but I require your assistance for my breakthrough." A smirk crept onto Yun Hao's lips as he forcefully slammed him into the ground. Yun Hao cough. "Yun Hao, let us talk this over. Just tell me what you want." Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 72 Principle. Is this how you show courtesy? "Yun Hao, you rascal, you just come up and hit me. Am I your punching bag? Is there nothing I can give you that you must resort to such violence? You scoundrel, scoundrel." At this moment, he felt utterly aggrieved, battered and bruised, yet could not retaliate in the slightest. It was likely that upon returning home, he would lie in bed contemplating why he had been beaten. Detected that Gu Yuhao is being brutally beaten. Ruin points 3,000. Detected that Gu Yuhao is generating resentment. Ruin points 200,200,200. Only this much. Without hesitation, Yun Hao unleashed the true fire of Samadhi. The terrifying heat wave elicited screams from his opponent. "Yun Hao, did I provoke you? I ask you, did I provoke you?" Listening to the cries of his adversary, the system finally relayed a prompt, indicating completion. A smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Yun Hao's mouth. Such commotion caused the entire Jiangnan Tower to tremble. Had it not been for the formation in place, the building would have surely collapsed under Yun Hao's onslaught. Amidst the violent shaking, Gu Qingwan was roused from her slumber. Turning her head, she was met with a terrifying sight. That top 20 talent was in Yun Hao's grasp. Resembling a mere chick, what was crucial was that she remembered this talent had previously spoken derisively to Yun Hao. Not a single mocking remark had led to such a transformation, nearly becoming a roasted chicken. Gu Qingwan shuddered, hastily closing her eyes to resume her meditation. She was on the brink of a breakthrough. Yun Hao casually tossed the battered talent onto the ground, disregarding him. The fallen talent trembled, stammering, "Yun Hao, after beating me, you just leave me here? I still want to know why you hit me." Yun Hao shot him a glance. His calm demeanor caused the talent to shiver, and he scrambled away in a panic. Jiangnan Tower was a place he could no longer bear to stay. With everyone having fled, he was the only one left in Jiangnan Tower, making him an easy target for Yun Hao. "I must leave. I must escape." Yun Hao paid him no further heed and continued to deduce his next divine ability. "You have consumed 5,000 ruin points, reaching 100 deduction progress. Congratulations, you have deduced a new divine ability, Grounding Golden Light. Grounding Golden Light. It is said to be a technique of the Jade Void Palace. Once invoked, one can traverse thousands of miles in a single day. Traversing thousands of miles in a day, that means in the blink of an eye, I could teleport across dozens of miles." Moreover, for Yun Hao, with just a few breaths, he could appear at Tiannan No. 1 High School from Jiangnan University, whether for travel or escape. This grounding golden light is exceedingly useful. Furthermore, Yun Hao recalled that this divine ability was even more formidable than the Earth Escape technique. This alone was enough to elate Yun Hao. Grounding Golden Light. Without hesitation, Yun Hao invoked it in an instant. His figure vanished from Jiangnan University, reappearing at the location where he had previously accepted a task. 3 breaths, covering nearly 20 miles, he accomplished it in just 3 breaths. This was simply an unparalleled divine ability. Even 5th-stage powerhouses could not match such speed. Forget 3 breaths, even with several tens of breaths. They would struggle to cover that distance. Excellent. Yun Hao could not contain his excitement. With this divine ability, Distances across the nation and even this planet would pose no challenge to him. Truly, system, you are remarkably effective. Yunhao was thoroughly satisfied with the system's operation. This grounding golden light was currently very practical. With a single thought, he returned to the training room once more. Who could have imagined that he had managed to leave the school in merely 3 breaths? It was likely that the students of the academy didn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. A smile crept onto Yunhao's face as he strode out of Jiangnan Tower. Having decided to take precautions, he needed to first locate Situyu's whereabouts. As for Gu Qingwan, she could continue her training here at her own pace. The moment Yunhao stepped out of Jiangnan Tower, he was immediately spotted by numerous onlookers. Their expressions were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating Yunhao's next move. Yunhao, however, paid them no mind and randomly selected an individual to guide him to Lu Bailing's residence. As an ancient figure within the academy, she resided within its grounds, allowing Yunhao to meet her with ease. At that moment, Lu Bailing sat on the sofa, her face a picture of exasperation as she gazed at Yunhao. Just as she was about to say something, Yunhao interjected, "I know you wish to speak, but please hold your tongue for now." Lu Bailing's face turned green. "You little rascal, do you dare to command your master to be silent?" Completely at ease, Yunhao sat down on the sofa and inquired, "Do you have precise coordinates for Situyu?" Lu Bailing took a deep breath, tilting her head with a haughty demeanor. "None." Yunhao frowned slightly. "Teacher, you are among the highest-ranking individuals in the entire academy. How could you possibly be unaware?" Lu Bailing fixed her gaze on Yunhao. "I merely wish to prevent you from challenging her. If you would but wait a few years under my tutelage, I assure you will be able to defeat her. But for now," Lu Bailing began, but Yunhao interrupted, pinching his ears. "Old woman, you speak nonsense. I shall not listen." Lu Bailing inhaled deeply, feeling as though her lungs might explode. She scrutinized Yunhao seriously and then declared, "Very well. If you are so determined, I shall summon the principal." With that, she promptly dialed the principal's number. As soon as the call connected, Lu Bailing's furious voice rang out. "Where are you? Get here at once." The principal's expression changed. He was unaware that Lu Bailing would not dare to scold Yunhao, so all her ire was directed at him. "Master Uncle, I am on my way." After hanging up, the principal rushed over, drenched in sweat. Moments later, he appeared before Lu Bailing and Yunhao. Lu Bailing shot him an irritated glance and said, "If you have something to say, you might as well speak directly to Yunhao." The principal gazed at Yunhao with confusion, to which Yunhao replied coolly, "I intend to bring Situyu down. Tell me her whereabouts." Is he serious? This fellow is actually serious. The notion of bringing Situyu down. How does that sound so peculiar? The principal's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, are you truly not going to intervene?" Lu Bailing retorted with annoyance, "I have only taken on this one disciple in over 100 years. Do I appear capable of managing him?" The principal awkwardly chuckled, then turned to Yunhao with a conciliatory tone. "Yun, my dear student, might we reconsider this matter?" Yunhao fixed him with a serious gaze. "Do I strike you as someone amenable to negotiation? Moreover, why do you refer to me as teacher and then master?" The principal nodded. "Yes, what of it?" Yunhao comfortably leaned back on the sofa and cast him a sidelong glance. "We are of the same generation, so let's drop the formalities. Spare me the Yun classmate business, as it makes it seem as though I am of a significantly lower status." Good heavens! What a remarkable situation. He has entered school and instantly placed himself on equal footing with the principal. Coupled with Yunhao's assertive demeanor, he is indeed a challenge to manage. The principal struggled to speak. "Master, junior brother, could we possibly?" Yunhao cut him off. "No. Isn't Situyu on the outer battlefield? Immediately transport me there and provide me with her precise location. I shall take her down first to prevent her from causing me trouble later."